Chapter 1. The Unfairness of Fate. You little wench, I underestimated you. You dare to run away after I've beaten you like this. Please, let me go. Just bring me back home. I can give you any amount of money my family has. Wang Baozhu viciously grabbed Shen Ning's already dry and yellowing hair, pulling hard, his foul mouth opening and closing. Ha ha, you fool. You're so stupid that you still count your money after being sold. Do you think I would dare to touch you country bumpkins? I'm not crazy. Now I'm not afraid to tell you. It was your good stepmother Wang Baozhu who sold you to me for a bride price of 300. Tsk. What family has such a high bride price for their daughter? If it weren't for your good looks and education. Tsk. What a pity you're so foolish, still hoping for Wang Baozhu to save you. It's simply ridiculous. Shen Ning's scalp throbbed with pain, her mouth bleeding profusely, half of her face severely swollen, making it almost unrecognizable. At this moment, she couldn't hear anything, her mind suddenly fixated on two words: bride. Price? What bride price? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a sent-down youth. Slap. Wang Baozhu's face twisted in rage as he slapped her to the ground. Shen Ning hit the table leg, the back of her head splitting open, dark red blood gushing out. Her body trembled, her limbs weak and collapsing to the ground, filled with despair and helplessness. But thinking of the distress signal she had sent out, a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. She had a hold on Sister Meow Meow, would definitely come to save her. You little wench, a piece of trash and bored of, still daring to call the police and write for help. Humph, I just knew you needed to be taught a lesson. You look down on me so much. Just wait until I beat you to death so you'll know what it's like to look down on others. Today I'm not afraid to tell you clearly, those distress letters you wrote, that son Meow from your youth group has already returned them to me. Even the route you tried to escape last time was told to me by her. Otherwise, you really would have gotten away. What? What? Shen Ning was stunned, first in disbelief. Then her eyes burst with intense hatred, making her appear quite insane. Crying and laughing, it's her? It's Sun Meow. How could she do this to me? Wang Baozhu was taken aback by her expression, and once he regained his senses, he kicked her hard in the chest with disgust. His murky eyes filled with cruelty. He punched Shen Ning repeatedly, treating her like a human punching bag, venting his rage, until Shen Ning was covered in blood, gradually losing her breath. Wang's mother, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, gasped and pulled him away, slapping her thigh and wailing, "Oh no, son, how could you beat her to death? She's worth 300, and besides, she hasn't even had a child yet. What will you do if your cousin finds out? Shut up. If she dies, she dies. Isn't it better this way? Wang Baozhu, that poisonous woman, would love for me to get rid of her sooner. Don't think I don't know what that poisonous woman is planning. Besides, this woman has been stubborn. After bringing her back for 2 months, she's always thinking about how to report me to the police or how to kill her whole family. I'm just protecting myself. Don't worry, once it gets dark, they'll throw her in a sack and dump her in the deep mountains. By morning, the wild animals will eat her clean, not leaving a bone behind." Shen Ning's consciousness gradually detached, and she watched as her own corpse was discarded in the mountains, being devoured by wild dogs. Her soul drifted aimlessly, wandering the world, watching as Sun Meow continued to slander her name even after her death. She told other sent-down youths that she was unable to endure hardship, that she willingly submitted to Wang Baozhu to avoid labor, and later eloped with wild men out of dissatisfaction. Sun Meow herself married the village committee captain the following year, gave birth to a pair of twins, and thrived in business, living a happy and fulfilling life. Meanwhile, her stepmother's family occupied the house left to her by her father. Her stepsister took over her job in the city and also lived a prosperous life, even finding a chief of staff as a godfather, greatly increasing her worth. When news of her disappearance reached them, there were only a few crocodile tears shed, but everyone offered their condolences. Ha ha ha, this world is truly absurd. She had always been honest and hardworking, yet in the end, she was labeled a promiscuous bastard, her body torn apart by wild dogs after death, leaving no remains. But her stepmother, with her hypocritical nature, earned a reputation for being virtuous and kind. Cheating and scheming, full of malice, her stepsister, stepping on her to rise, married into a prestigious family and lived a life free of worries. Her gambling-addicted stepbrother made a fortune in the black market with her bride price, becoming a local tycoon, She hated the Wang family for their insidiousness, hated Sun Miao for her ingratitude, and most of all, hated herself for not recognizing the true nature of people, mistaking wolves for family. Shen Ning cried out in blood-curdling rage, wishing she could transform into a vengeful ghost, wishing to drink their blood and eat their flesh. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck, an unexpected change occurred, and her overwhelming hatred materialized. An endless rage surged towards Shen Ning. Feeling the chaotic power within her body, Shen Ning let out a scream and charged towards her stepsister Wang Baozhu. In broad daylight, the fierce ghost appeared, causing Wang Baozhu to scream in terror, her body stiffening in place. The bony claws reached for Wang Baozhu's heart, and a mad delight flashed in Shen Ning's eyes. But the jade pendant around Wang Baozhu's neck suddenly emitted a golden light, freezing Shen Ning in place. Unable to advance an inch, it was so close, just a little more, and she could have ripped out Wang Baozhu's stinking heart. Shen Ning roared in unwilling anger, her piercing screams echoing through the heavens, but the blinding golden light, burning away all filth, enveloped her soul. Shen Ning broke out in a cold sweat, abruptly waking up, realizing she had not died. Her soul had not scattered. She trembled with excitement, incredulous as she examined her body. The burns and whip marks that had once covered her were now completely gone. Her legs, which had been beaten by Wang Matzi, were now straight and slender, moving freely. Although there were some purple bruises on her body, they were not serious, but there was a painful gash on her forehead. Only then did she notice her surroundings aside from the cramped storage room. There was not even a decent bed. She lay on a layer of tattered cotton, without even a sheet. Gentle and serene moonlight streamed through the dilapidated wooden window, casting over Shen Ning this moment. Her tears fell like rain, and she bit her hand to keep herself from crying out loud. An overwhelming sadness and the uncontrollable hatred in her heart instantly engulfed her. Heaven had eyes, and she was reborn 10 years ago. Looking at the calendar hanging in the corner, today was September 5th, 1976, the day she learned her stepmother had signed her up to go to the countryside. She had refused, but was beaten severely by her stepmother and locked in a storage room to fend for herself. Shen Ning's eyes glimmered with dark intent. In this new life, she would reclaim what belonged to her and ensure that those who had wronged her would have no place to rest in. Death, Chapter 2, Reclaiming Her Belongings. Shen Ning randomly wiped her face and quickly scanned the storage room, soon finding a handy tool, a washing stick. Wang Baozhu had a habit of getting up at night. Shen Ning quietly waited in the yard, blending into the shadows of the trees, her fierce eyes filled with anticipation. Sure enough, after waiting for more than half an hour, Wang Baozhu rubbed her eyes and mumbled as she pushed open the door and walked towards the outdoor toilet. Shen Ning's eyes lit up like a vengeful ghost. She quietly approached her, raising the washing stick, and without a moment's hesitation, she swung it hard at the back of her head. Wang Baozhu's hazy eyes hadn't even had a chance to open, and she didn't even let out a muffled groan before her body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Shen Ning gasped for breath, a strong sense of satisfaction erupting in her heart. She squatted down and quickly yanked the jade pendant hanging around her neck, gripping it tightly in her palm, which gave her a sense of reality. Taking a few deep breaths, the restlessness in her heart gradually calmed down as she examined the innocent and pure face under the moonlight. Wang Baozhu was only 2 months younger than her, with a round and lustrous appearance. The people in the workers' dorm often compared her sickly and timid nature to Wang Baozhu's bright, generous, lively, and cheerful demeanor. The most common phrase she heard from the elders was, "That girl Baozhu is clearly blessed." Shen Ning stood up, looking at the flower pants, now soaked with urine, and let out a mocking laugh. She slapped her twice, and Wang Baozhu's round face quickly swelled up. "Blessed? Wang Baozhu, your blessing is yet to come." After saying this, she didn't linger and quickly climbed back through the dilapidated wooden window of the storage room, leaving Wang Baozhu, who had wet her pants, lying alone in the courtyard. Putting down the tools of her crime, Shen Ning tightly held the jade pendant she had regained, tears streaming down her face. She didn't notice that the pendant, stained with her own blood, glimmered under the moonlight and suddenly transformed into a stream of light that disappeared into her heart. Before Shen Ning could be surprised, her consciousness was drained, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in front of a small courtyard. "Is this the world inside the jade pendant. Shen Ning was shocked, but didn't feel scared instead. A sense of warmth and familiarity arose within her. She boldly walked into the small courtyard, which contained only 2 empty rooms and a spring, with nothing else inside. Shen Ning was somewhat surprised and a bit disappointed. Her emotions fluctuated greatly, and she felt exhausted, thinking that there should be a mat to rest on. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, a shabby cotton mat suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Shen Ning was taken aback. Wasn't this the one from the storage room? Instantly, it seemed she understood something. Shen Ning's thoughts shifted, and in the next moment, she found herself back in the storage room. Lowering her gaze, she touched the items she had encountered, realizing she could store them in her consciousness. After several experiments, she found that as long as she focused her thoughts, she could freely enter and exit. A flash of ecstatic joy crossed Shen Ning's eyes. She never expected that the relic her mother left her was such a precious spatial treasure. Recalling the strange occurrences that had happened to Wang Baozhu in her previous life, everything suddenly made sense. Shen Ning couldn't help but sneer, "Good, good, good. Taking my opportunities and stealing my treasures. No wonder I went through so much trouble to end up dead in my last life. Wang Baozhu, our blood feud has deepened." Rubbing the warmth at her chest, Shen Ning's cat-like round pupils turned, and she suddenly came up with a plan. With such a treasure in hand, she couldn't let it go to waste. Holding the club in her hand, she turned and walked towards her stepmother's room. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed as Wang Baozhu, snoring and deeply asleep, was struck hard with the club. The pain jolted her awake, and just as she let out a scream, she didn't even have time to see who it was before the club came crashing down again, and she quickly fainted from the pain. Under the moonlight, Shen Ning held the club, her body trembling with bone-deep hatred. She wished she could kill her on the spot, but it wasn't worth sacrificing her entire life for such a scum. This was the first time she had done something so bloody and violent, and Shen Ning felt a bit weak. After a brief rest, she began searching for valuable items in the house. She had always been responsible for the household chores, and Wang Baozhu, in her attempts to torment her, made her clean the house inside and out as if she should do it 3 times a day. But there was one place she was never allowed to approach. Shen Ning gave a cold laugh and turned her gaze toward the 5-drawer dresser next to the bed. She couldn't be bothered to search through it, so she simply stored it in her space. Sure enough, the few blue bricks under the dresser showed signs of looseness. After some effort, she moved the bricks and found a small shovel, quickly digging out a large metal box from the ground. When she opened it, Shen Ning was astonished the family savings were far more than she had imagined. There were the household registration book, the property deed, various receipts, and tightly bound bundles of money, totaling 7,500 yuan, along with various receipts, some local and some nationwide. After carefully counting, she found not only grains, oils, and meats, but also several industrial tickets, one for a bicycle, one for a radio, and a gold necklace wrapped in a cotton handkerchief, along with 2 pairs of gold earrings. I could see that moment. A small sandalwood box caught Shen Ning's attention. When she opened it, there was indeed a jade bracelet of excellent emerald color, seemingly an heirloom. Shen Ning's eyes heated up. This was her mother's dowry, which her father Shen Hui had left to her. After his death, it was taken by her stepmother and eventually sold at a high price by Wang Baozhu, becoming the initial capital for his business. Now, after so many twists and turns, it had finally returned to its rightful owner. Wiping away her tears, Shen Ning glanced around. She looked at the small courtyard where she had lived for many years and sneered. Since she had decided to leave, there was no need to keep these things. Regardless of their value or usefulness, even if it meant selling them for scraps or giving them to beggars, Shen Ning would not let the Wang family benefit. At this moment, the sky was already lightening, and soon the house was empty, with only her stepmother in her pajamas and floral shorts, along with her urinal, lying alone on the ground. Shen Ning clapped her hands in satisfaction and turned to Wang Baozhu's room. Following the same method, she collected all the furniture and items in the room, including Wang Baozhu's long-saved pocket money of 118 yuan and 50 cents, a box of brand-new snow cream, and 2 newly made quilts. Wang Baozhu had recently gotten into some trouble and was hiding outside, which made it convenient for Shen Ning to carry out her plan tonight. She shamelessly collected everything in sight into her space. Tables and chairs from the hall, thermoses and teacups, rice, flour, oil, eggs, cured meats, salted fish, dried vegetables from the kitchen, tea, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and wine. Even the 2 iron pots for cooking, the dried chilies hanging in the window, the firewood in the corner, and the honeycomb coal drying in the courtyard were all swept clean. Like a swarm of locusts passing through or invaders raiding a village, Shen Ning completely searched the house, leaving only the urinal and spittoon behind. She even uprooted the vegetables in the garden that hadn't yet grown and stored them in her space. If she could, she would have even taken the windows and doors with her, but the neighbor's rooster had already crowed 3 times, and there was simply no time left. Finally, Shen Ning returned to the storage room, touching the scab on her head. When she gently pulled at it, the still unhealed wound opened again and blood flowed down her forehead. It hurt, but it brought an inexplicable satisfaction. Shen Ning lay down on the worn mat to rest, gathering her strength and waiting for the big show to begin. Chapter 3. The big girl's embarrassment with wetting the bed. As dawn broke, the large courtyard gradually became lively. Sister Zhang from next door, carrying a basket of vegetables, casually glanced into Shen Ning's small courtyard as she passed by. She felt that the courtyard looked unusually clean today and noticed something lying on the ground, which instantly scared her pale. Help! The horrific scream startled the neighbors, who rushed to peek. What's wrong? What's happening? Wang Baozhu was also startled awake by the scream. Just as she moved her body, she let out a series of screams, every part of her body aching. Her face was swollen like a steamed bun, and she couldn't even open her eyes. When she finally managed to see her surroundings despite the excruciating pain, her heart trembled. The empty room, the mysteriously vanished furniture, the dug-up blue bricks, and the unfinished dirt pit. This was all a sign that the belongings she had worked so hard to save over the years had been stolen. After Shen Huai's death, the compensation left behind, her own coffin fund. Bao Min's dowry and Baozhu's wedding gifts were all gone. Gone. All gone. She crawled to the pit in despair, digging with her bare hands in disbelief, finally confirming that all of this was real. Unable to catch her breath, her eyelids fluttered, and with a thud, she fainted again. The neighbors outside the yard shouted for a long time, but no one came to open the gate, feeling increasingly alarmed. Some enthusiastic neighbors jumped over the gate and entered, calling out for help while looking around the empty yard, chattering among themselves. What happened to Baozhu? Does she need help to go to the hospital? Yeah. How could she faint here for no reason? Ugh, it smells so bad. Did she? What herself? Concerned, Sisterly hurriedly helped Baozhu up, worried about her health, and didn't think to cover for her. She just anxiously shook her. Baozhu, what's wrong with you? Wang Baozhu woke up groggily, hiss. Touching the back of her head, she felt a large, painful bump. When she opened her eyes, she saw 7 or 8 faces staring at her. Startled, she sat up suddenly, feeling the damp coldness beneath her and the strange smell at the tip of her nose. Her face turned pale and then flushed as she looked down in disbelief. The crowd followed her gaze, and the faint smell of urine became increasingly obvious. A child watching the commotion clapped and laughed. Sister Baozhu is so embarrassed. You're so old and still wet your pants. Ha ha. Embarrassed face. Sister Baozhu wet her pants. Wang Baozhu scrambled to her feet, mortified with rage. Only then did Sisterly realize, hurriedly taking off her outer garment to cover her, shooing the crowd away. Stop looking, everyone disperse. Originally worried about Baozhu's health, seeing her get up and move freely, the onlookers couldn't help but tease. Ha. Is she sleepwalking? Falling asleep by the dry toilet. Uncle Son from the steel factory frowned. Did she run into a thief while getting up at night and got knocked out? The world is not peaceful these days. Too much petty theft. Grandma Qian, who had always been at odds with Wang Baozhu, suddenly gleamed with excitement, laughing loudly. What thief? She just wet her bed. Baozhu, you're already a grown girl, you better get that problem treated early. Don't let it ruin your chances of getting married. Wang Baozhu, feeling both humiliated and furious, burst out. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm fine. If you keep talking, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hey, good intentions turned into donkey liver and lungs. Look at you, a shrew. How are you going to get married if you still wet your pants at this age? Grandma Qian wasn't afraid. She was known as a fierce woman in her youth. I was going to help you find a doctor who specializes in bedwetting, but now, dream on. Get lost. I don't need to keep it for yourself. Wang Baozhu was so angry, she almost had a heart attack. The strange gazes from the crowd felt like knives, and she glared fiercely at Grandma Qian, slamming the door with a bang. Originally trying to help, she unexpectedly got scolded for no reason and was met with a closed door. The faces of several neighbors turned sour, rolling their eyes and muttering as they were about to leave. Just then, Wang Baozhu's scream echoed, "Ah, Mom, Mom." Being neighbors, everyone changed their expressions and rushed to kick open the door. First stunned, then in disbelief they rubbed their eyes. What? Is this a robbery? But what thief is so bold? The Shen family could truly be described as living in poverty. Even a mouse passing by would feel sorry for them and leave them a couple grains. Grandma Qian rushed over to join the excitement, circling the living room and kitchen, then slapped her thigh. Oh my God, did the Japanese invade? Or is it haunted? How could everything be stolen overnight? Not even leaving a pot to cook. Ha ha. Clearing her throat, she stifled her laughter and peered into the room. At this moment, enthusiastic neighbors had already carried Wang Aihua out. Make way, make way. Can you see her face is turning purple? She probably got so angry she couldn't breathe. Sisterly was pinching her philtrum and massaging her tiger mouth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was indeed a rare, kind-hearted person. But Wang Baozhu ignored her mother and hurried to check her room. As soon as she opened the door, her legs went weak, nearly fainting again. Gritting her teeth and leaning against the wall, she instinctively patted her chest, and when she looked down, she instantly couldn't hold it together. Ugh, wow, wow, wow. She lost her face, lost her money, and even the jade bead she snatched from Shen Ning was gone. Overwhelmed with grief, she was heartbroken. The yard was in chaos, and Wang Aihua finally completely regained consciousness. Looking at the empty yard and hearing Wang Baozhu's wails inside, she pounded her chest, nearly spitting blood. This was all her possessions. That damn thief. Sisterly looked around anxiously and asked, "Where's that girl Shen Ning?" Yeah, with such a commotion at home, why isn't she showing up? Could it be that Ning girl is in trouble? As soon as this was said, the enthusiastic neighbors hurriedly scattered to look for her, but there was no sign of her in the main or side rooms. I found her. Grandma Zhang helped Shen Ning out from the storage room. Shen Ning's frail body swayed unsteadily, and her forehead was still oozing blood. Oh my. How did you end up in the storage room? Shen Ning looked at the crowd gathered in the yard and at Wang Aihua, who was sitting on the ground in shock, suppressing her delight. I've been living in the storage room since my dad died. Baozhu and Aunt Wang wouldn't let me go back to my room to sleep. Everyone gasped. The storage room was cold and damp, with drafts everywhere. It was fine in summer, but what about autumn and winter? Shen Ning had been living there all this time? Seeing how Wang Aihua usually pretended to treat everyone equally, it turned out that since old Shen passed away, she had treated her daughter so poorly. And that Wang Baozhu wasn't a good person either. She often wandered around the courtyard, claiming Shen Ning was a pampered rich girl who did nothing at home and just ordered. People around it turned out that this mother and daughter were both superficial with ulterior motives. This moment, Wang Baozhu burst out of the house, diving into Wang Aihua's arms. It's gone, it's gone. Mom, all my things are gone. Our home is gone. Everything is gone. Wang Aihua was jolted by her and felt pain all over, her senses returning. Looking at Shen Ning, who was surrounded by concerned neighbors, the unnamed anger in her heart suddenly found an outlet. She took off her shoes and threw them at Shen Ning furiously. You lazy, stupid thing. A thief broke in a house, and you didn't know? You can't even keep an eye on the door. What use is it for me to raise you? I might as well raise a dog. At least it can guard the house. Chapter for the stealthy cover of the stepmother. Her face was twisted with rage, her eyes fierce, as if she wanted to bite a piece of flesh off Shen Ning. This fierce image was in stark contrast to her usual kind and virtuous demeanor. Shen Ning hung her head, her face pale, trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been seriously injured these past 2 days and have been unconscious. The onlookers exchanged strange glances, and there was a hint of disdain in their eyes towards Wang Aihua. It was understandable to favor one's own child. How many stepmothers could treat another's child as their own? As long as everything seemed fine on the surface, no one would say anything. But Wang Aihua insisted on maintaining the image of a kind stepmother, pretending to care for Shen Ning, only to secretly torment her child like this. Her character was severely flawed, and her morals were in decline. Wang Aihua had yet to realize that the image she had carefully maintained was shattered. At this moment, her anger needed an outlet. You little brat, I see this has everything to do with you. Tell me, did you conspire with outsiders to steal everything? Just wait until I beat you to death today. As she spoke, she struggled to stand up and was about to slap Shen Ning. Uncle Sun from the steel factory saw this and intervened. Why are you blaming the child? Your house was robbed, and you blame a kid for that? You, as an adult, didn't he even realize your home had been emptied? How can a little girl locked in a storage room know anything? Besides, look at her injury. That's bullshit. That injury was caused by my mom. Our house was robbed. My mom and I both got hurt, and she was fine. I don't believe it. Wang Baozhu's head was still throbbing with pain, her face swollen. Losing the pearl only made her more anxious and upset, feeling as if she had lost the most important treasure of her life. She shouted angrily, "And my pearl, you definitely took it. Hurry up and get it back to me." Shen Ning looked up in surprise, her eyes red. You lost the relic my mom left for me? Call the police. Hurry up and call the police. Wang Baozhu continued to shout, "What's yours? That's my thing. Don't pretend, just give it back to me. Otherwise, when my brother comes back, I'll have him beat you to death." The surrounding neighbors shook their heads repeatedly, saying they had already called the police, but were unsure if they would be able to recover the lost items. Sisterly finally saw through the true nature of this mother-daughter duo, her expression tense. Did you injure Shen Ning? You beat her like this, and didn't he take her to the hospital, but locked her in a storage room? Are you trying to kill her? Sisterly was originally an official at the neighborhood office and was now filled with righteous indignation, her anger rising. Wang Aihua, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. When you fled to the city with 2 burdens from the countryside, you didn't even have a clean change of clothes. After marrying into the Shen family, Shen Huai treated you well, giving your family a stable life and ensuring your children were fed, clothed, and educated. Even your job was found for you by Shen Huai after he ran around to help you. Yet how long has Shen Huai been gone? And you're already tormenting the child he left behind? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Yes, you really can't judge a person by their appearance. Exactly. No wonder the saying goes, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. The crowd in the neighborhood became animated, discussing the matter, completely tearing away Wang Aihua's cover. It was only then that Wang Aihua realized the seriousness of the situation, her twisted face hurriedly forcing out a smile as she took a couple of steps forward. Try to pull Shen Ning back. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ning, quickly say something. How does Aunt Wang usually treat you? Shen Ning quickly raised her hand to protect her head, her oversized sleeves sliding up her arms, revealing bruises. She treats me as well as Baozhu. You all misunderstood. Wang Aihua's mouth twitched. You little brat. What do you mean by pretending to be like this? Did I say I abused you? Have I ever deprived you of food or clothing? Speak up. Shen Ning stepped back in fear, and before she could finish her words, Sisterly supported her. Don't be afraid, dear. Anne is here. Wang Baozhu continued to angrily scold. What are you pretending for, Shen Ning? At that moment, the crowd began to shout, "The police are here! The police are here!" Wang Baozhu's gaze met the arriving police officer, and her sharp voice trembled in the air. Clearly filled with fear, "Comrade, she stole my things." Not just her, but even the onlookers instinctively fell silent. The crowd parted automatically, and Shen Ning looked up, observing that the leading police officer, Zheng Hong, was tall and imposing, full of righteousness. However, the man beside him, Gu Changjian, had a rugged appearance with a scar on his brow, which added to his fierce demeanor. If he weren't with the police, he might have been mistaken for a bandit. His sharp gaze swept over a few people, and the surrounding area fell silent, extremely quiet. Shen Ning couldn't help but hold her breath and frown slightly. Feeling anxious, but thinking of her own space, she felt a bit more stable. Who reported the case? Wang Aihua rushed to the police officer, crying and shouting, spitting everywhere. "Officer, it's like this." The police officer listened attentively, while his colleague examined the situation, scratching his chin in confusion. "Have you had any feuds with anyone recently?" Wang Baozhu pushed through the crowd, her eyes fixed on Shen Ning like fire. "It's her. It must be her who harbors resentment against us. She must be the insider, ugh. So shameless, stealing my jade pearl." Sisterly could no longer tolerate it. standing in front of Shen Ning like a protective hen. Wang Baozhu, do you have any shame? Let's not talk about anything else. Whose jade pearl is it anyway? It has always belonged to Shen Ning since she was little. How did it become yours? Do you think we, the residents of the workers' compound, are blind? You say she conspired with outsiders to steal your things, but this is also her home, and these things are Shen's. Before she could speak, you two outsiders have already started arguing. Why not say it's your unreliable elder son, always stealing and causing trouble? Maybe he's the one who brought this disaster. Shen Ning secretly gave sisterly a thumbs up and looked up at the police officer. Wang Baoman hasn't been back these days. Just a couple of days ago, he had a fight with someone and even got physical. You little brat, shut up. Seeing the police officer shift suspicion onto her eldest son, Wang Aihua panicked completely and worried that this matter would implicate her son. Crying and wailing, "Officer, you can't wrong an innocent person. My things are missing. Why aren't you helping me find them quickly? Why are you suspicious of my son? What is this all about? It must be her. We're all injured. But she's the only one unscathed. Can't that count as evidence?" At this point, Wang Aihua no longer cared about the reputation she had painstakingly maintained for years. She had lost all her life's savings, and she couldn't afford to be careless anymore. Last night, I was hit from behind and in a daze. Saw that person's figure, small and thin. It must be her. She resents me for signing her up to go to the countryside. And she has a motive to take revenge on me. You must arrest her and interrogate her properly. There must be accomplices. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar, discussing among themselves. The looks they gave Wang Aihua were even more contemptuous. The fierce-looking man furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze like that of an eagle. He could tell at a glance that the injury on Shen Ning's head was a second-degree tear, definitely not a fresh wound, and he began to have some doubts. He walked over to Shen Ning, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Comrade." Chapter 5, Clearing Suspicion. He walked towards Shen Ning with an overwhelming presence. "Comrade." Shen Ning rolled her eyes back, her consciousness drifting away into space, and her body slumped down weakly. After a busy night of fighting and collecting things, Shen Ning was extremely exhausted, regardless of the chaos outside. She just wanted to sleep soundly. As for the police handling the case, what did it have to do with her? Since ancient times, catching thieves has involved catching the stolen goods and catching the act in progress. Even if the police had their suspicions, without evidence, they couldn't do anything to her. As for the accusations from the Wang family mother and daughter, one was a cruel stepmother who abused children, and the other was a spoiled stepsister who stole things. Who would believe their words? The fainted girl was extremely frail, and Gu Changjin frowned upon seeing the bruises covering her exposed skin. He had heard bits and pieces of the crowd's discussions earlier. Regardless of whether this theft case was related to the girl, the stepmother's abuse was indeed illegal. Wang Aihua also noticed that the group of police led by Gu Changjin was closing in, and she rushed over, chattering incessantly, repeatedly accusing Shen Ning of being a thief. Gu Changjin's face was cold, exuding an aura of authority. "Do you have any evidence for what you just said? You suspect her of being a thief, yet you can't present any substantial evidence. However, the scars on her body are real. According to our country's laws, beating and scolding children, especially in serious circumstances, constitutes child abuse and is punishable by law." Wang Aihua froze, and seeing Shen Ning in Gu Changjin's arms made her even angrier. She reached out to hit Shen Ning. Gu Changjin sidestepped, but Wang Aihua, unable to control her anger, ended up hitting Gu Changjin on the back. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You dare to hit someone while we're here? Do you think we're just decorations?" The nearby police quickly restrained her. Wang Aihua had gone mad with rage. "You don't go find the damn thief who stole from my family and return my lost property, but you quibble over these trivial matters? What's wrong with me hitting her? I'm Shen Ning's stepmother. A stepmother is also a mother. What's so big about a mother hitting her child a few times?" Gu Changjin shot her a cold glance. "You just hit me, which is suspected assaulting a police officer. If the situation is serious, we have the right to take you back for investigation." Wang Baozhu was stunned. No, police officer, it's all a misunderstanding. Our home was robbed, and my mom was just too anxious and angry. That's why she said those things. Now we should focus on investigating the theft. Our family absolutely did not abuse Shen Ning. If you don't believe it, just wait until she wakes up and ask her. Wang Baozhu cast an unfriendly glance at Shen Ning, not believing that the coward would dare to say anything. At that moment, a police officer leaned into Gu Chang'an's ear and whispered a few words. His expression darkened as he looked down at the girl in his arms. I'll take her to the hospital first, and the rest will be handled by you. Shen Ning woke up the next morning, surrounded by a strong smell of disinfectant. The wound on her forehead had been bandaged, and she was receiving glucose through and for. A nearby young nurse noticed she was awake and approached her with a hint of sympathy. Does your head still hurt? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Have some porridge. Shen Ning quickly refused, but the nurse had already handed over the food box. The warm touch startled Shen Ning, and her past experiences made her instinctively resist contact with strangers, but she still politely said, "Thank you." The round-faced young nurse laughed lightly. "Thank you for what? I didn't buy this. It was the police officer who brought it for you. He just looked a bit fierce. By the way, your medical expenses have already been settled. You just need to rest for a while, and after the 4 is done, you can go home. The wound on your head is bandaged now. It might leave a scar, so be careful not to let it touch water in the next few days." At that moment, the hospital room door was pushed open, and 2 police officers greeted her before opening their notebooks to start questioning. "Did you hear any noises last night, or see any suspicious people?" Shen Ning lowered her eyes. "No, I was badly injured and locked in the storage room. I didn't eat or drink, so I had no idea that someone had stolen from my home until neighbor found me." "Then how did you get those injuries?" "My stepmother and sister hit me." "Why?" "They wanted Wang Baozhu to take my place in the accounting job at the textile factory, and they wanted me to go to the countryside. I didn't want to." "Does Wang Baoman have any contact with you?" The police asked a few routine questions without obtaining any useful information, then stood up to leave. Shen Ning breathed a sigh of relief, feeling pleased. It seemed she had cleared her suspicion, thinking of the abundant possessions in her space. Over 7,000 yuan in this era was enough for her to live a stable and comfortable life. However, she still had more important things to do. The days for going to the countryside were approaching, and she needed to leave a surprise for the Wang family before she left. Carrying the Wang family's household registration book, Shen Ning headed straight to the youth office. "Wang Baozhu, right? You're a good girl, very aware. These young people nowadays are afraid of hard work and would rather be unemployed and hang around in the city than respond to the country's call to go to the countryside and participate in the nation's construction." Shen Ning beamed a sweet smile, not minding the staff's lengthy speech, and nodded repeatedly in agreement. "You're right. I'm here to respond to the country's call and voluntarily sign up to go to the countryside. It's just that my mother is really worried because the rural conditions are tough, and I'm just a girl with no one to look after me." The director of the youth office frowned, looking at the frail girl in front of him, who also had a wound on her head, and sighed. "In that case, take a look at this form. Do you have any distant relatives nearby where the youth are being sent? I can arrange for you to go close by, so there will be someone to look after you." Shen Ning immediately thanked him. "Thank you so much. You're really a good person, thinking of us ordinary folks everywhere." A flurry of compliments made the director of the youth office feel pleased, and he looked at the girl with even more kindness. Shen Ning lowered her eyes and quickly found the nightmarish existence from her past in the form, the red flag commune in Heihe, Heilongjiang. She lightly tapped her finger, quickly finalizing Wang Baozhu's destination. After all, Wang Aihua had taken 300 yuan as a bride price from the family. It wouldn't be right to leave her own niece with nothing. She also received a 60 yuan subsidy for going to the countryside and some nationwide grain and oil meat coupons, leaving the youth office with a beaming smile. Thinking of the Wang family's current dire situation, she felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Passing by the state-run restaurant, she walked in without hesitation. It wasn't mealtime yet, so it was empty and devoid of people. Shen Ning swallowed hard at the aroma of the food, looking at the menu on the small blackboard, and said to the indifferent server, "Hello, comrade, I'd like a bowl of beef noodles and 2 meat buns." The server rolled her eyes, seeing that Shen Ning was dressed in old, ill-fitting clothes with patched sleeves, and impatiently waved her hand. "Go away. This isn't a place for a country bumpkin like you." Chapter 6, encountering Gu Chang'an again, Shen Ning couldn't be bothered to argue with her, and simply repeated, "I want a bowl of beef noodles and 2 meat buns." The waitress sarcastically retorted, "Oh, you want to eat? Do you have a ticket? Do you have money?" Shen Ning wasn't angry. She took out the envelope given to her by the youth office and asked, "How much?" The waitress scoffed, trying to make a show of wealth. "It's a total of 3 yuan and 5 cents, plus 3 liang of grain tickets and 2 liang of meat tickets." In this era, working at a state-run restaurant was something everyone envied. Although the salary wasn't high, the benefits were substantial. The waitress considered herself superior and looked down on Shen Ning's muddy appearance, her words dripping with sarcasm. "What? You can't afford it? If you can't, just get lost. Don't waste our time. What else with your attitude, comrade? The wall even says serve the people. Is this how you serve the people?" A powerful and somewhat authoritative voice rang out from behind. Shen Ning turned to see it was Gu Changgang. She lowered her eyes, lamenting her bad luck. The waitress, who had just been lazily leaning against the counter, immediately straightened up, her face flushed, stammering, She can't pay or provide tickets. We're all quite busy." Gu Changgang's gaze fell back on Shen Ning, who calmly placed her grain tickets, meat tickets, and scattered cash on the counter, saying, "Count it, there's not a cent missing." She then turned and found a corner seat to wait for her meal. The waitress's face turned crimson as she counted the money twice, confirming there were no issues. With her pride hurt, she could only grimace and sulk into the kitchen. Only the two of them remained in the dining hall. Shen Ning thought of the bowl of porridge and mustered the courage to greet him. "Comrade, what a coincidence. By the way, I still owe you for the porridge and medical expenses." "No need," Gu Changgang replied. "Just as I know, your home was robbed, not a penny left." "Where'd you get the money?" He sat down opposite Shen Ning, his imposing figure and intimidating aura making it feel like an interrogation room instead of a restaurant. The little girl looked deflated, like a punctured balloon, her big round eyes slightly drooping, lashes long and curled, her small face appearing fragile and pitiful. Gu Changgang narrowed his dark eyes, as if seeing through her facade. "Not going to say." The girl raised her cat-like round eyes, misty and slightly red around the corners, almost giving off a vibe of giving up. "Yes, the money I have isn't legitimate. I stole the household registration book from home to register Wang Baozhu for rural work. The money I'm spending now is the subsidy the youth office gave her." Her slender fingers rummaged through her bag, placing the white envelope on the table. "Besides this meal, the rest is here. Wang Baozhu was supposed to go to the countryside. Yet they occupy the house my father left for me, spend my father's pension, and want to send me away so she can take my place in the job. They won't even give me the subsidy for going to the countryside. I can't swallow this. To be honest, I want to thank that thief. After all, it was my stuff. I'd rather have it stolen than let them benefit." Gu Changgang lightly tapped the table. Knowing the police had efficiently investigated the Shen family situation in just an hour, he was aware of the girl's difficult circumstances. Orphaned at a young age, she struggled to survive under her stepmother after her biological father passed away. Just when she turned 16 and could start working at the factory, her stepmother plotted against her, and she was soon to be sent to the countryside. A cornered rabbit will bite back, let alone a person. Gu Changgang sighed, pushed the envelope back, and said, "Save up a bit more. Life in the countryside won't be easy. What are your plans next?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Shen Ning's eyes. She had indeed made the right bet. Instead of hiding and raising suspicions, being 7 parts genuine and 3 parts fake would help clear her name. "Sell my job, sell the house. I will leave here, and I let the Wang family benefit." Gu Changgang was taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he examined the frail girl before him, surprised by her decisive means. She was far better than those who only complained about their fate. As their noodles arrived, the two sat in silence, savoring the fragrant beef and chewy noodles that comforted Shen Ning's heart. She recalled the last time she had beef noodles was when her father was still alive, and tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Changgang was taken aback. She cried so easily. Hesitating, he was usually not a soft-hearted person, but at that moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. "If you encounter difficulties, you can tell me. Within my means, I don't mind helping you." Shen Ning quickly pulled herself together. After all, getting a second chance in life was a tremendous stroke of luck. The hardships of her past had hardened her heart like iron. She soon adjusted her emotions, looked at the righteous Gu Changgang across from her, and smiled brightly, thinking how fortuitous it was to have him as an ally in reporting Wang Baomin's speculative activities. Without hesitation, she poured out all the information she knew, which she had overheard Wang Baozhu let slip at home, connecting it with her previous life's experiences. She had a bold hypothesis. Just now, when I came out of the youth office, I accidentally overheard two comrades talking about 10 p.m. Shilling Alley, some transaction. I suspect they are engaging in speculation and illegal trading. Gu Changgang was taken aback. How did they suddenly get on the topic of the black market? However, the higher-ups have been cracking down hard on this lately. Still, strong dragons do not suppress local snakes. These people were all very cunning, as if they had ears everywhere, and several attempts to catch them had failed. Seeing Gu Changgang's doubtful and scrutinizing gaze, Shen Ning shrugged. All right, I'll be honest. I heard it from my stepbrother Wang Baozhu. He has always been involved in the black market, and doesn't he do good things? Reporting illegal activities is everyone's responsibility. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a citizen. Of course, I want to deny I have my selfish motives. I indeed don't want them to have a good life. You don't need to look at me with that expression. I'm just providing information. But whether they will actually trade at this time, I can't guarantee. Gu Changgang fell silent. This frail girl, who looked as weak as a chick, had once again reshaped his understanding. She appeared soft and innocent, but was actually a fierce character playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. At this moment, she was eagerly looking at him. Cough, cough. Chapter 7, Selling Work, cough, cough. He cleared his throat, his voice carrying a reassuring strength. We won't wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Shen Ning's eyes lit up. This meant he believed in her and was willing to set up an ambush. Seeing the goal accomplished, she didn't linger. Wrapping 2 buns in oil paper and kicking them into her small bag, she advised, "You must pay attention to safety. They might have homemade guns." Shen Ning wasn't exaggerating. In her previous life, Wang Baozhu had hurried home late at night, trembling in fear, and secretly burned his blood-stained clothes. The next day, the news reported that 2 police officers were killed while pursuing a fugitive. Now, she had provided the information she knew, and how things would unfold was no longer her concern. Successfully digging a pit for Wang Baozhu, Shen Ning felt great. She was about to leave Sioux City, but she also needed to handle her job and the house her father left her as soon as possible. Shen Ning didn't dare waste time. She needed to prepare supplies quickly. Conditions in the countryside were harsh, and food was the most scarce. Throughout the year, apart from the New Year and festivals, there was hardly any meat to be seen. The winter in Yi province was even colder, freezing ears off. Remembering the howling north wind, Shen Ning instinctively shivered. In her previous life, she had believed Wang Aihua's nonsense and hurriedly boarded a green train to Yi province with only a few sets of clothes. As a result, she anxiously counted the days, waiting for her stepmother to send her a life-saving package. But after waiting an entire winter, nothing came. Her stepmother promised to send thick quilts, cotton clothes, money, and food stamps, but sent nothing. If it weren't for the commune's team leader, who couldn't bear to see her suffering and lent her a shabby cotton coat, she would have frozen to death that winter in the countryside. After struggling in the countryside for 2 years, the hope of returning to the city was bleak, and the heavy farm work suffocated her. It was during this time that Wang Baozhu appeared, saying she was entrusted by her stepmother to take good care of her. Shen Ning actually believed her nonsense and soon applied to be transferred from Hejia village to Wangjia village to work, leading to later tragedies. Thinking of her experiences in her previous life, Shen Ning couldn't help but tremble all over, but fortunately, the warm noon sun shone on her, slightly dispelling the chill in her heart. This life was indeed different. Shen Ning touched her chest, where it felt warm. With the space artifact her mother left her, not only could she store supplies and ensure food wouldn't spoil, but there was also a spring that improved her physical condition. As long as she sold her job and house, the money would be enough for her to prepare abundant supplies, no matter where she went in this life. She would live well. Shen Ning graduated from high school, and her father, a longtime employee at the factory, arranged an accounting job for her to take care of the children of deceased employees. She could start working at the factory as soon as she turned 18, earning 38 yuan a month. Many people coveted office jobs, and Shen Ning had already thought of a buyer. Directly finding Director Li Qiuxian in the office to explain her intentions. Director Li's eyes lit up, and she quickly got up to close the office door. Lowering her voice to ask, Ning Ning, why do you suddenly want to sell your job? This job is hard to come by. If it weren't for your parents' sake, you wouldn't have this office position. Shen Ning raised her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, I have no choice. My stepmother has already reported my name to let Wang Baozhu take my job, and in 3 days, I will be sent to the countryside. What? How could she do that? No way, I'm going to find her. This heartless scum, when old Shun was around, she acted like she had some decency. How long has it been since her dad died? And she's already showing her true colors. To send you to the countryside for a job, with your health? How can you endure that? She is trying to take your life. Director Li was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, gritting her teeth in anger as she headed out to confront Wang Aihua. Shen Ning hurriedly stopped her. No, Aunt Li, don't go. The list for sending people to the countryside has already been set. It won't help if you go. Besides, I haven't lost out. I reported her daughter too, just a few days later than me. Director Li paused, looking at the girl in front of her with suspicion. Shen Ning felt a bit guilty under her gaze. To her surprise, the usually tough Director Li suddenly had tears in her eyes, hugging Shen Ning and patting her back. Oh, you silly child. How much hardship have you endured to make such a decision? Nestled in her embrace, Shen Ning felt a long-lost warmth rise in her heart. I'm Fine. Aunt Li, it's all in the past. I'm not the same Shen Ning as before. I won't let them bully me anymore. The Wang family must pay for what they've done. Director Li took a deep breath. She could see that Shen Ning was already very different from before. Cursing that venomous woman, Wang Aihua, 1,000 times in her heart for forcing such a good child into this state. But as Shen Ning said, there was no room for change now. It was better to quickly handle the job transfer and prepare more for Shen Ning. How much are you planning to sell this job for, and to whom? Sister Tian hasn't found a suitable job yet, right? If Aunt Li thinks it's okay, just give me 1,000 and some universal oil, grain, and cloth tickets. I brought my household registration book and documents. As soon as Sister Tian arrives, we can handle the transfer immediately. Seeing Shen Ning seemed to have grown up overnight, mature and composed in her dealings, Director Li almost cried again. This child had lived so hard, yet she was still thinking of others. This iron rice bowl outside could at least be sold for 1,300 or 400, and it was the kind everyone wanted. All right, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 1,200 plus various tickets. I'll help you find some more. When you get to He Province, if you need anything, just write or call, and I'll send it to you. Shen Ning wanted to refuse, but Director Li was already bustling about, calling her husband to discuss it. In less than an hour, Tian rushed into the office with excitement. Mom, has my job been settled? Shoo, you little rascal, keep it down. Do you want everyone to know? Chapter 8, bye, shoo. You silly child. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you want everyone to know? Director Li looked at his naive girl and couldn't help but feel a headache. It was clear that Shen Ning had become so sensible and mature because she had lost her parents' protection. With a sigh, he thought, let her be silly. At least someone is looking after her. Li Tian was taken aback when she saw Shen Ning in the office and instantly understood where her job came from. Looking at Shen Ning's tattered clothes, she sniffed. When Shen Ning's father was alive, she was the prettiest girl in the whole hospital, always dressed neatly, never wearing such ragged clothes. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Both the mother and daughter had loud voices and shallow tears. She hurriedly said, hurry up and process the paperwork. I'm afraid that if my stepmother finds out. After all, she was the director, and having informed the factory manager. The paperwork was completed quickly. Li Tian, with tears in her eyes, stuffed the money bills into Shen Ning's hands. Ning Ning, I still have some pocket money. I'll give it to you later. Shen Ning looked at the 200 yuan in her hand, along with industrial tickets, cloth tickets, grain tickets, oil tickets, and meat tickets, and quickly refused. That's enough. You and Aunt Li have already given me plenty. I'm already able to feed myself. There's no need for so much. Sister Tian, you should save some cloth tickets for yourself. I heard something good is coming your way. Shen Ning took out a few cloth tickets and stuffed them into her hands. I'm not going to be able to attend your wedding, so I hope you and your brother-in-law have a happy life. Director Li understood Shen Ning's intentions and didn't push back. Ning Ning, if you need help, just ask. Wang Aihua is not a good person, but I can't just sit back and watch her bully you. Shen Ning chuckled lightly. Aunt Li, I do have one thing I need your help with. Go ahead, as long as Aunt Lee can help, I'll do my best. I plan to sell my house quickly. The price is negotiable, ideally. I can settle it in cash within 2 days, around 800 yuan. Director Lee gasped, Ning, this is no small matter. A house is fundamental for living. The house is fundamental for living, but it's not mine. With Wang Aihua and Wang Baoman around, this house will eventually change its surname. If I leave, who knows how long it will be before I can come back. It's better to sell it outright. Ning was right, Mom. If this house isn't sold, it will eventually benefit the Wang family. Selling it means the money can go into Ning's pocket. By the way, my uncle's several sons have been struggling with housing issues and can't even think about marriage. My aunt is always anxious. Mom, why don't you go ask about it? Shen Ning immediately perked up. Since they are Aunt Lee's relatives, too, 700 yuan will do. However, my stepmother is difficult to deal with. So you should clarify this with the buyer in advance. No worries, my uncle has 4 sons, and my second cousin is quite a handful. Nobody in the alley dares to mess with him. When he stands there, even the kids don't dare to cry. Shen Ning laughed at this comparison, and Director Lee found it amusing as well. All right, after work, I'll go ask. Don't go home tonight. Just come back with me and stay for a night. Your stepmother is truly not a good person, and it would save you from going back to suffer. Shen Ning chuckled and refused. How can I go back and see the miserable faces of Wang Aihua and Wang Baozhu? The days of hardship are in the past. I've had enough of being hungry and cold in my previous life. Now that I have the space and am not short on money, I can't wait to start stockpiling supplies. Declining Director Lee's kindness, Shen Ning left the textile factory and headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. To avoid running into acquaintances and causing unnecessary trouble, Shen Ning even took a bus 10 kilometers away to a different area. At this time, the supply and marketing cooperative was like a jack-of-all-trades shop, selling everything, though the variety was limited. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many customers in the store. Shen Ning was not in a hurry. She quietly waited for the customer in front of her to finish before stepping forward to say, Hello, comrade. I would like 30 jin of rice, 30 jin of flour, a bucket of oil, 2 sets of thick cotton coats, and 2 10 jin cotton quilts. I also need 10 jin of brown sugar, 20 jin of white sugar, 10 jin of white rabbit candy, and 10 jin of fruit and crisp candies. 20 jin of eggs, 2 buckets of wheat milk, 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, and 2 bottles of Lao Baijiu. As soon as Shen Ning started speaking, the sales clerk looked over surprised. So much? Just grain tickets won't do. You need a grain and oil supply book. Shen Ning nodded and took out Wang Aihua's grain and oil book. She was a worker at the cotton textile factory and had a monthly quota of 35 jin. The sales clerk checked it and smiled. Buying so many daily necessities. Are you preparing for a wedding? Where's your partner? Shen Ning knew she was buying too much and thought using the wedding banquet as an excuse was a good idea, so she hurriedly nodded. Yes. My partner is a soldier, so I had to come by myself. There's nothing in the new house, so I had to buy it all. As the clerk weighed the sugar, she laughed. I see. Just wait a moment. I'll go get your goods. By the way, do you live far? We have a cart for transporting goods. You can borrow it with a 2 yuan deposit. Thank you so much, sister. I was just worried about how to take it back. Shen Ning's eyes sparkled with joy, and she took out a few white rabbit candies from the already packed bags. Here, have some. I'm asking for so many things. It's really a hassle for you. With Shen Ning's sweet demeanor, the sales clerk accepted the candy, feeling good. Not a hassle. This is my job. You have a lot to prepare for the wedding. Feel free to browse around for more. Bed sheets, quilt covers, thermos, wash basins, towels, snowflake cream, clam oil. Shen Ning's eyes lit up, and she immediately unleashed her shopping instincts. If it weren't for the fear of raising suspicion, she truly wanted to take over the store. Besides the items the sales clerk mentioned, she also bought canned fruits and several pieces of coarse cotton cloth. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, she pointed to the limited styles of ready-made clothing in the store and bought 6 complete sets according to her size. When it was time to check out, the sales clerk's hands trembled as she counted the money. Apart from the various scattered tickets, the total came to 262 yuan and 80 jiao. Shen Ning pushed the cart to an empty alley, quickly stored everything into her space, and made 3 trips to carry everything away. It felt like her heart was finally full, and she was extremely pleased. Thinking about how the policies had loosened considerably, The college entrance examination was about to resume, and the educated youth would gradually return. She had money and food, so she naturally didn't care about the work points. Life would be much better. When she returned to the Wang family, it was already dark. Before she even stepped into the yard, she heard Wang Aihua cursing. The house was impoverished. She had to go to the factory to plead for an advance on 3 months' salary to buy some daily necessities, or they would really starve to death. The eldest son was always unreliable, and the youngest daughter was spoiled rotten. With Shen Ning not at home, all the chores fell on her. The physical pain from her injuries still hurt badly, but compared to the emotional pain, it really felt trivial. Since marrying into the Shen family and getting involved with that side, Wang Aihua hadn't been this miserable in many years. But that damned thief had even stolen the pot. Now, mother and daughter were tearfully eating cold corn buns with just plain water. When Shen Ning returned, the pent-up anger from the day finally had an outlet. Chapter 9. No day to hit you. As soon as Shen Ning returned, the pent-up anger from the day finally had an outlet. You little beast. Why didn't you die out there? How dare you come back? Tell me, did you collude with outsiders to steal the house? Shen Ning scoffed, no longer showing the timid demeanor of the past. Her words carried a hint of mockery. If you say so, then so be it. Wang Aihua stood frozen, stunned by Shen Ning's drastic change. It was as if she were seeing a ghost. Wang Baozhu's eyes widened in excitement as she rushed forward. You admitted it. You actually admitted it? I knew it was you, you shameless thief. Give me back my pearls. Get out of my house. With a loud slap, Wang Baozhu was knocked back, nearly falling over. She covered half of her stinging face, looking at Shen Ning in disbelief. Was this really her timid, cowardly stepsister? Wang Baozhu was taken aback, her eyes blazing with fury. Shen Ning, it seems you've lost your mind. How dare you hit my daughter? Just wait and see. Another loud slap echoed. This slap seemed like a declaration, a provocation. Shen Ning raised her almond-shaped eyes, looking at the mother and daughter with blatant derision. You two are really thick-skinned. My hand even hurts from hitting you. Shen Ning rubbed her wrist, her dark eyes narrowing. Your pearls? What a joke. You two are truly shameless, just like your mother. Let us get this straight. Those are my pearls. This is my house. The ownership is in my name. And every brick and tile here belongs to the Shen family. Everything you eat, use, and spend comes from the compensation my father left me. Who gave you the right to speak so arrogantly in my home? I was weak before, but things are different now. Your good days are over. Oh, instead of wasting time bothering me, why not go look for your precious son? Who knows, he might just die on the street one day, and nobody will come to collect his body. Shen Ning's voice was cold, laced with a strange smile that seemed somewhat chilling. Wang Baozhu was stunned, unable to respond. Her expression filled with fear as if she had been possessed by something unclean. She timidly stepped back a few paces, terrified. You're not Shen Ning? You're definitely not her. Who are you really? Get off her. Wang Aihua finally reacted, her face twisted with rage. Ignoring Shen Ning's odd behavior, she swung her arm and charged at her. You little wretch, how dare you curse my son? Shen Ning showed no fear, quickly crouching down. Wang Aihua lost her balance. Slap. A resounding slap echoed. Wang Baozhu felt her face go numb. A buzzing sound filled her ears, and as the world spun, she fell to the ground. Shen Ning clicked her tongue in amazement. Wow, that was fierce. You didn't knock her deaf, did you? It's already embarrassing enough for a girl her age to wet her pants. If you damage her hearing too, how will she ever get married? Wang Baozhu couldn't hear clearly anymore. She could only see Shen Ning's pink lips moving. Fear and shock filled her heart, as if something had derailed from its expected path, and she saw something filthy. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. Wang Aihua was startled, quickly rushing to hold Wang Baozhu, crying out in panic. Her eyes were red as she glared at Shen Ning. What do you want? What do I want? What can I do? Aunt Wang, I just want to get back my things. I'm going to the countryside the day after tomorrow. Whereas the subsidy the youth point gave me. Whereas my money and tickets. Wang Aihua paused and retorted, Are you blind? Can't you see the house has been robbed? I can't do anything about it. Not afraid of being robbed. Didn't you advance your salary? Otherwise, how could you afford these things? I'm not asking for much. I'm going to the countryside to work hard for your daughter. I should at least get some living expenses. Give me 200, and I'll obediently go to the countryside the day after tomorrow. If you don't give it to me, I'll cause a scene at your workplace, at the youth office. I know my trip to the countryside is a done deal, but if I cause a scene, Wang Baozhu avoiding labor and evading the countryside assignment 1T stay hidden. By then, Shen Ning stopped speaking, but the threat in her words was clear. Wang Aihua felt as if Shen Ning had been possessed by an evil spirit. What do you want? I want 200. Impossible. All right, then I'll go to the factory tomorrow. I wonder if your job will still be secure. Shen Ning tilted her head, revealing a wicked smile. Wang Aihua was so angry she trembled. You. She quickly adjusted her tone, coaxing softly, Ning, a thief just broke into the house. You know everything is gone. Asking me for 200 now is pushing Aunt Wang to her death. Isn't it? Shen Ning looked up, her expression innocent and naive. Then go die. I'm not stopping you. Wang Aihua choked, enduring her humiliation and anger, awkwardly smiling. Hey, don't joke around. Ning, you know this is sudden. Where can I get you that much money? Actually, I just advanced 3 months' salary from the factory, totaling 126. After buying all these household items, I have 85 left. Shen Ning spread her hands. Give it all to me. Wang Aihua was speechless, but looking at her drastically changed stepdaughter, the fainted Wang Baozhu, and the missing Wang Baomin, she hesitated to swallow her anger. From a small pocket in her shirt, she slowly pulled out the 85 yuan that still held warmth, handing it over slowly, her fingers gripping the bills so tightly that they turned pale. Shen Ning scoffed. If Aunt Wang is reluctant, then forget it. Fearing Shen Ning would change her mind, Wang Aihua hurriedly shoved the bills into Shen Ning's hands, her tone venomous and laden with meaning. How could that be? I've watched you grow up. Although I favor Baozhu a bit, I'm not entirely heartless towards you. The place I picked for you to work in the countryside is near my family's village. They have good conditions. I'll write to them to make sure they take good care of you. Shen Ning chuckled coldly, her eyes flashing with darkness. Then I should thank Aunt Wang in advance. Chapter 10, just catching you in the dead of night. In a dark alley, shadows flitted about. 2 groups were negotiating when suddenly a loud shout rang out. Don't move. Police. It's the cops. Run. A group of people panicked, scrambling for their belongings, and turned to flee deeper into the alley, only to be caught by the police who had been lying in wait. Don't move. Everyone, get down with your hands on your heads. The leader tightly gripped the package in his hands, his eyes fiercely scanning the surroundings. One hand reached towards his lower back, concealing a homemade gun in his sleeve. As long as he hit his target, chaos would ensue, allowing him to escape under the cover of darkness. The man slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. Like boiling water poured into a hot oil pan, the crowd erupted. The black gang leader let out a scream. The homemade gun fell to the ground as he clutched his wrist, kneeling in pain. He looked venomously towards the direction of the shot, the police car lights blinding him, but he remembered the scar on the person's brow. Go! Run! Wang Baomin, hearing the police sirens and gunshots, was already in a state of panic. Although he often engaged in petty theft and dealt in secondhand goods, this was real gunfire. He was terrified, thinking, I'm just dealing in old items. Is it worth such a big fuss? Always cunning and having lived in this area since childhood, he disregarded everything and, taking advantage of the police's focus on the chaos, moved the red bricks by the alley wall and escaped through a small hole. After finally making it through 2 alleys and reaching a passageway, he spotted patrolling officers ahead. Terrified and sweating profusely, he took a few deep breaths, pulled out a bottle of liquor he had hidden, took a couple of swigs, and spilled the rest on his clothes. Staggering, he pretended to be a drunken passerby as he walked past the 2 officers. Stop! What are you doing? Where are you going? Wang Baomin laughed foolishly, appearing dazed, but his eyes discreetly assessed the 2 men. Me? Hee, just went for a drink. I'm heading back. Hee. Seeing the round-faced young officer lower his guard and step aside, he thought, oh, looks like you've had quite a bit to drink. By the way, what's your name? Where do you live? It's dark, be careful. Wang Baomin felt a surge of joy. He had indeed managed to slip by. My name is Wang Baomin. I live near the cotton mill. Just as he finished speaking, the young officer suddenly grabbed his arm, and in a dizzying spin, Wang Baomin felt pain and numbness in his arm as his hands were twisted behind his back. With a click, he was handcuffed. Wang Baomin was taken aback and shouted, What are you doing? What is the matter? Is drinking illegal? Why are you arresting me? You must have made a mistake. No mistake. The order came from above. We're catching you, Wang. Bah. Min. The next day, just before dawn, Shen Ning emerged from her space feeling refreshed. She noticed that Tian was outside the courtyard with an older woman, while Wang Aihua followed behind, crying about something. When Tian saw Shen Ning, she blinked, and Shen Ning immediately understood. Wang Aihua also spotted Shen Ning, and her face instantly darkened, but since someone from the factory had come to offer condolences, she couldn't show her displeasure. Shen Ning rolled her eyes at Wang Aihua and walked out of the small courtyard. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Tian hurried over with a middle-aged woman. Ning, this is my aunt, Zhang Meiying. You must be Comrade Shen Ning, right? I want her house. The price is the 700 you mentioned yesterday, but it must be transferred today. Shen Ning nodded, of course. However, I'm not sure if Tian has explained my family situation clearly. My stepmother can be quite difficult, so there may be some trouble when you come to collect the house. Aunt Zhang waved her hand, smiling broadly. Don't worry. You're the homeowner, and I'm the buyer. I bought this house, and with all the paperwork in order, even if she causes a fuss at the police station, I'm in the right. Even if her son is a little thug, my family has someone who can hold their own. Coming out of the housing authority, Zhang Meiying was all smiles. Finally relieved as the big issue of the house was settled, making her son's marriages much easier. Her gaze towards Shen Ning softened a bit as she took out a cloth bag. Count it. The money and tickets are all here. I heard you're going to the countryside in Heilongjiang where it's really cold, so I specially exchanged a lot of cotton tickets with my neighbors. Let me know if you need anything. Shen Ning held the thick stack of universal grain tickets, then counted 2 thick stacks of big unification tickets in front of the 2 women, putting them into her military green bag, which in reality was going into her space. Ensuring safety. Her mind raced with calculations. A total of 600 yuan from various sources, selling work for 1, 200, selling the house for 2, 700, totaling 11, 500. Last night, she squeezed out 85 yuan from Wang Aihua. After deducting her expenses for these 2 days, she probably still had around 11, 300 left. Shen Ning's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling like she had become a true member of the 10,000 yuan club. With plenty of grain and oil money, she could live a prosperous life wherever she went. Having experienced a life of hardship in her past life, she never wanted to go through that again. However, to Tian and the others, her appearance seemed like she was just happy to escape her stepmother. Aunt Zhang looked at the frail girl before her and thought of her own wild sons, sighing. In this day and age, owning a house was fundamental for survival. She considered how Shen Ning, a young girl, selling her house meant she had completely severed ties with her stepmother, leaving her without family support. If she were to marry in the future, she might be looked down upon. Feeling a sense of pity, she advised, you must keep your finances hidden. The environment for going to the countryside has improved compared to before, but you, a young girl alone out there, still need to be careful. Once you get to the countryside, don't try to stand out too much. If you can't do farm work, just take it easy. You have money, so you don't need to worry about work points. Don't wear yourself out. If you need anything later, just call me, and I'll help you send it. In this era, everyone took pride in hard work and considered cheating and laziness shameful. Even if they had thoughts, they wouldn't dare speak them out loud. If someone overheard, they could easily be branded as having problematic thoughts, and who knows, they might end up sent away for re-education or to a labor farm for reform. Shen Ning felt a warmth in her heart, having witnessed the ugliness of human nature in her past life, and suddenly found it a bit difficult to adapt. Thank you, Auntie, I understand. Tian, with tears in her eyes, looked at the fragile Shen Ning and felt worried for her. Yes, Ning. If you ever have a chance to return to the city, you must seize it. Don't let anyone trick you, even those who go to the countryside with you. You should be on guard. In this day and age, opportunities to return to the city were limited. Some young people sent to the countryside would do anything to grab a chance to return, even betraying their closest friends or partners. My neighbor's sister was replaced by her fiancé for a chance to return to the city and ended up marrying a country bumpkin. Shen Ning was taken aback, recalling her experiences from her past life. With her dark eyes narrowing, she chuckled lightly. You're right. I will be cautious of them. Chapter 11. Enjoying life after selling the house. Shen Ning made a big round outside, visiting several supply and marketing cooperatives, and finally filled her small yard in the space to the brim. She bought everything from large items like a bathing tub and a washstand to small items like toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, socks, cotton and linen gloves, matches and lighters, enamel cups, lunchboxes, rubber shoes, and liberation shoes. She spared no detail and collected everything that could be bought. Even production tools like bamboo baskets, shoulder poles, backpacks, shovels, pickaxes, small shovels, and various vegetable and fruit seeds were not overlooked. The small yard in the space was still uncertain about whether it could be used for planting, but it was never a bad idea to prepare these things in advance. The village where she was sent to work was too far from the town, and most villagers were barely making ends meet. So even if they had tickets and money, they might not be able to buy anything. It was better to buy everything in one go, just in case. The bad experiences of being hungry and cold in her previous life made Shen Ning particularly attentive to stockpiling food, but the country was still implementing unified purchasing and sales, which naturally imposed many restrictions on buying food. Shen Ning felt a bit regretful, but fortunately, there was no limit on purchasing pastry-type foods as long as she had tickets and money. She sorted through the tickets in her hand and picked out the pastry and candy tickets that could only circulate locally, using them all up. In this era of scarcity, Shen Ning boldly bought all the snacks available at the counter: egg cakes, osmanthus cakes, mung bean cakes, crispy sesame candies, walnut crisps, iron box biscuits, and sweet soups, dried plums, malt extract, and various candies. This drew everyone's attention, but Shen Ning brushed it off by saying she was preparing for a wedding banquet at home. Passing by a clothing store, Shen Ning went in and bought several sets of ready-made clothes, cotton jackets, face towels, large cotton hats, thick scarves, warm gloves, underwear, autumn shirts and pants, and socks, ensuring she was well-equipped inside and out. Seeing the blouse on a mannequin in the corner, she was immediately captivated, her thoughts drifting, unable to remember the last time she wore a dress. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, her 18-year-old youthful appearance was as beautiful as a flower. The timid look of living under her stepmother had faded, revealing a bright and dazzling glow like a pearl that had been dusted off. Shen Ning pointed at the blouse on the mannequin, and the salesperson's eyes lit up as she immediately pulled out all the samples in the store. Shen Ning had a graceful figure and looked good, so naturally, everything looked good on her. In the end, she chose 5 blouses in different colors and styles, feeling satisfied as she left the clothing store with her bags. After organizing her things, she headed straight for the post office. Although she had the space, these items couldn't just materialize out of thin air, so there had to be a reasonable way to obtain them. Calculating the time, it would take at least a week for these items to reach Heilongjiang province. After such a long round, Shen Ning was already starving, so she entered a state-run restaurant to have a hearty meal. Before leaving, she bought 50 large meat buns and 100 big white steam buns. It was still that same haughty waitress from before, but this time she said nothing, quickly taking the money and heading to the kitchen to prepare the order. Finally, Shen Ning left the state-run restaurant with 2 large bamboo baskets, not caring about the discussions and envy of those behind her. After all, she wouldn't be coming back to this state-run restaurant, and raising suspicion would not be good. Thinking of the fragrant pork belly from the state-run restaurant, Shen Ning instinctively licked her lips. After some thought, she decided to try her luck at the meat processing plant in the west of the city. As she approached the meat plant, she saw an older woman pulling a basket, arguing with a passerby. The white cloth covering her back shook, revealing fresh meat stained with blood. Shen Ning's eyes lit up, and she unconsciously slowed her steps. When the two saw Shen Ning, their tugging motion paused, and they reluctantly pushed each other into a nearby alley. Shen Ning quietly followed them, hiding around the corner to listen to their argument. "Oldie, you're too much. If it weren't for you saying your son wanted fresh pork for his wedding, I wouldn't have kept so much for you. Now you say you don't want it. What should I do? Are you trying to kill me? What can I do? That wedding is off. What is the point of having a banquet? I told you, I can only give you 2 yuan as compensation. You'd better hurry and find another buyer instead of wasting time with me. You heartless person. You know the risk I took to get this meat, and you want me to go find buyers in such a big way. If someone finds out, my whole family will suffer. If it weren't for my old partner being sick in the hospital, I wouldn't have. I said I don't want it. 2 yuan is my limit for compensation. Take it or leave it. The man in the checked shirt angrily threw down a few corner tickets. Don't think I don't know where this meat came from. If this blows up, it won't be good for you. The old woman wiped her tears and cursed fiercely. If I can't get a good deal, do you think you can escape? At worst, we'll both suffer. The old man's figure paused. Then he angrily walked out of the alley. Shen Ning quickly slipped into the space. After confirming that the man was far away, she entered the alley. The old woman heard the footsteps and hurriedly picked up the scattered corner tickets on the ground. Just then, a 2-cent ticket fell at Shen Ning's feet. Shen Ning picked it up and handed it over, smiling innocently. Grandma, I accidentally overheard your conversation. Whatever meat you have on your back, I'll take it all. The old woman was shocked and stepped back 2 steps, looking at Shen Ning warily. What are you talking about? What meat? There's nothing, little child. Don't block the way. Saying this, she struggled to carry the basket and try to walk around Shen Ning to leave. Although it was hot that day, meat couldn't be left out for long. If that uncle turned the tables on her and brought people from the plant to search the old woman's house, the unsold meat would become solid evidence. Shen Ning leaned against the wall, still looking obedient, but the words she spoke were startling. The old woman hesitated for a long time. All right, I don't want the tickets. Pork and pork hocks are 1 yuan 50 per pound, ribs are 1 yuan per pound, and pig trotters are 80 cents. If you want more, I still have a few bones. I'll give them to you. Shen Ning was stunned, her eyes shining, unconsciously drooling. Okay, I'll take as much meat as you have. The old woman was first delighted, then stunned, and finally sighed. Little girl, you can't take it all. It was that scoundrel who said he wanted half a pig, so I kept some for him. There are more than 200 pounds in total. Shen Ning swallowed, looking at her basket, which probably only had 70 or 80 pounds. She took out 5 large Unity notes from her small bag and pushed them forward. This is a deposit. I'll take it all. The old woman was overjoyed, her tone becoming sharp. All of it? You're not lying to me, are you? Good. Then hurry and follow me. The old woman was likely a family member of a meat plant worker. Shen Ning followed her as they weaved through, reaching the most remote courtyard. They entered the main courtyard and went further in, where the old woman hid the meat in a cellar. Shen Ning frowned. This was not a good place for storing fresh meat. Perhaps seeing Shen Ning's dissatisfaction, the old woman hurriedly explained, Little girl, don't worry. This meat is fresh. My son works at the meat plant, and we raise this pig secretly. So there's absolutely no problem. He just took half a pig out this morning. Oh, I kept it for that scoundrel who said he wanted half a pig. Shen Ning checked and confirmed that the pork was freshly slaughtered and still warm. She happily waited. The total was 243 pounds. The old woman calculated and gave Shen Ning another 7 or 8 bones. Shen Ning generously paid the old woman 230 yuan, and as she was leaving, she noticed the cured meats and sausages hanging in the kitchen. Looking at the old woman with a hint in her eyes. Want to sell? Chapter 12 Continuous strikes. The old lady clapped her thigh, beaming with joy. Sell. Do you want them all? Shen Ning was unreserved. In this lifetime, she only wanted to eat well and enjoy life, never skimping on food. I'll take as much as you have. She spent another 45 yuan to buy all the cured meats from the old lady's home. The old lady kindly gifted her 2 huge baskets. Looking at the 2 baskets full of meat, Shen Ning asked with some concern, Where do you live? I can help you take it back. Just then, a commotion outside erupted as old Li and several people wearing red armbands and linen shirts barged into the small courtyard. This is where old money lives. I report her for taking piglets from the pig farm, using her position, raising them, and then selling them privately. Not only is she engaging in speculation, but she also wants to forcefully buy and sell. Old money turned pale with fright, her lips trembling for a long time. Tears streaming down her face as she looked at Shen Ning in horror. Oh no, you really hit the nail on the head, little girl. Shen Ning glanced at the 2 large baskets of pork on the ground, struggled to lift them, and threw them out the window before jumping out herself. Auntie, you go and block them. Remember to hide the money close to you. The old lady quickly tucked the money into her inner pocket, sighing, You can't get far on your own. You'll be caught sooner or later. Taking advantage of the old lady's moment of distraction, Shen Ning had already hidden the meat in her space and quickly ran away. By the time Old Money looked up after hiding the money, Shen Ning had vanished without a trace, her eyes wide with shock. When Shen Ning made a big circle and came out of the workers' compound of the meat processing plant, she saw those red armbands cursing as they dragged the man in the checkered shirt, scolding him without mercy. Shen Ning exchanged glances with them and left openly. The next day, after tidying everything up, Shen Ning looked at the modest little courtyard, inspected it carefully once more, and took away all the firewood, rice, oil, and food supplies that Wang Aihua had recently added to the kitchen. She felt no lingering attachment. Wang Baozhu was likely afraid of her and had stayed at a friend's house last night, not returning. Meanwhile, Wang Aihua received urgent notification from the police station early in the morning and rushed there. She thought that once she went to the countryside, the Li family would come to collect the house, and the educated youth office would also come to notify Wang Baozhu of the specific time to go to the countryside. Unfortunately, she would not be able to witness such excitement. Shen Ning smiled slightly, feeling a bit regretful, but she still had to professionally complete this last performance before leaving. She didn't mind adding some more trouble for Wang Aihua. "Oh dear, Ning girl, what are you doing out so early? Today is the day for educated youth to go to the countryside. I have to hurry to the train station to gather. Aunt Wang, Aunt Li, I don't know when I'll be back after I leave, so you must take care." After saying that, Shen Ning turned and left, a crystal-clear tear glistening at the corner of her eye, her body swaying as if about to fall, her back appearing frail, lonely, and stubbornly sorrowful, truly pitiful. Once she had walked far away, the neighbors finally reacted, realizing that Shen Ning was indeed going to the countryside today. She left with just a small bag? Not even a suitcase. Instantly, there were murmurs and criticisms everywhere. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Aihua really is ruthless. Even if she doesn't like Shen Ning, she should at least get her some clothes and blankets. Exactly, I have relatives in the educated youth office, and I heard that Wang Aihua personally took Shen Ning's household registration to sign her up, even choosing the farthest northern province, just to torture her to death. Originally, it was supposed to be Wang Baozhu going. Oh dear, how pitiful. A child without a mother is just like a weed. Exactly, TSK, TSK, so pitiful. Wang Baozhu heard every word of the neighbors' discussions clearly, but she didn't dare to show her face. She initially wanted to return and mock Shen Ning, but now she wished she could shrink away and not be discovered by this group of gossipy women. She turned and ran away. Just as she was fleeing, she saw two officials inquiring everywhere. "Excuse me, where does comrade Wang Baozhu live?" Not long after Shen Ning had left the workers' compound, she ran into Wang Aihua, who looked pale, her eyes swollen like walnuts, her steps unsteady and weak. Sister Li, who was supporting her, wore a face of disgust, but managed to squeeze out a smile upon seeing Shen Ning. "Ning girl, where are you going?" Wang Aihua's eyes suddenly flared with intense hatred. It's you, you little wretch. It's all your fault. You cursed my son." Shen Ning smiled, feigning innocence. "And Wang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm in a hurry to go to the train station to report. Today is my day to go to the countryside. What's wrong with my stepmother? Did something happen to Baoman?" At this moment, Wang Aihua was on the verge of madness. Her entire life had been focused on her son and daughter. But in the end, her son was to be sent to the Western Forest Farm for re-education for 3 years. Damn it! How can anyone survive in that wretched place? She glared at Shen Ning with venomous eyes, extending her hand to strike. "Shen Ning, it must be you, you little hussy, who harmed my son." Sister Li would not tolerate this, and at that moment, she loosened her grip and pushed Wang Aihua, who fell heavily to the ground. "Wang Aihua, enough. You still want to hit someone in front of me?" Baoman made his own mistakes. How can you blame Shen Ning? You've already caused that poor girl to go to the countryside to join the production team, and you still haven't had enough? Baoman has already brought shame to our workers' compound with his sneaky actions. It's a stroke of luck that he hasn't been dragged out to eat peanuts. Instead of thanking the party and the people for giving him a chance to correct his mistakes, you're venting your anger on others. I think you have a problem with your mindset and need to be properly educated. Upon hearing the words properly educated, Wang Aihua instantly shrank back. She still had a daughter to take care of. She couldn't collapse. She absolutely couldn't collapse. As for Baoman, she had no way to help. but there was definitely someone who could bring him back. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Stimulated by this, Wang Aihua's mind became clearer, and she restrained herself somewhat, but the resentful look in her eyes was like a venomous snake glowing with a cold light. However, Shen Ning's next words shocked her greatly. Twisting her face in horror, "Aunt Wang, your mindset really needs to be improved. You should learn from Wang Baozhu. Look at her voluntarily signing up to go to the countryside to contribute to the beautiful construction of the motherland. It's truly admirable." "You, what did you say?" Wang Aihua's hands trembled as if she had Parkinson's, her teeth chattering, her body feeling cold. Shen Ning tilted her head slightly, looking confused. "Aunt Wang, didn't you say every day that going to the countryside is good, that being an educated youth is glorious? You've always encouraged me to go to the countryside. Now that the good news has come, why do you look so unhappy?" "Oh, my sister's day to go to the countryside has already been set. Just a week from now. I estimate you will soon receive a notice from the Educated Youth Office. Make sure to gather at the train station on time. Otherwise, you'll be considered a deserter and sent to the farm for re-education." "Ah, I'm in a hurry, so I want to say goodbye to my sister. After all, we will meet again in a week." With a loud bang, Wang Aihua felt the last tight string in her heart snap. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. Chapter 13, The Gathering of Educated Youths. Educated youths heading to Haisheng, gather here. Educated youths heading to Haisheng, gather here. At the train station, bustling with people, a handsome young man named Fang Heng, with 2 large leather suitcases at his feet, was loudly calling out, attracting glances from those around him. Fang Heng came from a cadre family and had previously been schoolmates with Shen Ning and Sun Miao, being a prominent figure in school. He was good-looking and academically accomplished, enjoying a great reputation among this group. He was also the team leader of this group of educated youths, temporarily responsible for managing the team and coordinating with the organization. Many passing young girls turned their heads frequently, sizing him up and blushing when their gazes met his smiling eyes. Sun Miao, with her 2 braided pigtails and slightly tan complexion, stood protectively close to Fang Heng, feeling disdain and anger in her heart. Were these women blind? Didn't they see her? How dare they throw flirtatious glances at Fang Heng? Around them, 4 or 5 people gradually gathered. Sun Miao pretended to take out a tattered notebook. "I'm going to start taking attendance." A freckled young man, namely Jiqiang, couldn't help but laugh. "Counting you and the class leader, there are only 6 of us. Besides Shen Ning, who hasn't arrived yet. Aren't we all here? What is the point of taking attendance?" His words were quite blunt, causing Sun Miao to feel a bit embarrassed, but she couldn't directly lash out. Just then, she spotted Shen Ning carrying a large suitcase, and her tone instantly escalated. "Shen Ning, do you have any sense of time? Making so many of us wait for you?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw a slender figure stop a few steps away, her delicate fair skin glowing without any makeup, resembling a beauty straight out of a magazine. Her fluffy braids shimmered slightly in the sunlight, and although she had the same hairstyle as the other girls, she looked uniquely beautiful. Her dark pupils sparkled like stars in the night, and as she tilted her head slightly, a gentle smile appeared. "I thought we were meeting at 10 o'clock. It's only 9:58. I'm very punctual." "Ha! Using a feather as a command, you really lost your authority." Li Jiqiang sneered without restraint. After being publicly embarrassed, Sun Miao's face turned pale, and tears of humiliation and anger welled up in her eyes. She cursed Shen Ning in her heart 100 times. The normally quiet Shen Ning, who wouldn't argue over anything, was now defending herself. But what made her more anxious was Fang Heng's attitude. "You're not late. We arrived early. Besides, the train doesn't leave until 10:30. We need to wait for the train too. Are you tired from the journey? Is your suitcase heavy? Do you need help?" Fang Heng said as he reached out to assist. Shen Ning smiled lightly and stepped back. "Thank you, but no need. It's just bedding and cotton clothes. It's very light." The others were also taken aback. They had thought that Sun Miao and another girl, Jiang Yuan, were quite pretty, but in front of Shen Ning, they became background figures. Sun Miao bit her lip, and the damn jealousy and inferiority swept over her again. Wherever Shen Ning was, she would always be the one ignored. Taking a deep breath, She quickly adjusted her mood and stepped forward to try to link arms with Shen Ning, only to be dodged. Her expression stiffened, forcing a smile. I'm just worried about you. Aren't we best friends? Shen Ning looked at her with a half-smile, hiding the resentment in her eyes. Best friends? Sun Miao felt a chill, unconsciously stepping back. How had she come to see the seemingly weak Shen Ning as somewhat frightening? At that moment, a voice called from behind. Ning Ning, Ning Ning. Everyone turned to see Shen Ning, who had been aloof, casually placing her suitcase down, her brows arching in joy as she ran toward the fellow female comrade. Sister Tian Tian, what brings you here? Don't flatter yourself by calling her your best friend. Sun Miao felt awkward and didn't want to turn around, knowing it was that damn freckled guy. Li Jiqiang, mocking her again. She really didn't know what she had done to offend him, making him so relentless. Initially wanting to establish a good reputation among these educated youths, she had been continually embarrassed, and now she felt like crying. Turning to Fang Heng, she complained. What is up with Shen Ning? She used to be so clingy to me in school. Why is she ignoring me now? Fang Heng subtly distanced himself from her. Not really. She has always been quiet and distant with everyone. Sun Miao felt her fist clench, her face feeling like it had been publicly stripped and thrown on the ground to be trampled on. So stifled she couldn't speak. At that moment, Shen Ning was wiping the sweat off Tian Tian's forehead. Sister Tian Tian, thank you for coming to see me off. Why are you running so fast? Here, I made you braised pork. My mom wanted to come see you off too, but some leaders suddenly came to check on work, so she couldn't get away. I took 2 hours off just to sneak out. Once you get there, remember to write to me. I'll send you things every month, so don't overwork yourself. Don't go out alone, don't try to show off. Do what you can in the fields, and don't force yourself. Your health is the most important. All that advanced reputation is just empty talk. Tian Tian chatted away, while stuffing a lunchbox in Shen Ning's hands. Also handing her a bag of boiled eggs, her eyes filled with deep concern. Don't be stingy with the food. Write to me if you need anything. Shen Ning held the lunchbox, feeling a strong warmth in her heart, as if she were a wandering soul in the world. Even under the sunlight, her heart felt hollow and cold, filled with hatred. Yet, Tian Tian's straightforward concern was like a ray of light warming her. Her heart, which had been tightly shut like a clam, felt a crack open. Okay, I understand. Don't worry about me. You and Auntie, we need to take care of yourselves too. You just started working. It wouldn't be good if someone catches you off guard. You should head back. Shen Ning's eyes grew slightly red as she pulled out a large bill from her small bag, firmly stuffing it into Tian Tian's pocket. Take this. I'm not short on money right now, and I'll need you to send me things later. If you don't take it, I want to accept what you send. Hey fine, I get it. Tian Tian finally took the money, reluctantly bidding farewell before quickly disappearing into the crowd. Shen Ning stuffed the lunchbox and eggs into her small bag and returned to the gathering point, where Sun Miao was distributing train tickets. Haixing was not close to Sioux City. The train ride took 2 days and 1 night. To unify the departure time, the Educated Youth Office had prepared the introduction letters in advance and bought tickets together. Seeing Shen Ning approaching, Sun Miao greeted her and handed over a ticket, whispering, Shen Ning, your carriage isn't with ours. You need to go to carriage 11. Shen Ning glanced at her hard seat, noticing the fleeting smugness in Sun Miao's eyes, and directly asked Fang Heng loudly, Are we all on seat tickets? Perhaps not expecting Shen Ning to confront her. Sun Miao's face flashed a hint of panic. Fang Heng was taken aback, frowning. Seat tickets? Let me see. Chapter 14. The ticket trouble, seeing a group of 6 people. Only Shen Ning had a seat ticket, while the others had hard sleeper tickets. Fang Heng's expression grew even darker as he looked at Sun Miao with a scrutinizing gaze. What's going on? Why does Shen Ning have a seat ticket? It's a 2-day journey, and you're letting her sit? At this time, the hard seat train is packed with people. It not only carries passengers, but also goods. And it's often common for people to bring live poultry and livestock. The entire carriage is crowded, with barely any room to stand, let alone sit. It's dirty and smelly, the security is poor, and pickpockets often lurk around. Enduring 2 whole days and nights, not to mention Shen Ning, a weak woman. Even a strong adult man would struggle to withstand such an environment for 2 days. Sun Miao's eyes were red, feeling aggrieved as she said, "But there are no tickets left, what can I do?" "Then why didn't you say so earlier? You were entrusted with such an important matter. And this is how you handle it? 2 days and nights in a hard seat. Can a woman like her endure that?" "The tickets were purchased in advance. And you didn't mention it for so many days. You could have asked about it at the train station and bought her a ticket." Fang Heng's tone was very stern, almost pointing a finger at her to scold her for her negligence. The onlookers dared not speak up after all. No one wanted to swap tickets with Shen Ning. Of course, Sun Miao didn't dare to say she did it on purpose. Ever since Shen Ning's father passed away, she had been increasingly silent under the torment of her stepmother. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to speak up at all, even if she felt resentment inside. She would just pacify herself and compromise. In her previous life, this was indeed the case. Sun Miao pulled herself aside, explaining how hard it was for her, how difficult it was to buy train tickets, and how many things there were to deal with in the team. She had overlooked it for a moment and could only make Shen Ning suffer. Once on the train, she would take turns resting with her. Shen Ning understood her difficulties and naturally did not make a fuss about it. She went to the hard seat carriage alone, but even until getting off the train, there was no sign of Sun Miao. After enduring for 2 days, her waist felt like it was breaking, and she also encountered gropers. Feeling scared, angry, and aggrieved. But at that time, she was short on money and couldn't afford to buy herself a sleeper ticket. Sun Miao didn't expect that today's Shen Ning would be so sharp-tongued. Even before boarding the train, she had already caused a scene, making herself the target of Fang Heng's blame, and she immediately burst into tears, looking pitiful and seeking sympathy. "Shen Ning, don't be angry. I didn't expect the train tickets to be so scarce. I came early today, wanted to buy you a hard sleeper ticket, but there were none available. How about this? I'll swap with you." Hearing this, Shen Ning smiled. "Okay, it was indeed your mistake in handling this. Don't worry. I won't hold it against you, but next time you should be more thorough in your work." Sun Miao was taken aback. "Huh?" Shen Ning had already reached out to grab the ticket in her hand. Sun Miao seemed to have just realized it, quickly retracting her hand, her tone sharp and piercing. No way. After all, she had specifically bought the lower berth for herself and Fang Heng. Their beds were only separated by a small aisle. Shen Ning looked at her with a half-smile. "No way. But you just said you would swap with me? Were you just joking? You're so hypocritical?" The onlooking youth also burst into laughter. Sun Miao felt humiliated under such gazes, her face alternating between red and pale. And the ticket in her hand was crumpled from her grip. Fang Heng's expression was even worse. He shot Sun Miao a glare and, seeing the train's departure time was approaching, said, "There are no hard sleepers, but there must be soft sleepers. Shen Ning, give me your introduction letter, and I'll go buy you a ticket." "No," Sun Miao protested. "Everyone else is in hard sleepers. Why should she sleep in a soft sleeper? You're using public funds. You can't waste it like that." Fang Heng was almost laughing in anger. "I'll pay for her out of my own pocket. Is that okay?" That is not what I meant. I was thinking of Ning Ning. Right, and soft sleeper tickets are so expensive. How could she accept such an expensive ticket? It would be bad for her reputation." Sun Miao stammered, feeling like she was going crazy. Why had things turned out this way? This was completely different from what she had expected. Shen Ning frowned at the two of them, feeling even more annoyed. Just as she wanted to distance herself from them, she thought it was unnecessary to trouble them. "You and I are not related. I can let you spend money on me." At that moment, the train had already arrived at the station, and the conductor shouted, "Get off first, then board. Don't push, don't push. Don't waste time. The train stop is very short." Everyone immediately ignored Shen Ning, grabbing their bags and pushing forward. But their gazes towards her were filled with sympathy. Sun Miao seized the opportunity to pull Fang Heng. "Let us go quickly. If we miss the train, it will be troublesome." As for Shen Ning, Fang Heng impatiently shook off Sun Miao's hand and turned to Shen Ning, instructing, "Get on the train first. We'll discuss the seating later." Sun Miao finally let out a breath, her hidden smugness almost impossible to conceal. She didn't believe Shen Ning had the money to buy a soft sleeper ticket. She was just putting on a brave front. Shen Ning leisurely boarded the train at the back of the crowd. The conductor glanced at Shen Ning's ticket, frowned, and refused. "Comrade, this is the hard seat carriage. You're not supposed to be here." Shen Ning showed a smile. "Comrade, I'm going to province, but I didn't buy a hard sleeper ticket. Could you please help me get a sleeper ticket? The conductor frowned. You're going to province? That ticket isn't cheap. Shen Ning nodded. She was short on money now. In this life, she would never subject herself to the suffering of a hard seat carriage again. Immediately, she took out a bundle of cash from her small bag. All right, then please help me out. I'll buy the ticket now. Finally getting on the train, Shen Ning found her berth just as the train whistle blew and it started to move forward suddenly. She stumbled, and a pair of broad hands steadied her waist. Be careful. The voice was cold but oddly familiar. Shen Ning was startled, thinking she couldn't be so unlucky, and hesitantly turned her head to look. Indeed, it was Gu Changgang, whom she had met twice before. At this moment, he was wearing leather shoes, and his neat military uniform had 4 pockets and a shoulder strap with 1 bar and 3 stars. He was very tall, and they were standing quite close. So Shen Ning had to look up to see his face clearly. He had a fierce appearance, if it weren't for his military uniform. One might mistake him for a bandit from some mountain. Shen Ning forced a stiff smile, not expecting Gu Changgang to be so young, yet already a company commander. What a coincidence. Gu Changgang glanced at her, then looked down at her luggage, showing no intention of talking to her. He coldly acknowledged her and walked past her towards the front. However, the 4 soldiers behind him exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, discreetly eyeing Shen Ning several times, shyly smiling at her as they hurried to catch up with him. Shen Ning let out a sigh of relief, quickly placing her suitcase under the bed and sitting down to rest. She always felt inexplicably guilty in front of Gu Changgang. Fortunately, he didn't seem to want to engage with her. Shen Ning took a breath, pulled out her water bottle, and took a sip of the spring water from her space. The fatigue from walking all morning dissipated significantly. The spring water not only relieved fatigue, but also enhanced her physical strength. Shen Ning looked at her little arms, clenched her fist, and felt that her strength seemed to have increased significantly. If she were to hit Wang Baozhu with a stick right now, it would surely knock her silly. Shen Ning felt a surge of excitement and really wanted to find an opportunity to test it. At the other end of the carriage, Gu Changgang frowned at the small suitcase Shen Ning had mentioned. He thought, He province is not like Sioux City. It's already starting to get cold. Then he thought whether she brought enough winter clothes, and bedding had nothing to do with him. Gu Changgang's expression grew colder, and the few soldiers following him felt confused. They thought their commander looked even more intimidating now, and even their breathing became lighter. Chapter 15. Another burglary. Fang Hung struggled to navigate through the overcrowded seated carriage, having searched for a long time without seeing Shen Ning. Instead, he was nearly nauseated by the complex smells in the carriage and had to step back out. Returning to his own carriage, he saw Sun Miao holding his enamel cup. Already in a bad mood, Fang Heng's expression darkened even more. "What are you doing? Who told you to touch my things?" Sun Miao was taken aback, her face paling. I just wanted to help you get some hot water." Fang Heng's face grew even worse. "No need. If you have time, go look for Shen Ning. We are all comrades in the revolution. How can you leave her behind?" "I said it wasn't intentional. I really ran out of tickets. Besides, it's her bad luck. How could there be no hard sleeper when it was her turn?" Frustrated by the day's misfortunes, Sun Miao couldn't hold back her temper any longer. She plopped down on her bed, rolled up her quilt, covered her head, and said muffled, "If you want to go, go yourself. If you want to change yourself." "I'm not going. I'm not changing." Fang Hung slammed his enamel cup down on the small table, his gaze sweeping over the fellow youths traveling with them. Everyone instinctively avoided his eyes, pretending to be deaf and mute. They weren't fools. Why would they give up their comfortable beds to squeeze into the hard seat carriage? If there was blame, it could only be directed at Shen Ning's bad luck and Sun Miao's incompetence, not them. Fang Hung sighed, thinking of taking a break and looking for her later. It wasn't right to leave a frail female comrade to suffer in such poor conditions for 2 days. But in fact, Shen Ning was comfortably propped up against her pillow, resting with her eyes closed, her consciousness already having entered her space. Ever since discovering that she could organize items in her space with her mind, Shen Ning was eager to try it out like she had discovered a new world. At this moment, the space was neatly organized, and Shen Ning was pacing around her small courtyard, measuring with her steps. She had already planned where to cultivate the wasteland. The temperature in this space was suitable, and although the courtyard was small, it was perfect for growing fruits and vegetables. This space couldn't accommodate living creatures, so she couldn't raise any chicks or ducks, but Shen Ning didn't feel regretful. After all, having the chance to relive a life and possess such a treasure of space was already a huge stroke of luck. After plowing just a small patch of land, she felt dizzy and weak in her limbs, so Shen Ning hurriedly exited the space. Opening her eyes, she saw Gu Changjin standing at the foot of her bed, half extending his hand, frowning as he looked at her. Seeing Shen Ning open her eyes, Gu Changjin withdrew his hand and said coldly, "You look unwell. Are you sick?" Shen Ning was startled, wiping the virtual sweat from her forehead. Gu looked too fierce, his gaze sharp as if he could see through everything, making her feel guilty as if she had been caught. With a flustered expression, she waved her hand hurriedly. "No, I'm fine. I just haven't slept well these past 2 days. A little rest will help." Gu Changjin didn't respond, only nodded slightly. Two heads peeked from the adjacent carriage, their eyes intensely fixed on Shen Ning's small face, glancing back and forth between the two as if they had the word gossip written all over their faces. Gu Changjin shot a cold glance at them, and the two heads quickly ducked back, colliding with each other in their haste and letting out a yelp. "I think my jaw is dislocated. Old Nyo, are you blind?" Shen Ning couldn't help but let out a light laugh, which made Gu Changjin's expression grow even colder. He put down the ceramic cup in his hand and said in a hard voice, "Drink some hot water." Shen Ning looked at the steaming enamel cup and quickly refused, remembering that the food container he had given her for porridge was still with her. Although he looked fierce, he was quite kind-hearted, truly worthy of being a member of the People's Liberation Army. She raised her water bottle. "No need, I have my own water bottle." Gu Changjin nodded, took the water bottle, and, while Shen Ning was still in a daze, he had already poured a pot of hot water and placed it on the small table without giving her a single extra glance. Shen Ning felt a bit bewildered, but soon relaxed. Soldiers being a bit cold was normal. Helping her get water could be considered serving the people, which was quite normal. At this moment, the train had already stopped at the station. Watching the hurried travelers coming and going at the station, Shen Ning rested her chin on her hand, feeling a rare sense of calmness. But at the same time, the cotton-spinning workers' dormitory was in chaos, with cries echoing everywhere. The police officer frowned. After 2 days, they had received another report. The security in this area had always been good. There were occasional petty thefts, but it was the first time they had seen the same household report 2 burglaries in just 3 days. Wang Baozhu's eyes were already red, and the swelling on her face hadn't completely subsided, making her round face appear even rounder, looking somewhat comical. Wang Aihua's face was pale, feeling as if she couldn't catch her breath and was about to faint. Their home had been thoroughly robbed last time, but she still had to live and eat, so she could only advance her wages to buy 2 new quilts, add some kitchen utensils, buy some rice, oil, salt, and over 20 pounds of mixed grain flour, a dozen eggs, and a few new bowls. But this morning, after being called to the police station, she returned to find everything in her house gone. Everything. Her son, Wang Baomin, was sentenced to 3 years for speculation and was sent to the most difficult and laborious western forest farm. She hadn't recovered from this enormous blow, and her tears were nearly dried up. Thinking of her daughter at home, she managed to hold on. But upon learning that even her beloved little girl couldn't be kept safe and would have to suffer in that remote countryside, the mother and daughter could no longer hold back, clutching the rural notification given by the youth office and crying together, realizing that all these recent misfortunes were brought by Shen Ning. Seeing her usually meek demeanor, they never expected her to harbor such ill intentions. At this moment, Wang Aihua was truly furious, feeling like she might vomit blood, regretting not having killed Shen Ning, this disaster, earlier, allowing her to escape. Overcome with rage, she collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for Wang Baozhu's timely discovery and cushioning her fall, she would have likely suffered a serious injury. The police also took the matter seriously, checking the small courtyard inside and out again, feeling somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, this family didn't have much worth stealing. The stolen items were scattered and only worth 30 to 40 yuan. What thief would take such a big risk for so little? Moreover, the iron pot in the kitchen, The 2 quilts and the scattered kitchen goods were all heavy and cumbersome, making them difficult to carry, appearing as if someone was deliberately opposing this household. Wang Baozhu cried with snot and tears, grabbing the police officer's hand. It must be Shen Ning. There's no one else. I stayed overnight at a classmate's house last night and didn't come back at all. It must be her. She can't stand to see me do well. She wants to go to the countryside and take me along, and now she's taken all the things from my house. A neighbor watching the commotion scoffed. Clearly, you two are in the wrong. It was supposed to be Wang Baozhu going to the countryside. Besides, Shen Ning said goodbye to us when she left, carrying nothing but a small shoulder bag, clean as a whistle. You should have some decency, bullying a little girl like that. Are you not afraid that Shen Ning's father will come looking for you at night to settle the score? Chapter 16. It's when the police officer furrowed his brows and looked at Wang Baozhu. Without evidence, this is slander. Do you know what slander is? Even if the person involved isn't here, you can't tarnish a reputation like this. I suspect this is because you offended someone outside, and they're deliberately retaliating against you. Wang Baozhu wailed. Who could we have offended? Besides Shen Ning, who else hates us more than her? It's her. Oh, you keep blaming Shen Ning. Why don't you tell me what terrible things you did to make her hate you? Wang Baozhu fell silent, unable to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Aunt Tian, Zhang Meiying, walked in with her documents. Oh, just in time, the police officer is here too. Please witness this. I'm here to reclaim the house. As soon as she finished speaking, it was like thunder on a clear day. Zhang Meiying casually walked around the house, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It's quite clean. Just right for my eldest to tidy up and buy some furniture before moving in. Wang Aihua excitedly stepped forward, wanting to snatch the property certificate from her. Aunt Tian, however, nimbly dodged and presented it to the police officer. Officer, please take a good look. I can't let her see it. What if she does something nasty and damages it? Where would I go to seek justice? The police officer carefully examined the document and nodded. The ownership of this house has indeed changed. It now belongs to Comrade Zhang Meiying. Wang Aihua's trembling voice asked, Who sold you this house? Of course, it's the original owner, Shen Ning. You're occupying the Shen family's house. Not only driving Shen Ning into the storage room, but also forcing her to send your daughter to the countryside. You never intended to let her return. You're just eyeing this house, right? Even a clay figurine has some temper. How can you bully her like this? You have 3 days to move out, or I'll report you to the police for illegally occupying someone else's property. And let me remind you, you'd better let Wang Baozhu obediently go to the countryside. Don't expect her to take Shen Ning's job. Shen Ning sold the job to my niece before she left before Zhang Meiying could finish. Wang Aihua screamed and fainted. Naturally, Shen Ning could not see the tragic situation of the Wang family mother and daughter. At this moment, she was happily eating a warm meal. Tian's cooking was quite good. The pork belly was stewed just right, soft and chewy, fatty but not greasy, with a thick and bright sauce served over fragrant rice. It was simply delicious. Shen Ning had a good appetite and finished more than half of it. Unable to eat any more, she put the lunchbox away. The train continued to sway, and there were very few people in the soft sleeper compartment. Shen Ning didn't dare to enter the space again. Instead, she took out a handful of sunflower seeds and leisurely enjoyed the night scenery outside. At that moment, a woman wrapped in a headscarf entered the compartment, holding a swaddled baby in her arms and carrying a small bag on her elbow. Behind her was a simple-looking man wearing a half-old hat that covered most of his face, also holding a swaddled baby, with one hand tucked into his sleeve. Shen Ning couldn't help but glance over. It was rare to see people willing to buy soft sleeper tickets these days, especially since this couple looked like simple rural folks. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhou, looked for a seat and plopped down onto the bed opposite Shen Ning, casually placing the child on the bed. The baby let out a weak cry, resembling a small mewing kitten. The middle-aged woman, holding the other child, was lively, neither crying nor fussing, wide-eyed and looking around. After sitting down, she unbuttoned her top, right in front of Shen Ning, to breastfeed the child. Shen Ning turned her face away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Before long, the woman's child was full, smacking its lips and falling sweetly asleep. Shen Ning waited for a long time, but didn't see the woman feed the second child, who had started to cry a little, though the sound was not loud. It was truly heart-wrenching. Feeling a bit strange, she furrowed her brows and reminded, "Comrade, that child has been crying. Is it hungry?" To her surprise, the woman shot her a glance and impatiently retorted, "How would I not know if my child is hungry? Do you need to meddle? You young girl, mind your own business." Her tone was loud, attracting curious looks from the neighboring compartment. When she saw the military green figure next door, the woman visibly stiffened and immediately lowered her voice. The middle-aged man quickly took the child, shoved it into the woman's arms, and lowered his voice but spoke sternly. "Quickly feed him. He is crying and it's annoying. Can't you see it's disturbing others' rest?" The woman shrank her neck and roughly took the swaddled baby, patting it a couple of times while cursing, "Stop crying, you little debt collector." Yet she showed no intention of feeding the child. After patting it a couple more times, seeing the baby still whimpering, she impatiently tossed it onto the bed, pulled out a bottle and a bag of rice porridge from her bag, and casually mixed it before shoving it into the baby's mouth. The drastically different attitudes and the evasive glances startled Shen Ning, especially when she noticed that the water used to mix the rice porridge was completely cold. Her suspicions grew. But seeing the two swaddled babies, she thought perhaps they were twins. In this day and age, the preference for sons over daughters was severe, and many families treated male and female infants very differently. Although she disapproved, it was ultimately someone else's family matter, and she felt it was best not to interfere. Shen Ning sighed, looking out at the night scenery, deciding it was better to rest early, out of sight, out of mind. That night was restless. The child in the next bed kept crying incessantly, while the woman paced back and forth on the train with a crying baby. The other one, however, was unnaturally quiet, not making a sound all night. Shen Ning, in a daze, even dreamt of events from her past life. Suddenly waking up, drenched in cold sweat, she noticed it was already 1 a.m. Taking advantage of the dim light in the aisle, she looked up at the man on the upper bunk opposite her. His face was unclear, but he happened to let down his left hand, revealing that he was missing half of his little finger. It really was him. A storm surged in Shen Ning's heart. In her past life, there was a time she managed to break free from Wang Baozhu's grasp to grab a kitchen knife, but unfortunately, she couldn't kill that scumbag. In a fit of rage, Wang Baozhu contacted someone named Brother Zhou, intending to sell her for 200. But by then, she had already been beaten into a cripple. Blood smeared across half her face. Brother Zhou found her unlucky, not only refusing to take her, but also taking 50 yuan from Wang Baozhu as a deposit, saying he'd help him find a good girl to bear children next time. Chapter 17, Encountering Human Traffickers. Shen Ning stood up. The aisle was narrow, and she discreetly glanced at the sleeping child. The man across from her sat up warily, turning his body to shield the swaddled baby. "Hey, miss, what are you looking at?" Shen Ning smiled lightly. "Just looking at your child. Quite well behaved. By the way, where are you all headed? It's rare to see a man like you who is willing to buy soft sleeper tickets for his wife and child." Her compliment made the middle-aged man's expression much more pleasant. His gaze drifted, subtly scanning Shen Ning as if appraising goods. "I'm taking my wife and child back to my in-laws for a visit. Did my child disturb your rest?" "Where are you headed, miss?" "No problem. I'm just going to the countryside in the Black Province as a young, educated youth." "Oh, I need to get some hot water. Let me help you with a pot." Zhou Laosan picked up the kettle from the table, ready to follow her. "How can I let you do that?" "Miss, I'll go with you." "Go where? You're not busy? Go take care of your daughter. Haven't you heard her wailing all night? Her voice is hoarse, and you don't seem to care." Zhou Laosan's wife, Luo Feng, shot a fierce glare at Shen Ning and handed over the kettle with some dissatisfaction. Shen Ning's eyes flickered. She smiled good-naturedly, took the 2 kettles, and walked to the other end of the carriage, deliberately slowing her pace as she passed where Gu Chongjian was sitting, under the dim train lights. The snores of several soldiers were thunderous. Shen Ning hesitated, wondering whether to go in and wake Gu, when she suddenly felt a cold gaze from behind her. She squatted down to retie her shoelaces, quickly stood up again, and walked toward the connection between the 2 carriages. "Dear, we should get off at the next stop. I feel uneasy. My intuition is not good." "What are you afraid of? We've made so many trips. Hasn't every one of them reached safely? Moreover, this buyer offered a high price and is in a hurry. If we get off now and change trains, we won't make the delivery." With you and our daughter as cover, we can just say these two children are our own. Who will be able to find out? That is not the same. There are so many soldiers on this train, and that young, educated youth peeking around, clearly up to no good. Doesn't that mean I'm worried about you and our daughter? I say, while the lights are dim, let's do something big. Isn't the higher-ups looking for fresh goods like this these days? If we manage to get 2 goods out of this trip, then this soft sleeper ticket would be worth it. Luo Feng shook her head. No, it's too risky. If anything goes wrong, our whole family will be in trouble. Zhou Laosan frowned and said softly, trust me, this girl is good-looking and educated. If we can get her, we can sell her for at least 1,000. Besides, didn't you smell the braised pork? Look at her luggage. Her family must be well off, and she probably has a lot of money and valuables on her. As long as we take this risk, not only can we sell her for a good price, but we can also get another haul from her family. With her money, we could settle down and open a small shop, living a stable life. The woman hesitated for a moment, greed flashing in her eyes as she looked at the child already asleep in her arms, ultimately nodding decisively. Okay, after this job, we'll stop. I don't want to live in fear anymore, unaware that danger was looming. Shen Ning never expected these two would be so bold as to plan to abduct her right under the soldiers' noses. The steam from the hot water hit her face, and recalling her past experiences, her eyes were filled with coldness. This couple of scoundrels had no idea how many heinous acts they had committed, but with just her word, would Gu Changjian believe her? Yet he was the only one she could turn to for help now. No matter what, she had to save that child. Shen Ning turned and went to the restroom on the train, holding back the foul smell as she took out paper and a pen from her bag. Quickly writing a few lines. Pretending to be nonchalant, she exited the restroom, washed her hands, and wobbled back with the hot water kettle. As she passed Gu Changjian's bunk, she swiftly tossed the crumpled note onto his bed. The soldier's vigilance made it impossible for Gu Changjian to sleep soundly. He had sensed something during Shen Ning's first pass. He slightly turned his head. A small paper ball landed next to his pillow. Frowning, he didn't quite understand what this young girl was up to. Opening it under the dim light of the aisle, his expression changed drastically. He sat up straight, kicking awake the snoring Li Daniu across from him, and immediately prepared to get off the train. Li Daniu, looking bewildered, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and gazed out at the pitch-black night. Huh? Aren't we at the station yet? Shen Ning returned to the carriage, and the woman suddenly changed her previous fierce demeanor, leaning closer. Oh, miss, thank you for your hard work. You're such a beautiful and kind girl. I've been a bit irritable with these 2 kids lately. Please bear with me. The woman subtly probed Shen Ning, who cooperated, quickly creating an image of a naive, trusting, yet well-off girl just entering society. The couple exchanged smiles. A girl like her, who was so weak and a little dim-witted, was easy prey for them. They could abduct a dozen like her in a year without ever failing. They decided to wait until they reached their original destination to get off and take this fat sheep with them. As the train slowly approached the station, the conductor came to check tickets, verifying documents without noticing anything unusual, even envying the woman for having twins. Her luck was astonishing. Gu Changjian and his group also arrived here, pausing, seemingly interested in the twins, causing the narrow aisle to become crowded. The smiles on the couple's faces stiffened, and Zhou Laosan quietly placed a hand on his lower back. Shen Ning's heart raced. If a fight broke out, it would be disastrous for her. And what about that child? With the announcer's broadcast, the train slowly pulled into the station. With a puff, the carriage door opened, and Dania shouted, "We've arrived. Hurry up, or you'll miss the regroup." Shen Ning stared in disbelief, watching Gu Changjian and the others get off the train, disappearing from her sight without looking back. Chapter 18. Be careful. Shen Ning's heart was in turmoil. What happened? Why did they leave? Did he not see the note she gave him? Or did he simply not believe her? What should she do now? If she shouted that they were human traffickers, how many people would believe her? Would she be blamed instead? Would that put her in danger? Seeing the soldiers get off the car, the Zhou couple looked even happier. They exchanged glances and immediately flanked Shen Ning, calling her sister affectionately in front of the train attendant. As the train door slammed shut with a puff, Shen Ning's heart sank, overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. She clearly knew that the people in front of her were ruthless human traffickers. Yet she had no evidence. Was she really going to watch them escape and harm more innocent children? What about Gu Changjin and the People's Liberation Army? How could such large human traffickers not be noticed right under their noses? Damn, useless bunch. The more Shen Ning thought about it, the angrier she became. And she suddenly stood up. The couple immediately stared at her nervously, wondering what she was doing. I have a stomachache, Shen Ning coldly replied and headed towards the restroom. The train aisle was narrow, and she bumped into a tall, strong man. Shen Ning frowned and tried to sidestep, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. Be careful. Startled, she looked up and saw Gu Changjin, now in plain clothes, examining her with his narrow, cold eyes. Although Gu Changjin did not completely believe her, knowing they were observing in secret finally eased Shen Ning's anxious heart, which had been hanging in suspense. As the train swayed gently, Luo Feng handed Shen Ning a large handful of sunflower seeds, leaning against the small table to block her view. Sister, I really get along with you more and more. Seeing you feels more familiar than seeing my own sister. Shen Ning calmly pushed the seeds away, joking that she wouldn't dare eat their things. Who knows if they had laced it with drugs. No, I've been a bit fiery lately. Eating too many seeds makes me break out. I'll just drink water. Luo Feng's face lit up with joy as she handed Shen Ning her water cup, saying, Then drink up. Shen Ning pretended not to notice their little actions, glancing at the small amount of white powder on the bottle's mouth. She took a few sips of water, actually pouring most of it into her space, just wetting her lips. She felt relieved. It was great that these blind fools still wanted to kidnap her. Finally, there was evidence to prove they were traffickers, and she wouldn't have to face Gu Chang's questioning. It was truly solid evidence. Seeing Shen Ning drink, Luo Feng visibly relaxed and casually chatted for a bit, asking Sister, are you tired? Shen Ning obediente yavnet. Saying she felt a bit dizzy, probably from staying up too late. Big sister, I'm going to take a nap. All right, sister. You rest well. I won't disturb you. Saying this, she gave Zhou Laosan a triumphant look. Seeing Shen Ning quickly fall asleep, Luo Feng pulled Shen Ning's luggage out from the bed, mumbling, so light? How can a country girl bring so little? Zhou Laosan appeared to know it all, his eyes full of greed, whispering, light is right. She must have brought a lot of money and plans to buy things when she gets there. We're going to make a killing this time. Pack up. We're almost at the station, and our contact will be here soon. Once we get rid of this little brat and add this new cargo, we'll make a fortune. Soon, with a whistle, the train slowly stopped at the station in Jixing. The woman tied the child to her back and helped Shen Ning up. The middle-aged man held the child in one arm and picked up Shen Ning's luggage with the other, urging her in a low voice, hurry up and get off. Even though she knew Gu Changjin and the others were waiting not far away to take down this trafficking group, Shen Ning still felt nervous and scared. Although she wanted to save the infant, she didn't want to risk her own life. Determined, she decided that if things got dangerous, she would hide in her space and start over. She valued her life more than anyone else. Gu Changjin stared at Shen Ning being helped off the train, momentarily stunned. He had just been doubtful about the contents of her note, and the train attendant had carefully checked Zhou Laosan's Group S documents without issue. But now he saw the girl with her head down, sandwiched between the two people clearly being drugged. He never expected these traffickers to be so bold as to target a rural youth at such a time. Gu Changjin felt both worried and angry. Shen Ning clearly knew they were traffickers, yet she was so unguarded, falling for their trick. In this day and age, human traffickers were rampant, usually operating in groups, with some responsible for abduction, others for selling, and some in between for communication. Since he had encountered them, he naturally could not let them go, thinking of taking down the entire criminal group in one fell swoop, without considering that this girl would become entangled in it. Despite knowing that this girl had two faces, far from being as soft and gullible as she appeared, suddenly, he noticed Shen Ning's hand, which was hanging by her side, slightly move. This girl had actually taken advantage of the two traffickers' urgency to get off the train to secretly beckon towards them. The hidden companions also widened their eyes, struggling to suppress their laughter. This little youth was truly too interesting and remarkably bold. Gu Changjin was taken aback, his cold expression darkening even further, a chilling aura causing those around him to shudder. Despite having done heavy work for a long time, Luo Feng had just come out of confinement and was still a bit weak. From getting off the train to the exit, the short distance of 200 meters had already left her gasping for breath. Not far away, a short man approached, wearing a gray, shabby jacket, with an honest expression. If placed in a crowd, he would be as inconspicuous as a drop of water in the ocean. Third brother, what's this? There's still one. Oh my God. Looking at the figure, a big girl. We're going to make a fortune. Shut up. There are too many people here. Hurry up and leave. Okay. I've already prepared the ox cart. The buyer is waiting for you. Gu Chongjin and his group seemed to merge into the mist, silent and stealthy, like agile leopards lurking in the thick fog, following the group from a distance, until the group moved away from the crowd, turning this way and that. They slipped into an inconspicuous, dilapidated warehouse. After looking around, they knocked on the door. A man with a pale face and a pipe in his mouth opened the door and welcomed them inside, taking the child from Zhou Laosan's arms. He examined the child's face carefully, then opened the swaddling to take a look. Seeing the child still in a deep sleep, he cursed unhappily. Don't let the drugs mess him up. It's ruining my reputation. Zhou Laosan flattered Brother Wang. Rest assured, this time we were very careful. The dosage was very small. There will definitely be no problem. Only then did the man called Brother Wang nod in satisfaction and instructed a young woman beside him. Hurry and take it to the buyer. Chapter 19 Bargaining. Shen Ning felt as if her entire skeletal structure was about to be shaken apart. Yet she was surprised that Gu Chongjin and the others did not act, watching her walk straight into the bandits' den. Internally, she cursed Gu Chongjin. But noticing the cold gaze fixed on her, she quickly emptied her consciousness into her space to avoid revealing herself, her body going completely limp. Zhou Laosan noticed Brother Wang's gaze fall on the ox cart, and with a flattering smile, he lifted the tattered blanket, pinching Shen Ning's chin. Brother Wang, look here. A lone, educated youth, traveling from Sioux City to He Province. Haha, I've intercepted her halfway. Rest assured, she's absolutely safe, good-looking, educated, and still a virgin. I only want this amount. Zhou Laosan gestured. This 1,500 is really not too much. Once you turn her over, her value will multiply. Greed flashed in Brother Wang's eyes as he calculated. Recently, someone had offered a high price for a highly educated girl, and this girl was just right. However, he feigned disgust. Looking at her petite frame, it was clear she wouldn't be easy to raise. He feared he might end up hurting himself. 1,000. Zhou Laosan shook his head. Brother Wang, your price is unfair. Gu Chongjin and the others did not dare to approach recklessly. They feared that startling the snake might let the human traffickers escape, and they worried that there might be other abducted women and children in the area. With only a few of them, they wouldn't be able to ensure the safety of the group. Gu Chongjin had already sent Jiang Xin to report to the local police station immediately, asking for support. At this moment, he was very worried about Shen Ning's situation. In the face of absolute power, her little schemes were truly insignificant. Remembering that girl's cat-like, misty big eyes and how cute and fair she looked, he feared for her safety if those traffickers had malicious intentions. Just then, the warehouse door opened, and the contact man hurriedly entered, carrying a swaddled baby, clearly intent on delivering the child to a trading location. Gu Chongjin quickly instructed Yu Tai to follow in the shadows, ensuring the child's safety and leaving marks for their people to hurry to support. Zhang Xuebing, stay here and don't let anyone escape. Li Daniu, come with me. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Zhou Laosan was still haggling with Brother Wang. Brother Wang said, considering it's not easy for you to make this trip with your family, I'll add 200, but you have to agree to leave the person behind. If not, take her away. Zhou Laosan looked pained and conflicted. Fine. Then it's 1,002. Brother Wang immediately ordered his underling to fetch the money. At that moment, a scream echoed from inside the warehouse. Not loud, but seemingly muffled. Zhou Laosan and his companions were unfazed, lowering their heads to count the bundles of cash in their hands. Before long, a human trafficker dragged a 6- or 7-year-old child, whose face was swollen beyond recognition, and threw him in front of the crowd. The child's back slammed hard against the ox cart. This little brat is quite something. He almost escaped through the ventilation of the cellar, Zhou Laosan sneered. Brother Wang chuckled coldly. What are we waiting for? Break his legs, gouge out his eyes, and throw him out to ask for some money. I don't keep idle people. As Shen Ning's consciousness returned, she felt the ox cart jolt violently, and hearing these words sent chills down her spine. The child was clearly terrified, crying out for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll 1T run away again. Please spare me. Before he could finish, someone covered his mouth. Brother Wang sneered. Don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. If you were a little girl, I could find you a good family to be a child bride. But unfortunately, you're a boy of this age, already aware of things. Just a wolf that can't be raised. No one wants you. Shen Ning bit her palm to stifle her voice, listening to the child's desperate whimpers. Filled with hatred as she recalled her past life, she cracked her eyes open slightly, her muscles tensed, and her hidden hand tightly gripped a small fruit knife. At the same time, Gu Changjin and Li Daniu quietly approached the warehouse, lying against the earthen wall to clearly observe the situation inside. They saw that a thug named Xiaolu was gripping the boy's neck, while Brother Wang was toying with a cold dagger, aiming it right at the boy's eyes. Shen Ning's body tensed, the fruit knife soaked in her cold sweat, just as she prepared to leap up. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, "Stop!" Shen Ning instantly felt her strength drain away and continued to play dead. The people in the courtyard erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Run! There are cops! Run! Gu Changjin and Li Daniu leaped down from the earthen wall and into the courtyard, their fists as big as bowls, rushing towards Brother Wang. Brother Wang reacted quickly, rolling to the ground, pulling Xiaolu in front of him as a shield, and swiftly climbing over the wall to escape. Zhou Laosan kicked over the ox cart to block Li Daniu and took his wife and ran. Shen Ning was suddenly knocked to the ground, rolling twice to distance herself from the fight, terrified that she might get hurt if they started to clash. Gu Changjin and Xiaolu were entangled in a struggle, and from the corner of his eye, Gu Changjin caught sight of Shen Ning's movement, his brows twitching. This girl was quite clever, managing to roll away quickly. Zhou Laosan's wife, carrying the child, ran a bit slower and was soon pinned to the ground by Li Daniu, the child on her back scared to tears. Don't worry about me, run. Not knowing whether it was from unwillingness or anger, Zhou Laosan's wife struggled fiercely. Li Daniu, afraid of injuring the child in her arms, delivered a harsh elbow strike, and the woman fainted. Zhou Laosan hesitated for a moment before abandoning his escape, pulling out a short knife to stab Li Daniu. Fortunately, Gu Changjin subdued Xiaolu just in time and kicked Zhou Laosan down. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Zhou Laosan lunged forward, grabbing the boy hiding in the corner. Raising his short knife to the boy's neck, "Don't come any closer. Back off or I'll kill him." Gu Changjin felt as if he were paused. Don't act impulsively. The charges for human trafficking and intentional murder are not the same. You need to think carefully. Damn it. Everyone back off. Back off. You're all going to jail anyway. Why should I care about this? Zhou Laosan was agitated, pulling the child closer as he stepped forward. Shen Ning almost screamed, biting her lip to hold back. Damn it. She had rolled so far away, and yet this scum wanted to step on her back? Fortunately, the agitated Zhou Laosan did not notice her abnormality and took another couple of steps forward, his small triangular eyes scanning the surroundings for an escape route. Back off immediately, or I'll kill him. Zhou Laosan, in a fit of rage, waved the knife wildly with one hand while gripping the boy's neck with the other. The boy, terrified, stared blankly with no reaction. Gu Changjin could only be forced to retreat a few meters, staring intently at the wildly swinging short knife and the boy being held hostage. You have children too. How can you commit such a heinous act? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Afraid? I'm not afraid of anything. Let me tell you, I don't want to kill anyone either. You're forcing me. Once I finish this deal, I can go home with my wife. Shen Ning quietly got up from the ground, hesitating for a moment, switching the fruit knife hidden behind her to a laundry stick, jumping high and using all her strength to smash it down hard on Zhou Laosan's head. Chapter 20. Why did it take you so long to come? Bang! But that muffled sound was exceptionally clear, almost making one's scalp tingle. Shen Ning's hand, holding the laundry stick, trembled violently, and the hatred in her eyes seemed ready to burst forth as she cursed angrily. You big-headed ghost. You idiot. You scum. Why don't you go die? At the same time, Gu Changgang swiftly restrained Zhou Laosan's wrist, which was holding a short knife, with one hand. while quickly rescuing the child who was being threatened with the other. Zhou Laosan's eyes nearly bulged out as he stretched his neck, shook a few times, and then fell headfirst to the ground. Shen Ning seemed to be in a trance, the figure of Zhou Laosan in front of her overlapping with that of Wang Baozhu from her previous life. The overwhelming hatred seemed to have found an outlet for release. She swung the laundry stick, smashing it down on him fiercely again and again, her eyes bloodshot, filled with violence. The police officers who had rushed to the scene happened to burst in, horrified at the sight before them. One of them touched his own head, looking at the frail girl, but the explosive force she displayed was genuinely frightening. Just listening to the sound of the stick hitting a person made him feel pain all over, as if that girl had gone mad, trying to beat someone to death. Gu Changgang immediately noticed Shen Ning's abnormal behavior. He handed the child in his arms to Li Daniyu and firmly grasped Shen Ning's slender wrist, saying, "That's enough, Shen Ning. Stop it. You're safe now." His cold and stern voice sounded completely even, but oddly enough, it pulled Shen Ning back from the nightmare of her past life. She gasped for breath, one hand tightly gripping the weapon, the other clutching Gu Changgang's collar, looking up at him, clearly sharing the same fierce expression. He unexpectedly provided her with a sense of security. The emotions accumulated over 2 lifetimes poured out at this moment, feeling like grievance, yet also like complaint. Why did it take you so long to come? Her misty round pupils filled with tears. In the blink of an eye, the crystal-clear tears cascaded down. The little boy beside her finally came to his senses, crying out, "I want to find my mom. I want my mom. Mom." Along with the 4 children rescued from the basement, they all began to cry out, and for a moment, the entire warehouse was filled with the sound of wailing. The police officers who arrived to assist gently comforted the children, coaxing them softly. After such a great disaster, being able to cry out loud was actually a good thing. They were more afraid of those who didn't cry or make a sound, holding it all inside, which could leave a lifelong trauma. Amidst the cries, the older child, Shen Ning, was pulled back to reality by the sound. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she sniffed and hurriedly wiped away her tears. After all, it was somewhat shameful to cry in front of everyone. She glanced around, relieved that everyone was busy and no one was paying attention to her, except for Gu Changgang. Although he didn't know how this little educated youth could have such a drastic contrast, Gu Changgang assumed she was just scared. Seeing her hair disheveled, her fair face turned gray, with footprints on her clothes, and her nose and eyes red from crying, she looked quite pitiful. A sense of guilt arose in his heart. "It was indeed my lack of consideration that put you in danger and scared you. I'm really sorry." Shen Ning hurriedly shook her head, just about to say something to ease the embarrassment, when she heard the familiar interrogation. "But when you got on the car, how did you know they were human traffickers? How did you determine which child was abducted? Where did that stick in your hand come from?" Suddenly, the atmosphere around them became eerily quiet, and everyone's gaze focused on the weapon in Shen Ning's hand. Shen Ning was startled and lost all sense of embarrassment. She had been so focused on saving people that she forgot about the sharp gaze of the person in front of her. In a panic, she let go of her hand, and the laundry stick clattered to the ground. Shen Ning pretended to be frightened and exclaimed, you scared me to death. Luckily, I found this laundry stick on the ox cart earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to help you all. Oh dear, I'm so scared. I didn't control my strength. I hope I didn't kill him. Woo, I didn't mean to." Li Daniyu, the big guy, immediately stepped forward to check Zhou Laosan's breathing, ruffling his hair to inspect him. He wouldn't be dead, but a concussion was probably unavoidable. "Girl, if it weren't for your intervention, we wouldn't have been able to rescue this little kid in time. We should thank you." Shen Ning still kept her head down. Gu Changgang's gaze fell on the top of the little girl's fluffy head, and he finally retracted his suspicious look. "You did well. If you hadn't first noticed their abnormal behavior, we wouldn't have been able to dismantle such a large human trafficking den. Then does that mean I've made a great contribution?" Shen Ning suddenly looked up, blinking her big eyes, her cat-like round pupils shining with a hint of expectation as she looked at Gu Changgang with a pitiful expression. Of course, Gu Changgang felt as if a small cat's paw was scratching at his heart, and he pressed his lips together, waiting for her to continue. "Could you send someone or write a letter to my village brigade explaining the situation? You know I'm a sent-down youth, and according to the schedule, I should have arrived at the youth point tonight. Now that this has happened, I definitely can't arrive on time. I might even be maliciously arranged against. And I'm afraid it will leave a bad impression on the brigade. Gu Changgang breathed a sigh of relief. That's no problem. Li Daniu then realized, oh right, you are a sent-down youth. What about the other youths? Shouldn't you all be together? Shen Ning unhesitatingly recounted the ticket-buying incident, and in her previous life. She had been too blunt, hiding all her grievances in her heart. In this life, she would never cover for Sun Miao. Gu Changgang slightly narrowed his dark eyes. In his impression, this little girl was not someone who would easily suffer losses. She seemed a bit cunning. It was just that her courage fluctuated, and she appeared to be hiding quite a few secrets. That's too much. This is obviously bullying. 6 people, and you're the only one with a reserved ticket. Isn't this targeted harassment? Li Daniu was already indignant. Shen Ning chuckled lightly, seeming not to care too much. It's fine. Anyway, I didn't want to be with them. Besides, if I hadn't bought a soft sleeper ticket for myself, how would I have encountered such a thing? Capturing these damn traffickers is also a great deed. Well, if you could write me a letter of commendation or send a banner to my village brigade to commend me, that would be even better. Everyone was amused by the little girl's straightforwardness. Li Daniu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Sure, we'll definitely help you fight for that. Chapter 21. Many days of crying ahead soon. Shen Ning gave her statement at the local police station. Due to the large number of children involved and the case spanning multiple provinces, it received high attention. The police in Jilin province had been investigating for a long time. But Zhou Laosan and Wang Gu's gang were adept at evasion, constantly changing locations. They never expected to fall into the hands of a seemingly weak and helpless young intellectual this time. The police chief of Jilin province looked at Shen Ning with admiration. His thick palm, like a bear's paw, heavily patted her shoulder. Well done, young comrade. Using yourself as bait, showing both courage and wisdom is truly remarkable. Rest assured, I will personally write a commendation letter to your team and present a banner to your team as well. Shen Ning's frail body winced from the pat. But upon hearing about the commendation, she instantly perked up, her eyes curving into a smile like a little fox that had just gained something. In this era, where reputation and honor were highly valued, receiving a banner and a commendation letter personally delivered by superiors not only recognized her, but also honored the entire team. It would even be a bonus item during the end-of-year evaluations for outstanding teams. She humbly replied, "You flatter me. Fighting against illegal activities is the duty of every citizen." Gu Changjian watched her proud demeanor, his thin lips slightly curling, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his eyes, before quickly returning to his usual cold expression. When the train finally arrived in Heilongjiang province, He Daji, the team leader of Hejia village, was already waiting at the station to pick up people. As soon as they got off the train, He Daji lifted his eyelids and, seeing nothing unusual, instructed, "It's cool at night. Put on your jackets. That's how the weather is in Heilongjiang. You'll get used to it soon." Fan Heng didn't pay attention to what He Daji was saying. His eyes were searching the sparse crowd for Shen Ning. How come he still hadn't seen Comrade Shen Ning? It was strange. He had looked for her several times in the seating area of the train over the past 2 days, but hadn't spotted her. A hint of worry began to arise in his heart. Could something have happened to her? The young intellectuals heading to other communes had already taken attendance and left on tractors or by foot. He Daji and the other young intellectuals waiting for people were growing increasingly impatient. He Daji felt discontent, thinking of how much he had delayed work just to pick up someone who didn't know anything. As the crowd at the train station began to disperse, he couldn't help but speak up. "What's going on? Didn't you all come together? How come one person is missing? Where's she?" Sun Miao also felt a bit flustered. If this matter was investigated, it would be connected to her. To clear herself, she pretended to be calm and said, "Comrade Shen Ning has always been pampered and has never suffered. She told me several times before that she didn't want to go to the countryside. Maybe she was scared that the agricultural education would be too hard, so she ran away halfway." Don't talk nonsense. Shen Ning is not that kind of person. Fan Heng felt increasingly disgusted with Sun Miao's unfounded speculation about their comrade. Didn't she know how much trouble such remarks could cause for Shen Ning? What if she had encountered human traffickers? Jiang Yuan expressed her concern. "Before leaving, my mom told me to stay with the group and absolutely not to be alone. Traffickers specifically target young girls who are alone, and Shun, being so good-looking. As soon as she finished speaking, the impatience on everyone's faces disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. He dodgy knocked on his dry tobacco pipe, his eyes sharp as he looked at Fong Hung with dissatisfaction. How did you lead the group? How could you let a female comrade go missing? What if something really happened? Every one of you is a worry. The sky is getting dark. Hidaji felt even more troubled. He didn't like these city young intellectuals, each one fussy and incompetent, unable to do even basic work, yet still expecting rations from the village. Sighing, he thought they couldn't just waste time here. After hesitating for a moment, he instructed, "All right, Fong. Fong Hung, right? You and Air Chong stay behind to look for news. If you really can't find her, report it to the police. I'll take the rest back to the village to settle in." The tractor sputtered along the country road. Although it was only September, the nights in Heilongjiang were already chilly. A few young intellectuals wrapped their jackets tightly around themselves, but as soon as they opened their mouths, dust filled them. After bumping along for over an hour, they finally arrived at Hejia village. The team leader knocked on his smoking pipe and urged everyone to get off the vehicle. Take your luggage and walk along the path for another half hour to reach the young intellectual point. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning, gather at the grain drying factory. The autumn harvest is about to begin. Sun Miao turned pale. The team leader meant that there would be no rest at all. They would have to work tomorrow. Looking at her luggage, 2 bulging snakeskin bags and a large backpack, she raised her voice. "Walk over? Are you kidding? We still have our luggage." Hidaji glanced at her impatiently and then at the sky. He was in a hurry to return the tractor and had no time to waste with them. "Oh, then make a couple more trips. Or go find someone at the young intellectual point to help." Sun Miao wanted to say something else, but Hidaji had already restarted the tractor, leaving her with only the thick black smoke and the sputtering noise of the engine in response. Seeing that the team leader really had no intention of helping them, the young intellectuals sighed and, carrying their luggage, trudged towards the young intellectual point. After a long walk, they finally reached the young intellectual point, seeing 2 small courtyards closely adjoining each other, with sparse fences and dilapidated tile houses. Everyone's faces looked grim. Although they had long known that conditions in the countryside were poor and had mentally prepared themselves for hardship, the impact of seeing it all firsthand was overwhelming. The old young intellectuals in the courtyard came out to greet them, 2 men and a woman, looking at the newcomers with a mix of rejection and a sense of camaraderie and shared suffering. "You must be the new comrades. Come in quickly," the male young intellectual said. The male young intellectuals live in the left courtyard, and the female young intellectuals in the right. It's already late, and there's still some hot water on the stove. Hurry up and settle down. We can talk about anything in the morning. The one speaking was Chun Jiafeng, an old young intellectual who had been in Hejia village for nearly 4 years. He was used to the newcomers' mixed expressions of despair and hope, and after giving a few instructions, he turned and went back inside. This is just the beginning. There will be many more days of crying ahead. Chapter 22, Confidentiality. The next day, after Shen Ning finished washing up, there was a knock at the door. Li Daniu was grinning and said, "Comrade Shen, good morning." Shen Ning instinctively looked behind him. Li Daniu noticed her confusion and explained, "The captain and the others have tasks to attend to, so they won't be coming with us. I need to report back to the team first, and we'll drop you off on the way." Shen Ning's eyes lit up at the thought of Gu Changgong's cold, piercing gaze that always seemed to scrutinize her. She couldn't help but feel anxious and fearful, as if he could see right through her, dreading that she might be captured and subjected to harsh interrogation at any moment. Now that she didn't see Gu Changgang, the tension she had been holding on eased, and her spirits lifted a bit, her fair face breaking into a sincere smile. "Thank you, Big Brother Li. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be ready soon." Shen Ning was beautiful, and her smile was sweet enough to warm one's heart. Li Daniu felt a bit dizzy, scratching the back of his head and grinning like a naive son from a wealthy family. "No rush, Comrade Shen. Take your time. I'll wait for you at the door." As he walked outside, he mumbled, "Comrade Shen is so obedient. When she smiles, she looks like a little fairy. I don't see what's suspicious about her. The company commander even told me to keep an eye on her." Shen Ning was completely unaware of Li Daniu's complicated thoughts and leisurely packed her belongings, laying out the things she would need for the countryside. As Li Daniu boarded the green train again, it slowly started moving. She replayed the events that had occurred at the youth station in her previous life and quickly sorted through her thoughts. In her last life, due to her frail health and the exhausting journey, she fell ill as soon as she arrived at the youth station. Unfortunately, she was timid and influenced by Sun Miao's words. She was afraid of causing trouble for the team and held back from speaking up, which led to her being labeled as someone trying to avoid work by pretending to be sick. Sun Miao, however, took the initiative to help share the workload that belonged to her, gaining Shen Ning's gratitude and trust, and earning a good reputation among the village leaders in Hejia village and at the youth station. But now that she had gone missing on the train and hadn't reported to the youth station on time, it was likely that new rumors would arise. Soon, the train stopped in Heixing province, and as soon as she got off, she saw a figure in military green running toward her. Squad leader. Commander Gu instructed me to come pick you up. Li Daniu scratched the back of his head, interrupting the young soldier. Hey, pick me up? I'm just a big guy who got a minor injury. Is that worth sending a special car for? The young soldier was taken aback, wanted to laugh, but not daring to, struggling to hold it in, his chest shaking. I'm not here to pick you up. Commander Gu said to come get a youth named Shen and take her to Hejia village to report. Oh. Li Daniu's initially bright expression fell, his demeanor turning a bit resentful and embarrassed. It's all the same, all the same. Well then, let's first drop off Comrade Shen and then return to the team together. The military green Jeep was particularly eye-catching on the country road as Li Daniu personally escorted Shen Ning to Hejia village, ignoring Shen Ning's refusals. He brought her directly to the village committee, as if handing over an important talisman, leading her in front of the team leader, He Daji. Fearing that Shen Ning would leave a bad impression for arriving late, Li Daniu specially recounted the situation. After sending off Li Daniu, team leader He Daji finally took a good look at the delicate-looking young woman before him. Unlike his impatience with other youths, He Daji looked at Shen Ning with considerable warmth. Hejia village was not in a good geographical position, and the harvest was mediocre. Over the years, they had always been at the bottom among the Hongqi commune, and not to mention being recognized as outstanding, it was already a blessing to avoid criticism during meetings. But Comrade Shen was different. From what the soldier just said, she played a major role in rescuing so many children. As long as the case was closed, there would be commendation letters and banners, and the team would benefit from a recognition. Good. Comrade Shen, you really are something. You've brought glory to our team this time. Rest assured, if you encounter any problems at the youth station in the future, just come to me. By the way, this is my wife, Lu Chuiying. If you female youths have any difficulties, you can talk to her too. Shen Ning immediately smiled sweetly at Lu Chuiying, looking exceptionally obedient. Thank you, Uncle He. Thank you, Annie He. I'm new here, so please take care of me. However, there is one thing I need your help with right now. Can you keep the reason for my late arrival confidential? Please don't let anyone else know for now. He Daji and Lu Chuiying exchanged glances. Lu Chuiying stepped forward and held Shen Ning's hand. Oh, why is that? What you did was a good thing. Why not let people talk about it? Shen Ning smiled shyly. Annie, you don't know. These human traffickers are ruthless and work in groups, and there are still some criminals lurking outside. This case hasn't been closed yet, and if we carelessly spread the news, if these bad people catch wind of it, it would be bad for me. It's minor if I face retaliation, but if it delays the police from catching them, that would be serious. So we need to keep it confidential until the case is resolved. He Daji frowned, nodded in agreement. Comrade Shen has indeed thought it through. All right, we want to disclose this matter for now. After giving a few more instructions, He Daji called his son, He Zhuang, to take Shen Ning to the youth station. He Zhuang was He Daji's youngest son, 13 years old, with two little tiger teeth when he smiled. He was very enthusiastic and cheerful, quickly grabbing Shen Ning's bedding and luggage and running off. When Shen Ning arrived at the youth station, the youths were sitting around a wooden table in the courtyard, with a few squatting nearby with bowls, picking at the rice grains. The expressions of the new arrivals were not good. They had been tired all day and now had to take turns cooking, with the food being terribly poor, a watery porridge served with a few corn buns and a bowl of pickled vegetables. This was the communal food. If they wanted something better, they had to supplement it themselves, cooking in secret. Among these youths, most came from ordinary families, so who had the money to eat well every day? Just thinking about the future of eating this kind of food made them feel deflated, their faces long. Fang Heng and Jiang Yuan came from high-ranking families and had good conditions. Their rural experience was just to make their resumes look better. They not only had money and tickets, but also received regular supplies from home, so their expressions were hard to read in this moment. Shen Ning's sudden arrival naturally drew everyone's attention. The older youths had already heard from Sun Miao that when a new batch of youths had fled halfway. But now, Shen Ning stood at the door of the youth courtyard, smiling and casually greeting everyone. Her obedient and beautiful appearance instantly became the center of attention. Shen Ning was indeed attractive, something Sun Miao was well aware of. In this era where one needed a letter of introduction to go out, combined with Shen Ning's timid nature, it was impossible for her to escape or sneak off the train. Therefore, Sun Miao had already concluded that Shen Ning was in danger, most likely abducted by human traffickers on the train. But seeing her now safe and sound at the youth station, even looking healthier than a few days ago, Sun Miao was astonished and stood up, accidentally knocking over the stool behind her. "You, how did you get here?" Shen Ning tilted her head, her eyes dark and unfathomable, with an expression of pure innocence and confusion. "Comrade Sun, that's an interesting thing to say. I'm a youth. If I'm not here, where should I be?" Chapter 23, Repayment. The girl's eyes were pitch black, unfathomable, with a mocking smile on her face, staring intently at Sun Miao. Sun Miao felt a rush of blood to her head. This shouldn't be happening. But soon she noticed everyone's gaze converging on her, and she quickly stepped forward, tightly gripping Shen Ning's arm. "Aren't I just worried about you? You suddenly disappeared, and you have no idea how worried I was, fearing you might be in danger. Hurry up and tell me, where have you been these past 2 days? We all got on the bus together. How come you disappeared when we got off? Did you run into bad people? Don't be afraid. I'll take you to report it to the police." Sun Miao hesitated, her eyes scanning Shen Ning up and down, which inevitably led to deep thoughts, her words hinting at something ominous. In these times, life was dull and tough. Even a little bit of novelty could stir up all people's curiosity and malicious speculation. As soon as Sun Miao's words fell, all eyes, like searchlights, suddenly focused on Shen Ning. Shen Ning could hear the malice in Sun Miao's words, and the others at the youth center could naturally sense it too. If Comrade Shen Ning had really encountered something bad, wouldn't it be embarrassing if she spoke about it so casually? But it seemed Sun Miao was extremely dull, completely oblivious. Her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked, still chattering on. Jiang Yuan, another female youth, rolled her eyes. "Can you stop talking nonsense, Sun Miao? You're not blind. How does Shen Ning look like someone who has been bullied? The way you're talking makes it sound like you wish something bad would happen to her." Shen Ning was quite surprised that it was Jiang Yuan, someone she had never interacted with before, who defended her. Sun Miao was momentarily stunned by Jiang Yuan's retort. Her crying paused. "No. How could that be? What police officer?" Sister Shen Ning was personally sent back by the police officer. He Zhuang scratched the back of his head, feeling that the atmosphere at the youth center was somewhat strange. Sun Miao exclaimed, "What? The police officer personally brought her back?" Yes, the police officer drove a big car to personally bring Sister Shen Ning back. It was the first time I saw such a big iron lump. I wish I could have a ride too. He Zhuang's dark red face was full of envy and longing. Sun Miao's wild joy was almost impossible to hide. Yet she still forced herself to act sad. Ning. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Did I say something wrong? Woo, I really was worried about you." "Don't worry, everyone is a good comrade. They won't spread rumors." Shen Ning chuckled lightly, turned around, and patted He Zhuang's head, pulling out 2 large white rabbit milk candies from her pocket. "Thank you for helping me carry my luggage. It's getting dark. You should head back quickly. It won't be safe if it gets late." He Zhuang's dark face instantly flushed red. Sister Shen Ning was pretty, spoke gently, and even gave him candy. "Oh, okay, Sister Shen Ning, goodbye." After sending He Zhuang away, Shen Ning finally had the mood to look at Sun Miao, who was still performing the deep sisterly bond. Ning, what on earth happened? What is going on?" "Of course it's because of you." Sun Miao was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a big accusation to fall from the sky. She was momentarily stunned. What does that have to do with me?" Shen Ning impatiently brushed off her hand. "You were responsible for buying the tickets. Everyone else is in hard sleepers, but I only have a hard seat. You caused me to be alone and get into trouble. Luckily, I ran into the police officer, which delayed my time going to the countryside. Why are you always targeting me? Shen Ning's straightforwardness caught Sun Miao off guard. In her fluster, her previously pitiful expression began to falter, and she hastily defended herself. I didn't. Then why were you leading everyone to think in a bad direction just now? I didn't. Woo-woo. How could you think that of me? We are best friends. Sun Miao cried, covering her face as if she had suffered a great injustice. The ticket issue was really an accident. You know how scarce train tickets are. I really try my best. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You can hit me or scold me. Sun Miao cried with tears streaming down her face, instantly making Shen Ning seem aggressive. Fang Heng stood up, thinking that they were all young, educated workers sent to the countryside and should unite as one. He didn't want everyone to quarrel as soon as they arrived, which would harm their reputation. Now that he saw Shen Ning standing there well, he felt relieved and immediately persuaded. Shen Ning, it's good that you're back safe. Comrade Sun also just misspoke. Don't be angry anymore. By the way, have you eaten? I still have some biscuits. You should eat something first. Li Jiqiang looked down, finishing the porridge in his bowl in one go, then stuffing the remaining half of a steamed bun into his mouth. The food is cold, and you're still crying. Stop the whining. Everyone seemed to be awakened and hurriedly stuffed food into their mouths. The excitement could wait, but they couldn't skip a meal. They also felt that what Li Jiqiang said made sense. Since Comrade Shen Ning entered, Sun Miao had been talking to herself, crying and apologizing, which indeed was quite noisy. Sun Miao cursed this sharp-tongued man, whom she didn't get along with, in her heart 800 times, and wiped her tear-streaked face. Ning, believe-me. We grew up together, we are best friends, and I always treat you like my own sister. How could I do it on purpose? Best friends? Own sister? Shen Ning savored these two phrases, suddenly turning cold. She was truly fed up with Sun Miao's hypocritical demeanor. It was just right to take this opportunity to completely draw a line with her, so she wouldn't have to pretend to be deeply sisterly every day, which was disgusting to look at. All right, since you consider me your sister, then I'll speak frankly. Please return all the money and things you've borrowed from me over the years. You know, ever since my father passed away, life under my stepmother has been tough. I didn't care about those things before, but now that I'm going to the countryside and life in the village is lacking in food and clothing, I really need them. Sun Miao was stunned. Her face flushed as if she had suffered a great injustice. Why, you're talking nonsense. When did I ever borrow your things? Besides, we are good sisters. It's common for you to use my things and for me to use yours. I assent to it. Ning, why have you become so unreasonable? I have never borrowed anything from you, not even once. Do you need me to explicitly state what your family's condition is? Shen Ning's eyes were as cold as winter lake water, inexplicably sending chills down Sun Miao's spine. She initially wanted to argue with Shen Ning, but fearing that Shen Ning would carelessly expose her secrets, Sun Miao felt a mix of hatred and anger, her face turning ashen. Fine. I borrowed a little something from you. I've been too busy and careless. It's not intentional. Just tell me, I'll return it to you right now. Sun Miao's mind raced through the numerous benefits she had gained from Shen Ning over the years, her heart tightening but not panicking. She had borrowed many things from Shen Ning over the years, both numerous and varied. Most of it was before Shen's father passed away, and so much time had passed. How could she remember everything, as long as she insisted on not acknowledging it? Chapter 24, The Ledger. Shen Ning calmly pulled out a slightly yellowed notebook from her small shoulder bag, and a bad premonition surged in Sun Miao's heart. But Shen Ning didn't give her any time to be stunned, directly flipping to the first page of the notebook. March 1st, 1972, lent Sun Miao 3 cents. March 6th, 1972, lent Sun Miao a pair of new gloves. March 10th, 1972, lent Sun Miao a fountain pen. March 28th, 1972, lent Sun Miao a hair tie. April 2nd, 1972, lent Sun Miao 20 cents. April 6th, 1972. Shut up, Sun Miao exclaimed, her eyes nearly spitting fire. She never expected that this little brat, who looked soft and easy to bully, was secretly guarding against her, recording every transaction in the notebook. Sun Miao felt her face burning anger causing her heart to race. And she frantically reached out to grab Shen Ning's notebook. Shen Ning dodged back and shoved it directly into Fong Heng's hands. "You are our team leader, you tell me. Should I ask for this money back? I calculated it carefully yesterday. In total, Sun Miao has borrowed 46 yuan and 86 cents from me over the years. There are also other hair ties, fountain pens, gloves, scarves, water bottles, and notebooks, which would add up to at least 50 or 60 yuan. I'm only asking her to pay me back 80 yuan. Is that too much? If anyone doesn't believe it, you can come and see. I remember every single entry clearly." Li Jiqiang and several other youths who loved to stir up trouble leaned in excitedly, and as the notebook was flipped, their gazes towards Sun Miao grew increasingly strange. Sun Miao wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. She wanted to run, but was more afraid that Shen Ning would reveal other matters, ruining her reputation. Caught in a dilemma, she trembled with anger. You, Shen Ning, I really misjudged you. I treated you like a sister, yet you are so calculating. My parents only had me. I don't have any extra sisters or younger sisters. Besides, paying back debts is only right. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Are you planning to default?" Cold sweat dripped from Sun Miao's forehead. She regretted it, felt scared. She had sensed Shen Ning's change at the train station, but didn't take it seriously, still viewing her as the same dull and foolish person as before. She knew well how many things she had taken from Shen Ning when Shen Ning's father was alive. Everyone in the courtyard witnessed how he spoiled her. If not, she wouldn't have clung to Shen Ning all these years, even if she couldn't stand her, because she was easy to manipulate. Every time, she shed a couple of tears in front of her and said some ambiguous words. She could gain some benefits and take what she wanted. But now everything had changed. No, she couldn't let Shen Ning ruin her reputation. And she absolutely couldn't let this matter escalate. Li Jiqiang watched Sun Miao's changing expressions with amusement, exaggerating his tone. "Oh my God. Comrade, Shen Ning. You really are a big sucker. Comrade Sun, you can't just fleece one person like this." Fortunately, Shen Ning knows how to keep accounts otherwise. "Where'd you go to reason?" "That's enough, Shen Ning. I'll pay you back now, and there's no need to keep looking at the ledger. Whatever you say goes. I know my family conditions aren't as good as yours. I misjudged you. I valued our feelings too much. Forget it. What's the use of saying this now? I hope you take care of yourself in the future and don't regret it. Feelings in this world cannot be measured by money. Pay back 80 yuan. Shen Ning couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense, rolling her eyes and spreading her hands. Sun Miao's unfinished emotional card stuck in her throat, neither up nor down. Thinking about the money she had to return, Sun Miao felt a pang of pain and nearly choked up, her sorrow genuine, crying bitterly. But looking around, no one spoke up for her, and with a whimper, she pulled out a handful of change from her pocket, slammed it on the table, and ran out crying. Shen Ning scoffed as she watched Sun Miao's awkward escape, counting the money in front of everyone. And sure enough, every cent was accounted for. On what face? There's nothing more fragrant than cash. It's worth noting that the subsidy for the youth sent to the countryside was only 60 yuan. And Sun Miao's family was notoriously biased towards males, so they wouldn't give her much living expenses. If it weren't for her father's secret support back then, Sun Miao might have dropped out of school right after graduating from elementary school. She understood Sun Miao too well, which is why she deliberately handed the ledger to Fong Heng. Sun Miao, in order to catch Fong Heng to maintain her lofty persona, would definitely grit her teeth and accept these accounts, returning the money to her. But only she knew the bitterness of it all. Everyone looked at the calm-faced Shen Ning and then at the crying Sun Miao, who had run far away. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Where there are people, there are conflicts, but it is rare to see such a face-to-face confrontation. Originally, this Shen youth seemed soft and easy to talk to, yet unexpectedly, she was so fierce and aggressive, leaving no face for others. It was too much. Shen Ning didn't care about their feelings. Moving her luggage towards the small courtyard on the right. The female youths all lived inside, in two dilapidated tile-roofed houses, one for the old youths and one for the newly arrived youths. The environment inside was overly simple, with a large Kong, a traditional heated bed, and bedding placed on both sides. Shen Ning felt a bit of a headache. She truly didn't want to share a room with others, and since she arrived late, She could only sleep between the two of them. Sighing, Shen Ning could only lay her bedding on the Kong, placing her box at the head of the Kong. But in reality, there were only a few pieces of clothing she kept close, and her valuable items were stored in her space. Shen Ning wanted to move out of the youth station as soon as possible, but she still needed a suitable reason. Chapter 25. The Little Farming Expert. The next day, the educated youth gathered in the square. The team leader instructed the new arrivals, as usual, and assigned tasks. At this moment, Sun Miao's eyes were dark with fatigue. Looking listless, she had returned to the educated youth point on an empty stomach last night, only to find that this group hen tea saved her any food. Hungry and distressed over the 80 yuan, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep until dawn. And as expected, she woke up late and missed breakfast. Just her luck, she was caught by the team leader and was unceremoniously criticized, with tears of grievance nearly spilling from her eyes. Soon, the educated youth team received their tasks. Shen Ning, Jiang Yuan, Sun Miao, and the veteran educated youth Kai Meiwan were assigned to weed a nearby field. The three quickly divided their work areas and got to it. The weeds in the field were tough and resilient, and under the scorching sun, they bent over to work, beads of sweat as big as soybeans rolling into their eyes, causing irritation and pain. Sun Miao clenched her fists, determined to perform well and build a good relationship with the team leader, hoping to make Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan look useless in comparison. But just as she bent down and worked for a while, her palms began to sting, and the September sun was blazing, making her sweat profusely. She felt her waist ache, her legs sore, her mouth dry, and her skin burning from the sun. She straightened up and climbed onto a small ridge, seeking shade under a tree, subconsciously looking for Shen Ning's figure. She couldn't believe that the useless Shen Ning and the privileged Jiang Yuan could endure such hardships. But she saw Shen Ning wearing a straw hat, with cotton and linen gloves, fully equipped and covered up tightly. Thinking of Shen Ning's fair skin that almost reflected light, she instantly felt a pang of envy. That little brat knew how to enjoy herself. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Why did she have tools while she had to pull weeds barehanded? She felt like going up and snatching that straw hat off her head. But after their recent confrontations, she really didn't dare to provoke her. Sun Miao fumed silently. Puzzled, could a person's nature really change so drastically in such a short time? Just because a bus ticket? Impossible. She had done worse things before. Yet Shen Ning had accepted it without a word. As long as she apologized, acted a bit spoiled, and said a few sweet words, even if it didn't work. She could always cry a bit, and that fool would forgive her, still treating her like a confidant. But now, upon reflection, Shen Ning must have been driven mad by her stepmother and Wang Baozhu. If it were her in that situation, she feared she might even feel murderous. Having her work replaced and having to go to the countryside for her stepsister, it was no wonder she turned into a mad dog, biting anyone she saw. Sun Miao pouted, finally understanding the reason for Shen Ning's change, feeling reassured, and a plan formed in her mind. After watching for a while, she became even more surprised. Shen Ning's petite and frail figure was barely visible in the farmland, moving quickly, her techniques skillful, as if she were a seasoned farmer. Clearly, she was a newly arrived, educated youth, yet her progress far exceeded that of herself and Jiang Yuan, even leaving veteran Kai Meiwan far behind. After a while of working, Jiang Yuan was exhausted. Looking at Shen Ning's gear, she couldn't help but show a look of envy. After hesitating for a while, she decided to ask during Shen Ning's break. Shen Ning, do you have an extra pair of gloves? I want to take them for free. I could trade you something. Or next time I go to town, I'll buy you a new pair to return. In those days, everyone was afraid of being caught with a hint of capitalism. So they didn't dare to trade openly. Exchanging goods was common. Shen Ning remembered that she had spoken up for her yesterday. She rummaged through her small bag, actually pulling out a new pair of cotton and linen gloves from her space. Looking at Jiang Yuan's fair cheeks, she also took out a face towel and readily said, "Sure, here's a new towel to block the sun. Do you need it?" Jiang Yuan was overjoyed, looking at the small bag as if it were a treasure chest. "I need it, I really do. Thank you so much, you thought of everything." Soon it was break time, and the educated youth climbed up from the field one after another, coming to rest in the shade, drinking water, and taking a breather. Sun Miao's face was pale, looking weak and about to collapse. Jiang Yuanyuan glanced at her, instinctively avoiding her. This Sun Miao had a few too many tricks up her sleeve. She wasn't foolish, she just hadn't encountered any trouble herself, so she naturally didn't want to deal with her. Sun Miao was just about to borrow something when she saw Jiang Yuanyuan's actions, instantly rolling her eyes and shutting her mouth. She looked at Shen Ning with a pitiful expression, trying to revive their past sisterly bond. But Shen Ning didn't even give her a glance, drank a couple of sips of water, and dove back into the field, working energetically, quickly pulling far ahead of everyone else. Just then, they encountered a village official on patrol, who, seeing Sun Miao hiding in the shade, felt displeased and scolded. What's this female, educated youth doing? Hiding here to slack off? Sun Miao felt wronged and supported her forehead, looking like she was about to fall apart. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, and now I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I might be suffering from heat stroke. She thought she would receive some concern. And she also wanted to mention that Shen Ning and the others were targeting her, deliberately not waking her up and not saving her food. But the village officials didn't care about that at all. They simply took out a notebook, jotting down something, then turned and walked away. Sun Miao opened her eyes to see their departing figures, feeling so furious she could spit blood but was helpless. Looking at the cotton and linen gloves in Jiang Yuanyuan's hands, then at her own red and swollen palms, she instinctively tried to play the victim. Jiang, educated youth, look, I came to the countryside in a rush, and I didn't prepare everything. I'm really not feeling well today. Could you lend me your gloves for a bit? I promise I'll finish the work quickly and return them to you. Jiang Yuanyuan scoffed, rolled her eyes, and flatly refused, not lending. Chapter 26. Childish temper if it were the old Shen Ning. Such farm work would be enough to exhaust her, leaving her unable to stand straight and pale as clay. However, 3 years of country life in her past life had already toughened her up. Moreover, with half a bottle of spiritual spring water in her system, fatigue and heat instantly dissipated. Her waist no longer ached, and her legs no longer hurt. Looking at the greenish-yellow waves of wheat, Shen Ning felt incredibly strong. She bent down and continued to work, not forgetting her goal of finding a new place to live and moving away from the sent-down youth point. Soon, under the incredulous gazes of the others, she finished today as work ahead of time, gracefully jumped onto the ridge, put away her gloves, and slung her small bag over her shoulder. Ning, 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 ning. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Sun Miao calling her eagerly. Shen Ning cursed under her breath, feeling unlucky, and couldn't help but admire Sun Miao as patience. Clearly, she was furious inside, yet she still greeted Shen Ning with a smile. Shen Ning didn't want to pay her any mind and continued walking, but Sun Miao quickly caught up, pulling her small bag as strap. I've returned all your money. Why are you still angry? I was out of line before, but I'll pay attention in the future. I know you've been upset because you're being sent to the countryside, but I'm innocent. Please don't take your anger out on me. Among this group of sent-down youths, you and I grew up together. Shouldn't we help each other? Seeing Shen Ning's wooden expression and her silence, Sun Miao continued to coax her. All right, I'm not angry that you embarrassed me yesterday, making me lose face. How long are you going to make a fuss about it? Shen Ning watched as the strap of her small bag got muddy, feeling even more irritated. Listening to Sun Miao's feigned generosity, she felt nothing but scorn in her eyes. What do you want? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't block my way if there's nothing. Sun Miao's face stiffened, but she quickly smiled softly. Look, you've finished your work. Can you help me? I didn't sleep well last night, and I didn't even have breakfast today. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I think I might be suffering from heat stroke. We've grown up together. You can't move aside. Shen Ning was almost laughing with anger, realizing that she hadn't noticed before how thick-skinned Sun Miao was. Then can you lend me your straw hat and gloves? You can't be so selfish. When you see a comrade in need of help, you just turn a blind eye. Shen Ning looked at her and suddenly laughed out loud, reflecting on how foolish she had been to be manipulated by such a person. Unfortunately, now that she saw through it, she knew that beneath Sun Miao's delicate appearance lay a heart full of malice. With a light laugh, Shen Ning yanked her small bag back. Sun Miao's eyes flickered, and she stumbled, falling onto the ridge. What are you doing? Daji and Fong Hung approached from a distance, carrying hose, their tone filled with dissatisfaction. We saw you two pulling at each other from far away. Have you finished your work? Before Shen Ning could speak, Kai Meiwan, who was watching the commotion, chimed in that Shun's sent-down youth is really unreasonable. Can't she see everyone is busy? She finishes her easy work, and doesn't he even think to help others? We're all part of a collective. How could she be so selfish? Shen Ning sneered. Then you help her. Kai Meiwan choked, as she couldn't even finish her own work, let alone help someone else. This Shen Ning speaks too harshly. She prided herself on being kind, gentle, and generous, and couldn't stand people who nitpicked and were aggressive. Thus, she disliked Shen Ning immensely. I'm not capable, unlike you, who has no sense of collective honor and is so stingy. Others only ask to borrow your hat and gloves, and you've already used them up. Why not lend them out? You're really tarnishing our image as sent-down youths. Sun Miao seemed to find an ally in Kai Meiwan, her eyes brimming with tears as she stood up with Fong Hung's support, looking aggrieved. Sister Meiwan, don't misunderstand. Ning Ning lost her mother at a young age, and Uncle Shun spoiled her too much. So she is a bit self-centered. Kai Meiwan shot her a glance. What do you mean a bit self-centered? To put it bluntly, it's just selfish. Look at her, covered up so tightly. Besides the straw, she even wears gloves. Whereas the spirit of hard work. I think it's a lack of education. She should have you finish your own work. Daji, the village leader of Hajia village, had considerable authority and frowned at the group of sent-down youths bickering. Wanted to scold them. Kai Meiwan instantly wilted like a withered eggplant. Haven T, Daji bluntly criticized with this little work. You've been dawdling all day and Haven T finished. Do you have time to talk about others? That little Shun just arrived in the countryside yesterday, and today is her first day working in the fields. Look how fast and well she works. What about you? You've been here for a year. Look at the work you've done. I'm embarrassed for you. If you can't finish this piece of land today, don't even think about getting any work points. Kai Meiwan immediately fell silent, lowering her head to work with a sense of grievance. Sun Miao clenched her fists, looking at Daji with a flattering expression. It's all my fault. I haven't eaten for 2 meals in a row, and I'm feeling dizzy. It might be heat stroke. I shouldn't have Daji turn to look at Sun Miao, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you blind? You can't even tell crops from weeds? Look at how you've ruined these good crops. Even a 6-year-old? No, a 3-year-old child can do better than you. You want to get any work points today. Tomorrow, you'll go clean the cow shed. Don't ruin the crops anymore. The harsh and unceremonious scolding left Sun Miao too ashamed to lift her head. Just as she wanted to defend herself, Daji stormed off without looking back. This time, Sun Miao couldn't hold back her tears, which fell like rain. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle, while Fong Hung frowned. Although Sun Miao was in the wrong, Shen Ning's laughter at that moment was indeed excessive, tinged with schadenfreude. Just then, he glanced down and saw the delicate half of her face beneath the straw hat, slightly flushed from work. Her pink lips curled slightly, even without seeing her eyes. One could imagine her charming, mischievous expression. The reprimanding words immediately stuck in his throat. Shen Ning seemed to sense his hesitation as she slightly raised her straw hat, tilting her head, revealing her star-bright eyes. What? Do you have something to say? Fong Hung's ears turned hot, and he stammered, and no, just be careful on your way back. Oh, Shen Ning turned gracefully, feeling that Fong Hung's concern was somewhat baffling. It was broad daylight, and the place was only a mile from the sent-down youth point. What could happen? But Sun Miao didn't miss the flush on Fong Hung's face and the flicker in his eyes. Suddenly, alarm bells went off in her heart, and a surge of jealousy, anger, and embarrassment flooded over her. She had taken the initiative to go to the countryside, partly because her family had no place for her. And if she didn't go, she might end up being sold off by her parents for a bride price. On the other hand, she genuinely liked Fong Hung. And since she was going to get married anyway, why not take a chance? Fong Hung was good-looking, came from a good family, and had a good character. If she successfully married him, she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. Yet he remained indifferent to her affections, while he paid special attention to Shen Ning. Seeing Fong Hung still staring at Shen Ning's back, Sun Miao's resentment was almost uncontrollable. But when Fong Hung turned to look at her, she gritted her teeth and suppressed all her emotions. It's all my fault for dragging everyone down. Ning Ning. I truly realize my mistake and want to mend our relationship, but she. Fong Hung immediately comforted her. It's okay. Shen Ning is still young and has a bit of a childish temper. Chapter 27. Renting a house, Shen Ning wandered around the village. Having spent 2 years in Hejia village in her previous life, she was quite familiar with everything nearby. Hejia village was very united and exclusive. Previously, there have been incidents where educated youth flirted with young girls, only to leave irresponsibly when it was time to return to the city. As a result, the villagers did not have a good attitude towards the educated youth and were fundamentally resistant to them. Shen Ning didn't want to rent a room in a villager's house. She had a space treasure and needed an independent and safe little house that belonged solely to her. Soon, she had a plan in mind and turned to the home of the brigade leader, He Daji. When He Daji's wife, Lu Chuiying, saw Shen Ning, she greeted her warmly. "Oh, little Shen educated youth, what brings you here?" Shen Ning smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. "Actually, I have something to ask Uncle He. I want to move out of the educated youth point, but I'm not sure if that's appropriate or if it would trouble you. Is it too crowded? Or are you having conflicts with other educated youth?" He Daji furrowed his brow. It was common for city folks to struggle with dormitory life, and wanting to change to a more comfortable place was understandable. However, He Daji didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the educated youth and was looking for a valid reason to decline. If everyone were like Shen Ning, moving just because they were uncomfortable, then there would be no discipline or management, and everything would be in chaos. Shen Ning rubbed the corner of her clothes. Looking a bit uneasy. "You really see everything, Uncle. To be honest, my stepsister is coming to the countryside in a few days. If nothing goes wrong, she will also be in our Hongqi commune, in the first team of Hejia village." "Stepsister, aren't you two getting along?" "Not just not getting along. It's practically a life and death feud." Shen Ning briefly explained her situation, and Lu Chuiying was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly delicate little educated youth had a tough life. "So, I want to move out for the sake of the brigade as well, to avoid any irreparable incidents that might harm its reputation." He Daji gasped. He actually admired Shen Ning, thinking she was clear about her grievances and brave enough to take responsibility. After a long pause, He Daji swallowed hard. "If what you say is true, then your stepmother and stepsister won't let you off easily." Shen Ning was not worried about Wang Baozhu causing her trouble. She had forgotten to file an anonymous report to the cotton textile factory when she left. After all, over the years, Wang Baozhu had frequently taken advantage of her position to steal fabric from the factory for resale. However, she certainly wouldn't share this with He Daji and the others. No one likes a snitch. "Well, it's fine. My stepmother can't come without an introduction letter. And if my stepsister dares to provoke me, I'll just deal with her." Shen Ning's calm and domineering demeanor immediately appealed to Lu Chuiying. She slapped her thigh and shouted to He Daji, "I think it's fine. Our old house is empty. Let her stay there." Shen Ning was taken aback. She hadn't expected He to be so enthusiastic. But if she moved into brigade leader He's old house, it might invite gossip, so she quickly smiled and declined. "I appreciate your kindness, but it's not very convenient. When I came here, I saw a brick house not far from the educated youth point at the east end of the village. I heard the family moved to the city. Why don't you help me inquire about it? I'd like to rent it." He Daji's last bit of hesitation vanished. He had indeed not misjudged little Shen Ning, who was quite perceptive. "All right, I'll make a call to ask about it for you. You're quite well informed. That house belongs to old Hu. He moved to the city to enjoy his grandchildren, and he was reluctant to part with the house. Renting it out to you would also provide him some income." With the weight off her shoulders, Shen Ning quietly took out 2 packs of cigarettes and a pound of brown sugar from her small bag and placed them on the table. Seeing brigade leader He with a cigarette in hand, she knew he was a chain smoker. As for the sugar, every household cherished it in these times. "What do you mean by this? Do you think He Daji, need these 2 packs of cigarettes? Or do you think without this gift, I want to help you rent a house?" He Daji put on a serious face. Although he was tempted, he had principles. Shen Ning's actions were against his taboos. Unexpectedly, Shen Ning's eyes turned red. "Uncle, please don't misunderstand. My parents died young, and seeing you and Annie makes me feel so warm and close. I meant no other intentions. I just wanted to thank you and Annie for taking care of me. Besides, I'm young and don't know anything. I came here and caused you trouble. Once I move out, I'll inevitably trouble you again, and I truly feel bad about it." Her heartfelt words, coupled with a couple of tears, instantly made Hidaji feel guilty, realizing he had been too harsh earlier. Hidaji was still hesitating when Lu Chuiying couldn't stand it any longer and directly agreed. "All right, take it. The child has good intentions. Look at how scared you've made her. If she encounters difficulties in the future, she won't dare to come to you." Shen Ning immediately looked gratefully at Auntie He, her big watery eyes softening Lu Chuiying's heart. "Don't worry if you run into trouble in the future. Just come find Annie. Come on, Annie will take you to see the house right now." Hidaji opened his mouth, sighed, and said, "All right, I'll go make the call now. Chuiying, you take little Shen to have a look. If there's anything missing, help her get it. Consider it payment for the cigarettes." Lu Chuiying led Shen Ning to unlock the small courtyard. "You have a good eye. This courtyard may be small, but it's relatively new. Old Hu renovated it a few years ago, intending to use it for retirement. However, his children have all become successful and settled in the city. So they took him away. The Kong bed and cabinets inside were ready-made, and the stove and table were all complete. It had just been unoccupied for half a year, so there was a bit of dust. With some tidying up, she could move in with her luggage. The space of the house wasn't too large, but it had good lighting, and the small courtyard was well maintained. The furniture was kept in excellent condition, indicating that the previous owner was very clean and tidy. Shen Ning was absolutely satisfied. The environment here was so much better than the educated youth point, especially because it offered privacy, safety, and freedom, allowing her to stay away from those she disliked. Shen Ning immediately took out 2 large bills from her small bag. "Auntie, this is the deposit. I want to rent it for 2 years, and I'll need your help with this. You child, you're so impatient. Don't worry, this is on Annie. You can take the key for now. After all, this house still needs some tidying up." Lu Chuiying was also straightforward, accepting the deposit. "I'll have Old Hu write you a rental note later. You can stay with peace of mind. It's close to my house, so if you need anything, just let me know." Chapter 28. Gu Sanya having resolved the major issue of housing, Shen Ning finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. After bidding farewell to Aunt He, she cheerfully headed towards the educated youth station. However, as she passed by a courtyard of a brick and tile house, she heard a series of harsh and venomous curses. "You little BTCH, isn't it enough that you've killed your own parents? Now you want to harm my son. Do you want to kill your brother? And me too? You are a harbinger of death. Get the hell out of here." Following, there was a flurry of slapping sounds, accompanied by painful pleas and cries, as a frail little girl was roughly thrown out of the door, tumbling onto the dirt path, struggling to get up for a long time. An aunt passing by frowned. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family was beating her sister-in-law again. TSK, what a sin." The old man walking ahead suddenly spat. "Oomph, shouldn't she be hitting her?" That eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family wasn't wrong. That girl is destined to bring disaster to her parents, a born jinx. Otherwise, how come the first 2 boys of the old Gu family were fine, but that girl caused their demise? And old Gu, how'd he suddenly fall ill and die? I see that girl is quite sinister. Oomph, good hit. Shen Ning helped the fallen little girl up. With messy short hair covering most of her face, her clothes were old and tattered, clearly too short. Her exposed arms were bruised and battered, old wounds layered with new ones, and she was so thin that she seemed to be just skin and bones. That frail figure felt incredibly familiar, and Shen Ning, without time to think, asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Gu family's eldest daughter-in-law, Zheng Xiumei, rushed out with a broom. "You little BTCH, what are you pretending for? A little girl with such a malicious mind. I see you can't stand to see Xiao Bao doing well. Wanting to harm him on purpose." Noticing the little girl shaking violently, Shen Ning instinctively shielded her behind her, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. "Aunt, don't be angry. The child just needs to be taught slowly. Who are you? Don't meddle in other people's business. Step aside." Zhang Xiumei suspiciously scrutinized the unfamiliar face in front of her, hesitant to act rashly. "I just arrived as an educated youth yesterday. So what if you're an educated youth? If you get in my way, I'll hit you too." Hearing that Shen Ning was just a helpless, educated youth, Zhang Xuemei's arrogance surged, raising her broom to strike. Suddenly, a curse came from the courtyard. Is it ever going to end? You've embarrassed yourself enough out here. Get back inside. Xiao Bao has thrown up again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuemei panicked. Damn it, it's all because of you, you jinx. Just wait, I'll sell you off tomorrow. With that, she shot Shen Ning a fierce glare and slammed the courtyard door shut. In the next moment, the little girl behind Shen Ning fainted and fell to the ground again. Shen Ning hurriedly lifted her up, feeling as if she was holding a ball of fire. She brushed aside the girl's disheveled hair, revealing a dirty, flushed face, which instantly stunned Shen Ning. It was indeed her. In her previous life, when she was locked in a firewood room by Wang Baozhu and nearly starved to death, a dirty, silly little girl had secretly saved her food, slipping it through the broken window. Later, she learned that the girl was Gu Sanya, the child bride of the family next door. She had planned to find her once she settled down, but she didn't expect to reunite here. Remembering the woman's earlier words, a surge of unnamed anger rose in Shen Ning's heart, wishing she could smash the courtyard door on the spot. Clearly living in a brick and tile house, which seemed particularly eye-catching in this not-so-wealthy village, it was evident their family background was decent. But what kind of awful people lived here? How could they torture and abuse a child like this, and finally sell her to a neighboring village as a child bride for an old bachelor? Suppressing her indignation, Shen Ning knew this wasn't the time for retribution. Saving the child was the priority. She immediately took out her water flask and fed Gu Sanya more than half a cup of spiritual spring water. She also wiped her face and forehead with a damp handkerchief. Once the girl felt cooler, Shen Ning finally relaxed. She lifted the girl onto her back. A 12-year-old child, yet so light, she felt like a bundle of bones. Shen Ning felt heavy-hearted, her eyes unknowingly reddening, unsure whether it was for herself or for the child on her back. You're awake? When Sanya woke up, she was still dazed. Hearing a voice, she instinctively curled up in the corner, a bit frightened, peeking through her messy bangs. She had never been very smart and was not liked by anyone, living her life like a shadow, silently. She ate the least, got up the earliest, went to bed the latest, and worked the hardest. At such a young age, she had already felt the world's malice towards her. The village children would throw stones at her, calling her a disaster, a jinx. Her brother and sister-in-law's child, Xiao Bao, treated her like a slave, always beating or scolding her, blaming her for all the bad things he did. But this beautiful older sister in front of her was staring at her, without blinking. The concern and tenderness in her eyes made her want to cry. The warmth in her gaze made Sanya unconsciously want to approach her, yet it also made her nervous and shy. She clutched the bedding beneath her, the soft, warm texture startling her, and when she looked down to see the black marks on it, she was frightened and wanted to roll off the bed. But the next moment, the world spun, and everything went dark. Shen Ning hurriedly supported her. Don't be afraid. I'm a newly arrived, educated youth. I mean no harm. I saw you fainting, and no one was taking care of you, so I brought you back. Shen Ning tried to soften her voice. She actually didn't know much about Gu Sanya. In her previous life, when she saw her, she was already silly and dazed. But now it seemed that this girl was indeed a bit slow in reaction, but her intelligence was absolutely normal. Perhaps it was because she had arrived in time and given her the spiritual spring water that she avoided the misfortune of her brain being damaged by high fever. I'm dirty. No one had ever spoken to Sanya so gently. She felt her face burning. Shen Ning glanced at her nonchalantly. She was more worried about Sanya's health. She handed over the prepared spiritual spring water along with a warm steam bun. It's okay if you're dirty. Just wash up. Eat something first to fill your stomach. Is there any part of you that feels uncomfortable? Taking advantage of Sanya's fainting, Shen Ning quickly tidied up the small room. It had everything needed, but now she didn't dare to take anything out. Fortunately, the effect of the spiritual spring water was significant, and Sanya now looked much more spirited. Her stomach growled, making the little girl's cheeks flush with embarrassment, yet she hesitated to reach out. Her gaze was timid, filled with wariness, fear, but also some indescribable gratitude and expectation. Shen Ning directly brought the bun to her mouth, her tone firm. Eat, just eat. This is my rented room. You can stay here comfortably. If you want to go home, I won't stop you. I'm living at the Educated Youth Station. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come find me anytime. I'll leave first and come back to see you tomorrow." As soon as Shen Ning returned to the Educated Youth Station, Kai Meiwan frowned, keeping her distance. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family was quite fierce, and the story about Gu Sanya being a disaster to her parents had long spread throughout the village. She felt a bit apprehensive and scared, her tone dripping with disdain as she said, "I heard you interacted with that jinx today?" Chapter 29, the calm at her voice was not small. The educated youth had all finished their meals and were gathered around the table. Hearing her words, they turned to look at Shen Ning. Shen Ning couldn't be bothered to respond to her. She took out her lunchbox and prepared to ladle some thin porridge. The veteran educated youth, Chun Jiefeng, looked up, curled his lips, and felt that Shen Ning was extremely arrogant and dismissive of others. He immediately began to feign a scolding tone, saying, "This is an educated youth point, not your home. Can you have a bit of collective consciousness, understand some rules, and show some manners? Do you expect all of us to wait with empty stomachs for you to come back and eat? Besides, food is precious these days, rationed and limited. We don't have extra food for that comet. I think you should really reflect on yourself and improve your ideological awareness." Shen Ning looked up at him, her dark eyes half smiling, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. She glanced at the empty plate that had a corn bun on it and spoke in a calm, mocking tone. "First, I didn't ask you to wait for me to eat. Second, you weren't waiting. Third, Gu Sanya is not a comet. And I never intended for her to come to the educated youth point for a free meal. You're just overthinking it." If it weren't for the fact that her luggage was still at the educated youth point, Shen Ning wouldn't want to draw suspicion from others. She didn't wish to return to the educated youth point at all. Even the veteran educated youth had such an attitude towards Gu Sanya. One could imagine how much prejudice the other villagers had against her. "And Chun, you're an educated person too. Why are you still indulging in superstitions? Calling a little girl a comet? Is that your rule? Your upbringing? I think it's you who should improve your ideological awareness." Chun Jiefeng considered himself the big brother among this group of educated youth. Now, being publicly embarrassed by a young girl made his face flush with anger, his nostrils flaring. Yet he was speechless, stammering for a while without being able to articulate anything. You. Fang Heng and Li Jiqiang seemed to have grown used to Shen Ning's formidable fighting skills, silently sipping their porridge with interest, enjoying seeing Chun Jiefeng being put in his place. Although they were all educated youth sent to the countryside, Chun Jiefeng often flaunted his seniority, always adopting a big brother's posture, trying to dominate everyone and pointing fingers at the newcomers, which was quite annoying. Now seeing him so flustered by Shen Ning that he couldn't even speak, they felt a sense of relief. Just then, a reprimanding voice came. "Shen Ning, Brother Chun is also doing this for your own good. Why are you speaking so harshly? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Chun." Sun Miao had long heard of Gu Sanya's infamous name and was eager for Shen Ning to get close to her, preferably to drive her to death, or isolate her from the entire village and all the educated youth. Under the guise of sincere concern for Chun Jiefeng, she gradually lost herself, looking at him with more and more satisfaction, seeing that she had gained the support of Chun Jiefeng and Kai Meiwan. Sun Miao's expression relaxed as she began to lecture like a caring older sister. "We're also doing this for your benefit. I've heard that girl has a reclusive personality and doesn't maintain hygiene, running around dirty in the village every day, digging for food in the fields. Just look at how dirty she is. Who knows if she has fleas on her? It might even spread to you." Sun Miao suddenly jumped back a few meters as if startled, then pretended to apologize. Ning, I'm not targeting you. I just have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and I really can't accept it. Your enthusiasm is a good thing, but being overly nice and letting others make a mess for you is not right." "Exactly. Keep your distance from me. You're both unlucky and dirty." Kai Meiwan chimed in. Shen Ning scoffed, "If you can't stand it, then get out." Looking back 3 generations, who doesn't dig for food from the fields? Sun Miao, if you think Gu Sanya is dirty, you might as well wash the mud out from under your nails before judging others. Shen Ning's words were sharp, and everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Sun Miao's fingertips. After a day of farm work, everyone was naturally a bit dusty, and some dirt was inevitable. Yet Shen Ning looked fresh and clean, her fair skin not at all resembling someone who worked in the fields, more like someone visiting the village for a vacation. In comparison, Sun Miao's so-called cleanliness seemed somewhat ridiculous. You. Sun Miao's face flushed with embarrassment, instinctively curling her fingers, her eyes filled with anger. Damn, Shen Ning. If she hadn't refused to lend me her gloves and straw hat, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Sun Miao usually paid great attention to her appearance and had cleaned up a bit before meals. But in this poor village, lacking food and clothing, there wasn't even a decent bar of soap. Kai Meiwan was about to speak when Shen Ning raised her eyebrows slightly and coldly scanned them. I advise you not to come over and act cheap. Otherwise, I'll scold you too. Kai Meiwan was taken aback, her imposing aura making her feel intimidated. Coming back to her senses, she angrily withdrew her lunchbox, like a paper tiger stubbornly resisting. Muttering, she tugged Sun Miao back to the room. Meow meow, let's go. Some people are just like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. One day, if that comet gets you, you'll deserve it. Chun Jiefeng, having lost two major supporters in quick succession, was left speechless and stood there with a face as dark as a pig's liver. Jiang Yuanyuan looked at Shen Ning with curiosity. She didn't seem to be a warm-hearted person, so why would she provoke such anger over a stranger? The atmosphere became extremely tense. After all, they were all educated youth, and it wouldn't sound good to have such sharp conflict spread around. Moreover, Shen Ning was a female comrade. If she truly incurred Chun Jiefeng's jealousy, her future days might not be easy. After much consideration, Fang Heng finally spoke up to mediate. All right, stop standing around. The food is getting cold. Shen Ning, Chen Jiefeng, come eat. Chen Jiefeng quickly found his way out, sliding down the ladder with a snort. The ancients were not wrong. Only women and petty people are hard to nurture. Today, I've learned this lesson, and I can't be bothered to argue with you. You shrew. Women should be gentle and virtuous like Sun Miao. If you keep this up, you won't be able to get married in the future. His words dripped with paternalistic condescension, and Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why do you care? Shen Ning, don't mind him, come eat. Shen Ning coldly snorted. No thanks. Just seeing Chun Jiefeng's face makes me lose my appetite. What era is this? Even old ladies don't bind their feet anymore. And he is still wrapping up his brain? Seeing Chun Jiefeng staring at her in confusion, Shen Ning feigned a regretful sigh, shook her head, and turned back to her room. Fang Heng and Jiang Yuanyuan struggled to suppress their laughter. Li Jiqiang couldn't hold back his porridge and sprayed it out, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Shen Ning is really impressive. She can scold without using profanity. Chapter 30. Stamp collecting. By the time Sun Miao reluctantly returned to the room, Jiang Yuanyuan had already finished washing up and was applying snowflake cream to her face in front of a small mirror. Not only that, she had also pulled out a bottle of clam oil, carefully applying it to her hands. Sun Miao watched with envy, touching her slightly rough face, and became even more determined to marry a wealthy man to escape her miserable family as soon as possible. Once Jiang Yuanyuan finished her preparations, she took out a box of snowflake cream and handed it to Shen Ning. This new box of snowflake cream is for you. Thank you for the gloves and towel you gave me today. By the way, I also have some walnut pastries. You should try some. Shen Ning didn't refuse. She had just put the snowflake cream into the box at the head of the Kong when she turned to see Sun Miao's gloomy and greedy gaze. She smirked sarcastically and ignored Sun Miao. Taking the walnut pastry, the rich aroma wafted towards her, and a bite left a lingering taste on her lips. Shen Ning had also stored quite a few snacks in her own space, so she pretended to rummage through her box and pulled out date paste cake and mung bean cake, piling them on the table. You should try these too. Jiang Yuanyuan looked at the snacks on the table in surprise. These items weren't cheap. Sun Miao naturally felt suspicious, her gaze falling on Shen Ning's box. She knew Shen Ning's stepmother. On the surface, she seemed generous, but secretly she was harsh and wouldn't provide Shen Ning with such items. Damn it! This little wench Shen Ning actually has things hidden from me. How could she deserve such good things? As the rich aroma filled the air, Sun Miao's mouth watered uncontrollably. Yet the two seemed not to notice her and didn't invite her to try even a little, making Sun Miao both angry and annoyed. Unable to bring herself to speak up, she stomped her foot and turned to go to the old, educated youth Kai Meijuan's room. The wooden door slammed shut, sending dust flying. Jiang Yuan looked impatient. What's she throwing a tantrum about? We don't owe her anything. Just wait. Tomorrow the educated youth point will probably spread the word that we're isolating her. Indeed, Miss Jiang had already aligned Shen Ning with her camp. Sun Miao had tried to ingratiate herself with Jiang Yuan multiple times, but her overtly utilitarian attitude was off-putting. On the other hand, Shen Ning surprisingly clicked well with her. I heard there's a market in town tomorrow. I asked the brigade leader for leave to go buy some things. Are you coming? Shen Ning's eyes brightened. Of course I'm going. The courtyard needs tidying up, and I have things to take out, but I just can't find a good excuse. The next day, as soon as she finished tidying up, Jiang Yuan dragged Shen Ning to the village entrance. Hurry up. I'm going crazy eating this bland food every day. I want to eat something good in town. Shen Ning chuckled and followed her to the village entrance, only to realize she wasn't that early. He Chong, who was driving the tractor, was chatting casually with Sun Miao. When Fang Heng saw Shen Ning, he instinctively took a few quick steps forward. Comrade Shun, this is... Kai Meiwan rolled her eyes with impatience. Even though she didn't want to admit it, Shen Ning's face was indeed beautiful. If she hadn't seen her aggressive nature, she might have felt inclined to pamper her a bit. Fang Heng couldn't quite put his feelings for Shen Ning into words, although they had been classmates. Shen Ning had previously given off a very quiet vibe. Despite her excellent grades and beauty, her social skills couldn't compare to the talkative and cheerful Sun Miao. However, the more he interacted with her, the more interesting he found her. She appeared obedient and gentle, yet when she spoke, she could leave others speechless. She seemed delicate, but she could work efficiently in the fields, outperforming even seasoned, educated youths who had been in the countryside for years. Cold and indifferent, she treated everyone the same. Yet she would argue fiercely for a village girl she had just met. Fang Heng knew he shouldn't be focusing on her and recognized it as a sign of infatuation. Thinking of his fiancée, he sighed and forced himself to look away, gazing towards the horizon. Shen Ning calmly met the gazes of everyone, and Jiang Yuan had already climbed onto the tractor, reaching out to her. Come on, there's still room here. Shen Ning smiled lightly, took her hand, and climbed onto the vehicle, only to find Sun Miao and Kai Meiwan sitting across from her. The two huddled together, occasionally glancing at Shen Ning, whispering and discussing her incessantly. Shen Ning assumed they were just being their usual selves and didn't want to engage, closing her eyes to rest. Ignored, Sun Miao felt angry but suddenly thought of something, her eyes gleaming with a strange smile. When the tractor finally stopped, Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan jumped off and headed straight into the state-run restaurant nearby, attracting a wave of sour comments behind them. The two ordered bowls of 3-flavor wontons, the skins thin and the fillings generous, soft yet chewy. A sip of the steaming, fragrant wonton soup warmed their hearts, and they sighed contentedly. As Jiang Yuan ate, she complained, I can't stand eating from the big pot anymore. Every day, it's just bland gruel. That cornmeal is so dry it scratches my throat, and there's not a bit of meat in it. Ming ming. How about we team up to start a small kitchen? By the way, how's your cooking? I'm not good at cooking, but I can handle the ingredients. We can take turns cleaning up. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Jiang Yuan's extravagance. It sounded good, but unfortunately, she was planning to move out. She shook her head slightly. No, I rented a small courtyard in the village. Once I finish tidying up, I'm moving out. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. When did this happen? Why are you moving? The educated youth point at least offers some support. Support? They won't cause me trouble. And that's already a blessing. Facing Shen Ning's half-smiling expression, Jiang Yuan pouted, recalling the undercurrents at the educated youth point and the intensifying rumors over the past few days. She sighed, there are more people, more troubles. The ancients were right. Oh no, if you leave, won't I be all alone and helpless? Her long sighs made Shen Ning laugh. There are plenty of empty houses in the village. If you can't stand living at the educated youth point, you might as well start making plans. The two ate until they were full, and since they wanted to buy different things, they split up to shop. Shen Ning found a quiet alley, pulled out a large backpack from her space, filled with items covered tightly with cotton cloth, and wandered around the market for a long time. Just in time, She arrived at the post office and waited a while before seeing Jiang Yuanyuan slowly approaching with a big bag. Shen Ning couldn't help but laugh at the items Jiang Yuanyuan had bought. This young lady was becoming increasingly practical, buying not only a lot of food but also protective gear for work: straw hats, gloves, rubber shoes, towels. The two entered the post office and picked up their packages. Shen Ning didn't forget to send a letter to Tian Tian to report safety, mailing it out. As she passed the counter, she noticed exquisite stamps and paused for a moment, although she had made quite a bit of money selling work. Relying solely on that wasn't a solution. Her dark eyes suddenly brightened as she recalled the stamp collecting craze from her past life. Even in the black market, a single stamp could sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars, and there were claims that a set of stamps could be worth a house. Shen Ning stopped in her tracks, her heart racing as she looked at the stamp sets on the counter. Chapter 31. Don't make a scene. There aren't many entertainment options these days, and there are quite a few people who enjoy stamp collecting. So Shen Ning's behavior didn't attract too much attention. Soon, she paid the money and bought an entire sheet of stamps, achieving a complete victory, including Chairman Mao's inscription, Tiananmen, DLNSHN, and several sets of Peking opera masks like Zhang Fei. Watching Shen Ning look as if she had picked up a gold ingot, her face full of joy, Jiang Yuanyuan was somewhat puzzled. Are you crazy? Don't you care about living anymore? Even if you like them, there's no need to buy so many at once. Shen Ning's eyes were crescent-shaped, clearly in a great mood, and she even encouraged Yuanyuan, why don't you buy a few sets as a keepsake? I guarantee you won't regret it later. Jiang Yuanyuan wasn't interested in stamps and wanted to save the remaining money to buy a few meat buns to take home, but for some reason, she inexplicably followed Shen Ning and bought some stamps. Once they exited the post office and looked at the few light stamps in her hand, she felt a sense of loss. Ah, you owe me my meat buns. Shen Ning chuckled. Stop howling, I'll treat you. By the time the two finally arrived at the meeting point with their large bags at the designated time, seeing Shen Ning's big package and the large basket on her back, it looked full to the brim. Sun Miao's eyes flickered, her heart bleeding as she thought about the 80 yuan Shen Ning had scammed from her, nearly unable to contain her anger. She bought all this with her hard-earned money. That shameless Shen Ning, being so extravagant. How will she pay me back later? Kai Mei Wan, smelling the aroma of meat buns in the air, couldn't help but swallow hard. Her gaze towards Shen Ning and the others growing increasingly unfriendly. A little girl traveling with them also caught a whiff of the buns, but merely nestled in her mother's arms and sighed softly. It smells so good. Seeing the cute child, Shen Ning gave her a piece of fruit candy. The little girl politely thanked her, her eyes sparkling. Its orange flavor, so sweet. TCH, you dare to eat her stuff? It's filthy, Kai Mei Wan said, her eyes downcast, her tone sarcastic. The harmonious atmosphere was instantly shattered, and Shen Ning was taken aback. The little girl, sucking on her candy, looked confused and said, Nonsense, this candy is really sweet, not dirty at all. Kai Mei Wan shot Shen Ning a meaningful glance, feigning depth, and spoke in a strange tone. Humph, what do you know, little girl? When I say dirty, I don't mean that kind of dirty. Now everyone in the vehicle could feel her overwhelming malice. Sun Miao tugged at Kai Mei Wan's sleeve. Ning Ning, don't be angry. Mei Wan is just straightforward and means no harm. This time, Jiang Yuanyuan understood as well, standing up abruptly. What nonsense are you talking? Keep babbling, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Kai Mei Wan, with her neck stuck out, retorted, oh, what did I say wrong? Jiang Yuanyuan, I'm just kindly advising you to stay away from Shen Ning. She's like a dirty old shoe. Who knows what kind of filthy disease she might pass on to you? If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to go out. Better find a tree and hang yourself. Slap. A loud slap instantly silenced the entire room. Kai Mei Wan stared in disbelief. You actually dare to hit someone. Shen Ning's eyes were deep. On what basis do you call me a dirty shoe? Who said that? What evidence do you have? Kai Mei Wan was intimidated by her imposing aura, stuttering as she glanced at Sun Miao, mumbling. Everyone says that? Everyone? Which everyone? Names, ages, addresses. Take me to them. I want to confront them face to face. Nobody expected Shen Ning to be so assertive. Kai Mei Wan stammered, unable to say anything. And Shen Ning scoffed, can't say it? Then you're spreading rumors and tarnishing my reputation. I'm going to the police station to report you for deliberately defaming me and forcing me to death. I want to see if the police will do something about it. Defaming others' reputation and causing serious consequences can lead to jail time. Jiang Yuan shouted from the side. Shen Ning grabbed Kai Meiwan by her collar and, without waiting for her to defend herself, dragged her off the bus, heading towards the police station. Kai Meiwan was terrified, never expecting Shen Ning to have such strength. She was half a head taller and somewhat plump, but what kind of monster was Shen Ning that she had such power? Seeing Shen Ning was serious, Kai Meiwan panicked. No, it's not me. Really not me. I heard it from someone else. It was Meow Meow. Meow Meow said it. Hey, Sun Meow, say something. You said Shen Ning must have been kidnapped by human traffickers to be personally returned by the police. And you said she disappeared for 2 days. She must not be clean. I didn't. I was just worried that Ning Ning encountered something bad. Meiwan, you misunderstood me. Why spread it around? Sun Meow's voice immediately rose an octave, interrupting her. Normally, when a girl encounters such a situation, she would be at a loss for words or eager to explain. But why was Shen Ning still pursuing it relentlessly? Kai Meiwan was useless, immediately subdued by Shen Ning and exposed herself. Sun Meow was furious, feeling like she could spit blood, but could only smile at Shen Ning. Ning Ning, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just curious about where you went those 2 days and what happened. We meant no harm. Releasing Kai Meiwan, Shen Ning tilted her head slightly, a shallow smile on her face, as if there were no barriers between them. So you admit it then? Sun Meow was stunned, her mind racing to find a way to extricate herself. Slap! Shen Ning, uninterested in her excuses, raised her hand and gave her a loud slap. Sun Meow's ears buzzed, and a sharp pain surged through her. Kai Meiwan covered half her face in horror, feeling even more pain. After a while, Sun Meow finally realized that she had been publicly slapped by Shen Ning. Embarrassment and anger surged in her heart, and just as she was about to speak, she met Shen Ning's unfathomable gaze. What? Not convinced? Good, then go report me to the police. Just in time, I want to go too. Sun Meow gritted her teeth, wishing she could scratch Shen Ning's face right there, but when she saw a group of people slowly approaching behind her, her expression changed instantly. Her beautiful big eyes filled with tears, biting her lower lip. She remained silent, swaying unsteadily as if she might faint at any moment, looking pathetically fragile. Li Jiqiang, TSK, how did I not notice that this Shun comrade has such a bad temper? Look at how swollen Sun Meow's face is. But what was this about this time? Their voices weren't quiet, and Shen Ning naturally heard them. She turned around to look at the two, showing no sign of guilt. Casually flicking her wrist, just swatting a mosquito, no big deal. Those who witnessed the farce couldn't help but laugh. Even Fong Hong found it hard to suppress a smile. Clearly, it was Shen Ning who had struck, acting fierce, and anyone could see that Sun Meow had been bullied terribly. But as the sunset's colorful clouds illuminated her, reflecting her proud brows and nonchalant demeanor, it inexplicably reminded him of the proud, noble, purebred Persian cat at his aunt's house. Fong Hung didn't know why he thought that. As the leader of this group of educated youth, he had an obligation to maintain harmony and fairness in the team. Yet at this moment, all he wanted was to pet this little cat's head and say, "Don't make a scene." Chapter 32, the first to eat crab, Chong did not want to get involved in the gossip of these women. Pretending not to see, he swiftly climbed onto the tractor as everyone had gathered and it was time to leave. The faint snickers from the crowd and Chong's indifference made Sun Meow feel humiliated and furious. She had always been well-liked in the crowd, but now, after being openly slapped, not a single person spoke up for her, although she knew that she wasn't entirely in the right. Shen Ning's arrogance was evident for all to see. Were they all blind? Tears as big as beans fell from Sun Meow's eyes, and she hesitated to get on the vehicle. It was Fong Hung who couldn't bear to see her like this and pulled her along, saying, "Sun Meow, get on the tractor. It'll be dark soon, and the road won't be easy to navigate." Li Jiqiang added, "Exactly, you're wasting everyone's time." Sun Meow sobbed as if she had suffered a great injustice, and with Fong Heng's assistance, she climbed onto the tractor. Both she and Kai may want to have been slapped by Shen Ning in front of others, losing all face. At that moment, they exchanged resentful glances, their expressions filled with displeasure. When they reached the village entrance, Shen Ning smiled and thanked Chong, carrying a basket and shouldering a package as she walked towards her small courtyard. Li Jiqiang, puzzled, wondered what that little firecracker was up to, carrying so many things and not returning to the youth station. Jiang Yuanyuan chuckled. Ning Ning rented a small courtyard and is moving out. Once her new home is tidy, she plans to invite me for a meal. Hey, I don't want to live in that dilapidated house anymore. I need to look for a suitable vacant house to move out soon. Fang Heng and the others were taken aback, but soon thought it made sense. The living conditions at the youth station were indeed poor, with everyone cramped together, making everything inconvenient. It was only natural for them to want to change their living situation, but they hadn't expected that the first to take the plunge would be Shen Ning. Behind them, Sun Miao's expression darkened, anxiously rubbing the hem of her clothes. Why was everything developing in an uncontrollable direction? It hadn't been like this before. When she first learned that Shen Ning was going to the countryside, she was overjoyed. Shen Ning had previously been like a soft dough, incapable of standing up for herself, and had always obeyed her. Although Shen Ning's father had passed away and most of her good things had been taken away, as long as they were together, all the dirty work could be pushed onto her. She had intended to tarnish Shen Ning's reputation secretly, hoping to isolate her and crush her under the weight of rumors, leaving her lonely and helpless. This way, she could step in and generously forgive Shen Ning's previous unreasonable behavior. Not only could she reclaim her own money, but she also wanted Shen Ning to suffer a great loss to compensate her. But now, Shen Ning was moving out without a word. Everything felt wrong. A sense of uncontrollable crisis enveloped Sun Miao. Her face was severely gloomy, and her mind raced. When Shen Ning arrived at the small courtyard, it was already transformed. A small hall and the 2 rooms on either side had been tidied up neatly. Even the stove was scrubbed shiny. On the table lay the pastries Shen Ning had left for her yesterday, and the enamel cup was emptied of the spring water. However, after searching around, Shen Ning did not see Senya's figure. Just then, Senya suddenly pushed open the courtyard door, holding a bundle of firewood. Seeing Shen Ning, she froze for a moment before breaking into a shy smile. The 12-year-old girl struggled under the weight of the high bundle of firewood, unable to straighten her back. Shen Ning felt a pang in her heart. "You're still sick. Why did you go to gather firewood?" Shen Ning's tone was somewhat urgent. The little girl instinctively shrank her neck, hanging her head, too afraid to speak. Shen Ning seemed to see her past self in the girl, timid, anxious, and lonely. With a sudden wave of emotion, her tone softened. "I'm not scolding you. It's just that you're still not fully recovered. Gathering firewood alone is dangerous. What if you faint and a bad person takes you away and sells you off in the mountains? That would be the end of it." Shen Ning exaggerated her words, knowing the girl felt uneasy and desperately wanted to prove her worth. With a shift in her gaze, she said, "Thank you for helping me tidy up the courtyard. You must be hungry. Come over and eat something." Senya hurriedly waved her hand, pulling out half a small steamed bun from her pocket, which was exactly what Shen Ning had left for her yesterday. Gu Senya didn't dare return to the Gu family. Since little Bao had fallen into the river, her sister-in-law would surely blame her for it. Just thinking about her sister-in-law made Gu Sanya tremble involuntarily, feeling intense pain. In her short 12 years, her sister-in-law had been like a slave master who controlled her life and death. But what could she do? Where could she go after leaving the Gu family? No one would take her in. She was a jinx who had caused her parents' deaths, a bad luck charm that everyone in the village avoided. Shen Ning had saved her, and she couldn't let her be dragged down. Soon, she would say goodbye to Shen Ning, even if her sister-in-law wanted to beat her to death. That was her fate. But then a warm, gentle hand touched her forehead, and Shen Ning smiled at her, looking incredibly beautiful. Why are you staring blankly? Your temperature is normal. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Gu Sanya slowly shook her head, unable to voice her farewell. Shen Ning ruffled her messy, fluffy short hair and said, "Sanya, look what I brought you. Tada! It's big meat buns from the state-run restaurant. Too fragrant." Steaming buns wrapped in oiled paper were stuffed into her arms. "Hurry and eat. If they get cold, they won't taste good." Seeing that Sanya was still in a daze, Shen Ning wasn't worried. She had already found out that Sanya's mother had complications during childbirth, which led to her developmental delays. She didn't walk until she was 3 and didn't speak until she was 5. Her brothers and sisters-in-law were very harsh to her, and the villagers were superstitious, avoiding her. Therefore, Senya lived a difficult life, becoming more withdrawn and rarely speaking. Shen Ning poured a cup of spring water and placed it beside her. "You eat first. I'll go inside and tidy up. I should be able to move in and live with you tomorrow." Senya, already slow to react, seemed to freeze at that moment, unable to believe it. She looked down at the meat bun in her hands, then looked up at Shen Ning, appearing somewhat dazed. "Oh dear, Shen Ning, you're busy." Lu Chuiying, carrying something, pushed open the courtyard door, startling Gu Sanya, who quickly hid in the corner of the small courtyard, curling up. Out of nervousness, she squeezed the bun in her hand, causing it to burst and reveal the oily meat filling. Shen Ning quickly came out to greet her, secretly lamenting her lack of attention for forgetting to lock the courtyard door. But her face broke into a smile early on. "Oh, it's Annie. Come in and sit." Chapter 33, Wang Baozhu goes to the countryside. Lu Chuiying looked around the small courtyard and exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Shun, you're really fast. You've done a great job in just one night. Look how clean this room is. Just bring your luggage and add a few things, and you can move in." Shen Ning smiled shyly. "It's all thanks to Sanya. This child is so hardworking." She continued, "I saw her faint yesterday, and no one helped her. So I brought her back. I didn't expect it to look like this when I returned today. I thought I had entered the wrong courtyard." Only then did Lu Chuiying notice Sanya huddled in the corner with a bun, and she nodded knowingly, realizing that her sister-in-law must have hit her again. "Oh, it's really pitiful. This child is diligent and honest, but she's a bit dull and has a hard life." Shen Ning's eyes flickered, and she maintained a polite smile, not wanting to discuss this topic. It was clear that the Gu family's sister-in-law was harsh and mistreated Sanya, but to everyone else, it was just a light comment about the child's unfortunate life. "By the way, Aunt, you're here, too." Lu Chuiying smiled brightly, placing the items she was holding on the table. "We've already discussed the rent for this house with old Hu. It's 2 yuan a month. Your uncle and I will be witnesses, so you can live here with peace of mind. We don't have much to offer, but since you're moving into a new home, you'll need a lot of things. This new kettle and enamel basin are for you to keep, and these vegetables are from our garden. Try them, and if you need anything else, just let me know." "Thank you so much, Aunt. I'm new here and haven't gotten everything set up yet. And these vegetables look so fresh." Shen Ning replied, "Oh, I bought some pastries in town today. I can't eat them all, so please take some back for the kids." Lu Chuiying was about to refuse, but Shen Ning had already shoved a bag of pastries into her hands. "Just a small treat for the kids. If you don't take it, I won't take your things." Lu Chuiying chuckled, growing fonder of Shen Ning, who was not only clever, but also sweet-tongued. "All right, then I'll take it for the kids. You keep busy, and if you need anything, just come find me." "Okay." After sending Lu Chuiying off, Shen Ning locked the courtyard gate and looked at Sanya in the corner. "Come here, Sanya. Help your sister watch the yard. If anyone comes, call me." Sanya hesitated and nodded slowly, and Shen Ning couldn't help but smile at her silly expression. She walked over and gently ruffled Sanya's messy hair, coaxing her, "Be good and eat your bun. Once I finish tidying up, I'll give you some candy." With that, she carried a large bamboo basket into the house, closed the door, and began to take things out from her space. Soon, she had filled the home with various items, gradually shaping it into a simple and warm little house. When she stepped out of the room, she saw the little girl sitting at the door, looking eagerly at her. As soon as she saw Shen Ning, she rushed over. The meat bun wrapped in oiled paper remained untouched, and even though she was clearly starving, she stubbornly held it out to Shen Ning, saying, "You eat." Sanya's eyes were a light shade of brown, strikingly beautiful, but usually hidden beneath her thick bangs. However, Shen Ning could see the fear, sadness, and faint hope in her eyes. At that moment, it felt as if time had crossed over, bringing back memories of the dilapidated wood house, the boarded-up windows, and days filled with hunger and despair. Yet, a stubborn child was holding up a half-eaten bun, pushing it through a narrow gap, saying, "You eat." Shen Ning felt as if she were trapped in a long nightmare, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her face turning pale. This frightened Gu Sanya. She thought her bad luck had affected this beautiful young woman, and she stepped back in fear. Just then, harsh curses from the Gu family's eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiumei, came from outside. "You little wretch, have you learned to be sneaky? What are you doing hiding in someone else's house? If you have the ability, Never come back with me. Shen Ning suddenly snapped back to reality, gasping for breath as she broke free from the nightmarish memories, only to see Gu Sanya with her head down, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry I caused you trouble. My sister-in-law is looking for me. I have to go back. Shen Ning wanted to persuade her, but Gu Sanya had already opened the courtyard door. The Gu family's sister-in-law immediately poked her finger hard against Sanya's forehead. Oh, I thought you had grown wings and wouldn't come back. What? Did someone kick you out like a stray dog? Gu Sanya kept her head down, hunching her back, letting the sister-in-law ridicule her without saying a word. Shen Ning rushed out and grabbed Gu Sanya's arm. Sanya, come back. Don't go with her. Zhang Xiumei was furious. Who do you think you are to meddle in my family's affairs? Why can't you let her come back with me? Because you abuse her. You even want to sell her to an old bachelor as a child bride. Do you know that's illegal? Shen Ning's eyes were cold, her expression dark as she tightened her grip on Gu Sanya's arm. Zhang Xiumei was taken aback, her face filled with guilt. How did this girl know? She thought she had hidden this well. Frowning, she yanked Gu Sanya and started to leave, loudly threatening, "Shut up. Don't spread nonsense here. Do you believe I will call the police on you?" Shen Ning wanted to argue further, but Gu Sanya suddenly spoke, "I'll go back with you." Zhang Xiumei instantly felt victorious, shoving Shen Ning aside and pulling Gu Sanya behind her. Did you hear? She wants to come back with me. Gu Sanya didn't dare look up at Shen Ning, her body trembling, but her voice was unusually firm. Yes, I want to go back. I can't drag you down. Shen Ning felt a bit disappointed, but understood that to Sanya, she was just a stranger she had met for a day and wasn't someone she could trust. Sighing, she stopped trying to stop her and instead glared fiercely at Zhang Xiumei. I'll keep an eye on your family. If I don't see Sanya one day, I'll report you for human trafficking. Zhang Xiumei felt a chill from Shen Ning's dark gaze, pulling Gu Sanya away hurriedly. Frustrated and angry, she turned back and spat at Shen Ning. You're crazy. Mind your own business. Meanwhile, Wang Baozhu had already arrived at the countryside with her luggage, crying and complaining. Yichang's expression was hard to describe. This female, educated youth was too terrifying, crying the entire way. Anyone who didn't know would think he was a brothel owner or a human trafficker. After he tried to console her a few times, he was called a country bumpkin and told that a toad couldn't dream of eating swan meat. Feeling sorry for himself, as he was already married, he didn't dare say a word and dropped her off at the village entrance, fleeing like he was escaping for his life, driving the tractor away. Wang Baozhu's eyes were swollen like walnuts, standing dazed at the path leading from the village to the educated youth point, cursing Shen Ning in her heart thousands of times, wishing she could tear her to pieces in person. Wang Baozhu, what are you doing here? Sun Miao came out for a stroll, casually trying to find out where Shen Ning rented her small courtyard, but unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. She thought she was seeing things. How could this be? Wasn't Shen Ning supposed to be taking Wang Baozhu to the countryside? Why was she here instead of staying in the city as an accountant? What was she doing in this desolate place? Chapter 34. New strategist Sun Miao instinctively felt that all of this had something to do with Shen Ning. Yet she thought it was unlikely. She had seen Shen Ning's demeanor in front of her stepmother, submissive and timid, not daring to even breathe loudly. So how could she dare to trip up Wang Baozhu? Wang Baozhu naturally recognized the person in front of her, snorted coldly, and rolled her eyes. Over the years, Sun Miao had tried hard to please Shen Ning, with more cunning than a fishing net. She wanted to play both sides, but unfortunately, she was not the fool that Shen Ning was, believing in sisterhood. Their relationship was far from harmonious, having given Sun Miao several humiliations. She wiped her tears, shouldered her luggage, and trudged forward. If it weren't for her biological mother's repeated promises to bring her back to the city within 6 months and help her find a decent, high-paying job, she would never have come to such a broken place. But Shen Ning was going to stay in this dirt and mud place for a lifetime. Thinking about it made her feel much better. In any case, she would definitely make things difficult for Shen Ning before she left. Seeing that Wang Baozhu had brought quite a few things, Sun Miao felt envious. Wang Aihuat doted on this girl tightly, and it seemed she would definitely be reluctant to let Wang Baozhu suffer in the countryside. One Shen Ning had already escaped her control, but now heaven had sent another Wang Baozhu. This Wang Baozhu, if described nicely, was naive and spoiled. If described harshly, she was both stupid and malicious. Most importantly, She and Shen Ning were not on good terms, making her easy to manipulate. It's a bit far from the youth point. Let me help you. Sun Miao approached her, tried to be friendly. Unexpectedly, Wang Baozhu was not polite at all and directly handed her a large snakeskin bag. Then you help me carry this. It's heavy. Sun Miao's smile almost faltered. She suppressed the impulse to roll her eyes and gritted her teeth to take it. Why did you come to the countryside too? What about your job in the city? Mentioning this made Wang Baozhu explode like a stick of dynamite. It's all that bitch Shen Ning's fault. She can't stand to see me doing well either. You don't know how malicious and greedy she is. She sold her job in our house where my mom and I lived, ran away with the money to hide in the countryside. Not only that, she framed me. Sign me up to go to the countryside. How can there be such a malicious person in this world? Bang! The snakeskin bag in Sun Miao's hand fell to the ground. Wang Baozhu screamed. Are you trying to kill me? You broke my stuff. Can you afford to pay for it? But Sun Miao grabbed Wang Baozhu's arm. What did you say? Shen Ning sold the job and the house. Then doesn't she have a lot of money? Sun Miao originally thought Shen Ning was just pretending to be rich, squandering her youth subsidy, but unexpectedly, she actually got smart and bold enough to scheme against her own stepmother and stepsister. No wonder she looked down on everyone. How despicable. Clearly, she had so much money, yet she still had designs on her own sister. Thinking about the 80 yuan that had been swindled from her, Sun Miao felt a sharp pain in her heart, hating it to the core. No, she had to make Shen Ning pay back this money with interest. When they arrived at the youth point, Wang Baozhu began to make a fuss upon seeing the dilapidated earthen house. I don't want to live here. How can I sleep in such a broken place? Sun Miao pretended to comfort her, but was actually fueling the fire. Baozhu, don't be willful. There are only 2 rooms for female youth, 2 big beds, no choice. Hey, we're not like Ning Ning, who has so much money to rent a place to live alone. We can only squeeze together. As soon as she heard that she would have to squeeze on the same Kong bed with others while Shen Ning could live alone, Wang Baozhu immediately exploded. Why should that bitch Shen Ning get to roll out? Where is she now? But Sun Miao unusually stopped her and whispered in her ear. The next day, when Shen Ning arrived at the threshing ground for assembly, she immediately met Wang Baozhu's furious gaze in the youth queue. She smiled broadly. She had been busy tidying up her little courtyard for the past 2 days, worrying about Gu Sanya, and had completely forgotten about Wang Baozhu coming to the countryside. Seeing her face filled with suppressed anger, Shen Ning felt quite pleased. However, Wang Baozhu was usually spoiled and unruly. How could she possibly swallow such a big loss and not come looking for trouble? She was definitely holding back something bad. Looking at Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu linked arm in arm, appearing like good sisters, Shen Ning scoffed softly. No wonder she could hold her temper. It turned out she had a new strategist. Ning Ning. Jiang Yuan saw Shen Ning and eagerly came over with sparkling eyes. You finally came. I'm really envious of you for being able to move out and live in peace. You don't know, those 2 were whispering and arguing all night last night. I was about to die of annoyance. By the way, I heard the new female youth who came yesterday is your sister, but I feel more like she's your enemy. In just one night, the entire youth point was buzzing about how ungrateful you are, cruel, mistreating your stepmother, running away with the family money, and selling the house. Of course, I don't believe it. But what on earth is going on in your family? Is there some misunderstanding? Jiang Yuan came from a harmonious family, with older siblings who treated her well. So it was her first time seeing sisters who seemed to have a life-and-death feud, which inevitably made her curious. There's no misunderstanding. I did sell my job and house to come to the countryside. Recently, don't get too close to me, in case it really turns into a fight and you get hurt. Shen Ning's expression was calm, as if joking, but Jiang Yuan sensed the malice in her words. She paused, quickly catching the key point in Shen Ning's words. Since the job and house belonged to Shen Ning, she naturally had the right to handle them, and the freedom to buy and sell. How despicable! Wang Baozhu and the others were clearly trying to confuse the truth and tarnish Shen Ning's reputation. Just like at this moment, clearly Shen Ning had nothing to do with these villagers, yet many subtle glances were already falling on her. They didn't speak, but those condemning and scornful looks pricked like needles, and Jiang Yuan wanted to defend her, but couldn't find the words. People's words are terrifying. Ning Ning. You should find a chance to clarify quickly. If it goes on like this, you'll suffer a big loss. No matter what I say, they won't believe it. They will only intensify their slander against me. Why should I waste my breath? Seeing Jiang Yuanyuan frown in disapproval, Shen Ning soothingly patted her hand, looking towards Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu not far away, the corners of her lips curling into a sneer. I know what I'm doing. Chapter 35. Did the educated youth point get robbed? But this time, Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu seemed particularly calm, and the confrontational scene that was expected did not occur. For several days, the two of them did not approach Shen Ning. But when Wang Baozhu and Sun Miao saw her from a distance, they wiped their tears with red eyes, looking as if they had suffered a great injustice. In the eyes of others, Shen Ning's impression became even worse. Jiang Yuanyuan. Hey, what do you think Wang Baozhu and the others want? They're causing a ruckus every day, and if you didn't know better, you'd think you bullied her. Aren't you afraid at all? I heard that some villagers have already gone to find the team leader, saying you are ruining the atmosphere of Hejia village and want to drive you out. Shen Ning remained calm and composed. They haven't driven me out yet, so what am I afraid of? Jiang Yuanyuan shook her head and snickered. Forget it. It's really the emperor not being anxious while the eunuchs are. Anyway, I'm moving out soon, so I don't care what they're chirping about behind my back. Jiang Yuanyuan's plan to move out of the educated youth point was not a secret. After she moved to the countryside, she had accumulated a lot of things scattered here and there. Shen Ning helped her move twice, and that was finally done. Shen Ning didn't leave much behind at the educated youth point, just a quilt and a box. As Shen Ning rolled up her bedding and picked up the small box from the Kong, she was just about to walk out, when Wang Baozhu suddenly blocked the two of them. Wait, don't go. My wallet is missing. Her voice was loud, instantly attracting many people. Jiang Yuanyuan exploded. What do you mean? Do you suspect I stole your stuff? Sun Miao stepped forward to explain immediately. No. How could we suspect you? It's just that Baozhu lost her wallet, and besides you two, no one else has come into this room. So it's aimed at me then. The stone in Shen Ning's heart finally fell. After waiting for a few days, these two finally made their move. She gently stroked the box in her hand, and it was worth it to have left this box here for so long. The fish had finally bitten the hook. Wang Baozhu was on the verge of tears, her eyes red like a little rabbit, sobbing and crying pitifully. I'm not targeting anyone, my wallet really is missing. There was 146 yuan and 50 cents, plus 40 kilograms of national food stamps. That is all my savings. What will I do if I can't find it when winter comes? An ordinary worker earns only 30 to 40 yuan a month. And losing such a large sum of money, no wonder she was anxious. Jiang Yuanyuan no longer cared about Wang Baozhu suspecting her. She comforted her. Don't worry. Where did you put it? Everyone can help look for it. Wang Baozhu cried even harder. I counted it before you came, and I put it in my box. I just went out to use the bathroom, and when I came back, it was gone. Jiang Yuanyuan furrowed her brows even more tightly. Something about this sounded off. Kai Meiwan handed over a handkerchief, her eyes scanning Jiang Yuanyuan and Shen Ning, speaking with certainty. Stop crying. It's still in this room anyway. If it doesn't work, we can check one by one. Jiang Yuanyuan was somewhat incredulous. Check? How do we check? If you haven't done anything wrong, what else there to be afraid of? Why don't you two just open the box in front of everyone? To prove your innocence. Open the box for inspection? Why should we? Are you the police? You might just be framing us. Jiang Yuanyuan wasn't stupid. She quickly realized that today's event was clearly a setup. She and Wang Baozhu had no feud, and it seemed like it was aimed at Shen Ning. Seeing Wang Baozhu's confident demeanor, she was really afraid that something inappropriate would be found in Shen Ning's box, and then it would be impossible to clear her name. Jiang Yuanyuan looked apologetically at Shen Ning. If it weren't for her insistence on coming to help move her luggage, Shen Ning wouldn't be in such a passive position. Don't talk nonsense. The educated youth point has been clean for so many years, and nothing has ever been lost. How come as soon as you two arrive, Wang Baozhu's things go missing? Isn't that obvious? Some people just have bad character. They can even roll up the rent and hide in the countryside. How clean can their hands be? Kai Meijuan's words were almost pointing at Shen Ning's nose and calling her a thief. Jiang Yuanyuan rolled up her sleeves, wanted to fight, but was stopped by Shen Ning. Let's call the police. The things Wang Baozhu lost are enough to file a case. The crowd's expressions varied. Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. They originally wanted to make a big deal out of this, ideally getting the village secretary and team leader to witness it, publicly confirming Shen Ning's guilt of theft. Unexpectedly, Shen Ning actually proposed calling the police herself. This was just too good. Fang Hung frowned. This must be a misunderstanding. There's really no need to call the police. It's better for everyone to help find it, as long as the items are not lost. What are you all up to? Hidaji's voice boomed, looking at the educated youth courtyard surrounded by people and shaking his head. Hey, these young folks from the city, not only are they not good at work, but they sure know how to stir up trouble. They talk so much. It's not even worth it. Little Shun has only been here for a few days, and the rumors keep coming, endlessly. The commune has already called to confirm that the case is closed, and the commendation will be coming down in a few days. Hidaji's gaze landed on the sobbing Wang Baozhu, his expression even more displeased. And this Wang Baozhu really is unreasonable. Previously, Hichang came to find me in the middle of the night, saying that this new female educated youth has some issues, crying all the way and very self-absorbed. She has only been here a few days and is already spreading rumors, ruining little Shun's reputation. If they keep spreading these baseless claims, even a good person could be driven to death. Over the years, Hajia village hasn't just received commendations or advanced evaluations. As long as they don't end up at the bottom every year, it's considered a great thing. After nearly a decade, it's not easy to have a heroic deed come out. If this group of troublemakers keeps spreading these rumors, the commendation might just fall through. Hidaji couldn't just shut her up, and he was also very worried. Of course, the crowd did not know about Hidaji's rich inner thoughts. The captain had always been stern and unapproachable, with great prestige among the villagers. Soon, a villager came forward to explain the situation. Hidaji's brows were furrowed tightly. A thief appeared at the educated youth point. If this spreads, it will be a disgrace for Hajia village, especially with the commendation coming soon. Let's not create any trouble. He immediately cleared his throat. Wang Jiqing, you should look for it carefully, and everyone can help look too. If someone accidentally took Wang Jiqing's wallet, just hand it in. Stop making a fuss. Sun Miao smiled, but her gaze was fixed on Shen Ning. That's right. Ning, if you took it by mistake, just apologize and hand over the wallet. We won't blame you. Shen Ning's face was cold, her voice icy, each word clear, though her voice was not loud. Everyone heard her clearly. I didn't take it. Don't try to frame me. Chapter 36. The leader has arrived. Shen Ning's eyes were dark and unfathomable. Sun Miao seemed to be intimidated by her aura, awkwardly avoiding her gaze. If you didn't take it, why won't you let us check your box? Shen Ning scoffed. It's really strange. You keep insisting on checking my box, as if you're certain that Wang Baozhu's wallet is in it. Did someone see it with their own eyes? If so, why didn't you stop me then, or catch me in the act? Just because of suspicion, you want to demand that others open their boxes? Wouldn't society be in chaos if everyone could search others' belongings just based on suspicion? Shen Ning spoke slowly, showing no signs of embarrassment or nervousness from the suspicion. Her calm demeanor gradually cooled down Jiang Yuanyuan, who was filled with anger. Well, I can also say that I've lost something and suspect it's with you. Would you be willing to accept a search to prove your innocence? Jiang Yuanyuan pointed at Wang Baozhu and continued sternly. You misplaced your things and suspect others. Luckily, I'm moving out. Otherwise, if you lose something in the future, would you blame it on me? Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back a few paces, as if afraid of being wrongly accused. What Jiang Jiqing said makes sense. It's better to keep our distance from her. Otherwise, if we lose something, we'll be blamed. Exactly. Don't confuse the issue. You took it. Wang Baozhu bit her lip and stomped her foot, grabbing Sun Miao. She saw it. Sun Miao, who wanted to hide in the shadows and stir the pot, wished she could slap Wang Baozhu, that fool. Unfortunately, this foolish teammate was her own choice, and she could only awkwardly greet the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Hidaji cursed inwardly. This Sun Jiqing was not an easy person. Her farm work was a mess, and she was cleverer than a beehive. He questioned harshly, did you see with your own eyes that Shen Ning took Wang Baozhu's wallet? In an instant, everyone's gaze was on her, as if spotlighted, with nowhere to hide, especially under Shen Ning's almost imperceptible smile, which made Sun Miao's scalp tingle. In a vague tone, she said, I didn't say Shen Ning took it. I just happened to see Shen Ning standing in front of Baozhu's bed, as if looking for something. This statement was no different from accusing Shen Ning of being a thief. Fang Heng, sounding dissatisfied, said, Sun Miao, think carefully before you speak. Don't wrongfully accuse someone. Fang Heng's obvious defense made Sun Miao's resentment swell. She had seen Wang Baozhu hide the wallet in Shen Ning's box with her own eyes, and her tone grew firm. I'm just stating the facts. I'm not intentionally wronging anyone. Whether Shen Ning took it or not, just open the box for everyone to see, and it will be clear. She had been so resistant and unwilling to cooperate. Who knows what unspeakable things were hidden inside? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to shout as well. Yeah, let's take a look. Why are you hiding it? Did you really take it? Exactly, feeling guilty as a thief. Jiang Yuan, watching the farce unfold, became furious. She realized that Baozhu and Sun Miao were in cahoots. This was a setup to frame Shen Ning. The box absolutely cannot be opened. She loudly explained to the crowd, I brought Shen Ning here to help me move things. Her luggage has always been at the youth point. She didn't even have time to open her box just now. Don't say nonsense. Ning, let's go. Don't pay attention to them, she said, pulling Shen Ning toward the exit, but Wang Baozhu blocked the doorway. I haven't found my wallet yet. No one is allowed to leave. The onlookers began to stir. Yeah, they can't leave. Seeing Jiang Yuan still unwilling to agree, Sun Miao pinched Wang Baozhu's back. Wang Baozhu immediately burst into tears. This is all I have. If I lose it, I won't be able to live. Call the police. We must call the police. Who is calling the police? What police? What happened? The crowd outside the youth center quickly parted to make way. Village Secretary He Jiawang approached slowly with two leaders. Secretary Pei, Captain Gu, this is our youth point. Comrade, Shen Ning is. Before the village secretary could finish, Wang Baozhu seemed to see a savior and rushed up, crying uncontrollably. Leaders, you must stand up for me. She stole my money. A total of $146.50, plus 40 pounds of national grain coupons. The village secretary followed her finger and saw Shen Ning standing in the crowd, his expression changing. Don't talk nonsense. How could Comrade Shen Ning do such a thing? We're here, too. However, Commune Secretary Pei Yan interrupted Secretary He Jiawang. Let's put our matters aside for now and resolve this comrade's issue first. Hearing that someone was willing to take charge, Wang Baozhu finally looked up, but when she saw the tall and imposing man beside Secretary Pei, her heart sank. This person looked so fierce, he was too recognizable. Unable to hold back, she screamed, what are you doing here? Village Secretary He Jiawang was startled. Covered in cold sweat. What are you making a fuss about, female youth? How can you speak to the leaders like that? Secretary Pei looked at the two with interest. Do you know each other? Gu Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. He didn't respond. Secretary Pei didn't mind, smiling gently at Wang Baozhu. You lost something? What happened? Sun Miao, worried that Wang Baozhu might say something wrong, stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. Completely disregarding the pale faces of village secretary He Jiawang and team leader He Daji. He Daji hadn't expected that the commendation would come down at this moment. Personally delivered by the commune secretary. What honor. It almost gave him a heart attack to see such an embarrassing scene in front of the leaders. Gu Chang'an's narrow eyes turned to Shen Ning. This girl had sold her house and her job. She wasn't short on money. She seemed clever. No matter how you looked at it, she didn't seem like a fool who would get caught stealing. Shen Ning also didn't expect that the one coming to present medals to the team would be this living Yama. Thinking about how she wasn't a good person in his eyes either, she immediately said, fine, we can open the box for a check. But the other residents in this room must also be checked. Who knows if they're the ones shouting to catch a thief? Shen Ning pointed at Wang Baozhu and Sun Miao. Sun Miao immediately objected. Why should we? The things only went missing after you came. You were suspicious. Jiang Yuan interrupted her. If we're talking about suspicion, all the youths who entered this room today are suspicious. Why should we only check Shen Ning? This is an insult. Besides, if you can't find anything later, what are you planning to do? Wang Baozhu rolled her eyes. The wallet is in Shen Ning's box. How could you not find it? What do you want to do? Chapter 37. Is Shen Ning a thief? Shen Ning touched her box. tilting her head as if deep in thought. If you can't find anything, then you too must be colluding to slander me and ruin my reputation. I demand that you publicly read an apology during the villagers' morning meeting. In this day and age, public apologies are recorded, which can greatly impact one's personal development. Wang Baozhu's excitement was barely contained. Disregarding Sun Miao's objections, she quickly agreed. But what if something was found? Shen Ning chuckled lightly, her expression calm. If I really stole your wallet, the law would naturally punish me. Sun Miao's last bit of hesitation faded. As long as Shen Ning was confirmed to be guilty of theft, she would definitely go to jail. And then the money from selling her house and job would fall into her hands. The excitement in their eyes was nearly overflowing as they almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Great! It's a deal!" Just in time for the leaders to witness. The faces of the village officials looked extremely grim, and Gu Changgong's expression was as stoic as a statue. The commune's secretary, however, smiled good-naturedly and said, "I have no objections. You can handle it yourselves." Seeing that no one opposed, Shen Ning smirked slightly and set her box down. Jiang Yuanyuan was quicker, throwing her packed luggage onto the Kong, saying, "I have more stuff, so I'll go first." "Ning, let's check each other." "No way." Wang Baozhu immediately interjected, "You and Jiang Yuanyuan are so close. Who knows if she'll cover for you? I want to check personally." Shen Ning was waiting for this statement. "Fine, for the sake of fairness, I will check you as well." Everyone crowded at the door, with many also peering through the windows. Everyone was excited, their eyes sparkling with gossip, eager to see the inspection, thinking it was necessary to check each other to ensure fairness and prevent anyone from sneaking in contraband. Gu Changgang and Pei Yin watched the farce unfold in silence, while the village secretary He Jiawang's face was as dark as a pot bottom, glaring daggers at Hidaji. The team leader felt distressed, mentally cursing the troublemaking educated youth. Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu exchanged glances and began searching through Jiang Yuanyuan's luggage with feigned seriousness. Soon, they shook their heads and said to the crowd, "Nothing here." Not with Jiang Yuanyuan. Jiang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in annoyance, but her heart sank. After Wang Baozhu and Sun Miao finished speaking, they excitedly pounced on Shen Ning's box, even shifting aside to make it easier for everyone to see. Everyone held their breath, unsure of what to expect. As the box slowly opened, they indeed saw a small light yellow wallet resting atop 2 cotton jackets. Wang Baozhu jumped up excitedly, holding high its mine. "I told you, Shen Ning, you really are a thief. This is my wallet. Look, Shen Ning stole my wallet. Police comrades, quickly arrest her." "Arrest her?" The crowd gasped, then erupted in intense astonishment. It really was her. She looked so obedient and gentle, yet her hands were so dirty. Kai Meiwan sneered. "Humph. Just now she was pretending to be wronged. You all know what kind of person she is. Only she would do something so despicable." "Exactly. I heard this educated youth Shun is very restless. Previously in Sioux City, she forced her stepmother and sister into a corner. She even secretly sold her sister's job and their house, hiding out here in our countryside." "Really? Oh my, she's truly a piece of work, looking all clean and fair, but with such a wicked heart and dirty hands." "Oh, this is nothing. You may not know, but when these educated youths came to the countryside, she was kidnapped by traffickers on the train and disappeared for 2 whole days. It was even military personnel who personally sent her back to our village." "What? That happened too? Then if this were the old days, she'd be sunk in the pond. How shameless." Discussions erupted, and Sun Miao hid among the crowd. Feeling extremely pleased, the unbearable gossip grew louder, and Gu Changgong's expression darkened further. He already understood Shen Ning's family situation clearly. Putting aside the theft for now, Shen Ning had risked herself to save many children. How had her story turned into something so disgraceful in the mouths of these villagers? Sun Miao's eyes were red as she thought. Ning, you usually indulge in pleasures, spending money extravagantly, but no matter what, you can't steal. If you're in trouble, just tell me. I wouldn't ignore you even if I had to eat plain food." Kai Meiwan scoffed. "Humph, spending money like water every day. Turns out it was all stolen. No wonder you spend so freely without a care." Jiang Yuanyuan was sweating with anxiety, glaring at Shen Ning, blaming her for insisting on opening the box. Now, it was all messed up and impossible to explain. She still shouted, "Shen Ning has been with me the whole time. She had no time to commit the crime. That wallet must have been planted by you." Wang Baozhu, hands on her hips, was smug, always together with her. Maybe it was she who stole it. You were just on lookout. You two have been inseparable since you arrived at the educated youth site. You're clearly in cahoots. Jiang Yuan's face turned red with anger. You're talking nonsense. But Shen Ning took a step forward, snatched the wallet from Wang Baozhu's hands, hesitated for a moment, and handed it to the seemingly kinder commune secretary, Pei Yin. Her almond-shaped eyes were cold and composed. This is not Wang Baozhu's wallet. This is mine. Although her wallet looks just like mine, the money inside doesn't match. My wallet has 218 yuan, 3 pounds of sugar tickets, and 60 pounds of food tickets. Plus, there's a photo of me and my parents, and most importantly, I specially embroider my name on the back of the wallet for distinction. After Shen Ning finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent instantly. Ji felt as if he had been on a roller coaster, his emotions soaring and plummeting, wishing he could shout out loud. Without caring about his image, he leaned over to check the back of the wallet and indeed saw the small, embroidered character Ning. Instantly, he was overjoyed, his voice booming. Yes, this is indeed Comrade Shen Ning's wallet. Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu were simultaneously stunned, shouting together, This is impossible. Gu Changgang took the wallet from Pei Yin, opened it, and inside was indeed a yellowed photograph. In the picture, a handsome man and woman sat beside a chubby little child with horn braids, clearly identifiable as Shen Ning when she was young. He also pulled out the money tickets and handed them to Ji. Count them carefully. Ji counted them one by one in front of everyone. Finally excited, as if he had won the lottery. Yes, that's right, a total of 218 yuan, plus this photo and this embroidered name. This is indeed Comrade Shen Ning's wallet. Chapter 38. Is Sun Miao a thief? Wang Baozhu was taken aback. Could it be that her wallet fell under Shen Ning's box? Without hesitation, she turned Shen Ning's box upside down, throwing everything inside onto the ground. But it wasn't there. It wasn't there at all. The wallet she had placed in there with her own hands was missing. Sun Miao was also caught off guard by this turn of events, her pupils trembling in shock. This. Shen Ning remained calm and collected, watching Wang Baozhu go mad with a cold smile. She didn't know where Wang Baozhu had hidden the wallet, so she simply replaced everything in the box. The items that were previously in the box were now lying in her own space, which naturally included Wang Baozhu's wallet. As everyone watched Shen Ning's belongings scattered across the ground, she only lowered her head and remained silent. They couldn't help but start imagining that this poor, little educated youth was wrongfully accused of theft and might be secretly crying. They instantly felt that what they had said earlier was too harsh. Only Gu Changjin noticed her abnormality. This little girl seemed to be in a daze again. The village secretary and the team leader had grown tired of this farce. As long as Shen Ning wasn't the thief, it was fine. She could openly accept recognition, and the honor of the team could be preserved. But Wang Baozhu was now completely panicking. Where's my wallet? This is impossible. I clearly placed the wallet. Sun Miao decisively pinched Wang Baozhu's soft flesh at the waist, causing Wang Baozhu to scream in pain and angrily shout, What are you doing? Sun Miao organized her chaotic thoughts and grabbed Wang Baozhu. Since it wasn't in Shen Ning's box, then forget it. Baozhu must have remembered it wrong. Let us search again. Forget it? What do you mean forget it? My wallet is gone, and you tell me to forget it. Wang Baozhu's voice rose by 8 degrees. It was clear she was genuinely anxious. No, there's a thief. There really is a thief. My wallet is truly missing. Shen Ning sneered, Yes, we should really search thoroughly. After all, exposing a thief at the educated youth station is no small matter. If we don't catch this thief, everyone at the educated youth station will be suspected of theft. Wouldn't that ruin everyone's reputation? I and Jiang Yuan have already proven our innocence. Now it's your turn. Other educated youths nodded in agreement, saying that it was important to root out this bad element early to protect everyone's property. Yes. Right, it's time to check you. Exactly, must check. Sun Miao wanted to refuse, but Jiang Yuan, already impatient with these two, stepped forward and opened Wang Baozhu's box. After checking, there was indeed nothing. Shen Ning also walked towards Sun Miao's bed. Sun Miao instinctively blocked her, insisting that Jiang Yuan check. Shen Ning smiled mockingly. What's the matter? Are you afraid of me? Or do you have a guilty conscience? At this moment, Sun Miao no longer cared about tearing faces. What nonsense! I'm just afraid you'll do something to frame me. Shen Ning chuckled. Step aside, fine. Jiang Yuan seriously checked Sun Miao's luggage, still finding nothing, and shook her head. Sun Miao finally relaxed, looking self-satisfied. Ah, it's just a misunderstanding. But you should understand, Baozhu's wallet is missing, and she isn't as rich as you. She sold her job, sold her house, rolled up all the money from home, so naturally, she wouldn't take this money lightly. That money was borrowed by Aunt Wang piecemeal, and if it's lost, Baozhu will have to eat the northwest wind. You are her sister, you should be able to understand her difficulties. Moreover, Uncle Shun treated Baozhu as his own when he was alive. Shouldn't you share half of the money from selling your job and house with her? Although she didn't know why the wallet that should have appeared in Shen Ning's box was missing, Sun Miao still wouldn't let her go. She only wanted more. Like a headless fly turning in circles, Wang Baozhu suddenly found her backbone. Losing the wallet was certainly urgent, but as long as she could grasp Shen Ning, she could obtain a large sum of money. With a quick roll of her eyes, she rushed forward without regard, seizing Shen Ning's arm tightly. Sun Miao is right. That money is also mine. Shen Ning, on what basis did you take all the money? Give that money back to me. That job should have been mine. As for the house, there are 4 of us. You keep 1/4 for yourself. The rest should be given to me. Shen Ning was almost laughing with anger. She had never seen such shamelessness in her life. Today, she would completely clear the bad name that Wang Baozhu had pinned on her. Shen Ning looked at Wang Baozhu with a mocking smile. Your surname is Wang. Mine is Shun. What family are we to each other? My father died from a work injury, and the job the factory allocated to me, you want to take. The compensation you want to seize, even the dowry money my parents left for me you robbed. Isn't that enough? After my father passed away, you all kept hitting me, scolding me, and abusing me. Now you won't even spare the house my mother left me. Are you really trying to drive me to my death? As she spoke, she took out 2 certificates and handed them to the team leader. These are the certificates issued to me by the Sioux City Cotton Spinning Factory and the Housing Administration Bureau, all stamped by the public authorities, which sufficiently demonstrate that my actions are compliant and legal. There is no question of misappropriating funds and fleeing. On the other hand, Comrade Wang Baozhu has been maliciously damaging my reputation and pouring dirty water on me. If you don't believe me, you can immediately write to the Cotton Spinning Factory Street office where I live before to verify. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback by the unexpected details. Seeing Shen Ning's bright eyes, it seemed to contain immense grievances. Meanwhile, Wang Baozhu looked guilty, not even daring to argue back. What more was there to be unclear about? She immediately shouted angrily, my goodness, I've really opened my eyes. There are such shameless people in this world. Shen Ning is too pitiful. How could there be such a vicious stepmother? Truly heartless. So hateful. Spending the compensation money left by someone's father, living in the house left by someone's mother, and still daring to abuse Shen Ning. Oh my God. Aren't they afraid of the vengeful spirits coming to claim their lives? Woo woo woo. Shen Ning is really too pitiful. I said such things about her before, truly. Wang Baozhu's face turned ashen, stammering and still wanting to argue. But Shen Ning mocked her in a voice only the two could hear. You and your shameless mother are cut from the same cloth. It's truly disgusting. Wang Baozhu indeed could not be provoked. Her anger flared up, and she grabbed Shen Ning by the collar, ready to swing her arm to hit her. Shen Ning raised her hand to block, and in the struggle, Shen Ning was pushed onto the Kong, knocking over the neatly folded quilt by Sun Miao, revealing a corner of the wallet. Jiang Yuan, who initially wanted to intervene, froze immediately. What? What is this? Everyone followed her gaze. And Wang Baozhu also jumped up, pulling out that corner, revealing her lost wallet. Wang Baozhu was stunned, and then she screamed in shock, her pent-up rage finally finding an outlet. She slapped Sun Miao across the face. Good for you, Sun Miao, always shamelessly taking advantage of others. Now you dare to set your sights on my things. Do you think I'm as spineless as Shen Ning? No wonder you were stuttering earlier and wouldn't let anyone check your things. After all this time, you're the thief shouting to catch the thief. You shameless person. How dare you steal my wallet? Shameless. Sun Miao was staggered by the slap, her head buzzing. She looked in disbelief at the wallet that should have been in Shen Ning's box, shaking her head frantically. Hearing the surrounding discussions, she knew if she didn't wash away this association with theft, her life would be ruined. She immediately shouted loudly, "No, it's not me. It really isn't me." In the chaos, as if realizing something, she angrily pointed at Shen Ning and shouted, "It's you. You framed me. You stole Wang Baozhu's wallet." Wang Baozhu didn't care. She only knew that her wallet had almost been lost. If it couldn't be found, she would have to live on chaff and rely on work points to survive. And Sun Miao is that despicable thief. Chapter 39, No Delay. Shen Ning looked at the farce in front of her with a smile in her eyes. "Comrade Sun Miao, if you really encounter difficulties, to speak up. We are all comrades and will never stand by and do nothing. Why must you resort to such despicable acts? Don't wrong me, I didn't take it." Sun Miao was now tasting the bitterness of being unable to defend herself. She forced herself to calm down, but Wang Baozhu, who was incredibly foolish, kept pressing her for an explanation. Sun Miao regretted choosing to ally with such a dimwit. She could only look at the leaders with tearful eyes. "I'm innocent. Wang Baozhu, think about it carefully. I've always been with you. How could I have taken your wallet without you noticing? Even if I did take it, how could I possibly leave the wallet in such an obvious place? And how could I dare to repeatedly emphasize searching for things? I'm truly wronged." Shen Ning scoffed, her momentum growing. "Not staying close? That is not right. Didn't you just say you saw me rummaging through Wang Baozhu's bedding with your own eyes? How come only you saw it when you two were together, but Wang Baozhu didn't see anything? Besides, you insisted on searching the boxes, drawing everyone's attention to the luggage. Who would have thought you hid the wallet directly in the quilt? It turns out the most dangerous place is the safest. If it weren't for Wang Baozhu pushing me, how would we have discovered this? You almost got away with it. That's right, this Sun Jiqing usually looks gentle and kind, but her heart is so dirty, stealing things and framing others. It's really disgusting." "Exactly. You can't judge a book by its cover." I noticed she spoke in a sarcastic tone before and often badmouthed Shen Jiqing behind her back. But what she said isn't entirely false. Although Shen Jiqing didn't take the wallet, the previous incident might not be fake either. In short, neither of these two are good people. The villagers' discussions were loud, and the parties involved heard everything clearly. Gu Changgong's aura became even lower. His fierce appearance was now terrifyingly dark. This human trafficking case spanned 3 provinces, capturing 16 traffickers and rescuing 28 children and 13 women. If it weren't for Shen Ning uncovering Zhou Laosan's true face, who knows how many women and children would have fallen victim. Therefore, the higher-ups attached great importance to this, awarding certificates, banners, and bonuses, and specifically granting Comrade Shen Ning the honors of bravery and outstanding youth. Thinking back to when they were in Jiqing province, this little Jiqing was still afraid of leaving a bad impression on the brigade for being 2 days late. How could rumors spread like this? Gu Changgang felt a wave of frustration thinking about the contempt and condemnation Shen Ning faced earlier, as if an unnamed fire was about to erupt. He initially planned to deliver the commendation and leave, but now he changed his mind. County Party Secretary Pei Yin glanced at his friend beside him, puzzled. Why did this guy look so upset? Did someone provoke him? Was he annoyed by these female Jiqings? He cleared his throat to remind his friend to restrain himself. But unexpectedly, Village Secretary He Jiaowang jumped in fright, thinking that the leaders were clearly here to commend them, but happened to stumble upon such a mess. He felt it was a disgrace to Hejiao village. He looked at the troublemakers, his expression growing darker. "Stop making baseless accusations. I'm asking one last time. What's going on with this wallet? Wang Baozhu, did you lose your wallet or not? Sun Miao, did you take her things or not?" Under the sharp gaze of the village secretary, Wang Baozhu trembled. I really lost it." He Jiaowang's tone grew harsher as he directly questioned Sun Miao. "The wallet was found in your quilt. How do you explain that?" Sun Miao glanced at Shen Ning, seeing her calm and collected, enjoying her embarrassment, and clenched her fists in anger. What was supposed to be a flawless plan had completely failed. The wallet that was meant to be a stain on Shen Ning's life had now become a dagger aimed at her. Sun Miao forced herself to calm down, her mind racing. The excuse about losing money and framing Shen Ning had already failed, and she couldn't let herself be dragged down with it. She grabbed Wang Baozhu's arm, squeezing it secretly. You must have remembered wrong. You've always been careless. It must be that you misplaced it, causing this misunderstanding. Wang Baozhu wanted to speak, but Sun Miao turned her head and shot her a fierce glare, whispering, "Don't forget, we're in the same boat." Wang Baozhu resentfully closed her mouth and rolled her eyes, remaining silent. Who are you kidding? Misplaced it? How could it end up in your quilt? Li Jiqiang scoffed. Sun Miao, do you think we're all fools? You and Wang Baozhu made such a big fuss. Are you trying to swindle money from Shen Ning? Fang Heng elbowed him, and Li Jiqiang, feeling the pain, awkwardly shut his mouth. Hejia village was inherently exclusive, and the villagers had never liked Jiqing's. Causing a theft incident was bad for the Jiqing's reputation. Since Wang Baozhu's wallet was found, it would be better to minimize the issue. It was clear the village officials hoped for this, but it was inappropriate to show it too obviously in front of the leaders. They can only ask again, Wang Baozhu. Think carefully. Did someone else steal your wallet? Or did you misplace it? Wang Baozhu held her breath, seeing Sun Miao's warning eyes, fearing that she would recklessly accuse Shen Ning, and could only lower her head. Maybe. I remembered wrong. The village officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cleared his throat and lectured, "You young people, so careless with such important things, making such a big scene. Aren't you embarrassed? Luckily, it was found. Otherwise, wouldn't we have wronged another comrade?" Seeing the village secretary about to brush the matter over lightly, Shen Ning naturally felt displeased. But there was nothing she could do. However, none of them could escape punishment. They had just agreed that her boxes contained nothing they were looking for, and they had to publicly reflect and apologize to her. Why should we? As soon as Wang Baozhu spoke, she was met with glares from the crowd. The village secretary wished he could kick this troublemaking Jiqing out, immediately turning cold. You're right. You wronged Shen Jiqing earlier, and you should apologize properly. I think for the next 2 months, you two will be responsible for the sanitation of the pig pen. We'll hold a village meeting in a few days. Gu Changgang suddenly interrupted the village secretary. No need to wait for a few days. Just wait until the commendation meeting is over tomorrow. Let these 2 female Jiqings publicly reflect. First, let them apologize. Secretary Pei was taken aback. The commendation meeting? How is this different from the original plan? Didn't we agree to deliver the commendation to the village branch and say a few polite words before leaving? Is he implying we should stay? Pei Yan's face remained calm, but inside, he was tumultuous, discreetly sizing up Shen Ning. She indeed looked good, but her frame seemed too delicate. Could it be? Gu Changgang naturally noticed his friend's teasing and kept a straight face, giving him a warning glance, the scar on his brow looking even fiercer. Pei Yan withdrew his teasing smile, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and resumed his polite and elegant demeanor. Yes, I think this arrangement is good. Commend what should be commended. Reflect what should be reflected, and apologize where necessary, all without delay. Chapter 40. Holding back something bad. The villagers were stunned upon hearing this. What award ceremony? Did they hear it wrong? Who were they honoring? Who made such a big fuss that the county leaders came personally to commend someone? The village secretary, He Jiawang, was grinning from ear to ear, looking at Shen Ning as if she were a shining gold ingot. Shen Ning felt uneasy under such a gaze, quickly averting her eyes, only to bump into Gu Changgen's cold, narrow eyes. She immediately broke into a cold sweat, hoping he hadn't seen her previous secretive actions. Hidaji looked at the motionless Wang Baozhu and Sun Miao with displeasure, saying, "You have wronged Shen Ning, causing chaos in the entire youth point. Why aren't you apologizing?" Wang Baozhu's face immediately fell. She would rather die than apologize to Shen Ning. She thought about how her current situation was all Shen Ning's fault. Hearing the faint laughter around her made her even angrier. Ultimately, she was just a thin-skinned girl. She pouted, bumped into Shen Ning's shoulder, and ran away crying. Shen Ning stumbled from the collision, nearly falling. Jiang Yuanyuan hurried to support her, unable to help but curse. What kind of person is that? Not only do they not apologize for their mistakes, but they also bump into people. Gu Changjin calmly withdrew his right foot. And the observant Pei Yin naturally didn't miss this. He teased, "That little youth is really pitiful. She got bumped and doesn't dare to say a word." Gu Changjin, this little thing might be holding back something bad. Sun Miao wanted to run as well, but with so many leaders present, it was the perfect time to build rapport. She absolutely could not mess up again. Immediately, she put on a face full of guilt and sincerely said, Ning, yem really sorry. I was misled by Baozhu, which is why I mistakenly thought you took her wallet. Please don't take it to heart, okay? Thinking that with so many leaders present, Shen Ning, no matter how unwilling, would give her a way out for the sake of image. Sun Miao didn't expect Shen Ning to directly scoff and mock. No. I see not only do you have bad eyesight, but your brain doesn't work well, and your heart is even worse. You should hurry up and see a doctor. You're falling apart. Puffed, puffed. Many people burst out laughing, and Pei Yin suppressed his laughter, whispering to Gu Changjin, "This girl is interesting. Can she change faces like in Sichuan opera?" She didn't dare to speak when her stepsister bumped into her, but now she is mercilessly cursing without dirty words. Gu Changjin looked at the lively Shen Ning, his cold brows carrying a hint of a smile. The insults are quite dirty. Just after Shen Ning finished retorting, she heard Gu Changjin's evaluation, which instantly deflated her like a punctured balloon. Stealing a glance at that tall figure, she felt caught, a chill running down her spine, as if she were a thief caught in the act. She hurriedly smiled politely at the village secretary and the team leader, saying, "I have some matters at home, so I'll take my leave." Then, she slightly nodded at Gu Changjin and Pei Yin leaders goodbye. After saying this, she quickly slipped away, dodging the crowd gathered to watch, making her escape. Gu Changjin watched her retreating figure, nearly laughing out loud at her simple leaders' goodbye. He had helped her a few times. If it weren't for wanting to clear her name, he wouldn't have stayed for an extra night to hold an award ceremony. Yet, she didn't even say goodbye and dared to pretend not to know him. What an ungrateful little thing. When Shen Ning finally ran back to her small courtyard and locked the door, she let out a sigh of relief. Just thinking about Gu Changjin's subtly scrutinizing gaze made her shiver. How strange. Why does it seem that every time she wants to do something bad, she runs into him? Could it be a clash of magnetic fields? What did that look in his eyes mean? Did he discover her tricks? After pondering this for a while without clarity, Shen Ning decided to stop dwelling on it. She spread her hands, revealing Wang Baozhu's wallet, happily counting the cash and food stamps inside. Since Wang Baozhu accused her of stealing money, she might as well make it a reality. It wasn't a waste of their efforts. However, Shen Ning quickly sensed something was off. Logically, Wang Aihua's years of savings had already been emptied by her, and before leaving, she had also squeezed out all of her advance salary. With her whistleblower letter, it would be good enough for Wang Aihua not to lose her job. How could she still produce over 100 yuan and so many food stamps for Wang Baozhu? Shen Ning tossed the wallet back in her space, her mind racing. Wang Aihua had no relatives in Sioux City, and her social circle was quite simple. Where did this money come from? Could it be that someone was helping her? Shen Ning thought about it and decided to find a chance to call Sister Tian to ask about the situation. She certainly didn't want Wang Aihua to have it too easy. She was even more worried about the trouble this unknown change might bring to her. The next day, Jiang Yuanyuan came knocking on the door early. Shen Ning was making egg pancakes, the golden egg batter sprinkled with a handful of scallions, evenly spreading across the bottom of the pan. Before long, the batter had taken shape. With a gentle flip, she cooked it until both sides were slightly charred, releasing the fragrant aroma of scallions. A perfect scallion egg pancake was done. Shen Ning invited Jiang Yuanyuan to sit down first and quickly cooked 6 pancakes. After packing 2 in a lunchbox, she carried out some millet porridge and pickled vegetables from the kitchen. The weather in September was lovely. The two set up a small table in the courtyard, taking a bite of the fragrant pancake and sipping the rich millet porridge, accompanied by the crisp and sour radish pickles, which were delicious. Woo, Ning, your cooking skills are too good. Thinking back to what I ate during those days of the youth point, it was practically pig food. Jiang Yuanyuan lamented dramatically, then quickly added excitedly, "Did you hear? Not long after you left last night, Wang Baozhu caused a scene again. Guess what trick she pulled this time?" Shen Ning already knew the answer. but still played along and asked, "Oh, why?" Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle. She lost her wallet again. It said this time it's really gone. She cried and howled all night yesterday. Luckily, I had moved out. Oof. But does she have a problem? She actually suspects you stole it. She was making a fuss about coming to search your courtyard last night, which made the village secretary give her a good scolding. Haha, that cracked me up. Too bad you weren't there. Shen Ning paused her movement of sipping porridge, her almond eyes widening. Is that so? She really suspects that? She ran out crying with her wallet yesterday. Everyone saw it. She can't blame you for this. She probably lost it on the way and just wants to pin the blame on you. Just ignore her. Chapter 41 Illusion. After having breakfast, Jiang Yuanyuan affectionately wrapped her arm around Shen Ning's and walked towards the threshing ground. On the way, they encountered many fellow villagers, all of whom were very curious about today's commendation meeting, chatting away with various speculations. After listening for a while, Jiang Yuanyuan leaned closer to Shen Ning's ear and asked, "Do you know who those two people the village secretary brought yesterday are?" Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, and Jiang Yuanyuan continued on her own. "The one who looks refined and elegant is actually the newly appointed secretary of the Hongqi commune, the top leader of this township. The one next to him, although dressed in plain clothes, has a fierce aura all around him, must be a soldier and being able to walk side by side with the secretary. He must also be an officer." Shen Ning raised her eyebrows again. She had to admit that Jiang Yuanyuan had a good eye for people. As expected of a child from a high-ranking family, Shen Ning felt playful and asked, "So, who do you think the commendation meeting is for today?" Jiang Yuanyuan bit her lip and said, "I really can't figure it out. I thought about it all night last night. How could they come to the educated youth point for no reason? They must not just be here to watch the fun, right? Could it be that someone among the educated youths did something significant? But how come I didn't hear any rumors beforehand? Well, they must be here to inspect the educated youth's rural life." Jiang Yuanyuan sighed. These officials just love to do these superficial projects. With that time, they might as well improve the food for the educated youths. Seeing Jiang Yuanyuan's indignant expression, clearly dissatisfied with the food at the educated youth point, Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. This seemingly aloof and proud young lady was actually a glutton, and this contrast was quite amusing. Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't figure it out. So she simply gave up and took a handful of sunflower seeds from her beautiful handbag, handing them to Shen Ning. "Shen Ning, take it. Why are you just standing there? If you don't like sunflower seeds, I have preserved plums too. No matter who they are honoring. We could just sit here and enjoy the show while munching on seeds. Especially after the commendation. Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu are going to go on stage to read their self-criticisms. Aren't you looking forward to it?" Shen Ning took the sunflower seeds. Oh, it's 5-spice flavor. The more she looked at Jiang Yuanyuan, the more satisfied she felt. This friend was just to her taste. "I do look forward to it. Come to my house for lunch. I'll make you braised pork." Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes lit up, looking at Shen Ning with admiration. "Really? Ning Ning, you're so nice. I really love you. Teisika, no ambition. Look at you, as if you've never eaten meat in your life." Wang Baozhu's sarcastic voice came from behind. Jiang Yuanyuan's smile froze, and she stood up straight, regaining her usual aloof and elegant demeanor. Shen Ning certainly wouldn't indulge her. She smiled with her eyes curved, revealing a hint of delight. "Oh, it's Comrade Wang. Did you find your wallet? Is your self-criticism written? Or did you clean up the pigsty?" A deadly 3-hit combo. Wang Baozhu's face turned increasingly ugly. "Shen Ning, don't go too far. Is it fun to kick someone when they're down? Do you feel good about pouring salt on someone else's wounds? You've known Baozhu for so many years. Can't you even care about a little friendship? I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person." The righteous indignation echoed again, with Sun Miao's eyes brimming with tears, looking like she had been wronged. Standing up for a friend. Standing next to Wang Baozhu, she looked like a critic standing at the moral high ground. Jiang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. Here we go again. Sun Miao's annoying behavior was back, and one would think she was some kind of great judge. Simply neurotic. Shen Ning didn't get angry at all. Instead, she looked at the suddenly appearing Sun Miao with a smile and said, "To be honest, I'm really looking forward to your performance on stage later. Comrade Sun, you must not be stage fright. You have to perform well. You always speak so eloquently when teaching others, so I bet your self-criticism must be very wonderful too." Although it was a sarcastic remark, Shen Ning's expression was serious, as if she was genuinely looking forward to her performance. Sun Miao felt like her chest was about to explode from anger, her eyes turning red. The laughter around her only made her feel more embarrassed. After Shen Ning finished speaking, she turned back to continue discussing with Jiang Yuanyuan what to have for lunch, not even casting a glance at Sun Miao. As if she were just an inconsequential ant that could be crushed underfoot. Such a humiliating contrast was even harder to bear. Fortunately, at that moment, the village cadre escorted the commune secretary and Gu Chongjin over, immediately redirecting the crowd's attention as they leaned in to look. Hey, the commendation meeting is about to start. Indeed, but who are they going to commend? Who knows? It's all so mysterious. I asked the team leader yesterday, and he just scolded me. TSK, why make such a big deal out of it? Jiang Yuanyuan had already entered a first-level melon-eating mode, pulling Shen Ning to sit on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds while chatting casually. I have to say, I didn't pay attention yesterday, but this new secretary Pei really looks good. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his features are bright and refined. TSK. He looks to be about 27 or 28. Definitely charming this group of girls who haven't seen much of the world. Just as Jiang Yuanyuan finished speaking, she heard a few sisters behind her whispering. I heard this is the newly appointed secretary, young and capable and quite handsome. What a pity I'm married otherwise. Otherwise what? Do you think the secretary would take a liking to you? Dream on, you'll just be the laughingstock. What? Can I not dream? Who are you to stop me? Just because I don't want thieves to steal doesn't mean I don't want them to covet. All right, covet. The ants behind them laughed heartily, their conversation becoming increasingly bold, while Jiang Yuanyuan widened her eyes, eavesdropping with great interest. Shen Ning was speechless. She really didn't expect Jiang Yuanyuan to be like this in private. Perhaps the gossip was too loud, as Gu Chongjin seemed displeased and glanced in their direction. The chattering ants suddenly fell silent. Even their breathing softened a bit, until he turned his gaze away. Heavy breathing sounded beside him. Even a usually bold Jiang Yuanyuan was patting her chest. Oh my, that person looks too fierce. Not at all like a soldier, more like a bandit. But it seemed like he was looking at you just now. Did you offend him, Ning Ning? Shen Ning hurriedly shook her head. It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Jiang Yuanyuan looked them up and down. Indeed, these two were hardly related at all. Chapter 42. Easier said than done. The village party secretary had already begun his speech, and everyone's attention was drawn back. As Shen Ning looked around, she spotted Gu Jia's eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang Xuemei, who was holding a boy about 7 or 8 years old, chatting affectionately with him. She instinctively searched for Sanya's figure, but found nothing. Was Sanya at home locked up by her sister-in-law? Or did something come up? She had already warned Zhang Xuemei last time, so she should be too scared to act for a while. Gu Chongjin watched the little educated youth looking around below the stage, his gaze inadvertently landing on her, his brows slightly furrowing, the scar on his brow looking even more menacing. Perhaps he had been staring for too long. Jiang Yuanyuan's voice trembled as she said, Ning Ning, did you really not offend him? I really feel like he is looking at you. Shen Ning looked up and met Gu Chongjin's gaze, hurriedly dodging it, but then felt it was wrong. Wouldn't that make her look guilty? What is he so fierce about? Even if Gu Chongjin suspected she took Wang Baozhu's wallet, he wouldn't be able to find evidence. Shen Ning steeled her resolve, sat up straight, and opened her almond-shaped eyes wide, trying to show a fierce expression. But in Gu Chongjin's eyes, it had no impact at all. Instead, she looked like a puffed-up puppy, making one want to pet her and smooth her fur. Gu Chongjin was startled by his own thoughts and quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat as if to dispel the strange idea from his mind. But this expression fell into Pei Yan's eyes as if a long-dormant iron tree had finally bloomed. Was this old buddy enlightened? Unfortunately, it was time to go on stage, so Pei Yan could only regretfully step up to the podium. Pei Yan said a few pleasantries. Then, with great enthusiasm, he recounted the heroic deeds of the public security organs who, after much hardship, finally eradicated the group of unscrupulous human traffickers across provinces, rescuing 56 trapped women and children. The villagers listened with tears in their eyes, and applause erupted. Jiang Yuanyuan felt that the sunflower seeds in her hand had lost their flavor and sighed. I think if this secretary doesn't hold office anymore, he could become a storyteller. He tells it so well. I'm getting nervous just listening. Pei Yin continued. I'm sure everyone is very curious why I called this commendation meeting today. The reason is simple. The successful resolution of this shocking nationwide human trafficking case is thanks to one person. It was she who, with her intelligence and wisdom, saw through the trafficker's disguise. It was she who seized the opportunity to secretly report to the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army. And it was she who, disregarding danger, acted as bait and pretended to be abducted by the traffickers. In the end, at a critical moment, she knocked out the leader of the criminals with a single blow, saving the trapped children. It can be said that her contribution in this case is irreplaceable. If it weren't for her brave stand, who knows how many more women and children would have suffered. Shen Ning felt her face flush. If it weren't for her personal involvement in the case, she would hardly believe Pei Yin was talking about her. She had just stumbled into it by accident and didn't possess the courage and nobility he described. But the villagers' eyes were already shining, whispering to each other, "Who is it? Who is it? This is too impressive, just like an ancient hero, doing good deeds without seeking fame. No, she is a modern-day Lei Feng, truly remarkable." Seeing the villagers' interest piqued, Pei Yin raised his arms to quiet the discussions. Now, let us welcome this hero to the stage with the warmest applause. She is the educated youth, comrade Shen Ning, who came to Hejia village from Sioux City to serve in the countryside. He continued, on behalf of the municipal and county leaders, I extend the highest respect to comrade Shen Ning and present her with the award for bravery and the Outstanding Youth Award. I also hope that all the villagers will take comrade Shen Ning as an example and learn from her. Oh, what? Who? Shen Ning? The most beautiful female, educated youth? The crowd hesitated for a moment. Their brains momentarily stalled, but they instinctively began to clap, all eyes turning to Shen Ning in the crowd. Is it her? How is that possible? Shen Ning felt incredibly embarrassed, lowering her head slightly, a few strands of hair covering her flushed face. She wanted the commendation letter and the banner, but not in this way. On stage, Pei Yin seemed unsatisfied. He now invited comrade Shen Ning to come up and share her thoughts during the confrontation with the traffickers. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Shen Ning stood up gracefully from the crowd and slowly walked onto the stage. Jiang Yuanyuan hadn't reacted yet. She turned her head and saw an empty space beside her, then looked up at the figure standing on the stage, dropping the candied fruit in her hand in shock. Shen Ning, what? The one to be commended is Ning Ning. Not only was she shocked, but the other educated youths were also nearly startled into dropping their jaws. Connecting it to what had happened earlier, they quickly pieced together the clues. No wonder Shen Ning had inexplicably disappeared at the bus station and was later brought back by a military jeep. No wonder the village party secretary suddenly brought leaders to inspect the educated youth point yesterday. Instantly, everyone stood taller with pride. Li Jiqiang rubbed his chin. Wow, this little girl, Shen Ning, is amazing. Quiet all this time, and it turns out she was capturing traffickers. Incredible. Strong brother is impressed. Looking at Shen Ning confidently speaking on the stage, thanking everyone, Fang Heng was lost in thought, his eyes growing more fervent. He truly couldn't believe that such a small figure could possess such a passionate and indomitable spirit. Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu simply refused to believe that such a hero, praised by everyone, was Shen Ning. How is this possible? That once timid and meek, cowardly girl has transformed into a great contributor to the fight against human traffickers, a hero praised by all. This realization was more painful for them than being killed. Standing on the stage, Shen Ning felt just as uncomfortable. Pairs of eyes were fixed on her, full of approval and praise, sincere and fervent. Nowadays, people had a blind admiration for heroes. A villager even shouted, "Shen, the educated youth, you're doing great." Yes, great job. Shen Ning was flustered by this straightforward praise, blushing shyly as she said, "In such an urgent situation, I didn't think too much. I just thought I must not let them take the children away. I believe all of you present in the same situation would have made the same choice as I did. I just followed my heart and did the right thing. The true captors of the traffickers are our great comrades of the People's Liberation Army. It was because I knew they stood behind me, ensuring my safety, that I dared to take that risk. This medal is a personal commendation for me. but I believe it should belong more to the great comrades of the People's Liberation Army. Shen Ning's passionate speech instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Pei Yin teasingly nudged Gu Changjin, clapping and whispering, "Hey, did you hear? She said that medal belongs to you." Gu Changjin glanced at him expressionlessly, then looked at the figure on stage, the corners of his lips slightly curling up into a half-smile. Little trickster, your words are sweeter than song." He thought to himself, seeing her run away faster than a rabbit when she saw him, showing no signs of trust or gratitude. Chapter 43 Group Photo. It was time to award Shen Ning with a medal, but to everyone's surprise, Secretary Pei teased as he shoved the medal into Gu Changjin's hands. Gu Changjin was taken aback for a moment, then calmly stepped in front of Shen Ning. His tall and strong figure instantly overshadowed Shen Ning, and his overwhelming presence made her instinctively take a step back. His calloused fingers gently tugged at her collar. "Don't move. Be careful not to poke yourself," Gu Changjin said coldly, and Shen Ning immediately pulled her foot back, standing still like a quail waiting to be slaughtered. The bronze medal shimmered in the sunlight, its red ribbon slightly fluttering. Shen Ning had never felt time drag on so long. Seeing her timid demeanor, Gu Changjin felt a bit irritated. Just a moment ago, she had been lively and eloquent. Why was she so scared now? Did he really seem so unapproachable? For the first time, the usually self-centered and unconcerned Gu Changjin began to reflect on whether he was too fierce and intimidating. He made an effort to soften his expression, adjusted the large red flower on her chest, straightened the medal, and showed Shen Ning a smile. Unfortunately, his usual serious demeanor and fierce aura made his forced smile appear more like a hollow warning to Shen Ning. Shen Ning's hair stood on end at that moment. She stuttered, managing to force out a strained smile. "Thank you." Shen Ning was petite, standing on the podium completely obscured by Gu Changjin, and no one could see her expression. However, Secretary Pei took in both of their expressions, laughing inwardly while maintaining an official smile as he continued with the proceedings. Finally, when the banner was brought out, the village secretary and the team leader's eyes widened. This was the glory of their team that they had long desired. Shen Ning finally found the opportunity to take the banner and waved at the team leader and the village secretary, both of whom immediately broke into wide smiles. They stood on either side of the banner, their faces flushed with excitement amidst the thunderous applause from the villagers. In her heart, they were increasingly satisfied with Shen Ning, as this was a moment of glory that could make it to the newspaper. Their ancestors would be proud. The publicity officer had waited a long time and finally reached the last photo session. Shen Ning initially wanted to keep her distance from the intimidating Gu Changjin, but Secretary Pei subtly adjusted their positions, bringing them together again. He felt it wasn't close enough and called out loudly, "Everyone come a bit closer. The camera can't fit us all." Shen Ning was pushed closer, half of her back pressed against Gu Changjin's chest. Before she could pull away, she heard the publicity officer waving. "Look here, everyone smile." Shen Ning reflexively looked at the camera, displaying a faint smile. With a click, the final group photo was captured at that moment. The villagers below were enthusiastic, and amidst the thunderous applause, the awards ceremony finally concluded perfectly. Shen Ning breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly descended from the podium, feeling overwhelmed. She simply couldn't take it anymore. Watching Shen Ning on stage receiving everyone's adoration, Sun Miao's hands trembled as she clenched her self-criticism draft, crumpling it into a mess, especially when she saw Fong Heng's gaze towards Shen Ning filled with unmasked affection. Even the head of the township and the commune secretary treated Shen Ning kindly and praised her. At that moment, Sun Miao's resentment grew exponentially. In the past, she had only wanted to step on Shen Ning to build her own image of being gentle and understanding, using Shen Ning to squeeze out all her value. But now, she wished nothing more than for Shen Ning to die immediately, to be disgraced, and to fall from grace, allowing others to trample on her. Wang Baozhu felt equally miserable, a voice in her mind constantly reminding her that this wasn't how it should be. All this glory and praise shouldn't belong to Shen Ning. She should always be wearing dingy clothes, hiding in a dark warehouse, being ordered around. The thought of having to go on stage later to read her self-criticism made her eyes red with grievance. wanting to cry, even though she truly lost her wallet later. No one believed her or wanted to help find it. Everyone doubted her and even mocked her for deserving it. She didn't want to stay in this wretched place for another second. The urge to escape reached its peak. Wang Baozhu thought she could run to her uncle, who was powerful and would surely have a way. Her feet involuntarily began to step back, wanting to flee the crowd immediately. Li Jiqiang from the U station saw Wang Baozhu hiding behind the crowd and shouted, "What are you doing? You'll be up for your self-criticism soon." Everyone's attention immediately focused on Wang Baozhu and Sun Miao. In the past, Sun Miao would have enjoyed the spotlight. But now the contempt and condemnation directed at her felt like knives, scraping painfully against her skin. Oh, it's her? The one who steals and plays tricks every day. Spreading rumors about Shen Ning's integrity? It's her. I think she's just jealous of Shen Ning and is secretly causing trouble. And that Wang girl, accusing Shen Ning of stealing her money. My husband saw her yesterday. Luckily, heaven has eyes and didn't let Shen Ning be wronged by such a person. That's right. Later, I heard that Wang Baozhu went crying to the team leader, and guess what? This time, she really lost her wallet. Ha ha ha. It's truly justice served a great relief, isn't it? They tried to smear Shen Ning's name. They really embarrassed us women. The team leader on stage darkened his face, suppressing the crowd's murmurs several times. Changing from his earlier smile, he fixed his gaze on Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu. It's good to correct mistakes. You too. Step up here and apologize to comrade Shen Ning in front of everyone, and make a sincere self-criticism. We are all young intellectuals. You should learn from Shen Ning and elevate your ideological awareness. Don't keep causing trouble day after day, disrupting the unity of the team. Sun Miao's face turned crimson, and under everyone's watchful eyes, she hesitated as she climbed onto the stage. Seeing Shen Ning's triumphant expression, she took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within her. Wang Baozhu, under the scrutiny of so many people, felt she couldn't escape. Before she could even speak, tears were already streaming down her face. With her round little face, she looked quite pitiful. Shen Ning curled her lips. She couldn't believe someone could be so fragile. Seeing Wang Baozhu hanging her head and not speaking, the villagers from Hajia village grew restless. Stop playing dumb. Speak up. Wang Baozhu, with red eyes, seemed provoked, snatching the microphone off the stand, her harsh voice ringing out. Everyone frowned at her outburst. Wang Baozhu, like she was venting, held the microphone high and shouted, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I wronged Shen Ning. Is that enough? Now I've lost my wallet, being chased and scolded, and I still have to write a self-criticism report. Shen Ning, are you satisfied now?" With that, before anyone could react, she slammed the microphone down and ran down the podium in tears. The village secretary frowned in anger. What kind of self-criticism was that? This comrade Wang was small in stature, but had a big temper. With that attitude, one would think she had suffered tremendous injustice. Truly clueless. Only Sun Miao was left alone on the stage. Initially thinking she would also be unrepentant, unexpectedly, Sun Miao calmly picked up the microphone and placed it back on the stand. She reigned in her hostility. Her slender figure trembled slightly, and, as she began to speak, tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked utterly pitiful. Chapter 44. No loss at all. Hello, fellow villagers. I am the educated youth Sun Miao. And here I sincerely apologize to comrade Shen Ning. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was wrong to trust others too easily, misunderstanding comrade Shen Ning and hurting the feelings between us. Jiang Yuan had already approached Shen Ning at some point. Well, look at this. Sun Miao is targeting you everywhere, but she doesn't mention a word about the bad things she said behind your back and the rumors she spread. She lightly shifted all the blame onto Wang Baozhu. If Wang Baozhu found out, wouldn't she be furious? Shen Ning scoffed and shook her head. No wonder she had always been blinded by Sun Miao's hypocritical facade. She really knows how to bend and stretch, skillfully using people's hearts. She had long predicted that Wang Baozhu, proud and arrogant, would not be able to tolerate such criticism and would throw a tantrum and leave. Perfectly shifting all the blame onto others, attributing her mistakes to youth, loyalty, gullibility, and a penchant for standing up for others, which led her to be deceived by friends. Impressive, truly impressive. On the stage, Sun Miao continued her tearful performance. I swear everything I did was with good intentions. It's just that I am young, my actions were not very appropriate, and I spoke without thinking, causing harm to Comrade Shen Ning unintentionally. Here, I solemnly apologize to Comrade Shen Ning. I'm sorry, and I hope you can forgive me. I also hope everyone can give me another chance. I will definitely be cautious in my words and actions in the future, keeping my eyes open and distinguishing right from wrong. I am willing to accept the supervision of all leaders and fellow villagers, and I hope Comrade Shen Ning can accept my apology and give me a chance to reform. Under her tearful self-criticism, most villagers softened. Forget it. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? That's right. Recognizing mistakes and correcting them is still a good comrade. Next time, son, educated youth should be more discerning and not be foolishly used by others. We are all from the same educated youth point, and we see each other often. Shen educated youth won't hold it against her. Look at her crying so pitifully. She has realized her mistakes. Much better than that Wang Baozhu. Sun Miao stood on the high platform, looking down at the crowd, listening to the villagers' discussions, her eyes harboring contempt, as if she were looking at a group of fools easily manipulated. In the end, Sun Miao stared intently at Shen Ning. I believe Comrade Shen Ning will surely be willing to forgive me, right? This made Shen Ning the focus of attention once again. Jiang Yuanyuan tightened her grip on Shen Ning's arm and whispered a reminder. Don't be impulsive. She just wants to roast you over the fire. It's fine if you two don't get along privately, but it shouldn't be too ugly on the surface. Otherwise, everyone will think you're petty and calculating. Sun Miao eagerly watched Shen Ning, wanting to see Shen Ning unable to do anything about her, being led by the nose. She hoped Shen Ning would mock her like yesterday, leaving a bad impression of being unreasonable before the villagers. The crowd couldn't help but anticipate Shen Ning's response. The educated youth point members felt as if they had swallowed a fly. No one understood better than them where the rumors and slanders had originated. They had thought Sun Miao was just a bit vain, but essentially good. They didn't expect. Fang Heng couldn't help but doubt his judgment. Wondering how he once thought Sun Miao was gentle and generous, an ambitious and kind comrade, Li Jiqiang directly rolled his eyes. Sun Miao is really like an old sow wearing a bra, full of tricks. Let's keep our distance from her in the future, or we might get sold and still help her count the money. It's just that Shen Ning is pitiful, being put so high up. She can't help but forgive her. But Shen Ning smiled lightly, her gaze open and straightforward as she scanned the crowd. Of course, we cannot simply strike down a comrade who has made mistakes. I believe everyone is willing to give you a chance. However, you need to show us your sincerity for reform. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone just lightly say sorry to erase their mistakes? Sun Miao's smile stiffened slightly, but she quickly put on a harmless look. Of course, I don't know what Comrade Shen would consider sincere. Do I need to make some compensation to you? She had already made up her mind. No matter how unreasonable Shen Ning's requests were, she would agree. She wanted to pull off Shen Ning's hypocritical mask in front of everyone, making everyone see the truth and realize just how petty and calculating Shen Ning was. Shen Ning tilted her head, looking quite distressed, but in reality, she had long decided to have some fun with her. How about this? There are many lonely elderly people in the village who live in difficult circumstances and are unable to take care of themselves. Why don't you help them out after the farm work each day? Clean up their houses, cook for them. Turn your guilt and apology towards me into a continuous source of motivation to help those in greater need. That would be your best compensation to me and would also reflect your sincerity for reform. Oh, of course, if you don't want to go, that's fine too. It's just a small suggestion. You don't need to take it to heart. As soon as Shen Ning finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted around her. Secretary Pei found it interesting. This little educated youth was smarter than he had imagined, not saying whether to forgive or not. She turned the situation around with just a few words, putting Sun Miao on the hot seat instead. He immediately applauded in agreement. I think Shen educated youth's suggestion is quite good. The villagers looked at Shen Ning with even more fervent eyes, full of respect. No wonder it's Shen educated youth. She is a recognized hero. Her ideological awareness is indeed higher than ours. That's right. Comrade Sun Miao should take some practical actions to express her apology. Huh? Why isn't Shen educated youth responding? Doesn't she want to? No way. She can't even show this little sincerity and still wants us to forgive her, and give her another chance? Sun Miao's smile could no longer be maintained, and she felt like she was about to vomit blood from anger. Life in the countryside was already hard enough. She couldn't finish her farm work every day and was punished to clean the pigsty. Wasn't that enough? Now she had to work for those old men and women? Be a free nanny? The villagers had already started to make a fuss. Can you do it or not? Yeah, where's the sincerity? Will you agree or not? Under the crowd's uproar, Sun Miao could only swallow this bitter fruit, gritting her teeth and forcing out a fake smile. Of course I'm willing. Sun Miao's face, reminiscent of constipation, made Jiang Yuanyuan chuckle, biting her thigh hard to keep herself from laughing too loudly. Compared to the foolish and wicked Wang Baozhu, she found this pretentious Sun Miao even more intolerable. Shen Ning's anger finally dissipated, her eyes curved in a smile, looking like a mischievous fox who had succeeded. Gu Changjin looked at Shen Ning's open and bold mischief, a tingling sensation rising in his heart. This little girl truly would not suffer any loss at all. Chapter 45 Little Lucky Star. The conference finally came to an end, and the villagers gradually dispersed. Shen Ning and Jiang Yuanyuan chatted and laughed along the way. But before they had gone far, they were called over by Aunt He. Hey, little Shun, educated youth, I have something to trouble you with. I heard that Secretary Pei and Captain Gu are both from the south, and I don't know if they can get used to our food. After all, they are county leaders, and we can't afford to neglect them. I heard from Jiang that your cooking skills are quite good. Could you lend a hand to help out a bit? It would also help set the scene. Seeing Lu Chuiying in a fluster, Shen Ning quickly nodded, of course. No problem, don't worry. Jiang Yuanyuan also hurriedly chimed in. I'm not good at cooking, but I can help out. And I'll help too. Seeing that Shen Ning had agreed, and he let out a sigh of relief. I want to be polite with you. I'll make sure to thank you properly when I have the time. Shen Ning smiletlikli. She never hesitated to show kindness to those who had helped her, and immediately followed Aunt He to the village committee. The group discussed for a while and quickly finalized the menu. He Zhuang also brought a basket of fresh ingredients. And when Shen Ning saw the lively big crucian carp, an idea came to her. As the head of the commune, Pei Yin was quite busy, and Gu Changjin, as the captain of the military district, was no exception. Their visit to Hejia village was not only to commend Shen Ning for her bravery, but also because, after various on-site inspections, Hejia village was selected as a key poverty alleviation experimental site. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. Hejia village is backed by a mountain, and there is only one dirt road in the countryside, making entry and exit particularly inconvenient. The buses to the city cannot even reach the village entrance. Apart from a tractor, most villagers have to rely on their 2 legs or ox carts to get to town. On rainy days, the mountain road becomes muddy and difficult to traverse, and once winter arrives with heavy snow, the village is almost isolated from the world. Moreover, with only about 100 households in Hejia village, there isn't even a primary school. So children have to wake up at 5 in the morning and walk 2 hours to the neighboring Wangjia village to attend school. Because of the difficulty of going to school, the level of education for children in Hejia village is the lowest among several nearby villages. However, if the road were repaired, it would be much more convenient for everyone to come and go. Buses could reach the village entrance, significantly shortening the distance between the 2 villages, making it easier for children to attend school. This would truly be a beneficial project for the people. Upon hearing this, the village secretary and the brigade committee were beaming with excitement. Then, as if they thought of something, their expressions turned a bit grim. This matter sounded simple, but implementing it was quite difficult. To repair the road thoroughly would require manpower and financial resources that the impoverished Hejia village simply could not afford. Moreover, the busy farming season was approaching. Crops could not be delayed, and every household was busy harvesting grain. At this time, Pei Yin smiled kindly. I know the autumn harvest is near, and the next 2 months will be a busy farming period. The village cannot spare the manpower for road construction, but we need to think long-term. Only by repairing the road can Hejia village truly step out of the mountains. The village secretary hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, then why not wait until after the autumn harvest? Gu Changjin frowned. We have surveyed the area, and to completely repair the road will take at least 2 to 3 months. But winter comes early in the black market, and delaying the construction will only increase the difficulty of the road repair, along with the time and manpower costs. I understand your concerns. Grain is fundamental for farmers, and the autumn harvest is indeed the most important event of the year. The county has already decided to support Hejia village and will not sit idly by. You just need to allocate 30 strong laborers every day, and the army will send people to help. Upon hearing this, the village officials' eyes lit up, and they no longer had any concerns, immediately agreeing. Secretary Pei, Captain Gu, don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, I will comply with the organization's arrangements. Starting tomorrow, every household in Hejia village will send one strong laborer to help with the road construction, striving to complete the road before winter. This way, they could avoid being trapped in the village during heavy snow in winter. The crowd began planning the details of the road construction, and before they knew it, it was already noon. The aroma of food wafted in from outside as he had set up lunch and was calling everyone in. The village conditions were simple, with 2 long tables pushed together under the shade of a large tree, and bowls and chopsticks already placed on the table. There weren't many dishes, but the portions were generous. Before anyone had a chance to be polite, the delicious aroma of the meal made them swallow hard. Even Pei Yin and Gu Changjian, who were used to the finer things in life, had to admit that today's meal was exceptionally fragrant, rivaling the state-run restaurants in the capital. The aroma was overwhelming, featuring milky white Crucian carp tofu soup, richly flavored braised duck, tender and flavorful chicken with mushrooms, and brightly colored stir-fried vegetables. Just the smell made everyone's appetite surge, leaving them drooling. Hidaji looked at his wife, Lu Chuiying, in surprise. He was well aware of the cooking skills of the village women, but they could never produce such a feast. When did such a skilled chef come to the village without his knowledge? Lu Chuiying smiled and called everyone over. Come try it. Little Shen's cooking is really good. The food smells amazing. Everyone looked a bit surprised, not expecting Shen Ning, who appeared to be delicate and unaccustomed to manual labor, to be able to cook so well, and her culinary skills were quite impressive. Pei Yin showed no signs of being aloof as a secretary and naturally invited everyone to sit down. I didn't expect Shen's cooking to be this good. Where is she? Why isn't she coming to eat with us? Auntie replied. She said she had some urgent matters to attend to and went back with Jiang. Everyone didn't hesitate to eat, and Pei Yin eagerly helped herself to a piece of chicken. The moment it entered her mouth, she was conquered by the overwhelming aroma, and her chewing speed involuntarily quickened. A publicity officer accompanying them tasted the braised duck and instantly lit up, pairing it with the chewy white steamed buns. Not wanting to say a word and just wanted to eat heartily. Gu Changjin served himself a bowl of fish soup. The milky white tofu Crucian carp soup had no fishy smell at all, and the flavor was rich and delicious, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Lu Chuiying knew they were very satisfied with the food and couldn't help but smile. She couldn't help but reflect that ever since little Shen had come to Hejia village, good things had been happening one after another. First, she was commended, then selected by the county for key support, and now they were about to start repairing the road. This little Shen truly was Hejia village's little lucky star. Chapter 46. Rare Orchid. It was said that Secretary Pei and Captain Gu, along with their group, would set off from the town after lunch. The thought of not having to see the calamity anymore made Shen Ning's mood unconsciously lift a little. She dove into her space, where the seeds she had previously sown had long since grown lush and green. With the support of the spiritual spring, the quality of these fruits and vegetables was astonishingly good. Shen Ning touched the tomato trellis, which had already borne a few green fruits, lost in thought. From sowing to harvesting, it had only been a short 10 days, but in a normal environment, it would take at least 3 months to harvest tomatoes. The speed was truly remarkable. Shen Ning felt as though she had opened her meridians, excitedly splashing some spiritual spring water on her face. Such a precious space. And she was only using it to grow ordinary fruits and vegetables. What a waste. If she could obtain rare plants to cultivate with the speed and environment of this space, wouldn't it be a highly profitable venture? Who would complain about having too much money? Shen Ning's eyes sparkled with a secretive gleam, and she quickly made up her mind. She wanted to go into the mountains. Hejia village was backed by a mountain, rich in natural resources. The children in the village often teamed up to go mushroom picking, forage for wild vegetables, and gather firewood. However, everyone was very cautious, and Wu and Ti ventured deep into the mountains for fear of encountering wild boars, snakes, and other aggressive animals. It was said that there were wild wolves in the mountains, and with her lack of experience, Shen Ning naturally didn't dare to go deep into the mountains. After wandering around the outskirts of the mountains for a while, she realized how great the gap was between imagination and reality, not to mention rare medicinal herbs. She and Ti even encountered many wild grasses. Shen Ning siket, thinking it would be better to find an opportunity to go to the town and try her luck at the market. Just as she was about to head back, a group of children joyfully ran down the mountain with small bamboo baskets on their backs. When they saw Shen Ning, they enthusiastically came over to greet her. Ah, it's Shen Jiqing, Sister Shen. The leader of the group was He Daji's pair of children, He Zhuang and He Xiaojun. The commendation meeting had just concluded, and everyone admired this excessively beautiful young intellectual. Sister Shen, did the human trafficker look very fierce? How come you were so brave? Weren't you scared at that time? How much can child be sold for? How many can you buy for 100 yuan? Is the police officer very powerful? Can he kill a tiger with one punch? Shen Ning felt like she had fallen into a little duckling circle, with the children chattering around her. She couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since she felt such vibrant life and energy. She took out a handful of fruit candies from her small bag and handed them to the children, hoping to silence them. What did you all pick? Is it fun in the mountains? The children, who had just been chattering away, suddenly fell silent, looking at the candies in Shen Ning's palm, nudging each other but hesitating to reach out. Shen Ning patted He Xiaojun's bun. She is He Daji's little girl, with a fair and tender face like a steamed bun. Don't worry, it's from your sister. Go ahead and eat. Seeing He Xiaojun take the candy, the other kids cheered and eagerly stuffed the fruit candies into their mouths. He Zhuang, while eating his candy, asked Sister Shen, "Are you also going to the mountains to look for treasures?" Shen Ning was amused by him. Look for treasures? Are there treasures in the mountains? I don't know if there are treasures, but I heard the big officials from the county are going to the mountains to look for treasures. Shen Ning didn't take it to heart, her gaze falling on the wildflowers in He Xiaojun's bamboo basket. These flowers are really beautiful. Can you show them to your sister? He Xiaojun quickly stuffed all the flowers from her basket into Shen Ning's hands. Sister likes them? I'll pick more next time, but my mom doesn't allow me to go deep into the mountains. Last time, I even heard some howling sounds from the mountains. Shen Ning smiled as she accepted the flowers, carefully identifying them among the large bouquet. One flower seemed increasingly familiar. Was it a butterfly orchid? Her eyes brightened, and she excitedly held onto He Xiaojun's shoulder, asking, "This flower is so beautiful. Where did you pick it?" The little girl, her mouth full of candy and her words somewhat unclear, pointed towards the woods behind her. Right there, just keep walking along the path. Sister, are you going? Indeed, it was a stroke of luck to find it so easily. Shen Ning was overjoyed, feeling as if heaven was helping her. She even envisioned a scene where her space would be filled with precious orchids in the future. She was just a mundane person, and such temptation was hard to resist. Immediately, she waved goodbye to the children and plunged into the mountains. Following the path the children indicated, she set off deeper into the mountains. After about 15 minutes, she could clearly feel that the moisture in the air had increased. Following the sound of water, she walked for a long time, and the wildflowers by the roadside indeed became more abundant. After climbing over a small slope, she finally spotted a small hollow in the mountain. Unknown wildflowers bloomed profusely on the hillside, a breathtaking sight. Suppressing her excitement, Shen Ning pulled out her backpack and small shovel from her space, carefully searching for a target. After scouring through the flowers, she finally discovered an exquisite orchid beside a rock under the shade of a tree. In her memory, her mother loved to tend to these flowers, especially orchids. The most vivid scene of her mother in Shen Ning's mind was her gently smiling while holding an orchid. Unfortunately, orchids are delicate, and shortly after her mother passed away, the flower bed in the yard fell into neglect. By the time Wang Baozhu entered the family, it was naturally turned into a vegetable garden. Shen Ning and her mother were fundamentally different people. Her mother was a true flower lover. She appreciated the orchid's elegance and purity, adored its subtle fragrance, and loved its noble and aloof temperament. But she herself was purely mundane, only caring about the value this orchid would bring her in the future. If her mother were alive to see her become this way, would she be disappointed? Shen Ning shook her head, quickly shaking off the sadness. Looking at the orchid before her, with its slender leaves, pure white petals, and subtle yet rich fragrance, she couldn't help but chuckle. Her luck was indeed quite good. This was an extremely rare Su Guan He Ding orchid. Shen Ning carefully dug it up along with a root and some soil, then carefully transplanted it into her space. She continued to search among the rocks, and soon found 2 beautiful jade orchids and 3 average butterfly orchids nearby, unable to hide her joy. Today was truly a day of incredible luck and bountiful harvest. Though these orchids might not seem significant now, to ordinary people, these rare varieties of orchids were not much different from the wildflowers by the roadside. However, as someone who had drifted in the world for nearly 10 years, Shen Ning knew that in a few years, there would be a craze for orchids in Hua country. This would cause the value of orchids to soar, with a rare variety even being sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. The inflated prices were extremely out of sync with this newly prosperous era. By then, orchids would even become a form of investment, a shortcut to making big money. Shen Ning stroked the slender leaves of the orchid, thinking that in this life, she only wanted to eat well, sleep well, and watch her enemies from her past suffer miserable fates, feeling unbearable pain. But to achieve her perfect revenge, she would need financial backing. Chapter 47. The heartbeat of Fang Heng after tidying everything up and safely transplanting several orchids into the space. Shen Ning patted the dirt off her clothes and walked down the mountain. Along the way, she noticed the thriving wild mushrooms and thought of the delicious mushroom meat soup. Swallowing her saliva, as she quickly picked a small basketful. Seeing the wildflowers blooming abundantly, she unceremoniously picked a large handful and skipped back. Just then, she heard a series of howls from the mountain, and Shen Ning stopped, her expression tense, looking around. Surely her luck couldn't be that bad. Could she really encounter wild wolves? Shen Ning was extremely nervous, scanning her surroundings, reassuring herself that at least she had the space to protect herself in case of an emergency. The sounds of the wind in the forest seemed to still, and Shen Ning carefully discerned the direction of the beast's calls, but she missed the footsteps behind her. Shen Ning, you. Ah. Shen Ning was startled and instinctively swung the wildflowers in her hand toward the person behind her. Hey, it's me. It's me. Fang Heng blocked his face while calling out to her. Shen Ning finally came to her senses, realizing she had been too tense and accidentally hurt Fang Heng. Just as she was about to apologize, she looked up and saw Fang Heng's miserable state, gasping in shock. Half of his face was slightly swollen, marked with several bloody scratches from the thorns, and he had a few wilted flower petals stuck to his head. She hurriedly dropped the crushed wildflowers. Sorry. I thought there was a wild beast, and you scared me when you suddenly spoke. Are you okay? How did you suddenly appear here? Fang Heng gently touched the painful swollen area on his face, hissing, I didn't believe you could knock out a human trafficker with one swing before. But now I really believe it. You're really ruthless. I suspect you put steel bars in those flower stems. It really hurts. I heard Zhuang and the others say you went into the mountains. I thought it was getting dark and that it wouldn't be safe for you, a young woman. So I came to look for you. It seems I was just overthinking. Shen Ning felt a bit guilty and smiled awkwardly. Ever since she drank the spiritual spring water, not only had her physique improved, but her strength had also increased significantly. Looking at the bloody marks on Fang Heng's face, it was indeed quite tragic, with several thorns embedded in his skin. Shen Ning felt genuinely embarrassed and took out some red medicine and cotton cloth from her small backpack. Bear with it a little, she said, then held his chin with one hand while she pulled out the thorns with the other. She dabbed the cotton cloth in the red medicine and applied it gently to his wounds. Don't get it wet for the next couple of days. It probably won't leave a scar. Shen Ning felt a bit guilty. To be fair, Fang Heng was very handsome, bright, and sunny. He was quite popular in school, with many girls liking him. If her accidental injury led to him being disfigured, she would feel terribly guilty. Fang Heng's originally handsome face now had several purplish red marks. and half of it was swollen from the flower branches hitting him, looking quite painful. But at that moment, he didn't feel any of it. Being so close to Shen Ning made his heart race uncontrollably, especially when Shen Ning's slightly calloused fingertips unintentionally brushed against his cheek. He knew this was just a normal medicinal contact, but Fang Heng couldn't help himself, feeling his blood boil, his cheeks burning, and even the back of his neck turning red. Suppressing the fluttering in his heart, he suddenly snatched the red medicine and cotton cloth from Shen Ning's hands, turning away. I'll do it myself. Shen Ning thought that it was indeed appropriate for men and women to maintain some distance. She'd just been worried about the thorns being too close to his eyes, so she had checked and confirmed that he hadn't hurt his eyes, just some superficial wounds. She nodded and took a couple of steps back. All right, you can do it yourself. Use more. The area is a bit large. Fang Heng couldn't see his own face clearly, so he just randomly applied the red medicine to the painful areas, completely unaware that he looked like a clown. When he turned back around, Shen Ning's pupils trembled, nearly bursting into laughter. It was ultimately her fault, and laughing at him wouldn't be very kind. But she found it hard to hold back. Fang Heng wasn't stupid. He quickly figured it out, shrugged, and spread his hands. If you want to laugh, go ahead. Just don't hold it in too much. Shen Ning couldn't hold it in any longer, slightly lowering her head as she laughed heartily. Unlike her usual encounters with Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu's mockery, this time her joy was genuine. Her eyes curved into crescents, her smile radiant like a flower. The setting sun cast its afterglow on her smiling face, making Fang Heng's heart skip a few beats. He felt that he would never forget this moment. Suddenly, he turned and dashed into the woods, and soon returned holding a large bouquet of various wildflowers. Here for you. Shen Ning was taken aback and didn't take them. Fang Heng seemed to realize that his behavior was a bit reckless and scratched his head. The wildflowers you picked earlier, weren't they all crushed? This bouquet is my compensation to you. Take it. Shen Ning instinctively stepped back, but Fang Heng forcefully stuffed the flowers in her arms, his movement too vigorous, pulling at the wounds on his face. Ouch. Just hold on to it. It's good for self-defense. Hitting someone really hurts. The previously romantic atmosphere instantly disappeared. Shen Ning held the flowers in her hands, looking at Fang Heng's disheveled appearance, and couldn't help but laugh again. I'm sorry. Today I acted recklessly and caused you to suffer so much. I'll make you something delicious another day as an apology. Just then, there was a rustling sound from the forest again. Gu Changjin unexpectedly emerged from the woods. He glanced at Shen Ning, then noticed Fang Heng standing protectively beside her. His gaze swept over Fang Heng's flower-covered face, his mouth twitching slightly before settling on Shen Ning. Shen Ning, why are you here? Gu Changjin looked at the wildflowers in Shen Ning's arms, his tone calm and steady. Just passing through. Shen Ning felt a sudden chill, as if the weather had turned colder. Woo 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 howl. Following the sound, Shen Ning first saw Gu Changjin's rolled-up sleeves, muscular and strong, and then spotted a large hand holding a small, whimpering puppy. The previous awkwardness vanished instantly from Shen Ning's eyes, which lit up as she stared at the puppy. Unable to look away, Gu Changjin naturally noticed her gaze, a glimmer passing through his narrow eyes as he lifted the little puppy higher, shaking it slightly. The puppy, held by the scruff of its neck, was exceptionally obedient, likely a bit afraid of heights, with its little tail pressed tightly against its belly, trembling slightly. Shen Ning's eyes widened. Don't do that. Her voice weakened. After all, it was someone else's dog. Gu Changjin appeared indifferent, even a bit cold. I found it in the mountains. It seems too weak and was abandoned. It insists on sticking to me. If you like it, why not take it back and raise it? Chapter 48, Good Dog. Shen Ning's eyes brightened, suddenly feeling that the man in front of her was not so unapproachable after all. He didn't look as fierce as before. Shen Ning quickly put the wildflower she was holding in her backpack, jogged a couple of steps, and took the puppy from Gu Changjin's hands. The warm little body of the puppy squirmed in Shen Ning's palms. Its nose was wet, and its pink tongue kept licking Shen Ning's hand, while its little tail wagged wildly, yipping away. Shen Ning felt her heart melting, her tone filled with joy. Thank you, Captain Gu. Are you really going to let me raise it? Gu Changjin still spoke little, his tone no longer cold as before. Fang Heng furrowed his brows slightly. Shen Ning, you want to raise it? This breed looks a bit like a wolf dog. I'm afraid its food intake won't be small later on. Shen Ning stroked the little puppy's ears, not minding at all. In this day and age, food was precious, and few people were willing to raise such large dogs. But Shen Ning didn't care. She was all alone and had stored enough food, so she could afford to raise it and was willing to do so. Her past experiences had left her lacking in trust towards her kind. She was always filled with doubt about human relationships, but small animals would never betray her. Living alone, she also feared being targeted by bad people, so having a little dog to guard her home was indeed a good idea. I eat little, and the remaining food is enough to raise it. Seeing her determination, Fang Heng stopped persuading her. The three of them went down the mountain together, chatting casually. Upon learning that the injury on Fang Heng's face was caused by Shen Ning, Gu Chang'an's narrow eyes unconsciously showed a hint of amusement. She could be a bit reckless. Fang Heng paused, wondering if it was just his imagination, but he felt that just now, Captain Gu's tone seemed somewhat familiar, as if he knew Shen Ning well. Shen Ning, however, remembered when she lost control in front of him in Jixing, almost smashing the head of a human trafficker. Feeling a bit guilty, she lowered her head to rub the soft belly of the puppy. Gu Changjin glanced at the little dog held in Shen Ning's arms, then at the wildflowers carelessly tossed in the backpack, and said calmly, "This puppy is dirty. Remember to deworm it when you get back." Shen Ning was taken aback. She hadn't expected Gu Changjin to be so considerate and worried about the puppy having fleas. She quickly put the puppy into the backpack as well. Finally reaching the foot of the mountain, Shen Ning politely said goodbye to the two of them at the fork in the road. "It's getting late. I'll head back first." Gu Changjin didn't respond. He was tall and only needed to lower his head slightly to see everything. Noticing that the restless little creature had ruined the wildflowers in the backpack, he slightly curled his lips and praised, "Good dog." Shen Ning thought he was reluctant and, fearing he might change his mind, quickly hugged the little backpack to her chest. It's getting late. You guys should head back early too. Goodbye. Goodbye." Saying this, she covered the little backpack and ran off. Fang Heng wanted to keep Shen Ning for a few more words, but seeing this, he could only look at her retreating figure with a sense of loss. This youthful, lovesick appearance was quite annoying in Gu Chang'an's eyes. He snorted coldly and walked towards the jeep parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Pei Yan's refined and handsome face, who waved at Fang Heng. "Your dad was worried you wouldn't adapt here. I see you're doing quite well." Fang Heng's father was once Pei Yan's superior, and upon learning that Pei Yan was transferred to the Hongqi commune in Haixing, he had naturally asked Pei Yan to look after his son. As they got closer, Pei Yan noticed the marks and the patchy red ointment on Fang Heng's face, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. "What happened to your face? Who beat you up like this?" Fang Heng scratched his head awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding." This hesitant and slightly shy look made Pei Yan's heart skip a beat. Thinking of Shen Ning, who had just run away, he scanned Fang Heng from head to toe with a suspicious gaze. It wouldn't be that little educated youth Shen Ning, would it? Just as he finished speaking, Fang Heng hurriedly defended her. She didn't do it on purpose. It was an accidental injury. An accidental injury. Bang! Gu Changjin slammed the car door shut. His expression unchanged. "You two talk quickly. We're a bit pressed for time." Pei Yan frowned slightly, a bit confused. Who said there was no rush just now? Why is it urgent now? He turned to Fang Heng. "Take good care of yourself, and if you need anything, you can come find me in the county. Write to your parents more often. They're very worried about you." "I will, but..." Fang Heng seemed to gather a lot of courage for what he heard, hesitating for a moment, then firmly said, "Please tell Secretary Pei to let my dad know I want to settle in the countryside, and I don't want to delay Comrade Zhang Ruoyu. Let him find an opportunity to clarify with the Zhang family and cancel the engagement." Pei Yan raised his eyebrows, puzzled. "Such an important matter. Why don't you say it yourself? Asking me to relay? It sounds strange." Fang Heng's dark eyes flickered. "I'll write a letter home tonight to explain this matter. But letters are too slow. I can't wait. I want to cancel the engagement with Zhang Ruoyu as soon as possible. Please help me relay this. It's also to give my parents a heads up." Pei Yan nodded slightly. It was just a matter of helping to pass on a message. So he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Okay, I..." Before he could finish, Gu Changjin coldly urged, "Drive." The driver immediately started the vehicle, and Fong Hung stared blankly as the jeep suddenly sped away, frowning without thinking too much. Perhaps there was some urgent business. It was just that he felt that Gu Chang'an's expression seemed a bit off just now, until Fong Heng's figure was far behind. Pei Yin looked at his friend with a strange expression. What are you in such a hurry for? I hadn't finished speaking yet. Is something wrong with your emotions today? Did you find some problem while surveying the mountain? Gu Changjin nodded. Still need to let professional exploration personnel come over with professional equipment to check for final confirmation. Pei Yin nodded slightly. This matter isn't urgent. First, fix the main road to Hajia village, and we can plan the rest later. Gu Changjin replied coldly, thought for a moment, and then asked, Are you really going to help him pass on a message? Pei Yin raised his eyebrows. His friend was not someone who would care about such trivial matters. Just passing on a message, it doesn't violate any rules. Besides, Fong Heng's father is my old boss, so by seniority, he still has to call me uncle. I've met his fiancée, Zhang Ryu, too. She is a female soldier from the Su art troupe. They're childhood sweethearts and well-matched. But why does this kid suddenly want to break off the engagement? Hearing this, Gu Changjin fell silent, recalling the scene of Fong Hung stuffing the wildflowers into Shen Ning's arms. His impression of Fong Hung worsened a bit. Having a fiancée, but still being so attentive to another female educated youth was truly incomprehensible. This kind of impulsive young man, with his head in the clouds, changing his mind day by day. Breaking off an engagement is such an important matter. He should think it through and discuss it with his parents instead of having you relay the message. Pei Yin thought for a moment and agreed, You're right. Luckily, I hadn't had the chance to agree to him just now. Chapter 49. I'll take care of your meals. As Shen Ning returned to her small courtyard, she spotted Gu Sanya squatting at the entrance. Sanya, if you run again, I'm really going to get angry. She deliberately raised her voice, and Gu Sanya indeed froze in fear, not daring to move closer. The two were separated by about 10 meters, with Sanya hanging her head, her dirty little hands twisting the hem of her clothes. Shen Ning noticed a small bundle of neatly arranged firewood at the door, just like the one from a few days ago. The little puppy in the backpack was still barking and bumping around. Shen Ning commanded Gu Sanya, Help me bring this firewood inside. As she spoke, she turned and entered the small courtyard, straining her ears to listen to the commotion behind her. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, Gu Sanya obediently brought the firewood in, placing it neatly in the corner against the wall. The backpack left on the ground had been knocked over by the little puppy, which was now excitedly exploring the courtyard. Seeing Gu Sanya, it barked a few times in a playful manner. Gu Sanya hesitantly reached out to touch its fur, and the little dog immediately became proud, biting at Gu Sanya's pant leg and joyfully running in circles. Shen Ning observed the dirty duo, one girl and one dog, and went to the well to fill a large bucket with water, mixing in some hot water from the stove before calling Gu Sanya over to wash up. The soap, once wet, slipped easily through her fingers, quickly creating a rich lather, which intrigued Gu Sanya. In her home, she had never had the privilege of using something like soap. Even the hot water was only available to her after the little ones had finished using it. But Shen Ning didn't mind her dirtiness. She took Gu Sanya's hand and rubbed it. As the bubbles turned a grayish black, Gu Sanya felt a bit embarrassed. Shen Ning, however, didn't care at all, gently touching the thick calluses and burns on her hands. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, a deep sadness washing over her. Remembering the hardships both she and Sanya had faced in their past lives, her eyes turned red, and a tear fell, landing on Sanya's hand. Gu Sanya felt a burning sensation on the back of her hand and panicked, unsure of what to do. She struggled to pull her hand back and instinctively wanted to run away. But Shen Ning firmly held her down, saying, I'm fine, I'm just a little sad. Gu Sanya fell silent, the autumn breeze blowing by, creating the deepest bond between two people who were not even related by blood. Soon, Shen Ning composed herself and handed the little puppy to Gu Sanya. You help it wash up. I'll go get something to eat. The puppy was not very cooperative, struggling the basin and barking loudly. It splashed water all over Gu Sanya, who, usually quiet, rarely showed a silent smile. Filled with childlike innocence, Shen Ning felt a pang in her heart and hastened her movements, soon bringing out a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms and 2 bowls of white rice. Gu Sanya wanted to refuse, but Shen Ning already had a serious expression on her face, firmly stating, "If you don't eat, then I won't accept any firewood you bring in the future." Gu Sanya, feeling timid, picked up the bowl but felt wronged and wanted to cry, wondering why a stranger like Shen Ning would treat her so well, while her so-called relatives, her brother and sister-in-law, regarded her as a thorn in their side. Shen Ning sighed, picking a piece of chicken for her. "Listen, from now on, you'll bring me a bundle of firewood every day as payment. I'll take care of your lunch and dinner. You eat what I eat. No picky eating allowed." Gu Sanya was a bit confused. How could she be picky? Throughout her long life, she had endured meals of leftover spoiled food, often feeling her stomach twist in pain from hunger. It was only after meeting Shen Ning that she had tasted her first piece of candy and enjoyed her first full meal. Gu Sanya's hands trembled unconsciously as she held the bowl, staring at the enamel bowl before her. The rich, fragrant sauce covered the enticingly sweet white rice, piled high with tender, fragrant chicken. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, yet she still dared not take a bite. The clean little puppy was anxiously circling the table leg, barking and tugging at Shen Ning's pant leg. Seeing Gu Sanya hesitating to pick up her chopsticks, Shen Ning teased, "If you don't eat soon, I'm going to feed your food to the puppy." The little puppy seemed to understand, tilting its head and opening its mouth in anticipation. It was a good dog that really wanted to eat meat. Gu Sanya seemed to understand its gaze as well, fearing the little dog would get her food, and hurriedly stuffed a large bite into her mouth, her eyes lighting up. It was incredibly delicious, definitely the best meal she had ever eaten in her life. Worried she might choke, Shen Ning poured her a cup of spring water and handed it to her. "From now on, you'll eat at my place. If your brother and sister-in-law give you trouble, you can come find me." When Fong Hung returned to the youth station, everyone was first startled, then burst into laughter. Li Jiqiang clapped Fong Hung on the shoulder. "What is going on? Why are you acting like Wang Gong?" As he leaned in closer, he noticed the scars on Fong Hang's face and was immediately taken aback. "What happened? Who dared to hit my brother? I'll help you get revenge." Fong Hung pushed his hand away irritably. "It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. Besides, it wasn't done on purpose. With injuries like that, you're calling it minor? We should go find the team leader." Sun Miao had just finished cleaning the pig pen and returned when she saw Fong Hung was hurt. Instinctively, she wanted to step forward to show concern, but forgot that she had just come from the pig pen and didn't smell very good. Coupled with her performance during the self-criticism meeting, where she shifted all the blame onto Wang Baozhu, the villagers were unaware of the truth and were misled by her pitiful appearance, while those in the know saw through her act. At this moment, they had no good feelings towards Sun Miao. Li Jiqiang held his nose in disgust. "Stay away from me. You stink." Sun Miao's face flushed bright red. Even facing hundreds of villagers during the self-criticism, she and T felt this embarrassed. She had already cleaned herself up and changed into clean clothes. Although Fong Hung didn't speak, he instinctively took 2 steps back, avoiding her touch. "You don't need to worry about my business." After saying that, he hurried into the house. Sun Miao, hurt, retracted her hand, seemingly confused as to why Fong Hung, who was usually warm and polite, had suddenly become so cold and indifferent. Big tears fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Kai Meiwan could no longer bear to watch and pulled the seemingly soulless Sun Miao back into the room. Sun Miao hugged her blanket, crying sorrowfully. Wang Baozhu shot her a disdainful glance, thinking she was so impressive, analyzing things so well for herself. But what happened? Not only did she fail to frame Shen Ning successfully, but she also got herself criticized, had to write a self-criticism, and even lost her wallet. Indeed, Wang Baozhu now blamed Sun Miao for losing her wallet. Crying and crying, all day long, besides pretending to be pitiful, all you do is cry. What a disaster. No wonder Fong Hung would rather go tend to Shen Ning than bother with you. Sun Miao abruptly stopped crying and stood up suddenly. "What did you say? What happened between Shen Ning and Fong Hung?" Chapter 50. Sun Miao's heartbreak. Sun Miao stood up as if her tail had been stepped on, pulling Wang Baozhu to demand an explanation. Wang Baozhu, spoiled and pampered, couldn't bear the injustice and immediately shoved Sun Miao hard, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, her tailbone hurting severely. "What are you being fierce for?" Fang Heng and Shen Ning were laughing and talking as they came down from the mountain, and many people saw it. "If you have the ability, go find her trouble. Why are you pulling me into this? It's really funny. Besides, what are you to Fang Heng? Are you his mother or his wife? You meddle in everything. If any woman talks to Fang Heng, your eyes are about to pop out. You should take a look in a mirror and see what kind of person you are." Wang Baozhu mocked ruthlessly, her words sharp and vicious. Yet they struck Sun Miao like a wake-up call, and a strange smile appeared on her face. Yes, she was neither Fang Heng's mother nor his fiancée, so she had no right to interfere in his friendships. Since she couldn't manage it herself, she would let the person who should manage it handle it. She had come to the countryside to climb up Fang Heng's big tree, and she would not allow anyone to become a stumbling block for her. Even if she didn't succeed, she absolutely wouldn't allow that cheap Shen Ning to get together with Fang Heng. Her strange smile frightened Wang Baozhu and Kai Mei Wan. This person can't be driven crazy, right? Wang Baozhu, who valued her life most, threw off her shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and hid under the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. "You're the one who can't stand. Don't blame me." All right. At worst, I won't run away from cleaning the pigsty tomorrow. Is that okay? Don't try to frame me. The next day, Fang Heng woke up early, holding the family letter he had carefully written after pondering all night, and walked towards the village entrance. Sun Miao followed closely behind. The two walked one in front of the other for a long time. Fang Heng grew a bit annoyed and turned to look at her. "Don't you have your own business to attend to? Why are you following me?" Sun Miao walked straight past him. "I'm going to the town to buy some things. Why can't I walk this road?" Fang Heng was taken aback and felt a bit awkward. But Sun Miao had always been overly attentive to him. Her intentions were too obvious. Yet she had never made her intentions clear, so he didn't want to say much. But now that he had someone he liked and had confirmed his feelings, he naturally didn't want to be involved with Sun Miao anymore. He immediately put on a cold face. "Comrade Sun Miao, I have someone I like now, and I don't want others to misunderstand our relationship." Sun Miao didn't expect Fang Heng to be so direct, tearing off her cover without hesitation. Furious and annoyed, she demanded, "Who is the person you like? Is it Shen Ning?" "Fang Heng, you have a fiancé. How can you like someone else?" Fang Heng was stunned and then sneered. "So, you know I have a fiancé? Then why are you getting closer to me?" Years of upbringing made him swallow the rest of his words. He coldly warned, "This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you or Shen Ning. This is just my unrequited love. You used to secretly trip Shen Ning, speak ill of her everywhere, and spread rumors. I didn't hold it against you. But in the future, if you try to harm Shen Ning or plot against her again, I will not let you off." After saying that, Fang Heng turned and left. He knew this was cruel to an 18 or 19-year-old girl, but he couldn't help it. His heart was small. It could only hold Shen Ning now. Upon reaching the town, Fang Heng solemnly dropped the letter into the mailbox and left with a light step. He had clearly explained to his parents in the letter that an arranged marriage would not bring happiness and asked them to visit Zhang Ruyu's family to clarify and dissolve the betrothal. His parents were always open-minded and doted on him. They would definitely agree. Thinking of this, Fang Heng couldn't help but grin foolishly, only to be reminded of the injury on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. However, he didn't notice that after he left the post office, Sun Miao snuck in. She stood in front of the locked mailbox, sneered, and stuffed a letter inside. But this letter was not addressed to her family or friends, but to Fang Heng's fiancé. Sun Miao had long known that Fang Heng had a fiancé he named Zhang Ruyu. At that time, she had secretly inquired about her, adhering to the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy to win every battle. The other party's conditions were quite favorable. She was a literary soldier and a pillar of the Sioux City art troupe. Sun Miao had encountered her before and could tell she was a proud girl with a fiery temper. She had even mocked Sun Miao before, saying that a toad wanted to eat swan meat. Before coming to Sioux City, the person Sun Miao disliked the most was Fang Heng's fiancé, Zhang Ruyu. Now, by sending a letter to Zhang Ruyu, she was determined to provoke her anger, hoping the two would fight it out. But then she thought again, still feeling uneasy. She stuffed a few banknotes into the envelope and then pitifully explained the situation to the post office staff. "I accidentally dropped some banknotes while mailing my letter. Could you please open the box so I can find them? I'm really sorry for the trouble." The post office staff, seeing her sincere attitude and apologetic demeanor. Comforted her a few times. They quickly opened the mailbox in front of Sun Miao. Sun Miao immediately spotted the 2 letters stacked on top and a few banknotes. She pretended to look for a dropped coin and took the opportunity to slip the letter written by Fong Heng into her sleeve. After thanking the staff with a smile, she quickly left. Once she reached a secluded alley, she opened the letter without hesitation. She knew Fong Heng well. He was a person with a strong sense of morality. Since he dared to admit he liked Shen Ning, he would definitely dissolve the engagement and not let Shen Ning bear the blame. If this letter was just a simple family letter, she would return it. But if it wasn't, Sun Miao's hands trembled with anxiety. But as she opened the letter and read it piece by piece, her entire being slumped, her face ashen. Fong Heng not only asked his parents to annul the engagement, but also expressed his intention to marry no one but Shen Ning, even inviting his parents to visit Hejia village during the new year to formally introduce Shen Ning to them. Leaning against the mottled stone wall, Sun Miao took out a match and lit a corner of the letter. The flames grew stronger, just like the jealousy burning in her heart. Why was so good about Shen Ning? Why is it that, although we are both girls, she has always lived under the love and pampering of her parents? She is not diligent, her personality is not lively, and her mouth is not sweet, yet she effortlessly captures everyone's attention and affection. Why does she get what I strive for with great difficulty so easily? Scenes from the past flashed through Sun Miao's mind like a slideshow, until the flames burned her fingers, jolting her back to reality. Looking at the letter that had been burned almost halfway, a cold smile curved her lips, and she said softly, "What I can't have. Shen Ning, you can't have either. Let's wait and see." Chapter 51. Compromised. Sun Miao burned Fong Heng's letter and was about to leave when she looked up and saw a young man leaning against the wall, looking at her with a mocking expression. The partially burned letter was drifting in the wind towards his leather shoes. He stepped on the embers on the letter and picked up the remaining scraps of paper. Oh, isn't this comrade Sun Miao? Sneaking around, burning someone else's letter, huh? Sun Miao's heart sank. Of all people, she had run into He Jianya, the notorious son of the village secretary. He was known for being difficult to deal with and was considered a bully in the village. Despite being under 30, he was already the deputy director of the county's second machinery factory. His usual arrogant demeanor was overlooked by everyone due to his father's position, and they just dealt with him as best they could. Sun Miao had seen him the day after she arrived in the village, and he had even flirted with her. At that time, she didn't know his identity and was only focused on Fong Heng, looking down on someone like him. She had spoken to him rudely, which had thoroughly offended him. Fortunately, Hijani usually worked in town and rarely returned to the village. Otherwise, she would have been in big trouble. But now, Sun Miao gulped, realizing she was indeed in deep trouble. The letter was mostly burned, but it was easy to tell who it belonged to from the signature. Hijani looked at Sun Miao with amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse. Fong Heng, that's the pretty boy you went to the countryside with, right? Tell me, if I let him know you were secretly destroying his letter and tell the brigade leader. No, don't tell them. Sun Miao panicked, her voice rising sharply. Her reputation was already terrible. She couldn't afford any more mistakes. Don't. Well, that's not up to you to say. Now I have the evidence. My word counts. Hijanya put the burned letter scraps in his pocket and leaned closer to Sun Miao, his gaze lingering on her delicate face and then scanning her curvy figure. But if you say some nice words and beg me a little, I might pretend I didn't see this letter or you. What do you think? The implication in his words was too obvious for Sun Miao to pretend she didn't understand. Her eyes trembled as she looked at the well-groomed, leather shoe-wearing man in front of her, weighing her options. After all, he was the only son of the village secretary and came from a wealthy family. Although he couldn't be compared to Fong Heng, having him as a backing would make her life much easier. In just a moment, she had thought through many things, weighing the pros and cons. Hijanya, noticing her hesitation, stepped closer, cornering her against the wall, one hand on the wall and the other around her waist, bringing them extremely close. Sun Miao pushed him away in resistance, but Hijanya, undeterred, caressed her soft waist while lowering his voice to tempt her. You young people sent to the countryside, aren't you all just thinking about going back to the city day and night? But to return, don't you need a letter of introduction and a recommendation from the brigade? Sun Miao glared at him angrily. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? He Jianya chuckled softly. Silly girl. How many spots are there to return to the city each year? You can't seriously think the opportunity to go back will just fall into your lap, can you? Sun Miao was taken aback. The implications of He Jianya's words were overwhelming. Yet she couldn't bring herself to believe it. I don't believe you have that much power. Heh. He Jianya sneered twice. I can't decide who gets the spots to return to the city, but I can ensure a little young person like you never goes back. Stuck in the mountains for the rest of your life. Sun Miao broke into a cold sweat. She believed He Jianya had that capability. If he deliberately made trouble, she would be doomed to a life of toiling in the fields. No, she absolutely cannot accept that. The fear in Sun Miao's eyes delighted He Jianya. He continued, as long as you follow me honestly, I will not treat you poorly. There are a few recruitment spots in town every year, and the candidates are chosen from you young people. They say it's an assessment, but in reality, it's all recommended by the brigade. Don't forget, my dad is He Jiawang, the village secretary. If you make me happy, recommending you to work in the city as a teacher or a factory worker is just a matter of a few words. You must seize this opportunity and not be ungrateful. There are plenty of people who want to curry favor with me. Sun Miao's eyes brimmed with tears as she hung her head. She thought of the humiliation and scorn she had faced in He Jia village, the endless farm work, the filthy pigsty, and Fong Heng's cold indifference. She quickly made up her mind. When she looked up again, she flashed a sweet, obedient smile at He Jianya. Brother He, then please help me. I'm very obedient and will listen to you. He Jianya couldn't help but snicker, his eyes full of disdain. His hand on her waist grew even more inappropriate. When they first met, she had been so cold to him, and he thought she was so steadfast and principled. Now, just a few words had revealed her true nature. Helping you is not impossible, but it depends on your performance. Noticing He Jianya's growing impatience, Sun Miao shrank back, but didn't dare to escape. Instead, she leaned in closer, as if to please him. Seeing he was still unsatisfied, Sun Miao suppressed her emotions, bit her lip, and initiated a kiss. For 2 whole months, the youth station was unnaturally quiet. It was the busy farming season, and everyone was rushing to harvest grain. Farmers worked hard all year just for these rations. Everyone was too exhausted to even stand up straight, and every household had to spare manpower to repair the roads. After a whole day of work, they were too tired to lift a finger. Even Wang Baozhu and Sun Miao had rarely caused any trouble during this time. During the midday break, Jiang Yuan, not caring about her image, sat directly under a big tree, panting heavily. I can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I'm really going to die from exhaustion. When will this kind of life end? Shen Ning comforted her. Our countryside is actually quite good. There is only 1 crop a year. After these last few days of hard work, we can start preparing for winter. I heard that in some southern regions, they have to plant 3 crops a year. That truly wears people out. You should be grateful. Bark, bark, bark. As if responding to Shen Ning, the little dog, Meichio, also barked stubbornly. Its fluffy round head affectionately rubbed against Shen Ning's pants, causing commotion. Meichio, stop making noise. Go play somewhere else. Shen Ning gently patted its bottom, and it tilted its head, staring for a while with its jewel-like black eyes. It whined, seemingly complaining that its owner wasn't playing with it. Seeing Shen Ning still with a straight face, it turned and chased its tail, running off to play by itself. In just 2 months, this little puppy had grown chubby, with shiny black fur, but its 4 paws and tail tip were white, like it was wearing white socks, which was quite amusing. Most impressively, Meichio was incredibly smart. According to the village elders, this black dog was becoming a spirit. Only Shen Ning knew that this was all due to the effects of the spiritual spring water, which had elevated Meichio's intelligence far beyond that of ordinary dogs, and its physique was also much stronger, with a terrifying bite force. Several villagers, whenever they saw Meichio, had a hint of greedy desire in their eyes, as if they were looking at a piece of walking pork belly. Shen Ning was worried these people might have ill intentions towards Meichio, and was even more afraid that if she wasn't careful, Meichio might hurt someone. So she always kept it close by her side. Jiang Yuan looked enviously at Meichio, truly wishing she could be as carefree as it was. I'm really in a tough spot. I'm already exhausted, and I still have to find time to review high school knowledge points. My grades were not good when I was in school, So regarding the selection of teachers, I think I'll just give up directly. I definitely don't want to mislead the students. Chapter 52. Small calculations. The news that the central primary school in town was recruiting teachers was no secret in Hejia village. Recently, there had been some undercurrents at the youth station, and even the most boisterous Wang Baozhu had quieted down for a while. After all, this was about whether one would stay in the village to farm next year, or go to town to become a glorious people's teacher. And the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It's important to note that the youths sent to the countryside did not receive a salary. Throughout the year, they relied solely on the meager work points earned from hard labor in the fields. However, if one became a primary school teacher, there would be a stable job with a monthly salary of around 30 yuan, bonuses for outstanding teachers, and housing provided by the school. This kind of treatment was enough to make people envious, and while they didn't speak about it openly, everyone was secretly making efforts behind the scenes. Jiang Yuanyuan nudged Shen Ning's shoulder and said she heard that the central primary school was only hiring 3 teachers. But the Hongqi commune had 3 villages with nearly 100 youths, so one could imagine how great the competition would be. I don't want to waste my efforts on this. Furthermore, Jiang Yuanyuan glanced around and lowered her voice. Not every youth can participate in the teacher selection. Educational qualifications are just the minimum requirement, and recommendations from village leaders are also necessary. Recently, Sun Miao had been getting close to He Jianya, the only son of the village secretary, and it seemed they were dating without trying to hide it. Look, that slick young man. I heard he became the deputy factory director at the mechanical factory in town at a young age. However, his conduct isn't good. His relationships with women are a bit messy. I think Sun Miao is going to suffer a big loss this time. Shen Ning's gaze met He Jianya's scrutinizing look, and she did not miss the surprise and greed in his eyes. His gaze was too aggressive, as if he were sizing up merchandise. Shen Ning felt disgusted but did not show it, yet a storm was brewing in her heart. She never expected that in this life, Sun Miao and He Jianya would get together so early. Shen Ning didn't know much about He Jianya, but she did know that these two later benefited from the reform and opening up, becoming practical entrepreneurs, gaining fame, wealth, and status, and thriving in life. However, behind the scenes, they were not clean, engaging in unspeakable activities, especially He Jianya, who abused his power and sexually harassed female employees under him. Shen Ning suddenly remembered that in her previous life, around winter, a female employee named Fong from the second mechanical factory committed suicide by drinking pesticide. It was said that she had seduced He Jianya to get promoted to a higher level, but was criticized and educated by him, leading her to take her own life. Bah, Shen Ning didn't believe a word of it. After all, He Jianya had harassed her in her past life, and she knew very well what kind of person he was, a thoroughly rotten individual. While Shen Ning was lost in her thoughts, He Jianya had already approached them, striking what he thought was a handsome pose, but it was actually quite greasy. You must be the youth Shen and the youth Jiang, right? I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm He Jianya, the deputy factory director of the county's second mechanical factory. Jiang Yuanyuan smiled politely and stepped back 2 paces with Shen Ning. Hello, may I ask what you need? Is it not possible to get to know each other if there's nothing going on? We gathered in Hejia village, which is a kind of fate. More friends mean more paths, right? Why be so nervous? I want to eat you. His slick manner made both Jiang Yuanyuan and Shen Ning feel utterly disgusted. Alarm bells rang in their hearts, but due to his status, they didn't say anything unpleasant and quickly made an excuse to leave. Once they were far away, Sun Miao emerged from behind a nearby tree, her tone filled with reproach. Are you looking at them because they're pretty and feeling moved? I told you they won't fall for your tricks. He Jianya smirked, and seeing no one around, he pulled Sun Miao into the cornfield. What's wrong? I just talked to them a bit, and you're jealous? Don't worry. Brother likes you the most now. I have no thoughts about them. He Jianya wasn't stupid, although he was a bit of a rogue. Being so young and already a deputy factory director meant he had some skills. He was perceptive enough not to provoke those he shouldn't. While he was lecherous and particularly liked girls from the city, he knew which youths were fair game and which ones to avoid. Jiang Yuanyuan came from a prominent family with power and wealth. She was only in the countryside to enhance her resume. Within a year, her family would arrange a better path for her, and he would be crazy to provoke her. Shen Ning, on the other hand, had no power or influence. But she had received recognition and had appeared before the county leaders, so he also wouldn't dare to make a move on her. The only one left was Sun Miao, ordinary background, no power, no money, and he had leverage over her, making her the easiest to manipulate. In broad daylight, He Jianya pulled off his shirt, and Sun Miao was terrified, hurriedly pressing down on He Jianya's wandering hands. Are you crazy? What if someone sees us? He Jianya scoffed, yanking down her pants. What are you afraid of? If someone finds out, I'll just marry you. Wouldn't that'd be perfect? Sun Miao gasped, but cooperatively wrapped her arms around He Jianya's neck. Don't do that. I saw how you looked at Shen Ning just now. Your eyes were glued to her. If you like her, I can help you. Oh, you're so generous. Do you really think I don't know you and Shen Ning don't get along? I know exactly what you're calculating. You're just hoping I ruin Shen Ning's reputation. Best if the whole village sees it and she is disgraced. Sun Miao was caught off guard by his piercing words, but didn't get angry. Instead, she cooperated even more, wrapping her arms around He Jianya's waist and playfully moaning. Don't you want to? Yes, so tempting. He Jianya thought of Shen Ning's apricot eyes, as clear as spring water, glancing at him for just a moment, and he felt weak at the knees. Indeed, it was hard to resist, seeing He Jianya lost in thought. Sun Miao felt resentful. All men were the same. He had just said he would marry her, but the moment Shen Ning was mentioned, he lost his mind. However, it was better that He Jianya had developed improper thoughts about Shen Ning. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Sun Miao's eyes as she continued to coax him. Don't be fooled by her pretentiousness. She's really easy to handle. If all else fails, just give her some medicine. She won't resist. Chapter 53. What kind of medicine is sold in the gourd slap? As soon as Sun Miao finished speaking, He Jianya unceremoniously slapped her across the face. A savage thrill surged through him, and he cruelly pinched Sun Qing's tender body a few more times. Sun Miao winced in pain, but bit her lip tightly, afraid to make a sound, because she knew that screaming would only excite him further, making him more ruthless and unrestrained. He Jianya was a devil. He appeared gentle and refined, but in reality, he had unusual preferences. During this time, Sun Miao had been tormented by him to the point of suffering greatly. Although it was a path she had chosen for herself, she blamed all of this on Shen Ning, wishing she could make Shen Ning endure the same abuse and humiliation. He Jianya was still not satisfied and continued to torment her before finally mocking, You think I'm a fool? From Shen Ning's previous actions, it's clear she's not only temperamental and tough, but also quite smart. She's nothing like you, a spineless slut. You dare to encourage me to climb into her bed and drug her? Are you trying to get me killed? Sun Miao covered her face, suppressing the hatred in her eyes. I am doing this for your own good. Don't you need a sum of startup capital? Shen Ning has it. Her grandfather was a big capitalist and left her mother with plenty of good things. As long as you have her, won't she be at your mercy? Just think of that huge sum of money. He Jianya finally gasped, pulling up his pants, his tone filled with suspicion. Is what you said true? Sun Miao's eyes lit up. She knew He Jianya was intrigued. She immediately affirmed, I grew up with Shen Ning. I know her family situation best. Even a broken ship has 3 nails left. Her grandfather was the biggest capitalist in Sioux City back then. Her mother is their only daughter. How could they not leave Shen Ning a way out? If you don't believe me, you can check. I absolutely wouldn't dare to lie to you. Besides, when Shen Ning left, she sold her house and job in Sioux City. That alone is worth several thousand. The fact that Shen Ning's grandfather was a capitalist was not a secret in the small courtyard, but whether he left Shen Ning a large sum of money was unknown. However, Sun Miao was determined to paint Shen Ning as a lonely girl with a fortune. As for whether Shen Ning actually had it, she didn't care at all. She only looked forward to seeing what kind of miserable state Shen Ning would end up in at He Jianya's hands. He Jianya was indeed tempted, setting aside the money. Just the thought of that face was hard to resist. These past few days, Shen Ning felt very annoyed. He Jianya seemed to stick to her like a plaster, constantly appearing nearby, occasionally trying to ingratiate himself. Even when Shen Ning harshly rejected him, he still wore a lovesick expression, making her furious. The village was buzzing with gossip, saying that He Jianya had taken a liking to young Shen Ning. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent man, It wouldn't be long before they would be celebrating the marriage of Shen Ning and He Jianya. Although He Jianya had been a bit of a rogue before, his father was the village secretary, and he himself was considered young and promising, serving as the deputy director of the mechanical factory in the county. This marriage proposal looked quite good. Some aunts even whispered enviously that Shen Ning was just playing hard to get. It wouldn't be long before she eagerly nodded in agreement to date He Jianya. She was an orphan, alone and helpless. Being able to connect with the village secretary's family was like hitting the jackpot. Jiang Yuan was furious upon hearing these rumors. She knew Shen Ning's character all too well. What was He Jianya even worth? How could Shen Ning possibly be interested in him? These rumors were so rampant that Shen Ning found it hard to pretend she couldn't hear them. But what exactly was He Jianya up to with such fanfare? Shen Ning suspected that his sudden pursuit of her was incited by Sun Miao. However, she couldn't quite understand why Sun Miao would do this. After all, she was someone who hated seeing Shen Ning gain the spotlight and hated seeing her do well. How could she possibly push her support towards Shen Ning? After all, with He Jianya backing her lately, Sun Miao's burdens had lightened considerably. She was already slacking off at work, and even when it came to cleaning the pig pen, she did it half-heartedly. The captain was furious and had criticized them several times, but Sun Miao and Wang Baozhu merely admitted their faults verbally, while in reality, they continued to slack off, showing a completely indifferent attitude. Shen Ning was momentarily baffled by what these two were up to, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. After pondering for a few days, Shen Ning decided to take the initiative. After all, a thief can only go on stealing for so long. There were no thieves who could guard against a thief forever. Soon, a great opportunity presented itself. Today was a day off, and the educated youth took advantage of the rare holiday to go to the county to buy supplies and improve their meals. Moreover, a new department store had recently opened in the county, and everyone wanted to go shopping. Shen Ning had been wanting to buy a bicycle for more convenient travel. Jiang Yuan was also supposed to go with her, but just as they were about to leave, she was hit with severe stomach cramps. Her period had come. Since Shen Ning had other plans for the day, she set out alone. As expected, as soon as she arrived at the department store, she spotted two unwelcome figures. Sun Miao was following He Jianya like a dutiful little wife. Knowing that Shen Ning didn't like her, she still approached her, smiling brightly. What a coincidence. You're here to shop too? When she saw Shen Ning's outfit today, the jealousy in her eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Shen Ning was already beautiful, with long, silky black hair and smooth, fair skin. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life. When she wasn't smiling, she had a cool demeanor, but when she smiled, her brows and eyes curved sweetly, warming people's hearts. The pale yellow blouse she wore accentuated her graceful figure, making her look radiant. Bah, what natural seductress. Sun Miao cursed inwardly, but still smiled on the surface. I was wrong before. I'm here to apologize. Please don't be angry. What do you want to buy? I'll go with you. Shen Ning coldly replied. No need. I can shop by myself. I don't need your false kindness. After saying that, she turned to leave. However, He Jianya blocked her way, half coaxing, half threatening. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. It was Sun Ziking's fault before. She has always wanted to apologize to you. There's no better day than today. Let me treat you to a meal, and you two can sit down and talk properly. We're all from the same educated youth point. Why make things so awkward between us? Surely you won't deny me this little favor. Chapter 54. The fish is hooked. Shen Ning deliberately showed hesitation, as if she was truly constrained by He Jianya's identity, and only reluctantly agreed. All right. But I came to buy a bicycle, so you might have to wait a bit. Bicycle? Sun Miao stammered for a moment, her smile faltering, filled with unexplainable resentment and jealousy. In these times, bicycles, watches, and sewing machines were still considered the three major purchases, and they were quite valuable. In the entire He family village, there were hardly a handful of families that owned a bicycle. Shen Ning had less than 20 yuan to her name, yet she claimed she wanted to buy a bicycle. A regular bicycle cost at least 150 yuan, almost half a year's salary for an average family. He Jianya raised an eyebrow, thinking that Shen Ning was boasting. Who talks about buying a bicycle as casually as buying half a pound of candy? Usually, the whole family would come together, picking and choosing, going back and forth 3 to 5 times. You probably just want to have a look first. but his face remained calm, even smiling as he pointed the way. The bicycles are on the second floor. I'll take you there. Shen Ning did not refuse. However, it was completely different from what she had imagined in terms of being picky and dragging things out. When Shen Ning reached the second floor, she took a look around and directly pointed at a milky, white Phoenix lady's bicycle. Comrade, how much for this one? 190. Shen Ning didn't say anything. She just stepped forward to carefully check the quality. After confirming there were no issues, she said, "All right, I'll take it. Please issue an invoice." The salesperson was taken aback for a moment. Not many people came to buy bicycles these days, and it was even rarer to meet someone as straightforward as this lady. Especially since this lady's bicycle was priced 20 yuan higher than the ordinary 2/8 models. In this era of barely making ends meet, people tended to prefer practical items. So sales of such light and beautiful bicycles were not great. Are you sure? Don't you want to look around a bit more? Once the deal is done, there are no returns or exchanges. The salesperson was somewhat uneasy, fearing that the girl might have a sudden change of heart and come back to argue. Shen Ning directly took out the bicycle ticket and pulled out a stack of large unity notes, counting out 19 and placing them on the counter. I'm sure. Sun Miao was also taken aback by Shen Ning's decisiveness. The bicycle was beautiful, and she had immediately taken a liking to it. But she hadn't even had the courage to touch it. Yet Shen Ning bought it so easily without batting an eye or haggling. The stark contrast made Sun Miao feel a pang of discomfort. In a flash, she saw He Jianya looking at Shen Ning with a fiery, determined gaze, and her mood instantly lightened. Where she was rich and beautiful, in the end, she would still be disgraced and trampled underfoot. Imagining how Shen Ning would be ruined by He Jianya in the future, Sun Miao's resentment finally dissipated somewhat. She even praised her more vigorously. "You really have a means. Ning Ning, you're just not like us mud-legged folks. Whoever marries you will be like marrying a mountain of gold." Shen Ning was taken aback. Sun Miao, who cared so much about her image, had never put herself down in front of others. Turning to meet He Jianya's greedy gaze, she understood everything. These two were clearly plotting against her, preparing to take advantage of her. Shen Ning found it amusing. In her previous life, these two were a couple who were deeply in love. Now it seemed they had ulterior motives, each with their own agenda. Knowing that these two were eyeing her, Shen Ning's almond-shaped eyes turned, and an idea formed in her mind. "I still want to take a look at watches. If you're in a hurry, you can go first." "Not in a hurry. We'll wait for you and help you choose," He Jianya immediately stated. If he had been half skeptical about Sun Miao's words earlier, he now fully believed them. A beautiful and wealthy orphan like Shen Ning was too tempting to resist. The watch counter was also on the second floor. Shen Ning looked around at the counter. There were very few ladies' watches, and the styles were too plain and outdated. The salesperson noticed Shen Ning's dissatisfaction and immediately advised, "In a few days, we'll be getting a new batch from Shanghai. You can come back to take a look." Shen Ning politely thanked her, but her disappointment was hard to hide. He Jianya's mind was racing with new ideas. They had recently acquired a few ladies' watches fresh from Hong Kong. The price wasn't cheap, and he had been reluctant to sell, but now the opportunity had presented itself. He exchanged glances with Sun Miao, who immediately pulled Shen Ning along. "Since it's not suitable, let's go eat first." Shen Ning frowned. She really didn't want to have a meal with these two faces. It was too unappetizing and a waste of time. Pushing the bicycle out, she said, "I'm not hungry. I'll just wander around elsewhere and see if any other supply and marketing cooperatives have watches for sale." As she spoke, she hopped on the bicycle, and He Jianya quickly grabbed her rear seat. "Wait, I know a place where you can definitely find a watch you like." Shen Ning turned her back to the two, a sly smile appearing on her face. Finally, the fish was hooked. Still feigning some suspicion, she asked, "Really?" He Jianya pretended to be troubled and leaned closer to Shen Ning. "I have connections. The prices are fair, just in the alley 2 streets over. Without a familiar face to guide you, you can't get in. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. We from the machinery factory buy things there privately. Not only are the prices cheap, but you also don't need a ticket." Seeing that Shen Ning still looked hesitant, He Jianya continued to persuade her. "With me leading the way, what are you afraid of? After all, I'm a deputy factory manager of the second machinery factory." Sun Miao was also trying hard to persuade her. "I often buy things there too. You can trust me." Only then did Shen Ning pretend to reluctantly nod. Jianya was not worried about Shen Ning turning around and exposing her. After all, it would also affect her if word got out that she was buying things on the black market. They were in the same boat, not afraid of her escaping. Jianya immediately led Shen Ning and Sun Miao through the town, twisting and turning through 2 alleys. Shen Ning felt a bit uneasy. Forget it. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Shen Ning secretly memorized the route, and then they arrived at the entrance of an alley. A man with a small mustache stopped the 3 of them. Lowering his voice, "Stop, toll is 2 dimes. Another man wearing a blue cap immediately gave the mustache man a smack. "Are you stupid? Don't you recognize this is Brother Jianya?" Saying that, he turned to Jianya with a flattering tone. "Brother, don't be angry. He's new here." Jianya felt quite pleased and said to Shen Ning, "See, whatever you want, I can get it for you. Just say the word." Shen Ning looked at him with admiration, as if she had never seen the world before. "Then I want a lady's watch made in Shanghai. It should be a bit more exquisite. Do you have any?" The man in the blue hat showed a difficult expression. "We do have a few ladies' watches, but the Shanghai ones are in high demand." Shen Ning made a move to leave. "If you don't have it, then forget it." Jianya immediately grabbed Shen Ning. "Don't be in a hurry. I'll take you to the warehouse to have a look. Although we don't have the Shanghai ones, we have others. You can take a look, and if you like any, consider it a gift from me." Sun Miao was stunned, her nails almost digging into her palm. She had given herself to Jianya, following him for almost 2 months, always at his beck and call. Yet he treated her like a beggar, giving her some worthless trinkets, while he was generous to Shen Ning. One shouldn't compare. The more one compares, the more dissatisfied one feels. Shen Ning rolled her eyes. "No need. I can afford it myself." "Yes, yes, yes." Jianya pretended to be indulgent, but his eyes were full of greed. Shen Ning followed the 2 for a while, arriving at the back door of a small courtyard. Upon entering the yard, they saw a locked civilian house. Jianya, wanting to show off his power, didn't avoid Shen Ning and led her straight inside. The room's windows are tightly covered with heavy curtains, and the light is not very good. The small room is filled to the brim with ordinary things. 5 bicycles are parked by the window, 3 for men and 2 for women. In the corner of the west wall, a few boxes of liquor are stacked up. Shen Ning leans in for a closer look. "Goodness, these are all Matai." Chapter 55, Striking It Rich. Goodness, this is all Maotai. At this time, the selling price of Maotai is not cheap. Usually, a bottle of Maotai on the market costs around 12 to 15 yuan. However, if these are kept for over 10 or 20 years, their value could increase by hundreds or thousands of times. At this moment, the young man in the blue hat placed 3 women's watches on the table. "All lined up here. Take a look." Shen Ning suppressed her excitement and forcibly shifted her gaze away from the 6 boxes of liquor. Unable to help herself, she flashed a sincere smile at Jianya. "All right, let me see. Are there any with diamonds?" As soon as her words fell, several people in the warehouse froze. "TSK, where does this little educated youth think she is going? In this day and age, just having a watch is good enough, and she wants diamonds too." But the more picky she appears, the more it shows her financial strength. She is someone who has seen the world. Jianya nodded slightly at the man in the blue hat, who then lifted the curtain of the partition and slipped through. Shen Ning stood still, but Sun Miao couldn't help but peek, immediately being scolded. "What are you looking at?" Sun Miao was startled at first, and then felt a bit embarrassed, instantly feeling aggrieved. Looking towards Jianya for help, "Brother he." But Jianya was now completely focused on Shen Ning and had no time for her. Sun Miao stamped her foot in grievance, and Shen Ning's scoff felt like a slap to her face. She didn't want to see Shen Ning's smug expression and suddenly rushed out of the small courtyard. Shen Ning looked at Jianya in confusion. "Aren't you going to chase her?" Jianya immediately distanced himself. "Chase what? My relationship with Sun Jiqing is just a normal comradeship. Nothing messy like you think." Before long, the man brought out a high-end box. Upon opening it, the watches indeed looked stunning, with diamond-studded dials that sparkled brilliantly. Jianya observed Shen Ning closely and saw that she only raised an eyebrow slightly, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. She critically picked out an oval-dialed watch with a bracelet strap, forcing a smile. "I'll take this one." "How much?" The blue hat man smiled flatteringly. "Good eye, comrade. This style is even more fashionable than what you find in department stores." We usually sell it for at least 280, but since you're brought by Brother Jianya, you can have it for 260. Jianya wanted to say something more, but Shen Ning had already counted out 26 large unity notes and handed them over. You count it. Then she waved her hand at Jianya. Thanks for today. Can I come here again if I need something next time? The blue hat man's eyes sparkled, as if he were looking at a god of wealth. Of course. Next time you need anything, just contact me. My name is Shunzi. Jianya slapped his forehead, get lost. Then he turned to Shen Ning with a smile. You're just a young girl. It's still not safe. Next time you need something, I'll accompany you. Shen Ning glanced at him but didn't respond, hopped on her bicycle, and turned to leave the alley. Until she was far away. Shunzi was still in a daze. Boss, where did this gem come from? Rich and right on point. Jianya, kick him hard. Don't get any weird ideas. She's your future sister-in-law. Shunzi was shocked. He knew how extravagant Jianya was after 3 years of working together. Better than anyone else. Jianya had his hands in so many pies. There were hardly any young girls he didn't take advantage of, even those with a bit of looks. But it was the first time he heard the term sister-in-law. It seemed that the female comrades were indeed remarkable. The boss was serious about this. Shen Ning quickly disappeared into an empty alley on her bicycle. 5 minutes later, a dark-skinned man in ordinary clothes, wearing a small hat, walked out of the alley and headed straight for the police station. Seeing that no one was around, he dropped a note into the reporting mailbox and left. He then hid at the alley's entrance, calculating the time. The mechanical factory operated 24 hours without stopping. And as the deputy factory director, Jianya definitely couldn't be away for too long. Sure enough, after a while, Jianya hopped on his bicycle, anxious to get to the factory for the shift change. Shen Ning had an excellent sense of direction, and under the influence of Lingquan, her physical fitness had become increasingly robust. She only looked delicate but was surprisingly strong. She easily climbed over a few walls and arrived at the warehouse where she had stored the items earlier. Shen Ning had already taken a look around the warehouse. Someone was guarding outside, the door was locked, and the windows were tightly secured from the inside. It looked indeed airtight, but there was a ventilation hole above the warehouse. Shen Ning put on her gloves, with all the tools ready in the space, and effortlessly opened up a ventilation hole. Shunzi was still chatting with someone outside the small courtyard, completely unaware that a little thief had entered the supposedly secure warehouse. Shen Ning moved like a nimble little cat, landing safely. She headed straight for the 6 boxes of Maotai piled in the corner of the western wall. There were 12 bottles in each box, making 72 bottles in total. Shen Ning's eyes lit up. Thinking of the price of Maotai 10 years later, she couldn't help but swallow hard. This time, she was really going to strike it rich. She first stored the Maotai in her space, and then Shen Ning went straight into the inner room separated by a curtain. She hadn't forgotten the tension of those people when Sun Miao had peaked earlier, despite being mentally prepared. When she really found 2 old ginseng roots and a small plate of gold jewelry in the inner room, Shen Ning was still stunned. Goodness, how much is all this worth? No. Shen Ning felt a sudden fear. Jianya definitely didn't have such capabilities. There must be other forces backing him. Shen Ning hesitated for just a moment before collecting everything into her space. After all, Jianya was an absolute scoundrel. What good people could he be partnering with? Moreover, the police would arrive soon, and this hideout would surely not be sustainable. What if a few items went missing? Who could clarify that? Shen Ning's eyes curved into a smile like a money-crazy person. If it weren't for the fear of alarming others, she would have laughed out loud. After confirming that she left no traces, Shen Ning climbed up to the ventilation hole. After landing safely, she retrieved the ladder and quickly disappeared into the alley. After changing back into her own clothes, Shen Ning rode her bicycle, pedaling so fast that sparks seemed to fly. Although she believed in the government departments, and with her complaint letter and specific address, Jianya would most likely face justice, Shen Ning still couldn't afford to be careless. She had to hurry back to Hajia village to create an alibi for herself. Just as she thought about it, there was Wang Baozhu idling at the village entrance. Shen Ning's eyes shifted, filled with excitement. She pressed the bell on her bike and headed straight for her. Wang Baozhu was startled and couldn't dodge in time, tumbling into the nearby dirt ditch and getting a mouthful of mud, with her chin scraped. Are you crazy? Shen Ning, riding that fast, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Shen Ning pretended to check her watch. It's already 7. Oh no, I'm really in a rush. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm hurrying back for dinner. Her smug expression made Wang Baozhu furious. Get over here. What for? Are you going to give me a couple of slaps? You fool. If you have the guts, come chase me. After saying that, Shen Ning pedaled away at full speed. Back in the small courtyard, Shen Ning immediately took out the braised pork she had stored in her space and went to find Captain, greeting many villagers along the way, who warmly waved at her. Chapter 56 Surrender. As night fell, Jianya was patrolling the mechanical second factory. Suddenly, Zhao Shun rushed in a panic. Jianya's expression darkened immediately as he pulled Zhao Shun aside. Are you crazy? How did you find this place? Are you trying to get me killed? Big brother, it's bad. The cops. It's the cops. They raided our warehouse. Wang Ji, an accomplice, has already been caught. I came to tell you, let's run together. By the way, big brother, you're the deputy factory director. Quickly give me a letter of introduction so I can go out and hide. Jianya felt weak, unable to believe it, gripping Zhao Shun's arm. What did you say? The cops? How could there be cops? That hideout has always been very secretive. What about the stuff inside? Did you take it out? Zhao Shun winced in pain, growing more anxious, fearing that Wang Ji would spill everything about him. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. No. I wanted to relieve myself, and when I came back, I saw the cops escorting Wang Ji out, and other officers were moving things outside. Brother, stop talking. As long as we have the Green Hills, we don't have to worry about firewood. Let's run first. What if Wang Ji? Jianya quickly calmed down. Don't worry. He wouldn't dare implicate me. But you can't leave either. How can I not leave? It's too dangerous here. Jianya's face turned sinister. You need to surrender. Zhao Shun was taken aback. Surrender? Big brother, you want to surrender? Jianya sneered. Not me, you. Zhao Shun finally understood, stepping back in fear. Jianya, you can't be thinking of making me take the blame, confess everything? No, that's impossible. I'm not going. Jianya laughed coldly. You don't have a choice. You've been in the black market for a long time. The police can figure it out with a little investigation. So you must surrender. We can't let them trace it back to me. Zhao Shun was about to refuse when Jianya ominously said, but don't forget, if you run, your mother, your wife, and your children can't run. I remember your wife just had a big baby last month. Zhao Shun shouted angrily. What do you want? Are you threatening me? Jianya patted his shoulder. Zhao Shun, don't worry. I will never treat my brother unfairly. And you know my capabilities. With me helping you outside, even if you have to go to prison, I will take care of your family. What do you have to worry about? I can give you 1,000 yuan right now to help you settle them down. Jianya's eyes were fierce, half threatening, half tempting. Zhao Shun's face twisted in hesitation, but he soon succumbed, nodding resignedly. At dawn, Jianya personally escorted Zhao Shun to the police station to surrender. Police comrades, when I was off duty, I saw this person acting suspiciously. I asked a few questions and he tried to run, so I felt something was wrong. The police looked at the two with confusion. What is your name? Jianya wore a serious expression, almost looking heroic. I am Jianya, the deputy factory director of the mechanical second factory. It is everyone's responsibility to combat crime. You don't need to commend me. The police immediately laughed and asked again, your name is Jianya? Jianya felt something was off and hesitated before nodding. The police said, you're just in time. We were about to look for you. Someone reported that you have been using your position as deputy factory director to speculate in the black market and smuggle goods. The next day, Shen Ning deliberately wandered around the village, where rumors had already begun to spread. Surprisingly, it was not news of Jianya's arrest that circulated. It was just that he had been asked to the police station for tea and was released unharmed after one night. Some villagers claimed he was a model citizen. Jiang Yuan looked incredulous. Really? With his playboy demeanor and slick tongue, he could be a model citizen and fight crime? I might as well believe pigs can climb trees. Shen Ning felt a cold sweat break out. It seemed Jianya had powerful backing. It could also be that Jianya had pushed one of his trusted men forward to take the blame, thus clearing himself. But regardless, Jianya had come out unscathed. So next, he would surely investigate the warehouse exposure, which would inevitably lead him to suspect her. Fortunately, her actions had been discreet. Even the complaint letter she wrote was in her left hand, scrawled and mostly in pinyin. Sure enough, not long after, Jianya and the village secretary arrived. Seeing Shen Ning, he managed to keep his composure, smiling and greeting her, but Shen Ning still did not give him a good face. Beside them, Wang Baozhu seemed to have found a savior and pulled the village secretary aside. Secretary, you must stand up for me. Yesterday, Shen Ning, I don't know what got into her, deliberately rode her bicycle into me right at the village entrance, and I fell into a ditch. Look at my chin. It's all injured. She's trying to harm me. Leader, you can't let her off. Make her write a self-criticism. Make her pay me. Jianya immediately spoke up. She ran into you yesterday? What time? Where? Wang Baozhu shouted loudly. At 6 o'clock. She was in a hurry to get home for dinner. Riding her bicycle recklessly at the village entrance and intentionally knocked me down. A person with such bad character is a disgrace to the educated youth team. Jianya was taken aback. When they had parted the day before, it was already 5:30. Shen Ning would need at least half an hour to get from the town to the village. The police station was in the west of the city. Unless Shen Ning could fly, how could she have made it to the police station within half an hour to report and then return by 6? So this meant the informant wasn't Shen Ning? Could it be Sun Miao? No, she probably wouldn't have the guts. But how coincidental it was that there had been no incidents until she took those two to the hideout, only for it to be raided by the cops. The lost goods were worth a fortune, and even more frustrating was that it had cost manpower and connections. This was something he had painstakingly built up over the years. Jianya felt a pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe. Regardless of whether Shen Ning was responsible, this loss had to be compensated somehow. Initially, he had wanted to cultivate a relationship with Shen Ning, given her good looks and play some games. But now, Jianya couldn't wait even a day. He just wanted to quickly take Shen Ning and seize all her assets. He exchanged glances with the village secretary. Chapter 57. Jianya proposes the village secretary immediately understood. Cleared his throat a couple of times. Comrade Shen Ning, is what Wang Jiqing said true? Shen Ning immediately wiped her tears with a wronged expression. How could I do such a thing? It was clearly Wang Baozhu who saw me buy a new bicycle and wanted to come and take my things. She said I wasn't worthy and even tried to snatch my wallet. I didn't want to argue with her, so I just pushed her away and ran off. Hearing this, Wang Baozhu was dumbfounded, while the onlookers were filled with righteous indignation. Wang Jiqing, you bully people again. Shen Ning is such a good comrade. She must have been bullied by you and had no choice but to fight back. Exactly. Wang Baozhu widened her eyes in shock. Wait, you said I tried to rob you. Isn't that slandering me? The crowd pointed and whispered, clearly standing on Shen Ning's side. Wang Baozhu was so angry she slapped her thigh, but felt this scene was particularly familiar. In the past, she had always slandered Shen Ning. But now, this little brat had also learned to turn the tables. Shen Ning was usually soft and weak, speaking quietly to everyone, while she wore a halo of heroism. On the other hand, Wang Baozhu was usually arrogant and domineering. Previously, she had caused chaos at the entire youth point over a lost wallet, so no one naturally believed her. They all helped Shen Ning speak up. Comrade Wang, why do you always have a problem with Comrade Shen Ning? You previously slandered her for stealing, and now you want to rob her bicycle. Captain, I think Comrade Wang hasn't learned her lesson. Someone like her should be taken out for criticism. She's full of lies. If this were 10 years ago, someone with such a corrupt mindset like Wang Baozhu should be paraded through the streets, criticized, and sent to the farm for re-education. Wang Baozhu was so angry she felt like having a heart attack, but didn't dare to speak anymore, fearing these foolish villagers would take her out for education and criticism. She could only weakly say, I didn't want to rob her bicycle. I really didn't. She deliberately bumped into me. Forget it. Forget it. I won't sue her. Shen Ning met her resentful gaze and was overjoyed inside. So this is what it feels like to be a villain. Watching Wang Baozhu's baffled expression, stomping her feet in anger while swallowing her grievances, Shen Ning felt relaxed and satisfied. One word. When the crowd dispersed, Jianya and the village secretary, Jiaowang, locked the door. Jianya, your face doesn't look right. What's wrong? Dad, something big has happened. I was in the warehouse in the alley, and last night it was raided by the police. What? Jiaowang was taken aback, anxiously pacing back and forth. What should we do? If they trace it back to us, It won't happen, Dad, don't worry. Zhao Shun has taken all the blame. It's just that our losses are too great this time. I've lost more than half of my fortune in there, and I'm not willing to accept it. Don't let me find out who the bastard is that stabbed me in the back. If I find out who wrote the report letter, I will make them suffer. He Jiawang's expression also turned sour. We need to keep a low profile lately, even if Zhao Shun and Wang Ji say nothing. The new commune secretary is not easy to deal with. Otherwise, with the authorities sweeping the black market, I couldn't possibly have heard nothing. He Jianya still had some doubts. Dad, can you confirm what time Shen Ning came back yesterday? How could it be? She just went to the black market, and then the black market was sealed off right after. Don't forget, she has caught human traffickers before. It could very well be her. He Jiawang was taken aback, cursing you. How could you take her there? Are you out of your mind? He Jianya also regretted it. I only said I had some connections in the black market. I didn't elaborate. Besides, she bought things from me. We are in the same boat. Usually, you are clever, but how could you be foolish at such a critical moment? If she buys things in the black market and gets caught, she just has to write a reflection and get educated by the police. But you are speculating and smuggling on a large scale. That could get you shot. He Jinya pouted. I know I was wrong. The urgent matter now is to find the mole, the one who wrote the report letter. He Jiawang thought for a moment and shook his head. It can't be Shen Ning. Yesterday, she stewed a pot of braised pork and delivered it to Hidaji's house. I was there too. It was only 7 o'clock then, and that meat takes at least a couple of hours to stew. In the evening, the young people held a big meeting, and she was present the whole time, with no chance to leak information. Finally, He Jianya set aside his suspicions about Shen Ning, but his mind was still in chaos. Dad, I plan to propose to Shen Ning. He Jiawang's eyes widened in disbelief. You kid, how can you just think of something like that? Have you really thought it through? He Jianya nodded. I'm at the age to start a family. Shen Ning is not bad at all. She's beautiful and has money, and she's even shown her face in front of county leaders. Marrying her would benefit both of us. He Jiawang was still hesitant. That girl doesn't look easy to handle, and her personality is quite straightforward. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Aren't women all like that? Once married, they have to listen to their husbands. If they don't listen, just teach them a lesson. He Jiawang nodded in agreement. As long as you have your own plans, that's fine. By the way, in the village, there are kids your age who already have 2 or 3 children. Shen Ning is indeed good. She's pretty and smart. I'll hire a matchmaker to propose. I estimate the girl is shy. If I visit a few more times, she'll agree. Besides, in this village, who has better conditions than you? But you need to keep a low profile lately and don't provoke the young girls again. Don't think I don't know about you and that Sun Yao. If she causes a scene, you won't have a good time. He Jianya scoffed. Her? Don't worry. That flirt doesn't dare. She still has dirt on me. He Jiawang acted quickly. The next noon, the matchmaker brought He Jianya, carrying 2 pounds of pork and 2 pounds of brown sugar to knock on Shen Ning's courtyard door. Such a grand gesture naturally attracted the villagers' curiosity. Jianya, what are you doing? He Jianya was beaming. I fell in love at first sight with comrade Shen Ning, so I hired a matchmaker to propose to her. Li Jiqiang was just finishing work, carrying a hoe home, and immediately frowned, returning to the youth point. Fang Heng waited and waited, but didn't receive any news from his parents, feeling quite annoyed. Perhaps something delayed the reply, or the letter was lost. Fang Heng calmed down and decided to write another letter to his parents to urge them. Hey, what are you writing? Come on, let's go see the excitement. Fang Heng ignored him, the pen scratching on the paper. He was indeed a bit impatient. He wanted to express his feelings to Shen Ning. He Jianya had gone to propose to Shen Ning. The pen tip paused, a large blot of ink spread out, and Fang Heng suddenly turned around. What are you talking about? Li Jiqiang squinted, noticing Fang Heng's flustered expression, sighed. Brother, wake up. You have a fiancé. Besides, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. If you try to steal someone from the village secretary's son now, your future days won't be easy. Moreover, I see Shen Ning doesn't seem to have any interest in you. The way she looks at you is not even as friendly as when she sees her own dog. Fang Heng's face grew increasingly worse, and Li Jiqiang's voice grew fainter. Fang Heng suddenly stood up. Li Jiqiang quickly blocked him. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Chapter 58. High bride price outside the courtyard. It was bustling with noise, while Shen Ning was inside, counting her spoils. She had left in a hurry yesterday, and hadn't T had the chance to take a good look. Now, a plate full of shiny gold jewelry lay boldly in front of her, making Shen Ning feel like her eyes were going to be dazzled. She couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Her 10 fingers were adorned with rings, and her wrists were draped with 7 or 8 gold bracelets. Oh my, they really were heavy. This happiness was regrettable as there was no one to share it with, and Shen Ning felt a bit disappointed. Suddenly, she heard the coal ball barking wildly. She hurriedly took off the jewelry and stepped out of the space. The courtyard was packed with people, and Shen Ning was startled when she opened the courtyard door. Before she could say anything, a plump and cheerful aunt approached her, grabbing Shen Ning's hand. Oh, so this is little Shen, the educated youth. Just look at how pretty she is, like a fairy. I'm not exaggerating. I've been a matchmaker for so many years and have never seen a girl more beautiful than her. She is stunning. The people around her chuckled kindly. Indeed, little Shen, the educated youth, was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and a hero who stood up for justice. Shen Ning calmly pulled her hand back, looking at the spectacle created by He Jianya, feeling a bit uneasy. What were the villagers up to? The aunt, who claimed to be a matchmaker, blocked the courtyard door and smiled at the crowd. Oh, look, little Shen, the educated youth, is blushing. She really is a big girl with a thin skin. Of course, I'm here to help bring about a good match for you. I think you and the village secretary's son are a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. The village secretary's family is very satisfied with you. They asked me to come over at dawn. Don't worry, I'm known far and wide as a blessed person. Every couple I've matched has lived happily ever after. Shen Ning's expression suddenly darkened, and she pushed the matchmaker out, locking the courtyard door with a loud bang. Hey. Oh dear, you little girl, open the door. Shen Ning's voice was cold from behind the door, but anyone could hear the annoyance in her tone. I don't like He Jianya. Whether you're proposing or planning a wedding, it has nothing to do with me. Please don't disturb my peace at home. The matchmaker's expression also turned sour as she shouted through the door. Hey, how can you not know what's good for you? Just look at this young man. He is talented and good-looking, and at such a young age, he is already the deputy factory director at the county's machinery factory. His father is the village secretary. Why are you pushing him away? Are you out of your mind? Shen Ning sneered. If you think he is so good, you can marry him yourself. Why are you coming to me for trouble? The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, upon seeing He Jianya's dark complexion and fierce eyes, they quickly quieted down and stepped back, afraid of incurring his wrath. The matchmaker felt embarrassed after being rejected repeatedly. She thought it was a match made in heaven. But how could the girl be so resistant when the boy was the one who sent someone to propose? Wasn't he that throwing her face to the ground for people to step on? She felt frustrated, but couldn't express it, as He Jianya's family was not someone they could afford to offend. Besides, he was generous. For this trip, he had already offered 3 yuan as a thank you fee, and if the couple got together, he would definitely give her a big red envelope. But Shen Ning was too rude in her words, which made her even angrier, leading her to speak harshly. Oh, little Shen, the educated youth, I know you city girls have high standards, but the most important thing is to be grounded. Don't you think? He Jianya is such a good boy, with a good family background, and he is capable, not to mention he is good-looking too. I really don't know what you're dissatisfied with. Just look at yourself. Apart from your pretty face, what else do you have? I heard you lost your mother at a young age, and your father died a few years ago. You're essentially an orphan, raised without guidance from elders. It's really, her words were degrading, and Shen Ning felt like she was going to explode with anger. Was this a proposal or a personal attack? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she turned to the kitchen to get a basin of water. The matchmaker didn't hear Shen Ning moving and grew even more arrogant. He Jianya put on a look of benevolence and shouted into the courtyard. Shen Ning, open the door. Let's have a good talk. I will never look down on you for being an orphan. As long as you marry me, I will treat you well. We will live well together. That is better than anything. The onlookers felt the matchmaker's words were unpleasant, but upon reflection, they thought she had a point. Little Shen, the educated youth, seemed to have no other advantages besides her looks. Moreover, a woman's prime is so short. No matter how beautiful she is, once she marries and has children, she'll soon turn into a yellow-faced woman. But He Jianya was different. At 41, he was in his prime, with a good family background, a career, and his father was the village secretary. This marriage seemed like Shen Ning was climbing high. When Fang Heng and others arrived, Jianya was still outside the courtyard shouting, "Shen Ning, I really like you. Don't worry. I will give you the highest bride price. How about 228 yuan? And I won't miss a single item." The crowd erupted into sarcastic comments. Indeed, the village secretary's family is wealthy. Exactly. Marrying him would be like falling into a nest of fortune. That's right these days. The bride price is generally around 68 or 88. Even for city girls, it's just over 100. Shen Ning is worth a lot. She can actually get a bride price of 228. Yes, and there are also the 3 major items and 36 legs, plus a wedding banquet. That is going to cost a lot. Shen Ning was still being teased, and the aunties casually commented on her, as if all the dirt on Jianya had vanished. They all became advocates for him. Jianya was indeed generous, and even the other people in the educated youth spot gasped in surprise. Kaimewan felt a bit sour. Jianya was very charming. Previously, he had flirted with 2 other female educated youths who came to the countryside with her, but he ignored her completely, making her feel uncomfortable, as if she was inferior and not worthy of his attention. Pretending to be all high and mighty, he must be laughing inside. It's not like she had more eyes or mouths than anyone else. She was just better at attracting people, and that was all. Jiang Yuan, who had been unwell for the past few days, felt weak all over. Upon hearing the news, she ran into Fang Heng and Li Jiqiang on the way. As soon as she arrived, she saw the courtyard door blocked tightly, heard the crowd praising Jianya and urging Shen Ning not to put on airs and to agree quickly. She was instantly furious, thinking, why does a toad have to dream of eating swan meat? How dare he think he is worthy? After finishing her sentence, Jiang Yuan rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight, and Fang Heng also moved forward. But Li Jiqiang held him back, saying, "What are you doing? Shen Ning hasn't said anything yet. Why are you sticking your neck out? Besides, Jianya's conditions are indeed good. Maybe Shen Ning is hesitating. What if you ruin her chances?" Fang Heng was stunned and realized that there was indeed that possibility. It was like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, and he stopped in his tracks. Chapter 59. Who wants this blessing can take it after watching the bustling Wang Baozhu for a long time. I poked my head out and thought that Shen Ning was just being deliberately aloof, trying to gain something more. I think she is only suited to stay in this village for a lifetime, and that is fine. Jiang Yuan directly kicked Wang Baozhu, sending her sprawling to the side, telling her to stop babbling. As she spoke, she pushed through the crowd, saying, "You all step aside, don't block the entrance to Shen Ning's house." A lady saw that it was Jiang Yuan and grabbed her sleeve. "Oh, Jiang Jiqing, you've come at just the right time. You're so close to little Shen. You must persuade her well, don't act foolish. A marriage like this is hard to find even with a lantern. If you miss this village, there won't be another chance." Jiang Yuan felt anger rising within her. Jianya and Sun Miao were entangled in a mess. What? Are these people blind? If it weren't for Sun Miao's reputation, she would have asked how this flirtatious scoundrel was even worthy of Shen Ning. To her, this was clearly a pit of fire. However, this was Shen Ning's private matter, and she was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to start. The tightly closed courtyard door suddenly swung open. Everyone was stunned, thinking Shen Ning had come to her senses and was going to agree, feeling inexplicably disappointed, yet also thinking it was to be expected. Before Jiang Yuan could speak, she heard Shen Ning shout, Yuan, get back." Jiang Yuan instinctively pressed against the courtyard wall, and with a splash, a large basin of water was dumped out, containing some rotten vegetable leaves. She was shocked and speechless. The previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. Cough, cough. The matchmaker and Jianya were the first to be choked, coughing hard. The sudden cold water poured over them like a giant slap to the face. Jianya wiped his face, his expression one of disbelief. He truly hadn't expected Shen Ning to be so bold as to embarrass him in public. She had tangled with him several times before, and despite her position, she had still treated him politely. He never thought that today she would turn hostile without leaving him any face. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. A few villagers who had been shouting for Jianya were splashed by the water and were about to curse. But when they saw Jianya's embarrassed expression, they immediately fell silent. Shen Jiqing was fierce. She didn't even take the village party secretary's son seriously, and they truly couldn't afford to offend her. They subtly retreated. The matchmaker had never expected that after so many years of matchmaking, she would encounter such a situation. Usually, families welcomed her warmly, serving tea and offering red envelopes. She had never seen such a fierce little girl. Even if the marriage didn't work out, they would still smile and send her off, afraid of gaining a bad reputation. She was stunned, eyes wide, you, but couldn't form a complete sentence. Shen Ning threw the basin in her hand into the courtyard with a loud bang. The crowd trembled again, not daring to speak. He Jianya tore off the vegetable peel from his head, his face turning pale, his tone harsh. Shen Ning, don't think you could be so shameless. If I look at you, it's your ancestor's blessing. Shen Ning tilted her head slightly, the mockery in her eyes almost palpable. This blessing? You can give it to someone else. You live a chaotic lifestyle, flirting around everywhere, and still want to harm me? Do you really think everyone is stupid, unable to see through your little affairs? Shen Ning didn't name names, but everyone knew who she was talking about. She had no intention of saving face for them, especially since their schemes had been exposed right in front of her. Did they really think they could act like they were made of clay, without any temper? Sun Miao, who had wanted to hide in the crowd and watch the show, couldn't stand still either. The looks from the crowd were filled with disdain. After all, He Jianya was not discreet. He had been caught multiple times with Sun Miao, emerging from the cornfields together. A few old bachelors in the village exchanged knowing glances, sharing a disgusting smirk that was sickening. He Jianya's friends chimed in. It's not a big deal for a man to be a little flirtatious. Once he's married, he'll definitely settle down and won't go around chasing after other women. Comrade Shun, just give him a chance. Everyone, right? Shen Ning couldn't be bothered to argue with them. She directly pulled Jiang Yuanyuan behind her and said to the crowd outside, I, Shen Ning, declare today that even if I never marry and remain a spinster for life, I will never look at He Jianya. If you think it's good, go ahead and marry, but don't come to bother me. If their essay next time, I want to be throwing vegetable water, but boiling water. Shen Ning's expression was cold, looking quite intimidating. She warned the few lewd youths with her gaze. There's a fierce dog in my courtyard. If anyone dares to barge in, and something happens, if it bites someone to death, you can only blame yourselves for your bad luck. Just as Shen Ning finished speaking, a large black dog with white paws and a long tail suddenly rushed out, barking ferociously at the crowd. Its sharp teeth were frightening to behold. He Jianya and the others were startled, and the crowd scrambled back, not knowing who stepped on whose foot, resulting in a pileup. The air was filled with shouts and curses, creating a scene of utter chaos. Shen Ning coldly watched the farce unfold and called out, Machio, come back. The black dog, which had just been barking loudly, immediately turned and went back inside. Shen Ning slammed the courtyard door shut, completely isolating the commotion outside. Turning around, she saw Jiang Yuanyuan's shocked expression. Shen Ning thought she had frightened her and awkwardly scratched her head. I don't usually act like this. Jiang Yuanyuan, with stars in her eyes, rushed over and hugged her, exclaiming, Ning Ning, you were so cool just now. After a long time, Jiang Yuanyuan finally calmed down, but was a bit worried. But you've completely offended He Jianya. It's like slapping the village party secretary in the face. Do you think they will make things difficult for you? Shen Ning comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. He Jianya and Sun Miao had never had good intentions, but she didn't need to tell her everything. However, today, she had seen the true colors of the people in the village. They fundamentally looked down on women. Her refusal of He Jianya was seen as ungratefulness in their eyes. As for those restless delinquents, it was as if being male made them inherently superior. If a woman was flirtatious and had a chaotic lifestyle, one could drown her in spit and shame her publicly. But if a man was involved in affairs, it would merely be seen as gossip and romantic escapades. It was truly ridiculous. With Sun Miao's embellishment, it felt like she was now seen as a rich orphan, someone everyone could step on. Kicking He Jianya away today would only mean that tomorrow there would be more like Wang Jianya and Zhang Jianya coming to make trouble for her. They were trying to corner her. After much thought, Shen Ning decided to leave this place as soon as possible, and the opportunity was right in front of her. As long as she could become a teacher at the central primary school, She would be able to eat commodity grain and move into the teacher's dormitory, ensuring her safety. Chapter 60. Changing the proposal. Jiang Yuan was still a bit shaken, but Shen Ning pulled her into the inner room, took out a few high school textbooks, and urged her to review for the upcoming teacher selection in a month. Jiang Yuan groaned, "No, I can't do it." Shen Ning didn't press her too hard, recalling that in her previous life, the Central Primary School seemed to have hired 2 temporary contract workers mainly responsible for teaching arts, music, and other elective subjects. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow and said, "You seem to be quite good at drawing." Jiang Yuan was taken aback. "How do you know?" This is not something to be said out loud. A few years ago, there was a severe crackdown, and my uncle's family suffered greatly. Shen Ning tukled likichtli. Then you must know a bit more. Jiang Yuan seemed puzzled by Shen Ning's sudden change of thought, but she wasn't stupid and quickly caught on. "You have insider information. Is there another position available besides teachers this time?" Shen Ning smiled lightly. "I just think it's better to be prepared." Jiang Yuan's eyes brightened. Having grown up in the courtyard, she wasn't naive. She immediately agreed, "That's right. Besides teachers, there are also publicity officers, accountants, scorekeepers. There are so many things that educated youth can do." Meanwhile, Jianya had been humiliated in public and looked frighteningly gloomy. The matchmaker had been scared out of her wits by the sudden appearance of a black dog, falling to the ground and now rubbing her waist while complaining. "Oh dear, what is this? This little girl is too fierce. It seems I won't make any money from the wedding gift. I should head back now." She started to get up to leave. However, Jianya coldly scolded, "You haven't accomplished anything yet. Where do you think you're going?" The matchmaker was so frightened that her legs went weak. She trembled and pulled out 3 coins, thinking, "Oh my, the village secretary's money is indeed hard to earn." But suddenly, Jianya's expression changed. He pressed her hand that was reaching for the money and said, "Auntie, that's not what I meant. We still need to propose." The matchmaker gulped, feeling that Jianya was probably furious. The girl had already made things so clear, and her words were so harsh. How could they still propose? Wouldn't that be just embarrassing? Jianya sneered and stared at the closed wooden door, saying, "If Shen Ning is unwilling, there will naturally be someone willing to marry me." Everyone heard this and realized there was a backup option. Today, a spectacle was still worth watching. The villagers, who had been drenched and hurried to change clothes, no longer felt anxious. After all, it would be unacceptable not to taste such a fresh and juicy gossip. Jianya looked around and spotted Sun Miao, who was quietly retreating in the crowd. He pointed at her and said, "Come here." He didn't even bother to use her name, addressing the matchmaker, "Give her the things." 3 days later is a good day. Everyone come to show their faces and have a feast. Sun Miao felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Jianya didn't even ask if she agreed, as casually as if he were buying a kitten or puppy. The matchmaker was also stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that this educated youth was one of the women mentioned in Jianya's romantic escapades. With her experienced eyes, she noticed the red mark near Sun Miao's collar, then looked at her ample bosom and curvy figure, which clearly showed signs of having been pampered by a man. Her gaze was filled with disdain, but her face wore a smile. "Oh, this girl looks like she can bear children. She's quite lovely. They say fate is wonderful and cannot be sought after. I see that you and Jianya are truly destined for each other. You two are a perfect match." The crowd, eager for the spectacle, chimed in, "Yes, well said. That's right." Jianya snorted, shook the water off his clothes, and said nothing. His attitude made everything clear. His disdain for Sun Miao was evident. Everyone recalled how the two had acted earlier, and suddenly smiled smugly. "Oh, why bother with these formalities? I think you can just hold the banquet tonight and go straight to the bridal chamber." "Ha ha!" An old bachelor leered at Sun Miao's ample bosom. "They probably spent every night in the bridal chamber already." "Ha ha!" The crowd burst into laughter. A group of women spat at Sun Miao, calling her shameless and bringing shame upon women. Sun Miao's face turned bright red, but she still held her head high. "Don't talk nonsense. You're ruining my reputation." "Oh, reputation." Jianya's friends mocked her with a sing-song tone, full of ridicule. Sun Miao was so angry she stomped her feet. She had come to see Shen Ning's excitement, but unexpectedly found herself as the laughingstock. Yet she couldn't be as tough as Shen Ning. She could only stiffen her neck and plead, "Jianya, Say something. Jianya lifted his eyelids. Having just been humiliated by Shen Ning, he wanted to regain his lost face through her. He seemed to explain, but actually confirmed, no, don't talk nonsense. We are innocent. His friends laughed even harder. Oh, innocent. The crowd roared with laughter, and Sun Miao, furious, pushed through the crowd and ran away in tears. The educated youth looked at each other in disbelief. Li Jiqiang exclaimed, this world is too crazy. Jianya was just rejected by Shen Ning, and now he is planning to feast with Sun Miao? Sun Miao usually seemed quite proud. How could she endure this? It really didn't seem like her character. Could it be that the villagers were telling the truth? Did Sun Miao really have an affair with Jianya? Seeing Fang Heng still lost in thought, Li Jiqiang nudged him. Fang Heng finally came to his senses, his eyes sparkling, filled with the image of Shen Ning's graceful figure when she splashed water. Thinking of Jianya, who had been drenched and scared off by the dog, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but smile, secretly resolving that when he proposed to Shen Ning in the future, the betrothal gifts would only increase, never decrease. Li Jiqiang felt something was off about his friend. He seemed to be bubbling with spring feelings. Hey, buddy, what are you thinking? Speak up. Are you dumb? Fang Heng cleared his throat. What brand of watch do you think is good? I heard that the situation is not so tense recently, and many good things from the port city are being sent to the inland. He continued, if you have time, come with me to pick one. Li Jiqiang was confused, completely unable to follow his train of thought. Pick what? Fang Heng smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness, of course. To pick the best and most expensive watch for. The rest of the words lingered on his lips, turning over and over, but Fang Heng ultimately swallowed them. After all, he was still bound by an engagement and didn't want to cause trouble for Shen Ning. Chapter 61. The battle at the youth point. When the village secretary He Jiawang returned to the village, the villagers he encountered greeted him with smiles. Congratulations, congratulations. You're about to have a new addition to the family. Truly wonderful news. We're just waiting for the banquet 3 days from now. He Jiawang seemed to be caught off guard by how smoothly things were progressing. He thought Shen Ning would at least hold out for a few days. He had already planned to have the brigade leader's wife persuade her to help with matchmaking. Unexpectedly, his son was so capable that before he even had a chance to intervene, the wedding date was already set. Although the sooner the better. 3 days seemed a bit rushed. He Jiawang didn't think too much about it. When he got home, he saw his precious son sitting in the hall with a gloomy face, with 4 or 5 cigarettes but scattered on the floor at his feet. He was puzzled as to why his son wasn't happy after the good news and was instead smoking in frustration. Jianya lifted his eyelids and guessed that his father had probably heard about his upcoming marriage. Yes, it was true, but it wasn't with Shen Ning. It was with Sun Miao. He Jiawang was taken aback. What is going on? How could it be her? That girl is restless and has improper thoughts. She is fine for a fling, but marrying her is out of the question. Jianya threw down the cigarette, and crushed it with his leather shoe to vent his dissatisfaction. Shen Ning has made it clear that she'd rather be a lifelong old maid than look at me. If she doesn't T1 my face, then it's not my fault. Seeing his son's gloomy expression, He Jiawang felt a headache coming on. Calm down. Don't forget that girl who almost got you in trouble back then. Don't cause a scene. Recently, that Pei Yin is going crazy, wanting to audit past taxes. I'm already stressed about that. If it's Sun Miao, then so be it. She has some leverage over you, and she seems manageable. Marrying her would be good. We need someone to cook and clean at home. Otherwise, it'll just be the two of us eating cold meals every day. Tomorrow, I'll have the matchmaker formally propose at the youth point, and the betrothal gifts will be at the highest standard in the village. We can't let anyone see us as a joke. Jianya sneered, don't worry, Dad. Our family's joke, isn't something just anyone can enjoy. At the youth point, Wang Baozhu finally found an outlet for her pent-up anger. If she couldn't deal with Shen Ning, could she not handle Sun Miao? Thinking of her lost wallet and her miserable situation after coming to the countryside, her tone became increasingly sharp and sarcastic. Oh, I wonder why I never see you anymore. Turns out you've been with Jianya. No wonder you've been so bold lately. Really, you're full of it, and it stinks. Sun Miao was already exhausted from being pointed at by the villagers along the way and didn't want to say a word. She climbed onto the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and fell asleep immediately. Yet, Wang Baozhu continued to provoke her. You and Shen Ning are really inseparable sisters, huh? Do you really enjoy holding her stinky feet? Back in Sioux City, you were always picking up her discarded things. Now that she looks down on certain men, you're eager to jump on them. This last remark struck a nerve with Sun Miao. She suddenly sat up and charged at Wang Baozhu. Shut your mouth. Who do you think you were to talk to me like that? Wang Baozhu was caught off guard by the sudden attack, feeling as if she'd been punched in the chest and unable to speak. But Sun Miao felt it wasn't enough. She straddled Wang Baozhu and slapped her twice. Wang Baozhu didn't expect Sun Miao to explode like that and hurriedly fought back, tugging at Sun Miao's hair while continuing to curse. Did I say something wrong? You don't keep yourself in check, always sneaking around with strange men. Good horses don't go back to old pastures. He Jianya was humiliated by Shen Ning and turned around to marry you. How ridiculous is that? How shameful. Sun Miao, feeling pain and anger, grabbed Wang Baozhu's round face and exclaimed, even if he Jianya isn't the best, he is still the son of the village secretary and a deputy factory director. If I marry into their family, I'll have food and clothes handed to me, living like a wealthy lady. And you? Your pockets are cleaner than your face. And you're dirt poor. You better recognize reality and keep your head down, or I'll blow some wind in the right ears, and you'll regret it. I'll make sure you spend your life cleaning pigsties and doing the hardest work until you're worn out. Wang Baozhu was frightened and realized that although Sun Miao had a terrible reputation, she was indeed gaining real benefits. If what Sun Miao said was true, then her future. Suddenly, she didn't dare to fight back anymore, covering her face and repeatedly pleading, Sister Miao, I was wrong, I really was wrong. I'm sorry for my big mouth. Please don't hit me anymore. Kai Meiwan had been watching the excitement, thinking both were tough characters and treating it like a show. But after hearing Sun Miao's words, she realized that Sun Miao would no longer be in the same social class as herself. The sunflower seeds in her hand suddenly lost their flavor, and she hurriedly stepped forward to help Sun Miao up. Oh dear, how did you two end up fighting when I was watching? Wang Baozhu, look what you did to Sun Miao. In a few days, she'll be a bride. What if she gets hurt? Wang Baozhu whimpered and didn't dare to say a word. Kai Meiwan said kindly, wait, I'll go boil 2 eggs for you to soothe the swelling. I guarantee you'll wake up looking like a beautiful bride. Sun Miao panted heavily, looking at their fawning faces, feeling a secret satisfaction rise in her heart. Was reputation important? Yes, but compared to tangible benefits, it didn't seem so vital. What mattered was living comfortably and freely. Once she married into the He family, those villagers who mocked and looked down on her would still have to respect her and cautiously try to please her, fearing she would make things difficult for them. As for Shen Ning, there was still a long way to go. She had kept Shen Ning down in the past, and she would do so again. Chapter 62. Proposal again the next day. The matchmaker set off happily towards the youth point again, with many villagers following behind to watch the excitement. Sun Miao got herself ready early in the morning, using powder to cover the swelling on her face. That damned Wang Baozhu had almost ruined her looks. She would remember this grudge and would have plenty of opportunities to settle it later. Thinking about the dowry that He Jianya had promised Shen Ning yesterday, her heart burned with excitement. To be fair, the He family's conditions were indeed quite good. He Jianya was not very old, looked decent, and most importantly, his future prospects were quite promising. Although he couldn't compare to Feng Heng, he was still much better than the families her parents had chosen for her in the past. Sun Miao had no plans to inform her parents about her marriage for the time being, fearing that her money-oriented parents would come to cause a scene at the wedding, demanding a bride price. A woman should keep the money firmly in her own hands and find a way to control the family finances after marriage. As long as she catered to him a bit, He Jianya could be considered a decent match. Sun Miao couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, a faint blush appearing on her face, and she actually felt a bit shy about getting married. Outside, it was noisy as Kai Meiwan rushed in excitedly. They're here. The proposal is here. Sun Miao's face brightened, but recalling Shen Ning's cold expression from yesterday, she restrained herself and feigned indifference, saying, so what if they're here? Why make a fuss? Let He Jianya wait a moment. I'll come out after I tidy up. Kai Meiwan was taken aback for a moment. Then a hint of gloating appeared on her face. All right, take your time. I'll go out and say something. Sun Miao nodded in satisfaction. She had nothing to tidy up anyway, so she carefully checked her injured face in the mirror, lightly applying another layer of powder. The matchmaker outside was already impatient from waiting. She had been on the road early for 2 days in a row. If it weren't for the fact that the main road to He village had almost been completed, greatly reducing travel time, she really wouldn't want to take this job. Yesterday, she had been scared by that young man Shen and hurt her waist, which was still faintly aching today, making her even more annoyed. Having walked for so long without a sip of tea was bad enough, but they didn't even bother to bring a stool for her to rest. Why were these city girls so ungracious? They were even worse than the country folks in terms of manners. If it weren't for the money from the village secretary's family, she would have turned around and left right now. The crowd outside was also growing impatient, whispering among themselves. Isn't Sun Miao changing her mind again? Doesn't want to get married? How could that be? She and He Jianya have already sneaked off to the cornfield several times. If she doesn't marry him, who will she marry? Is she planning to be a leftover woman? That's true. A woman should have self-respect and love herself. You see, yesterday, He Jianya personally brought meat and sugar to propose to Shen Ning. But today, he hasn't even shown his face here. Exactly. Look at the matchmaker. She didn't bring anything. Clearly, the He family looks down on Sun Miao. I see Sun Miao's future won't be easy. Hearing the crowd's discussion and recalling He Jianya's disdain when he mentioned Sun Miao this morning, the matchmaker grew even more impatient. Oh dear, it seems I came at the wrong time. Since Sun Miao is inconvenient, I might as well come another day. Saying this, she really turned to leave without looking back. Wang Baozhu was filled with anticipation, eager to urge her to hurry up and leave. She had figured out, if Sun Miao and He Jianya really got together, she would definitely not have a good outcome. After all, that scheming Sun Miao was the best at using underhanded tactics. If she casually whispered sweet nothings, she'd be in big trouble. Inside, Sun Miao had been listening to the commotion outside through the door. Hearing that the matchmaker was about to quit, she immediately panicked and opened the door. Wait, I have time. The villagers watching couldn't help but laugh. Sun Miao's cheeks flushed slightly as she steeled herself to survey the crowd. Puzzled. Where's He Jianya? I only asked him to wait a moment. Why did he leave? The crowd looked awkward, and it was Kai Meiwan who spoke up first, pretending to be confused. He Jianya didn't come. The matchmaker came alone. Sun Miao was instantly furious, feeling that she had been severely looked down upon. How could one propose at the woman's home without the groom or any family elders present, sending only an empty-handed matchmaker? Was this the attitude of a proposal? Sun Miao wanted to throw a tantrum, but as she turned around, the matchmaker spoke sharply. Sun Miao, you need to think this through. The He family's door isn't something you can just walk through whenever you want. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. You and Jianya have already. Oh no, I mean, it's already like this. Why bother with these formalities? Listen to your aunt's advice, woman. Don't be too strong-headed, or you might end up unmarried. Her words sounded less like a proposal and more like a vendetta. Sun Miao felt her anger flare, but her reputation in He village was already ruined. If she didn't marry He Jianya, she feared she wouldn't be able to save face. Taking a deep breath, she recalled how she had only revealed her identity as He family's future daughter-in-law last night, which had silenced Kai Meiwan and Wang Baozhu. If this engagement fell through today, those two would surely laugh at her. And that Shen Ning, that wretched woman, without the He family as her support, how would she compete with her in the future? Immediately, she stiffened and turned around, forcing a smile. Annie, what you said is not right. I just wanted to go inside and pour you a cup of tea. Did you misunderstand? And He Jianya and I are indeed mutually attracted and in harmony, of course. I prioritize him. How could I care about these formalities? Whether her words were sincere or feigned, they were still said in a respectable manner, leaving enough face for both parties. The matchmaker squinted her eyes in satisfaction, reassessing this clear-headed young woman in front of her. Not bad. She was still quite rational. If this matter escalated, it wouldn't benefit her. Her face immediately broke into a smile. Sun Miao, you look like a virtuous person. Jianya marrying you is indeed his blessing. Saying this, she took out a large red envelope from her pocket. This is the bride price Jianya is giving you, 88 yuan and 8 jiao, meaning prosperity. What a good omen. You should accept it quickly and hurry to the city to buy a few nice outfits. The He family knows that as a young girl leaving her hometown, you wouldn't have much money on you, so they don't expect any dowry from you. Just wait until 3 days later, when they set up a few tables for a lively feast at the He family, and everyone in the village can have some fun together. Great, great. Hearing there was a feast, everyone was quite happy. However, their gaze involuntarily fell on the red envelope in the matchmaker's hand. It was only 88 yuan. The crowd's expressions became somewhat subtle. It wasn't that the bride price was too low. In fact, this amount was already among the highest in the village. However, when Jianya proposed to Shen Ning yesterday, he had promised to offer the highest bride price of 228, along with 3 major items, none missing. Why was it that when it came to Sun Miao, it was reduced to just 88? Wasn't this clearly slapping Sun Miao in the face? Well, Sun Miao really had no face in the village. The thing she had done before had already made her lose all her dignity. Sun Miao was even more stunned, unable to believe her ears. How much? 88 yuan and 8 jiao. Jianya intends to offer a bride price of just 88 yuan and 8 jiao? What about the 3 major items? The watch, bicycle, and sewing machine? Chapter 63. Do you deserve it? Sun Miao thought back and forth, feeling increasingly indignant. After sending away the onlookers, she sneaked to the He family and happened to see Jianya locking the door and heading out. She immediately rushed forward. Wait. Jianya, seeing Sun Miao, impatiently clicked his tongue. Aren't you supposed to be preparing for marriage at the youth point? What are you doing here? Sun Miao's eyes turned red, tears welling up but not falling, looking somewhat aggrieved and pitiful. You didn't come when I was proposed to, but what is up with the betrothal gifts? You clearly didn't say that yesterday. You promised 228 yuan plus 3 big items, but today it's only an 88 yuan red envelope. Jianya was taken aback, looking down at her with a mocking expression. Promised? What did I ever promise you? He sneered. If I were marrying Shen Ning, of course. The betrothal gifts would be of that standard, but I'm marrying you. Do you even think you deserve it? Don't you know what kind of person you are? Your family is poor. Do you even have 20 yuan to your name? You run after male youth all day. Do you think everyone is blind? You and that Fong Hong. Sun Miao suddenly pushed him hard. You bastard, Jianya. I've been pure with you. And you say that about me? If it weren't for you, how would I be ridiculed and looked down upon? Because of you, my reputation is ruined. Jianya, don't you fear losing your conscience by saying that? Sun Miao usually feared him, but for once she stood her ground, which made Jianya find it somewhat interesting. However, he enjoyed the feeling of controlling women, breaking their pride, and watching them tremble and eventually have to lower themselves, crying and begging for mercy. Jianya lit a cigarette. His contemptuous gaze seemed to strip her bare. Well, Shen Ning is at least a virgin. And you? A loose woman, easily slipping into a man's bed. What face do you have to ask me for 3 big items and a high-priced betrothal gift? Sun Miao was stunned. As if hit hard, her lips trembled, her face pale. I won't marry anymore. She turned to run, but Jianya's cold voice pierced her heart like a sword. Do whatever you want. In the end, you'll be the one embarrassed, the one pointed at by others. I'll see who dares to take a woman that Jianya has slept with in Hejia village. Sun Miao shivered, once again feeling how terrifying a demon Jianya truly was. Jianya looked at her figure mockingly. He was best at delivering a slap followed by a date. He stepped forward, pulling Sun Miao into his arms, coaxing, what good is it to you to be angry with me now? Besides, no matter what others say, once you marry into my family, everything will be up to you. Right now, I'm just short on cash. How about this? I'll give you another 20. The banquet is in 3 days, so tidy up and dress nicely. Buy yourself 2 new outfits. Don't lose face for Jianya on the wedding day. Besides, do you want to give Shen Ning and the Youth Point people a good laugh? After saying this, Jianya took out 2 big bills and stuffed them into Sun Miao's pocket. Good girl, I need to hurry to work, so I won't talk to you anymore. Just stay calm and prepare to be the most beautiful bride. Don't worry, once you become my wife, the villagers will be fawning over you. Who would dare give you a hard time? Adding this 108 yuan in betrothal gifts is already quite generous. In our Hejia village, go ask around. How many young girls can get such high betrothal gifts? Sun Miao gritted her teeth, looking both unwilling and somewhat resigned. Then, I want to watch. Like the one on Shen Ning's wrist. As soon as she finished speaking, Jianya's expression turned extremely ugly. He suddenly grabbed Sun Miao by the neck. Is it you? Are you jealous of Shen Ning? You left early that day to report to the police, didn't you? That is how they knew about my connection to the black market and linked it directly to me. Sun Miao struggled to breathe, her pale face turning red from the choke. No, it's not me, really not me. How could I do such a thing? It must be Shen Ning. It's her. I'm in the same boat as you. What good would it do me to report you? Jianya coldly scrutinized her, suddenly releasing his grip. Sun Miao fell heavily to the ground, tears streaming down her face. But at this point, what was the use of regret? She could only blame herself for being too careless and letting Jianya seize her weakness. One mistake led to another. The overwhelming regret suffocated her. She even began to resent Fong Hung. If it weren't for him, how could she have followed him to the countryside and ended up in this dilemma? Jianya had no time to care about her inner turmoil and coldly warned, "It better not be you. Otherwise, I could crush you like an ant." Shen Ning was indifferent to everything happening at the youth point. At this moment, she was riding a bicycle, accompanied by Jiang Yuan, racing through the fields. The autumn harvest was over, and the brigade had delivered the public grain. This year's youth arrived late, and the work points they earned were barely enough for them to survive the winter. Fortunately, everyone received subsidies when they went to the countryside, so they hurried into town before winter to buy necessary supplies and food. They needed to make 2 thick quilts and warm cotton jackets because the winter in Heilongjiang province was no joke. It was said that lazy people froze to death in their homes every year. Jiang Yuan felt a bit worried yet excited, having heard that the winters in Heilongjiang province could last for several months with continuous snow. My mom sent me several thick quilts and jackets. Wearing them makes me look like a ball, so ugly. But I've never seen snow. Ning, have you seen it? Shen Ning pedaled hard, and upon hearing Jiang Yuan's question, her dark eyes clouded over with a layer of gloom as memories of her past life surged back. She had indeed seen snow and nearly froze to death in her first year in the countryside. And every winter after that was filled with the pain of hunger and cold. Jiang Yuan, behind her, didn't he notice her change in demeanor and was still filled with youthful joy. What a pity I don't have a camera. Otherwise, I would definitely take a few pictures to send to my mom, along with some of my own beautiful photos. She must miss me. I'm even looking forward to winter now. What about you, Ning? As the bicycle sped up, Jiang Yuan exclaimed and hugged Shen Ning's waist tightly, her tinkling laughter echoing through the field ridges. Shen Ning didn't respond, as if infected by her joy, shaking off those heavy memories. She looked forward to it more than anyone. For her, every day of living now felt like a gift from heaven. A good life she had never dared to imagine in her past life. Shen Ning rode her bike all the way to the state-run restaurant. Jiang Yuan, generous, glanced at the menu and ordered soy sauce beef, braised ribbon fish, stir-fried with ear mushrooms, and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup, adding 2 large bowls of white rice. Today's meal is on me. You carried me here. You must have been tired. It's fine. I'll also go to the department store later to buy a bicycle. On the way back, we'll each have one. I can't let you be worn out. Shen Ning didn't refuse her. The two chose a secluded corner to eat and chat. Shen Ning originally planned to go to the second mechanical factory later to inquire about Fong Qing, the female worker who was wronged and died because of Jianya in her past life. But Jiang Yuan begged her to accompany her to the department store to pick out a bicycle. Shen Ning felt a bit conflicted. She didn't consider herself a good person, but watching a young, vibrant life fall just like that was hard to bear. However, she also knew that Jianya had his eyes on her, and if she recklessly ran to the second mechanical factory now, if someone saw her, it would likely lead to trouble. Chapter 64. Preparing to dig a pit. Shen Ning's thoughts were scattered, and she was somewhat distracted. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan pinched the back of her hand. Shen Ning came to her senses and saw Jiang Yuan motioning with her lips to look behind her. Unbeknownst to her, 2 young girls in work uniforms had entered the state-owned restaurant, holding aluminum lunchboxes and chatting while waiting in line. I heard the deputy factory director is getting married. Ching, that's really great. You don't know, I have to crouch and hide from that guy every day at the factory. I hope he can be more honest after getting married. I'm really scared if this goes on. The voice of the girl suddenly choked up. Her companion quickly handed her a handkerchief, Hurry and wipe your tears. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned him. Hey, who told us we have no power and can't speak up? We can only hold it in and endure it a little longer. After the girl finished speaking, she sighed, her expression somewhat dazed. Jiang Yuanyuan's expression was strange. From the mechanical second factory, with the surname? What a coincidence. Shen Ning didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. But in fact, it wasn't too coincidental. Shen Ning had come to try her luck. There were several state-owned restaurants in town, but the one they were dining in was the closest to the mechanical second factory. One could only say that even heaven couldn't stand to see He Jianya's evil deeds, which is why this encounter was arranged. Seeing the two girls had finished getting their meals and were about to leave, Shen Ning put down her chopsticks, reminded Jiang Yuanyuan a couple of times, and got up to chase after them. Jiang Yuanyuan was struggling with the food in front of her, not raising her head. However, by the time her stomach was full and the food had gone cold, Shen Ning rushed back. Jiang Yuanyuan didn't ask much. Everyone had their own little secrets, and if Shen Ning was willing to speak, she would naturally share. She only kindly inquired if she wanted the kitchen to heat up the food. Shen Ning shook her head. When she chased after them earlier, she had portrayed herself as a girl from the countryside being harassed by He Jianya. Unexpectedly, upon learning this, the two girls advised her to let it go and not confront He Jianya directly. They said He Jianya had powerful connections, and it was unwise to offend him. Many female employees in the factory had been harassed by him, but some had reported him. Yet, He Jianya remained firmly in his position as deputy factory director, and even those who reported him ended up with their reputations ruined. Shen Ning also realized the powerful forces behind He Jianya. Perhaps even the county government had its eyes on him, otherwise those reports wouldn't have been discovered by He Jianya. For a moment, she felt somewhat anxious, but soon she sorted out her thoughts. In this day and age, women cherish their reputations, and with He Jianya's considerable influence, it was understandable that they were afraid and unwilling to testify. It would be better for her to wait and see. Given He Jianya and Sun Miao's personalities, even if she was willing to let things go, they would never let her off the hook. She just needed to wait quietly for them to come looking for trouble and then gather evidence. Suddenly, Shen Ning's eyes lit up, urging Jiang Yuanyuan, "Let's go. Where do you go to buy a bicycle? Let's go now. I also need to buy some things. Hurry up." When they arrived at the department store and had just bought the bicycle, Shen Ning couldn't wait to pull Jiang Yuanyuan to the radio counter. Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't help but tease. Indeed, being rich is different. Look at others. Even if they get married, they may not be able to gather the 3 essentials. But you've already bought everything in advance. Just think about how much pressure your future partner will have. Shen Ning chuckled, but didn't argue. She glanced around the counter, her eyes passing over the bulky radios. She remembered that a new model of portable cassette player had already come out, compact and designed specifically for playing tapes and recording sound. Shen Ning inquired about it with the salesperson. The salesperson immediately smiled and brought out a silver portable cassette player. "Are you planning to learn a foreign language? This cassette player is small and exquisite, very convenient to carry. We also have English and Russian cassette tapes. Let me know if you need any." Jiang Yuanyuan was taken aback and then looked at Shen Ning with admiration. "Are you planning to teach yourself English?" "Oh dear, that gibberish makes my head hurt just listening to it." Shen Ning felt a bit awkward, as if caught in a difficult situation, and she couldn't directly explain that this cassette player was for digging a pit for Sun Miao and He Jianya. "I just think it's interesting and want to listen for fun. I'll take the English tapes. By the way, do you have any blank tapes? Give me 2 of those too." No matter how much Sun Miao regretted it, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After all, He Jianya was the only son of the village party secretary, so the wedding banquet couldn't be shabby. Moreover, after being humiliated by Shen Ning earlier, He Jianya generously invited everyone from the village to join in the festivities. Close relations brought their families along, and even those who usually didn't interact sent a representative from each household to attend the banquet and give gifts. Sun Miao, as a sent-down educated youth, naturally had no relatives in He's village. The group of educated youths at the commune temporarily acted as her family, and the brigade leader's wife, Lu Chuiying, helped host the event at the request of the village party secretary. Getting married was relatively simple back then. Some newlyweds wore new military uniforms and pinned a big red flower on their chests as wedding attire. Sun Miao looked at herself in the mirror, showing no shyness typical of a new bride. Her eyes filled with indifference and hatred. The village's skilled aunts helped her style her hair, placing a lily and several roses in her hair. She chose not to wear a military uniform. Instead, she wore a newly bought bright red shirt made of polyester on top and a matching skirt below. Her waist was cinched and her chest was ample. The aunts nearby shyly looked away, feeling that Sun Miao's outfit was too revealing and bold, especially since they would have to toast to so many men later. It was quite embarrassing, but Sun Miao couldn't care less. She touched the rose in her hair, twirled around, and asked, "How do I look today? Am I prettier than Shen Ning?" Of course. You're the bride. No one can outshine you today. You're the most beautiful one here." Kai Meiwan generously said flattering words and pulled out a brand new thermos from her room. "I'm not in a good position. Don't mind it. This thermos is new, and I haven't used it yet. Here, it's for your makeup. We came from the same educated youth group, so let us keep in touch and not become strangers." Chapter 65. Gift Money. Sun Miaopi smiled without really smiling, scrutinizing for a moment before nodding without saying a word. Just then, Wang Baozhu stumbled in, and Sun Miao stopped her, asking, "Where's your contribution money?" Wang Baozhu quickly covered her pocket, her face full of terror. "I don't have any money. My wallet was lost, and my mom hasn't sent me any money this month. I really don't have it." Sun Miao nodded in understanding. "All right, then you owe me 2 yuan. Remember to pay me back next month." Wang Baozhu's eyes widened like copper bells. In these times, only those very close could give 2 yuan. Most people just gave 30 or 50 cents. Their relationship wasn't worth 2 yuan. She thought even 20 cents was too much. Are you robbing me?" Sun Miao sneered. "Just a few days ago, you were calling me Sister Miao Miao. What? You don't recognize me today?" Remembering the scene of being beaten and begging for mercy, Wang Baozhu immediately cowered, helplessly saying, I know. Well, my mom sends me money. I'll give it to you." She felt aggrieved to the point of tears, thinking how unlucky she had been lately. Being bullied by Shen Ning was one thing, but now even Sun Miao was trying to climb over her, which was really too suffocating. She took a deep breath and secretly vowed to eat her fill today and make back those 2 yuan. Jiang Yuan and Shen Ning were also educated youth. Although Shen Ning and Sun Miao were at odds, everyone still had to be polite on the surface, otherwise they would be labeled as divisive and ununited, which no one could bear. Moreover, Shen Ning was indeed quite eager to see the commotion. After all, she and Sun Miao had been sisters in their past life. And in this life, they were sworn enemies. With all the grudges over the years, Shen Ning naturally had to attend her wedding. The two arrived right on time for the makeup ceremony. A cart was already parked in the yard, adorned with a big red flower and 2 new quilts. 2 wooden basins, 2 thermoses, and a small wooden box were placed on it. This dowry was particularly impressive, but in this backward village, it was considered acceptable. Jiang Yuan reluctantly took out 50 cents and said, "Here, wish you a happy marriage." Sun Miao glanced at it, then turned her gaze to Shen Ning. Baozhu gave 2 yuan, and as her sister, you shouldn't lose face, right? Everyone's attention naturally fell on her whenever Sun Miao and Shen Ning met. There was bound to be a good show. At this moment, everyone was expectantly staring at Shen Ning. Jiang Yuan was afraid Shen Ning would be stubborn and secretly tugged at her sleeve. After all, the situation was stronger than the individual. After today, Sun Miao would be the daughter-in-law of the village party secretary. Shen Ning soothingly patted Jiang Yuan's hand and thought to herself. She had emptied her small courtyard before leaving. There was plenty of stuff in the space. She directly pulled out 2 nearly new pillowcases from her bag. Well, talking about money is too vulgar. The mandarin ducks on these are personally embroidered by me. I wish you and he Jianya 100 years of harmony and early offspring. Wang Baozhu stepped forward to take a look. The embroidery of the mandarin ducks was truly not very good, and it looked particularly familiar. She didn't think much of it. In these times of material scarcity, large floral sheets and mandarin duck pillowcases were almost standard. Naturally, she didn't recognize that this was her mother Wang Aihua's pillowcase, and the crude embroidery was also done by her own hand. Sun Miao's face suddenly darkened. On such a joyous day, to be treated with such indifference, not even willing to contribute a little money, was really too much. Yet Shen Ning spoke earnestly. I know my skills aren't good. I worked day and night for 3 days just to finish it. My fingers got pricked. This is my genuine intention. Please don't mind my rough embroidery. After all, some feelings cannot be measured with money, right? This sounded particularly familiar, as it was exactly what Sun Miao had said to deal with Shen Ning before. Li Jiqiang suddenly laughed without courtesy. That's right. It's the thought that counts. This damned boomerang had suddenly hit Sun Miao, and even if she wanted to get angry, she could only hold it in. She was seething. No one knew better than her what Shen Ning's skills were, but everyone else hadn't seen them. If she argued with Shen Ning now, she would only devalue herself. So she could only resentfully accept the pillowcase and smile coldly. Well, I truly appreciate your kindness. Just then, the sound of firecrackers crackled outside, and the villagers who came to fetch the bride with He Jianya cheered joyfully. The groom is here to pick up the bride. The groom is here to pick up the bride. Regardless of any previous disputes, they all joyfully sent Sun Miao off. As she passed the doorway, Sun Miao saw Fong Hung gently pinching He Xiaojuan's, He Daji's youngest daughter, Bun with a tender expression, not even giving her a glance. It was as if she was merely attending a stranger's wedding. No, even as a stranger, she should at least say a word of congratulations. Happy wedding. He was so indifferent, so heartless. Just then, Fong Hung suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he waved his hand and strode towards her. His handsome face, as clean and refreshing as during their school days, was tinged with a hint of innocence from his affluent life. When he smiled, it felt like a ray of sunshine had poured into her heart. Sun Miao suddenly had an absurd thought. If Fong Hung came to elope with her, she would definitely follow him without hesitation. As Fong Hung approached step by step, Sun Miao felt her heart was about to leap out, thumping loudly. The sound was so loud it felt like a heavy hammer striking her eardrums, and the surrounding joyous noise had nothing to do with her. All she saw and felt was this man walking towards her, as if he was her whole world. But as he got closer, Sun Miao realized that Fong Hung didn't even see her. He brushed past her, heading straight towards Shen Ning. Shen Ning, you're here too. Let us sit at the same table later. Li Jiqiang also leaned out. He Jianya is at least a deputy factory director. Today's banquet will definitely be good. Finally, we can improve our meals. I've eaten so much steamed bread, I feel like throwing up. Seeing those few people laughing and joking, they were all focused on their banquet plans. Sun Miao's eyes turned red, feeling incredulous and utterly heartbroken, as if even heaven was mocking her foolish hopes. She swayed slightly, paused, and from deep within her bones, a sense of resilience and determination surged up. She coldly glanced at the laughing crowd and strode towards He Jianya in the distance. This was the path she had chosen. Even if she had to cry and kneel, she would see it through. One day, she would live more gloriously than each of them, better than them. She would smile and watch this group of people cry. She would see them kneeling at her feet, weeping and repenting for their contempt and trampling on her. It felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was just a fleeting moment. Sun Miao had already adjusted herself. She was determined to win glory and marry beautifully. Seeing that Sun Miao was dressed beautifully today, with a proper smile on her face, He Jianya was quite satisfied. He subtly glanced over at Shen Ning. He wanted to marry Sun Miao, but he wouldn't let Shen Ning go either. Since she didn't want the title, then let her wait to be a pair of broken shoes. He handed a bouquet of fresh flowers to Sun Miao, picked her up, and spun her around, amidst the crowd's cheers, placing her on the back seat of a bicycle. He then grabbed a handful of wedding candies from the basket and threw them to the children, shouting, "Let us go," taking the bride home. Chapter 66. Poor judgment. No matter how Sun Miao and He Jianya behaved in the past, they got married, and Sun Miao became the daughter-in-law of the village party secretary. In Hijiakan, everyone supported her, and even the ants who previously looked down on her could only greet her with smiles, perhaps holding back their breath after their marriage. He Jianya was not bad to Sun Miao in public, giving her a leisurely job as a scorekeeper in the brigade. However, now that the autumn harvest was over, Sun Miao went to the foot of the mountain every day with a small notebook to count the work points for the young men repairing the road. Showing off for a while. Seeing her like that, She had become quite arrogant. Jiang Yuanyuan frowned as she helped carry tools. Originally, these tasks didn't require a female-educated youth like her, but Sun Miao took advantage of her status to boss everyone around, creating trouble for herself and Shen Ning. The sight of someone relying on their connections was quite infuriating. Shen Ning, however, remained calm and unfazed, which made Jiang Yuanyuan feel indignant. She's openly bullying us. How can you stay so composed? This isn't like your usual self. You run a town whenever you have free time. Is there something good going on? Shen Ning chuckled lightly. Well, it's not exactly good news, but someone is going to have a rough time. Seeing Shen Ning's mischievous smile, Jiang Yuanyuan instinctively suspected that the girl might have set a trap for Sun Miao and the others, but then reconsidered. Although Shen Ning was clever and cautious, she was just a small, educated youth in the countryside. How could she possibly cause trouble for He Jianya? Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't help but sigh. When will these days come to an end? Shen Ning just smiled without saying a word, looking like she had a clever plan, which made Jiang Yuanyuan even more anxious. The main road from Hijiakin to the town was finally completed and ready for official use. This was a significant event, marking the first major achievement of the new commune secretary, Pei Yan. The brigade chose a good day to invite the commune secretary and county leaders to visit, inspect the work, and cut the ribbon for the newly completed road. Yet, Shen Ning sensed something was off. Everything was too quiet, unusually so. Her reporting materials had been delivered directly to the county government's mailbox, but there was still no response. On this day, drums and gongs were sounding, and the villagers of Hijiakin were all smiles. Watching Hijiakin improve, the educated youths participating in rural construction felt a strong sense of involvement and pride. The brigade leader had even changed into new clothes, unable to hide the joy on his face. One might think he was getting married today. As the ribbon cutting ended, the village party secretary and brigade leader walked around the village with the leaders, visiting the elderly on low-income support, creating a scene of harmony and warmth. However, at this moment, the village party branch was in a completely tense atmosphere. Shen Ning arrived at the village branch to pick up materials, but as soon as she reached the door of the office, a large hand pulled her inside, and with a click, the door was locked behind her. Following closely behind, her dog, Cold Ball, anxiously barked outside, scratching at the door with its paws. Shen Ning was startled at first, but when she saw it was He Jianya, she felt relieved. Seeing him flustered and desperate, she knew he hadn't been doing well lately. He Jianya had indeed been struggling. The warehouse that had been raided by the police contained not only most of his own fortune, but also the belongings of other partners. Now that the items were confiscated, the losses were tremendous, and the other partners were naturally looking for He Jianya to vent their frustrations, even suspecting that he had set up the situation to embezzle goods. Shen Ning, meanwhile, discreetly reached for her bag, pretending to be unfazed, but quietly pressed the recording button on her tape recorder. He Jianya, what do you mean by this? I came to help the brigade leader get the materials. If I'm late, they'll be anxious. He Jianya chuckled. What are you anxious about? I already had Sun Miao deliver the materials earlier. Don't worry. The leaders are all busy today. No one will pay attention to you. I think you're crazy. No matter what you want to do. The commune secretary and county leaders are here today. Aren't you afraid of pushing me too far? He Jianya sneered. Actually, I don't want to deal with you today. The risks are too great. But since you've been so cautious, it's not often you're alone and come right to me. How could I let this chance slip by? Cold Ball continued to bark loudly outside, and He Jianya was somewhat irritated. He had calculated everything, but never expected Shen Ning would come to get materials with a dog. Just as he was considering grabbing a weapon to chase away the annoying creature, the dog surprisingly turned and ran off. He Jianya couldn't help but laugh. Look at how well you treat it. Yet, at a critical moment, it runs faster than a rabbit. You really have poor judgment when it comes to people and animals. Sometimes I really don't understand. I may be a bit fickle, but I've been sincere towards you. Why can't you take a hint? Shen Ning scoffed, her words dripping with sarcasm. My judgment of people and animals may not be great, but I can definitely spot a scumbag from hundreds of meters away. Just say it. What do you want to do by locking me in here? What He Jianya hated most was her calm demeanor. He was extremely arrogant by nature, believing that women were inherently inferior and should submit to him. He could not tolerate being looked down upon by anyone, especially not by someone he considered a mere plaything. What do you think I'm doing? Ha ha ha. You think I called you here for what? Shen Ning, don't be so clever. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Jianya said, pulling a document from the desk drawer and gripping one corner tightly. Look closely. This report is written by you, right? You think you did it flawlessly? Too bad I'm not a fool. I got this report. Do you really think there's anything I can't do? Shen Ning looked at the document. Her heart sank, but she feigned confusion. What report? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jianya sneered, pulling out a lighter to set fire to the report and tossing it into the brazier, watching it burn to ashes. His face couldn't hide his smugness. Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. The report you meticulously sent to the county party secretary's office was easily obtained by me. Tell me, what do you think you can use to fight against me? Seeing Shen Ning silent, Jianya grew even more arrogant. You don't think you can persuade them once and expect a second chance, do you? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The machinery factory has plenty of my informants, and those women have already taken my money and benefits. If they dare to turn against me, I will make them wish they were dead. Shen Ning, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Yet Shen Ning showed no fear. She raised her eyes, staring directly at Jianya. So you admit to using your position as deputy factory director to seek personal gain, oppressing female employees and harassing them? Ha ha. So what if I admit it? Do you have evidence? Since I can do it, I can also handle it. Those women have already taken my hush money. It's a mutually beneficial transaction. What right do you have to interfere? Jianya's laughter grew increasingly rampant as he pressed closer, and Shen Ning seemed to shrink back in fear, until she was cornered with nowhere to escape. Jianya loomed over her, his eyes filled with malice. Shen Ning, you do have a bit of cleverness, although I don't know how you managed it. I'm sure the last time my hideout in the black market was raided, it had something to do with you. So what if I did it? Chapter 67. Troublesome thing. So what if I did it? Jianya seemed surprised that Shen Ning admitted it directly. Shen Ning continued. I reported your den in the black market and contacted the female employee you sexually harassed. I wrote the denunciation anonymously. But someone like you, a scum, shouldn't you be punished? Even if my report this time fails, once I get out, I will still submit the denunciation materials. The county can't manage you, but the province can, right? I refuse to believe there are no laws in this world to deal with you villains disguised as public servants, who do nothing but evil. Jianya seemed taken aback by Shen Ning's boldness. With the vast disparity in physical strength between men and women, he was angered by her provocation. He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish. Do you know why I tricked you here today? You idiot. Do you think you still have a chance to report me? Don't dream. If you're sensible, hand over all your money and belongings. As long as you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly. Shen Ning felt a bit nauseated by his greasy appearance. With you? Don't you have a mirror at home? Do you really want me to say such ugly things? Shen Ning's sarcasm undoubtedly infuriated Jianya. He sneered, pulling out a small brown bottle from his pocket. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, you can't blame me. Drink this obediently, and you might suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. What is this? Seeing that Shen Ning showed no fear and even had the mood to ask, Jianya was momentarily unsure if Shen Ning truly hadn't realized the danger or if she was just being reckless. Of course, it's for that good thing you desire. Shen Ning's dark pupils glinted coldly. You should know that forcing a woman against her will is illegal. Even if you succeed, as long as I have a breath left, I will pursue this to the end. Jianya shook the small bottle in his hand, grinning wickedly. I've dealt with stubborn women before. In the end, they all cried and begged after I took a couple of photos. Don't worry, you'll be the same. Look at how beautiful you are. The photos will turn out great. Only then did Shen Ning notice the camera placed on the desk. This was the truth that those female employees couldn't voice their anger about. Not only did you force them, but you also threatened them with their private photos. You are truly despicable and shameless. So what? Curse all you want. Anyway, this drug works well. Soon you'll be crying and begging me. The door is already locked by me. No one will come to save you. Even if someone does come, they will only see you shamelessly entangled with me. At this moment, Coal Ball was anxiously running around the village. It dashed into the youth point, biting Jiang Yuanyuan's pants leg and whimpering. Fong Hung and the others looked at this scene, puzzled. What's going on? Isn't this Shen Ning's dog? Where's Shen Ning? Jiang Yunyuan patted Kobol's head. I just went to the village secretary to get some materials. She hasn't returned yet. Sun Miao glanced at the dog, feeling irritated. Indeed. Like owner, like dog, both are annoying. Fearing that others would become suspicious, she quickly interjected. Oh yes. I just saw Shen Ning heading towards the team leader and county leaders, thinking that after tomorrow, Shen Ning's reputation would be in ruins. Becoming the subject of disdain and scorn in the village, she felt secretly pleased. For now, she had to buy some time and ensure Jianya succeeded. It would be best to take a few more photos. She was more than willing to pay for the photos to be washed. Yes, I will post them on the bulletin board at the village entrance and send a copy back to Sioux City. I want Shen Ning to never hold her head high for the rest of her life. But for now, she couldn't let this dog ruin things. Sun Miao glanced at Kobol and impatiently said, Look at it. It's too fierce, like it's about to go mad. What if it bites someone? Jiang Yuan. You quickly hold onto its leash and tie it up first. Though Jiang Yuan felt uneasy, she also thought Sun Miao was right. Kobol was usually well-behaved, but it was still a dog with strong attack power. If it really got provoked and went mad, it could be dangerous. She intended to grab its leash. But Kobol seemed to understand their conversation and immediately broke free and ran away. Sun Miao was furious, but seeing it wasn't running towards the village committee, she breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, let it go. Can a mere animal really call for help? At this moment, Gu Changjin and the others were inspecting the village, visiting the low-income households. Unexpectedly, a large dog came running, barking wildly. Gu Changjin didn't recognize it at first. After all, 2 months ago, it was just a scrawny little puppy abandoned by its mother due to poor health. In just 2 months, it had been raised by Shen Ning to look like a fully grown dog, plump and robust. Its appearance was so shocking that some villagers exclaimed, Oh, isn't this Shen's dog? Why does it seem to have gone mad? What a waste to feed such a heartless little beast. What if it hurt someone? Gu Changjin immediately realized this was Shen Ning's dog. Their military camp had quite a few military dogs, and Gu Changjin recognized that this dog didn't look mad. Rather, it seemed anxious and nervous, as if seeking help. Could it be that its owner was in danger? Gu Changjin's heart skipped a beat. Kobol, as if it had seen Gu Changjin, dashed straight towards him. The crowd panicked and scattered, but Gu Changjin didn't retreat an inch. Pei Yin shouted in fear, Changjin, hurry, get out of the way. Kobol came to a sudden stop, slamming into Gu Changjin's thigh, ignoring the pain in his nose. It whined and bit Gu Changjin's pant leg, pulling him forward. Without hesitation, Gu Changjin took large strides, instinctively thinking that the dog could understand him. Sure enough, Kobol ran a few steps ahead, then turned back to look at Gu Changjin, prompting him to follow it. Leaving the leaders looking at each other in confusion. Why is Commander Gu running after a dog? Unable to resist, they took a few steps after him, feeling somewhat bewildered by their actions. Only Pei Yin realized, where's comrade Shen Ning? He dodgy scratched his head, feeling puzzled. I just asked Shan to go to the village committee to get some materials. But it wasn't her who delivered the materials, it was comrade Sun Miao. She said Shen Ning had a stomach ache and asked her to run an errand. Feeling confused, he thought something was off. Shen Ning and Sun Miao had never gotten along. How could she ask Sun Miao for help? Slapping his forehead, he thought, these troublesome people from the city always cause problems. What if something happened to Shen Ning? At this moment, Gu Changjin had already run to the village committee with Kobol and immediately saw obvious claw marks on a wooden door. Inside, muffled screams echoed. Cold sweat broke out all over him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he felt a surge of fear and regret, though he couldn't pinpoint why. His body acted faster than his mind, kicking the wooden door until it loosened, then kicking again. The lock snapped with a crack, and with one last kick, the entire wooden door was kicked open. Chapter 68. Seizure of Stolen Goods. With a loud bang, the entire wooden door was kicked open. The ground was covered with mottled bloodstains, and Gu Changjin didn't dare to look too closely, quickly stepping inside in silence. Gathering his courage, he glanced around rapidly, but didn't see the young intellectual's figure. Instead, the window was wide open, likely how she escaped. Before Gu Changjin could breathe a sigh of relief, he was stunned by the shocking scene before him. The room was in disarray. A disheveled man was tied up, desperately trying to curl his body like a shrimp. His face was flushed, excitedly rubbing against the bed frame, and the wounds on his arms continuously oozed blood with his movements, yet he seemed oblivious, still moving against the bed. At that moment, a crisp female voice came from the loudspeaker. "Hello, hello, can you hear me?" It was the village loudspeaker broadcasting, and Gu Changjin immediately recognized it was Shen Ning's voice. Following that was the sound of a tape rewinding, and soon after, the dialogue between He Jianya and Shen Ning came through. The bewildered villagers and leaders immediately stopped in their tracks, looking towards the village loudspeaker. Sun Miao was the first to realize something was wrong, her face turning pale. Everyone was stunned by the conversation. Although they knew He Jianya wasn't a good person, they never expected him to be so bold, engaging in opportunistic behavior, harassing female employees. And as the village secretary, He Jiawang not only failed to advise his son, but even helped He Jianya intercept reports. Truly inhumane. At that moment, He Jiawang, who was accompanying the leaders on an inspection, had a face ashen as he shouted, "This is slander, pure and blatant slander." As soon as he finished speaking, He Jianya's extremely lewd and arrogant laughter echoed from the loudspeaker. "I've dealt with women tougher than you, and I've had ones who got pregnant and wanted to die afterward. So what? In the end, my old man settled it. They didn't even dare to let out a peep and left in disgrace. In this Hajia village, I, He Jianya, am a local emperor. I'm not afraid to tell you, the county government's document manager is my uncle. So you want to submit a report to the county party secretary? Ha, dream on. Oh no." At this moment, not only was He Jiawang pale, but even Wang Dequan, who was following Pei Yin, had a white face and was trembling like a leaf. Wang Dequan clenched his fists and immediately retorted, "No, that's not how it is. Really, none of this has anything to do with me." Unfortunately, no one was a fool. No one would believe his excuses. Gu Changjin listened for a while, and combined with the horrific scene before him, he quickly understood the situation. The village secretary's son had intended to scheme against Shen Ning, but he didn't expect those young girls to be no pushovers and had turned the tables on him. They had deliberately escalated the matter during the county leader's inspection, fearing that the officials would protect each other and suppress the issue. This little girl was quite ruthless. When she struck, she made a significant impact. Even if the King of Heaven came now, he couldn't save this father and son. With her actions, even the county government would have to undergo a complete overhaul from top to bottom. Shen Ning confirmed that the recording had spread throughout the village before she contentedly opened the door to the broadcasting room. Outside, the cold ball had long been restless, scratching at the door incessantly. When Shen Ning opened the door, it hurriedly circled around her, barking loudly. Shen Ning gently patted its head, reassuring, "Don't worry, I'm fine. That little scoundrel still wants to target me?" Hee hee. I pulled out a big pair of scissors and poked a hole in his arm, nearly scaring him to death. You wouldn't believe how funny he looked at that moment. How funny? Tell me about it. This time, it was Shen Ning who was shocked. She looked up and nearly fell over, her legs feeling weak, her voice no longer triumphant, but trembling. "Gu. Captain Gu, what are you doing here?" "Ow. Woof, woof, woof." The cold ball pawed at Shen Ning's legs, wagging its tail wildly, looking for praise. Shen Ning felt her teeth itch, cursing in her heart, "Stupid dog." But on her face, she forced a sweet smile. "Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect Captain Gu to be here for an inspection today. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you had such capabilities. Where did you get those scissors?" You already guessed that He Jianya would have ulterior motives against you. But instead of thinking of ways to avoid risks, you brought a tape recorder and a weapon to the meeting. Shen Ning, you have such guts. I see you have the potential to be a bandit. Gu Changjin took a step forward, scaring Shen Ning into shivering. Damn it. Why did he always catch her in the act when she tried to do something sneaky? Shen Ning was no longer doubting. She was certain that she and Captain Gu were simply incompatible. And no, how could I do that? I just brought my tape recorder to learn English, yes. I was going to learn English, and I just happened to record evidence. I'm just a weak woman. It's not very safe living alone. So carrying scissors for self-defense can't be wrong, right? Haha. Gu Changjin was amused by her, thinking she took him for a fool. Easy to deceive? But then Shen Ning's eyes suddenly turned red, and big tears fell down. Whoa, I can't be blamed for this. Ever since I came to the countryside, He Jianya has bullied me as a lonely girl, always trying to take advantage of me. I was truly scared by them. I was wrong. I hurt someone, but I was just trying to protect myself. Do I really have to wait until he violates me to fight back? Perhaps the sight of the little girl crying so pitifully made Gu Changjin, imagining that scene, almost want to rush back in and stab that scoundrel several times. His imposing aura weakened instantly. No, I didn't mean that. It's just that you were too reckless. In the distance, loud noises approached. Bystanders had already arrived to see the commotion. Shen Ning turned her eyes and immediately pulled out the recording tape from her cassette player and handed it over. Seeing Gu Changjin still wearing a cold expression, Shen Ning gritted her teeth, took off her watch, saying, "This watch is something He Jianya sold on the black market." He asked the village secretary's son and also the deputy factory director. He wanted to take me to the black market, and I was too scared to refuse. I had to spend money to buy this watch, costing me 260. As soon as I got out of the black market, I immediately went to the police station to submit a report, but He Jianya came out unscathed. What could I do? I was also very desperate. He obviously had a protective umbrella behind him, so I had to escalate the matter. After all, I was also trying to eliminate harm for the people. Her voice grew smaller under Gu Changjin's gaze. Although her methods were somewhat extreme, his crimes were real. He had even admitted it himself. They couldn't condone crime. It had to be severely punished. Gu Changjin didn't miss the reluctance and nostalgia in Shen Ning's eyes when she took out the watch. He tossed the watch up and down a few times, and indeed, Shen Ning's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze following his hand, like a cat captivated by something. Shen Ning looked pained and immediately reminded him, "Hey, be careful not to drop it. Although this watch was forcibly sold to me by He Jianya, I did pay for it. If I testify, can I get it back?" Shen Ning asked cautiously, her eyes sparkling with hope. Gu Changjin scoffed, "You want this watch back?" Seeing Shen Ning nod vigorously, Gu Changjin's lips suddenly curled into a wicked smile. "No, this is stolen property and will be confiscated according to the law." Chapter 69. The fall of the He family. Father and son know. This is stolen property and will be confiscated according to the law. Sure enough, the little girl looked instantly deflated, her spirit seemingly drained in an instant. He quickly turned away to avoid revealing his uncontrollable amusement. Weighing the delicate and exquisite watch in his hand, Gu Changjin thought it was good to teach the little girl a lesson, so she wouldn't be so audacious every day, daring to do anything. When the commune secretary and county leaders arrived, they saw Gu Changjin calmly walking in front, while the little educated youth Shen Ning looked like a child who had done something wrong, pitifully trailing behind him with her head down. Immediately, some curious villagers peeked in and shouted, "Oh my God, what's wrong with He Jianya? Why is there so much blood? My goodness, it's like a breeding pig in heat. Ugh, that's too disgusting." Hearing this, He Jiawang, the village secretary who was being held by the villagers, couldn't help but rush forward, driven by paternal instinct. He immediately saw the blood everywhere and the still twitching He Jianya, who was in a daze. His eyes turned red as he rushed to embrace his son, glaring at Shen Ning with undisguised malice, wishing he could strip her of her bones. "You vile woman, how dare you scheme against my son?" He no longer wanted to pretend. Even if he died, he would take someone down with him. "Leaders, don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She tried to seduce my son and resorted to such despicable schemes when it failed. She's not a good person at all. She even frequents the black market. She bought this watch there." The villagers naturally didn't believe He Jiawang's one-sided story, but Shen Ning's watch was indeed beautiful, and everyone had some impression of it. Before Shen Ning could defend herself, Gu Changjin's tall and sturdy figure had already shielded her, isolating her from He Jiawang's venomous gaze. He lifted the exquisite lady's watch and waved it in front of the crowd. "Is this the watch you're talking about? This is the evidence that Comrade Shen voluntarily handed over to us. She was coerced into the black market by He Jianya to buy this watch, which is understandable. But what about you? You're actively admitting to your connection with the black market?" He Jiawang was immediately silenced. He hadn't expected Shen Ning to act so quickly, indicating that everything had been premeditated. "All right, He Jiawang, underestimated you, this little yellow-haired girl. I fell into the gutter, but don't get cocky. I will never let you off the hook." Shen Ning immediately grabbed Gu Changjin's sleeve with one hand and raised the other high, reporting, Captain Gu. He Jiaowang is still threatening me, endangering my personal safety. Looking at the little educated youth who had just been like a partridge, but had now transformed into an angry little whistleblower. Gu Changgen's brows lifted slightly with amusement. What? Now you're scared? Shen Ning, with her head down. Didn't he see the warmth in Gu Changjian's eyes and mistakenly thought he was looking down on her and mocking her? She immediately released his sleeve, turned her head away, and coldly huffed. Who's scared? I'm a young person recognized by the state for my bravery and good deeds. Any dark forces that want to harm me will not succeed. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into applause. Well said. Shen Ning suddenly realized that her previous demeanor was a bit over the top, feeling embarrassed as she scratched her head. Gu Changjin stared at her blushing ears, pursed his lips, and coughed lightly. Don't worry, we will protect your personal safety and will never allow any dark forces to harm A. He paused for a moment, his normally cold tone carrying a hint of amusement. Brave young person who stands up for justice. For some reason, although his tone was perfectly normal, Shen Ning sensed a teasing undertone in his words and could no longer keep a straight face, feeling her cheeks burn. Meanwhile, the county leaders accompanying them were drenched in cold sweat, frightened to death. The originally smooth, ribbon-cutting ceremony had unexpectedly involved the village committee secretary and county leaders colluding to persecute a young, educated woman. Now it was over. They had received gifts from Jianya over the years, and they were all trembling, fearing the commune secretary would conduct a thorough investigation. They were constantly calculating in their hearts, wanting to suppress this matter. But on the day of the ribbon cutting for the new road, the entire He family village and all the leaders present could clearly hear this shocking scandal, which could not be suppressed. The commune's secretary, Pei Yin, had a face as cold as ice, sweeping his gaze over everyone and ordering all related personnel to be taken away for investigation. Sun Miao hid at the back of the crowd, watching He Jianya, who was being pinned to the ground and still struggling wildly, and the village secretary He Jiaowang, whose face was pale as ash. But the one who should have been infamous and despised by everyone, Shen Ning, was firmly protected behind the military officer, causing a deep sense of fear to rise in her heart. This was strange, truly too strange. Ever since Shen Ning went to the countryside, it was as if she had been possessed by a demon. Everyone who had offended her had met with bad ends. But soon she realized something even more terrifying. If the He father and son fell, what about herself? What would she do? Would she be implicated? After all, she had also contributed to scheming against Shen Ning. No, she was still so young. How could she go to jail? She shook her head in panic and stepped back, but was spotted by sharp-eyed villagers. It's Sun Miao, right? She is He Jianya's wife, and she has used the He family's power to make things difficult for us common folks. Let's capture her too. She must be an accomplice. He Daji was already fed up with Sun Miao, who had been causing trouble, and immediately said, I clearly told Shen Ning to get the documents. Why did it change to you? Did you conspire with He Jianya to scheme against Shen Ning? Jiang Yuan looked at Sun Miao's guilty expression and immediately started shouting. You were the one who was supposed to deliver the documents, but you lied to us, saying Shen Ning went to deliver them to the team leader. I think you were deliberately stalling and preventing us from finding her. Luckily, Shen Ning wasn't harmed. Sun Miao, we are all women. How can you help the bad guys and harm your own comrades? Sun Miao instinctively wanted to escape, but was blocked by the villagers who rushed forward. Before she could even stammer a defense, Gu Changjin coldly said, Take her away too. Sun Miao and He Jianya's group were taken away for investigation. Because the evidence provided by Shen Ning was too clear and comprehensive, the He father and son had no room for argument. He Jianya was seriously injured and was urgently sent to the hospital. According to the doctor, the injury on his arm was not serious, although the wound was deep. It hadn't hit an artery. The continuous bleeding was due to He Jianya struggling after being drugged. However, due to excessive drug use, He Jianya's lower body was completely ruined, and he would never be able to be a normal man again in his life. When the news came, Shen Ning raised her eyebrows, unable to hide her glee, and muttered, Deserved it. Seeing the expressions of those around her, she immediately disguised herself as a frightened little partridge again. That drug was originally meant for me, but fortunately I had my self-defense tool with me. Unexpectedly, he restrained me. How could I know what that drug was? I was so scared that I made him drink it. Gu Chongjin snorted coldly, unsure if he believed her or not. However, Pei Yin and the others looked at Shen Ning with a hint of fear in their eyes. This girl was truly fierce. Not someone to mess with. Chapter 70. Sun Miao is pregnant. Although Sun Miao was usually very scheming, in the face of the 8 words confess for leniency, resist for severity, and her natural fear of the police, she quickly spilled everything about Hygienia, like pouring out beans. However, she stubbornly refused to admit that she was an accomplice, claiming that she was coerced and had no choice but to help deceive Shen Ning under Hygienia's intimidation. She portrayed herself as a persecuted, young, educated woman, tearfully confessing her plight. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her bruised arms, both new and old wounds, adding credibility to her words. Just when the police were about to continue questioning her, she turned pale and started to clutch her stomach, wailing in pain. "It hurts, my stomach hurts, it really hurts." The female officer beside her was startled and immediately took her to the hospital, where it was discovered that she was over a month pregnant. Sun Miao was at a loss, unsure whether to cry or laugh, realizing that she was carrying Hygienia's child at this moment. She hated Hygienia and hated this child, but it was precisely because of this child's existence that she could remain safe. She cried heartbreakingly, and even the female officer accompanying her felt a pang of sympathy, considering that she was just a 20-year-old girl. How would she live her life from now on? Given that Sun Miao was pregnant and there was no clear evidence proving her involvement in Hygienia's illegal activities or the persecution of young, educated women, the police decided to educate her and let her go. But as Sun Miao stood at the door of the police station, clutching her still flat belly and feeling lost, the sense of uncertainty about her future almost engulfed her. In just 4 short months since returning to the countryside, she had gone from being a praised good girl to a woman whom everyone in the village avoided, a disgrace. From a pure young lady to a married woman. And she was carrying the child of a criminal. How could she live with this? No, there was also the He family, since she was pregnant with Hygienia's child. And both He Jiaowang and Hygienia were gone. The He family should belong to her. She had already learned that Hygienia had harmed himself by taking too many drugs and would never have children again. As long as this child existed, she could control the He father and son. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. She didn't believe the father and son had left themselves with no escape routes. Once the dust settled, and she obtained everything from the He family, she could secretly get rid of this child. With this thought, Sun Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief and perked up as she headed toward Ajiakan. Back in the village, facing the villagers' ridicule and mockery, Sun Miao remained calm, until she saw from a distance that the gates of the He family were wide open. And even from afar, she could see the inside was in disarray, clearly maliciously destroyed. She trembled with anger. People were like wolves when the walls fell. How dare you trespass into someone else's home and destroy things? The neighbors, who had previously greeted her politely after her marriage, now looked at her with disdain. "Oh, look who's back, that vixen." Sun Miao was utterly exhausted, with no strength to argue with them. All she wanted was a bed, a blanket, a place to rest peacefully for a while. But even this humble wish could not be fulfilled. The family had been wrecked beyond repair, making it uninhabitable. Even her money, clothes, and belongings had been mostly destroyed. A nearby aunt sneered. "You don't plan to take your family's things and run away, do you? Don't even think about it. When you were taken for investigation, the police sent someone to the He family to look for evidence. Well, He Jiaowang has been embezzling and accepting bribes for years. The police even took away a big box of money, along with some scattered account books and evidence, photos." Another sister-in-law cracked sunflower seeds, carelessly spitting the shells at Sun Miao's feet. "Well, He family is done for this. This is just like a house raid in ancient times." The two laughed heartily, completely ignoring Sun Miao's increasingly ugly expression. "Oh, it's also karma. Just this afternoon, several groups of people came, all relatives of the women Hygienia had harassed and bullied before. Each one armed and furious. They rushed in and started smashing everything, intimidating everyone. Even the team leader's persuasion didn't help. Our Hijayakin was innocent, yet such a disaster occurred, ruining the village's reputation. If you ask me, Smash it well. Smash it brilliantly. Let these two father and son pay for their daily ruthless deeds. A few villagers gathered together, chattering and watching the commotion, laughing loudly, filled with mockery and disdain. Sun Miao felt as if her tears were about to dry up. Were these people trying to kill her? They didn't even leave her a place to stand. Seeing her face pale and on the verge of collapse, the aunt finally said nothing and turned to go inside. After all, this young, educated woman wasn't a good person. She had even helped Jianya plot against Shen Ning. Who was Shen Ning? She was a heroine who stood up for justice, fighting against crime. Bah! These two still wanted to target her. They were truly heartless. With orders from above, the police station naturally could not be careless and was determined to eradicate Jianya's gang of criminals. The police dispatched almost all their forces, simultaneously visiting Hijayakan and the mechanical second factory, uncovering more corrupt officials and unjust cases. The entire city seemed to be in turmoil, launching a cleansing campaign from top to bottom. After the investigation, it was found that Jianya abused his power for personal gain, using his position to coerce women and harass female employees at the factory. Jiawang engaged in favoritism and corruption, bribing superiors and embezzling public funds, and even colluding with his brother-in-law, Wang Baozhu, who worked in the county government, intercepting reports and retaliating against whistleblowers, with blood on his hands. Moreover, Jianya was also involved in smuggling banned goods. After the incident, he even coerced Zhao Shun and others to take the blame for him. One by one, these crimes were brought to light and merged for trial. It soon became apparent that something was amiss. Were they saying that someone had blackmailed the black? Taking advantage of the police's actions, they had already swept through Jianya's small warehouse and taken away the most valuable items. Gu Changjin fell into deep thought as he looked at the almost identical testimonies before him. The police officer in charge of the case sighed, feeling troubled. They didn't know who had such great ability to sneak away the goods right under the noses of the police and Jianya's gang. Moreover, according to the testimonies, Jianya and others still had no idea that their small warehouse had been robbed before the police came to raid it. For some reason, Gu Changjin immediately thought of Shen Ning. According to her testimony, she had immediately dropped the report into the police station's mailbox after coming out of the black market. Could it be her? Theoretically, a young girl like Shen Ning couldn't possibly quietly move 6 boxes of Maotai all by herself. But he had seen strange cases like this before. Back in Sioux City, Shen Ning's home had been inexplicably emptied, which seemed impossible, yet it had really happened. Seeing Gu Changjin deep in thought, the police station's director furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you think of something?" Gu Changjin pondered, but shook his head. Handling cases required solid evidence. He couldn't speak recklessly about matters without proof. However, there was indeed something very strange about Shen Ning. Chapter 71. Betting right during the interrogation. After layers of questioning and repeated inquiries, Shen Ning finally passed safely. Once she exited the police station, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The valuables in her possession were already sufficient, and she wouldn't engage in such risky behavior again. After all, that Captain Gu was no pushover. Shen Ning shuddered at the thought of his cold face. Suddenly, a voice of surprise called out beside her, "Shun Jiqing, you finally came out." A few female workers from the machinery factory, with tears in their eyes, hugged her tightly. "Ning Ning, you finally made it out. If they hadn't released you, Qing and I would have rushed in to rescue you." "Exactly. If it weren't for you, Shun Jiqing, connecting us victims and giving us courage, we might still be," Fang Qing said, as she started crying again. Shen Ning patted her back gently. "It's okay. Everything is over now. You all need to look forward." "Yes." Fang Qing wiped her tears and pulled out a large red scarf she had knitted, handing it to Shen Ning. "Even though that scumbag has gone in, he has already tarnished my reputation. I really can't stand all these rumors anymore. I have to move away. I don't know if we will see each other again. I will write to you. Shen Ning, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know if I had the courage to survive." Fang Qing's eyes were filled with tears as she buried her head in Shen Ning's shoulder, her frail body shaking. Shen Ning gently patted her back until she calmed down, sniffed, and shyly wiped away her tears. With a determined wave of her hand, Fang Qing said, "I'm leaving. If fate allows, we will meet again." As Shen Ning watched the figure gradually fade away, The shadow that had loomed over her heart began to dissipate. Her actions might not be considered honorable, but no matter how she viewed it, she had saved a living life and removed a tumor from society. Perhaps besides revenge, she had found new meaning in this life. Gu Chang'an's figure hid in the corner. His footsteps, which were meant to personally interrogate, suddenly halted. Watching those female workers surround Shen Ning, both crying and laughing in gratitude, he suddenly felt that the details hidden in the case were not so important anymore. A gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Regardless of Shen Ning's motives, she had indeed done a great service for society. If one day someone truly obtained evidence of her illegal activities, he would never condone it. The first snow of the season began to fall softly from the sky. Shen Ning exhaled, catching a snowflake on her palm. Thinking of Sun Miao, who had escaped disaster, her mood was not particularly pleasant. Was this fate? But if this was fate, where should she seek justice for her tragic past life? A cruel smile flickered in Shen Ning's eyes. Since Sun Miao had escaped legal punishment, she would personally write the final judgment for her. The snowflakes danced in the air, but they could not compete with the chilling intent in Shen Ning's gaze. At that moment, she seemed less like a living person and more like a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell. Shen Ning did not return to the village, but went to the post office to call Sun Miao's family. The He family had been destroyed, and Sun Miao could only move back to the youth point. Regardless of how the villagers and Wang Baozhu mocked her, she remained indifferent, becoming increasingly silent. Each day, she hid in her room, wholeheartedly reviewing for the teacher selection exam. Shen Ning watched all of this. Sometimes, she couldn't help but admire Sun Miao. Even in such dire circumstances, she remained like an indestructible cockroach, tirelessly searching for the best way out. With irrefutable evidence and numerous witnesses, the once silent crowd, pressured by the He family's power, began to stand up and accuse the He father and son of their various misdeeds. Soon, the judgment was handed down. Despite He Jiawang using all his tricks, he could no longer protect his son as he had in the past. Knowing he could not escape the death penalty, He Jiawang took all the blame. But He Jianya still could not evade legal punishment and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. On the day He Jiawang was executed, He Jianya seemed to age 10 years overnight. His once tall figure became completely hunched, unable to withstand such a blow and without the protective umbrella of his father. He was no longer the vice factory director, He Jianya, who could dominate He village and the second machinery factory. Here, he was just an ordinary prisoner, utterly insignificant. He Jianya still tried to form alliances in prison, but no one was interested, and instead, he was beaten up by others, gradually quieting down. His eyes lost all light, resembling a walking corpse, drifting aimlessly through the days. Until one day, someone came to visit him. Surprised, he instinctively began to guess who it might be. His relatives from his hometown Wunti come to gloat. So how could they come to see him? Could it be that Shen Ning, that despicable woman? But unexpectedly, when he saw Sun Miao's thin, haggard face in the visiting room, his eyes welled up, almost bringing him to tears. "What are you doing here?" Sun Miao touched her belly, her eyes carrying a certain meaning. "I came to see you," with the child. He Jianya froze, as if struck by lightning. "You? What did you say?" Sun Miao remained silent, only pulling out a pregnancy test result. "I'm nearly 2 months pregnant. I heard that you were harmed by Shen Ning and may never be able to have children again. The child in my belly is the only bloodline of the He family." He Jianya's dull eyes seemed to be ignited by something. He pressed greedily against the glass window, examining the pregnancy test result closely, a flicker of desire dancing in his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha. I knew it. How could I? He Jianya have no descendants? It seems my life is not meant to end here." Sun Miao watched him go mad and felt annoyed, unable to help but urge softly. "You know, with both of you in there, my life is not easy. This child." He Jianya's gaze immediately turned cold. "What do you mean? You don't plan to keep this child?" Sun Miao quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "How could I bear to do that? But how can I support this child? The expenses of raising a child are enormous. Your family has been ruined, and I can only move back to the youth point. My situation is really difficult, unless..." Sun Miao stopped speaking, as this was not a good place to discuss things. With 2 police officers standing at the door of the visiting room, He Jianya's eyes darkened, then suddenly sneered. "You are carrying my child. I should naturally take responsibility. Sun Miao's eyes lit up. She had indeed bet right. Chapter 72. Coal Ball's contribution. Sun Miao's eyes lit up with joy. She had indeed bet right. The He family had been dominating Hejia village for so many years. How could they possibly have no escape route? But Sun Miao still wore a sorrowful expression, silently wiping her tears. Jianya, I'm truly at my wit's end. I can't even manage to eat enough, let alone take good care of the child in my belly. Jianya's face darkened. Although this woman had always seemed weak and gentle, having spent some time with her, Jianya knew all too well the malicious heart hidden beneath that delicate exterior. She was clearly trying to blackmail him. If he failed to satisfy her today, this ruthless woman might really terminate their only bloodline. Jianya lifted his eyelids, coldly staring at her. Since you married into the He family, you are mine, Jianya's. If you dare entertain any wrong thoughts, I will not let you go. I have my ways. Sun Miao nodded tearfully. Jianya glanced at the police officer standing at the door, his expression cautious. If you have time, please light some incense and bow more for the ancestors of the He family for me. Sun Miao received the answer she wanted and immediately stood up, though she still had to put on a full show. All right, it's getting late. I'll head back first. If I have the chance, I will come to see you again. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself and the child. Before dawn, Sun Miao walked alone on the dirt road in the countryside. The dark country road was empty, and occasionally she could hear the howls of wolves in the mountains. Sun Miao encouraged herself as she cautiously made her way to the He family ancestral home. Jianya was not a filial son. How could he let her worship the ancestors without reason? Sun Miao was sure there was something remarkable hidden in the He family ancestral home. Clutching a slightly rusty key, Sun Miao trembled as she opened the large door of the He family ancestral home. It was located at the eastern edge of the village, adjacent to several dilapidated mud houses that had long since fallen into disrepair. The low, shadowy little houses only added to the eerie atmosphere. Gathering her courage, Sun Miao pushed open the courtyard door. There was one main room, one side room, and a small courtyard of about 20 square meters filled with clutter. The entire yard was cramped, decayed, and dilapidated. The main room of the He family ancestral home now only had an offering table with several tablets on it, and a censer placed in front. If it were daytime, it wouldn't seem so frightening. Unfortunately, the moon was still hanging in the sky, and the night was terrifyingly dark. Sun Miao was almost scared out of her wits, muttering, "No blame, no blame. I'm just thinking of you descendants of the He family." Saying this, she bit down on her back teeth and heavily knocked her head 3 times against the tablets, then began to search the small room. The long-neglected offering table creaked ominously. Sun Miao was nearly scared to tears, but recalling her miserable situation during this time, the ridicule from the villagers, and Shen Ning's smugness, she gritted her teeth and persevered, carefully continuing to search. Sure enough, at the connection between the offering table and the corner, she felt a cold sensation that was different from wood. Her heart leaped with joy, and she immediately dove in to pry it open. After a long time, with a clatter, a small yellow fish wrapped in black mud fell out. Sun Miao's eyes sparkled with intense joy as she hurriedly picked it up, disregarding the dirt, and bit down hard on it. Looking at the shallow bite marks left on it and the dazzling golden color, tears instantly fell from Sun Miao's eyes, as if all her perseverance had finally found meaning. With money, one can make the devil push the mill. The Sun Miao, who had just been terrified, was now overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. She immediately revitalized herself and continued to dig. Even the tablets of the He family ancestors were turned over, knocked and tapped. Sure enough, 2 of the tablets had hidden compartments. Sun Miao exerted all her strength to pry them open, and a thick stack of cash nearly made her scream with joy. Biting down hard on her own palm, she suppressed her overwhelming excitement. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her throat emitted heavy grunts, like a beast on the verge of mutation. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt a sense of clarity, as if the heavens had opened a path for her, until the excitement caused a wave of tightening pain in her abdomen. Sun Miao quickly took a few deep breaths, viciously pinched herself, and finally calmed down, suppressing her ecstatic joy. She stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and return the tablets to their original place. With this money, she would have the confidence to let her parents buy her a job in the city. As long as she could move back to the city, her terrible experiences here would eventually fade away. Sun Miao was filled with dreams and hopes for the future, carefully hiding the 2,000 yuan she had found behind the tablets in her inner clothing. The two small gold bricks weighed about 5 or 6 pounds, but she felt no burden. She carefully tucked them into her bosom and prepared to slip out of the He family ancestral home under the moonlight. But just as she was about to step over the threshold and rush toward a new life, a slight noise came from behind her, and a gust of wind rushed at her head. With a thud, she didn't even feel the pain before she flipped her eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Shen Ning, satisfied, put away the laundry stick she had been holding, her cold gaze fixed on Sun Miao, who lay on the ground with a smile still on her lips, her eyes devoid of restraint. If she had purposely pulled her punch, she could have smashed Sun Miao's skull with one blow. Fortunately, she had long been on guard against her. Shen Ning knew Sun Miao as character all too well. She was all about profits and had learned that Sun Miao was behaving unusually, not terminating the pregnancy early, and even visiting the police station. Shen Ning felt uneasy, sensing that something was about to change. Sure enough, even in prison, the He father and son were restless and still had a way out. Sun Miao wanted to use the child in her womb to obtain the He family's final trump card, but how could Shen Ning allow her to succeed? There was a faint scratching sound outside the door, and Shen Ning opened it to let in the coal ball. The coal ball let out a low growl. Glancing at the unconscious Sun Miao on the ground, and unceremoniously stepped over her head. Its thick tail swept across Sun Miao's face like a broom. Watching its human-like actions, Shen Ning's previously cold expression instantly softened. She stroked the coal ball's head, laughing as if speaking to a friend. "Thank you so much. I'll cook you some big bones when we get back." Thanks to the coal ball keeping an eye on Sun Miao these past few days, they were able to catch her red-handed tonight. If Sun Miao were to gain this wealth and turn her life around, Shen Ning felt she would choke to death. The smell of money miraculously soothed Shen Ning's anxious heart. She touched the small yellow fish she obtained from Sun Miao and thought that using this money to open mountains and repair roads or build a Hope elementary school would be better than letting Sun Miao have it. Putting everything into her space, Shen Ning shook the thick stack of cash in her hand, her eyes almost overflowing with joy. She lightly clicked her tongue and instructed the coal ball, "Good coal ball, help me look for more." Chapter 73 Dream Inside and Outside. The coal ball soon exhibited unusual behavior, digging incessantly in a corner of the He family's courtyard. Shen Ning's eyes brightened as she took out a small shovel from her space and immediately began to dig. Before long, she unearthed a wooden box about half a meter long, which she directly put into her space and urged the coal ball to hurry up and leave. The coal ball trotted a couple of steps to catch up, stomping heavily on Sun Miao as it passed by, then ran to the door before turning back. It could sense Shen Ning's dislike for this person. The coal ball didn't understand human grievances and grudges, but in its world, Shen Ning was happy. It was happy. If Shen Ning was unhappy, then it would pee. Raising its hind leg, it aimed at Sun Miao's face and let out a fresh, warm stream of dog urine, thoroughly soaking her. When Shen Ning turned back, she couldn't help but laugh at the scene, and the resentment that had been building up in her heart for a long time finally dissipated a bit, though it was still far from enough. The coal ball proudly lifted its head, its big tail wagging like a propeller, almost ready to speak, looking eager for praise, which was utterly adorable. Shen Ning chuckled and urged, "Good coal ball, let's go quickly. Are 2 big bones enough? Let us add some vegetables. You're a bit overheated." The coal ball instantly felt satisfied, showing its big teeth, wagging its tail, and happily stepping on Sun Miao as it dashed down the village path. Shen Ning followed behind, not worried about encountering other villagers with the coal ball scouting ahead. At this moment, the sky was already lightening, and Shen Ning walked briskly back to her courtyard. It wasn't until she locked the courtyard door that she took a deep breath and opened the wooden box she had dug from the He family. There was a large lock on it. Shen Ning took out the big axe used for chopping firewood and struck the lock hard, causing the rusty lock to crack open. Carefully, Shen Ning opened the box and was momentarily stunned to find another wooden box inside. This wooden box appeared to have undergone special treatment, emitting a faint fragrance. impervious to insects and ants, and was preserved remarkably well. Shen Ning's heart raced, realizing that the contents inside must be quite significant. Meanwhile, Sun Miao seemed to have had a colorful dream. In her dream, Shen Ning was still foolish and clumsy, played with at her mercy, and eventually sold to her stepmother Wang Baozhu's nephew in the countryside, tortured day and night. Yet, the foolish girl still thought about escaping, even risking being discovered to write a letter asking for help. Just thinking about that idiot waiting eagerly for her to bring someone to rescue her made Sun Miao want to laugh. She handed Shen Ning's letter for help to Wang Baozhu. Ha! Standing at the door listening to Shen Ning's screams and wails while being beaten. She thought it was the most wonderful music in the world. She ended up marrying He Jianya, who respected her as his first wife, although he was still a flirt. It was the group of loose women outside who actively pursued him. She and He Jianya had a mutual understanding and gave birth to a son and a daughter, living a happy and fulfilling life, becoming the envy of everyone as a model couple. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ouch, it hurts, it's so cold. This. Sun Miao felt pain all over her body, especially on the left side of her face and the back of her head. She covered her head and moved slightly, a wave of dizziness and nausea hitting her. She took a deep breath, and the strong smell of urine immediately filled her lungs, causing her to gag. Unable to hold it in, she dry heaved, but having not eaten all night, she only expelled a few mouthfuls of sour liquid. Her body was damp, covered in an unknown liquid, unbearable stench wafting off her. Sun Miao groggily touched the large bump on the back of her head, and as her consciousness gradually returned, her pupils trembled in panic as she checked her body. But it was gone, all gone. The thing she had found in the He family's old house. The foundation of her life, the support for her rise, were all gone. The 2 large gold bars were gone. The 2,000 yuan she found in the altar's compartment was also gone. Everything was gone. Why, oh why, did the heavens not let her die directly? Why give her hope only to strip away the last glimmer of life? Sun Miao's eyes turned bloodshot, as if she had fallen into a terrible madness. Her stomach cramping painfully, but she felt nothing, as if she had sunk deeper into a nightmare, crying and laughing as she stumbled out the door. Ha! I am Mrs. He. I will be the richest tycoon in the Black Province. You mud-legged people aren't even worthy of licking my shoes. Where's that bitch Shen Ning? Where has she gone? Ha ha! At this time, the educated youth point was in uproar. Sun Miao's mother and brother were blocking the entrance, demanding to see her. Sun Miao and her brother Sun Qing were only 2 years apart, but Sun Qing was tall and strong, currently blocking the entrance to the educated youth point demanding to see her. Wang Baozhu, watching the scene unfold, felt a bit scared and peeked out from inside. Sun Miao's mother, though slender, had a loud voice. Where's my Miao Miao? Did you all ostracize her and take her away? Damn it. How can you leave a pregnant woman outside in this cold weather? What if something happens to her? The people at the educated youth point exchanged glances, remaining silent. Sun Miao was now like a completely rotten salted fish. Whoever got close would be stinking. Everyone instinctively kept their distance. Sun Miao's mother shot a glance at Fang Heng and spat at him, saying, Where's my daughter? Did you hide her? Fang Heng frowned, clearly not expecting Sun Miao's mother to act this way. Coldly, he replied, Why would I hide her? I have nothing to do with her. Stop talking nonsense, or I won't be polite. Seeing that Fang Heng was not to be trifled with, Sun Miao's mother's momentum weakened significantly, and she hesitated to speak again. She had some impression of Fang Heng, having heard that he was wealthy and powerful. Her daughter had sworn that if she married him, she would get a large bride price, and after much discussion, she had agreed to let her go to the countryside. But that damn fool didn't even inform her family about such a major event as marriage. She rejected the suitors chosen by the family and insisted on finding a husband in this impoverished place. She ended up with a criminal husband and was pregnant with an illegitimate child. Truly a disgrace. Sun Miao's mother had always favored sons over daughters. Not because she cared about Sun Miao, but because she was unwilling to part with the bride price that should have been hers. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, directly buying a train ticket to come over. Fortunately, there was still an old cripple who didn't mind that she was already married and pregnant with someone else's child. As long as she got rid of it, She could receive a bride price of 158, which could be considered a good family for her. Chapter 74. A change of heart. Shen Ning had been busy all night and was feeling a bit tired now, her stomach growling. And even the cold ball had finally quieted down. She heated up some oil in a pot, sauteed garlic, ginger, and scallions until fragrant. She added shredded meat and stir-fried it until it changed color, then poured in a large bowl of sweet and sour diced tomatoes, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Adding some spiritual spring water from her space, she waited for it to boil, then poured in the prepared flour dumplings, cracked in 2 eggs, sprinkled in a handful of leafy greens, seasoned it, and served it all in one go. In the chilly, early winter, the warm tomato dumpling soup, rich with the aroma of meat and the wheat fragrance of the dumplings, mingled with the burst of tomatoes in the mouth, leaving a subtle sweetness in the aftertaste. Drinking a bowl of it was immensely satisfying. Shen Ning let out a comfortable sigh, not forgetting to give the anxious cold ball a big bowl of it, along with 2 big bones stewed for it. Fortunately, Shen Ning lived alone. If the villagers saw this, they would surely be furious, shouting about how it was a sin to feed a beast better than a human. But for Shen Ning, the cold ball was not just a dog. It was her loyal teammate, a family member who would never betray her. She patted the cold ball's head, her eyes full of smiles, urging it to eat quickly because they still needed to go watch the commotion. Sure enough, not long after, loud voices came from outside the door. Shen Ning scratched her ears, let out a belch, and put down her bowl and chopsticks to head out. There was hardly any entertainment in these times. Whenever something stirred in someone else's home, the villagers would flock to see what was happening, treating it as a pastime. Oh dear, what is going on this time? It was none other than the He family, who were wailing early in the morning, crying and laughing in a ghostly manner, and suddenly fainted. Luckily, the village's medic happened to pass by, pinched her acupoint, and she finally woke up, though she looked quite abnormal. Yeah, I saw it too. She was mumbling nonsensical things, even asking me what year and date it was. It looked even creepier. Better stay away from her to avoid being implicated. Could she have gone mad? Who knows? I think she's just a troublemaker, always stirring things up. The village chief's wife, Lu Chuiying, received the news and rushed out. From a distance, she saw Sun Miao stumbling, swaying as if she might fall at any moment, and her head started to hurt. But she couldn't ignore it and had to muster the courage to approach. As soon as she got close, she caught a whiff of the unpleasant smell of urine. Her gaze fell on Sun Miao's hair, which was slightly matted with yellowish ice shards, and she took a couple of steps back in disgust. What? What happened to you? Why aren't you resting well at the youth point, running around like this? Sun Miao seemed to have been startled awake, her light consciousness finally returning, and the pain in her body made her restless. Just a moment ago, she had been enjoying a lavish banquet, surrounded by flattery, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had collapsed in this desolate place. Looking at Aunt He, who was frowning at her, she suddenly sneered. What are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? You're not even worthy to hold my shoes. Just a village chief's wife, meddling in everything, endlessly. How ridiculous. Lu Chuiying stared wide-eyed, shocked by her high and mighty demeanor. What? What did you say? Shen Ning popped her head out to watch the spectacle and happened to see Sun Miao having a fit. She scoffed and said, That's a question we should be asking you. Who do you think you are, speaking to Aunt Chuiying like that? It seems you not only have issues with your mindset, but also with your head. Sun Miao was taken aback. Looking at the exquisite features and snow-white skin of Shen Ning, her long, soft black hair casually pulled back, and she was breathtakingly beautiful in the morning light. So stunning, it was unbelievable. She felt a bit dazed. Who are you? Lu Chuiying slapped her thigh, her face filled with worry. Oh no, Sun Miao must have completely lost her mind if she didn't even recognize Shen Ning. She asked Shen Ning, Sun Miao, stop pretending and scaring people. I'll call Kai the youth to take you to the hospital. Sun Miao was stunned. Then her eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, No way. How could she be Shen Ning? How could she look like this? She should be in Wangjia village. She should be in Wangjia village, tortured by Wang Baozhu, looking miserable, emaciated like a 40-year-old old woman. How could she possibly look like a beautiful, fresh flower? Sun Miao felt dizzy, as if she had returned to the past. But the Shen Ning from back then shouldn't he look like this Shen Ning Ning's brow tightened, naturally understanding the implications of what she had swallowed back. A storm surged in her heart, and her expression turned extremely grim. Lu Chuiying was startled. What was wrong with these two? Had they been possessed? Xiao Shun, are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Shen Ning came back to her senses, a smile suddenly blossoming on her lips as she found the situation amusing. Her brows curved. Her smile brightened, looking at Sun Miao, who bore a resemblance but had a completely different aura. It seemed this body had changed its core. The current Sun Miao was someone from a past life, stepping onto a high position with her own blood and bones, enjoying a successful life. But wasn't he this better? All this time, whenever she sought revenge against Sun Miao, it always felt like hitting cotton, so powerless. Sun Miao had questioned herself more than once, asking why she had become like this. Yes, why? The former Shen Ning couldn't answer, but the current Shen Ning no longer needed to answer that question. Sun Miao sharply sensed Shen Ning's change and screamed, "What kind of look is that? What are you laughing at?" Her voice was shrill, startling Lu Chuiying, who quickly shielded Shen Ning. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll have someone tie her up and send her to the hospital. It seems she really has gone insane. Shen Ning watched as the Sun family members arrived, patting Lu Chuiying's hand. It's fine, I'm not afraid. Sun Miao's mother and brother came, just in time to take her back. After all, she was still carrying his family's child. It would be a hassle if something happened. What? What did you say? The enormous amount of information made Sun Miao's vision darken, and then she sighed in relief, instinctively touching her abdomen. I'm pregnant? Where's Jianya? As her words fell, the onlooking ants stepped back, exchanging glances, more certain than ever that Sun Miao had truly lost her mind. Lu Chuiying felt a headache coming on. How could a good youth go mad? This would damage the reputation of his family village if it got out. Seeing no one answer, Sun Miao realized something was off and her impatience grew. Hold her belly, she demanded. Why are you all silent? I'm asking you. Speak. The villagers watching burst into laughter. Listen. You think she is some kind of noble lady from somewhere? What a big shot. Looking for Jianya? Why not go look for him in jail? Ha ha ha. What? What jail? What nonsense are you talking about? Sun Miao sharply seized on this keyword. Chapter 75. Please save me. Shen Ning looked at the increasingly panicked Sun Miao, then turned to Aunt He, pointed her own head, and sincerely said, Aunt, Sun Miao is currently confused and could easily hurt someone. Why don't you discuss with Uncle He about arranging her medical retirement? It will be better to send her away before she goes mad and harms herself and others. Lu Chuiying was already deeply troubled. Logically speaking, since Sun Miao had married Jianya, she was now part of his family village. Even if the He father and son went to prison, as long as Sun Miao was willing, she could stay in his family village for the rest of her life, which was quite a hot potato. Unexpectedly, Shen Ning was so clever to notify Sun Miao's parents in advance. Indeed, with Sun Miao's current situation, it was not suitable for her to stay in the village. Sending away this trouble early would be good for everyone. Immediately, she took Shen Ning's hand and said, You are right. His family village is not an unreasonable place. Since Sun Jiqing has special circumstances, she should go through special procedures. I will go back and tell the Ji to issue her a referral letter for medical treatment back in the city. Sun Miao's eyes were filled with confusion. What do you mean? Who's going back to the city? What time is it now? Where's Jianya? Lu Chuiying looked at her with pity, dispersed the crowd that had gathered to watch, shook her head, and said, Forget it. Let Shen Ning talk to you properly. I will go back and discuss it with the Ji. As she turned to leave, Sun Miao stubbornly protested. Where are you going? I haven't finished speaking yet. Before she could process her thoughts, a woman rushed over from behind and grabbed her arm, slapping her hard without saying a word. Sun Miao fell to the ground. Her already chaotic mind became even more confused, followed by sharp, shrill, and oddly familiar curses ringing in her ears. A dull pain shot through her abdomen, and her face turned pale. Sun Miao's mother could only see the lost betrothal gifts and failed to notice her daughter's abnormal state. Seeing her half lying on the ground, barely alive, made her angrier. She reached out and hit her hard, cursing as she did. You little wretch, can't you stay calm for a day? Look at you, claiming you'll find your own husband, and you end up with a convict. You really are something. You never bring peace to the family. Sun Miao raised her hand to protect her head. After marrying He Jianya, she had become wealthy within a few years, living a life of comfort and supporting her family. She hadn't felt such curses and beatings for years. She wanted to resist, but as a petite girl, she was no match for her mother. She was pinned down, receiving continuous slaps on her back and face. The onlookers were startled and hurriedly stepped forward. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Sun Miao is pregnant." Sun Miao's mother pushed away the villagers trying to help, and Sun Qing stood there, scaring everyone into silence. Shen Ning stole asite, coldly watching as Sun Miao's dark pants gradually became wet, tinged with blood. The villagers had never seen such a scene and immediately screamed, "Stop! Stop hitting her!" She's bleeding. Sun Miao felt pain all over, her head spinning, especially her lower abdomen, which felt like being pricked with needles. Cold sweat broke out all over her body, and her lower half became damp. She touched it, her voice trembling. "Blood, blood. Help me, save me." Sun Miao's mother was momentarily stunned, straightening up and gasping. "Ah, bastard child, losing it is a good thing." At that moment, Sun Miao felt profound despair. She was no longer the powerful Mrs. He, just a weak little educated youth who couldn't take care of herself. She knew her mother's character all too well. For the sake of saving a few bucks on medical expenses, she wouldn't care about her life or death. Her vitality seemed to be slowly draining away like sand through an hourglass, and Sun Miao felt her blood slowly cooling. No, if this continued, she would really die here without knowing why. She looked around blankly. "Help, help me." But the villagers instinctively stepped back. Sun Miao's reputation had plummeted, and seeing her mother and brother, who were also hard to deal with, they thought it was better to avoid trouble and not be implicated. Only Shen Ning stood still. At this moment, it seemed that Shen Ning was her only hope. Sun Miao felt more desperate than ever. She stretched out her hand, gripping the hem of Shen Ning's pants tightly, tears streaming down her face, crying out, "Ning Ning, save me. Please, save me, help me." This scene was so similar, just the positions had changed. The one who once crawled on the ground begging for help had become Sun Miao. She pleaded, "Ning Ning, save me, take me to the hospital. Please, if you ignore me, I will die. I really will die." Through her tear-filled eyes, Sun Miao saw Shen Ning slowly crouching down in front of her. A strong sense of joy erupted in her heart. She knew Shen Ning was a good person, and she felt she had grasped the only lifeline. She was saved. Shen Ning, as always, wore a gentle smile, just like when they were companions in the workers' dormitory years ago, when Shen Ning regarded Sun Miao as her own family, her best friend. But now, as she slightly parted her red lips, the words that came out sent a bone-chilling cold through Sun Miao, freezing her to the core. Shen Ning slowly pried open Sun Miao's fingers, her eyes filled with ridicule, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. "Then go die." It felt as if the last taut string in her heart snapped. Sun Miao was stunned and didn't even react. Was she hallucinating? The gentle, kind-hearted Shen Ning, who was almost foolishly good, had actually told her to die. How could this be? But in fact, after saying that, Shen Ning slowly stood up, looking at Sun Miao's mother with a proper smile. "Auntie, please don't be angry. After all, Sun Miao is pregnant. You should take her back to rest. What if she has a miscarriage?" Sun Miao's mother, who had calmed down a bit, became furious again, blocking the villagers who wanted to help. "What miscarriage? She just doesn't want the child inside her to survive." Sun Miao's brother, Sun Qing, thought of the high betrothal gifts, and his eyes turned sinister as he kicked hard at her belly. "You rotten person. Why don't you listen to Mom and marry someone good? Return my betrothal gifts, you worthless thing. Do you know how much our family has lost because of you?" The excruciating pain tortured Sun Miao, causing her face to turn pale, her body involuntarily curling up. "No, I have money. Help me. If I die, you will get nothing. Help me, someone save me." When Sun Miao woke up, the memories of her two lives finally fused completely. Her abdomen and legs were in severe pain, and her whole body felt as if it had been disassembled, every limb trembling with agony. Even if the doctor hadn't said anything, she knew she was seriously injured, and the child was gone. Why had she returned to the past? Why had everything turned into this? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Awake? The voice was very familiar, laced with a hint of a smile. Sun Miao blankly turned her head and indeed saw Shen Ning's delicate face. But all she felt was a chill run down her spine. She screamed, "You're not Shen Ning. You're not her. Who are you?" Chapter 76. Buying a Life. You are not Shen Ning. You are not her. Who are you really? Shen Ning watched Sun Miao's breakdown with appreciation. And after a long while, she finally spoke slowly. "I am not Shen Ning. So who am I?" Sun Miao looked at Shen Ning in terror. No. She didn't look human. She was more like a vengeful ghost come to collect a life. As if realizing a certain possibility, her pupils trembled and her body shrank back. "No, it's impossible. Shen Ning, you died a long time ago. Why am I back? Why is everything different from before?" She struggled to hit Shen Ning, who deftly sidestepped, causing Sun Miao to tumble down like a heavy sack. Pain shot through her leg again, and she suddenly realized her calf had swollen up, rendering her powerless. Any touch sent sharp pain through her, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. My leg. Shen Ning chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. Just a bone fracture. But you just had a miscarriage, so take it easy. If you push yourself too hard, excessive bleeding can really be fatal, especially with the current level of medical care." Sun Miao was taken aback, suddenly looking up, not caring about her leg injury. Trembling as she pointed at Shen Ning, You really came back. It's all because of you. What do you want? Why are you harming me?" "Shoo." Shen Ning placed her finger on her lips. "Don't be so loud. It wouldn't be good to disturb others." Only then did Sun Miao feel a chill. The ward was empty, and a bone-chilling cold surrounded her. "You are a devil. A devil. It's you. It must be you. You harmed the He family. Harmed Jianya. Harmed me. It was you who knocked me out at the He family ancestral home. You took my things. Took my opportunities. Is it not enough to torment me like this? What do you want to do?" Shen Ning found her hysterical demeanor quite amusing, shaking her head slightly. Her eyes filled with boundless hatred. "Is it enough?" "Of course not." Shen Ning thought it was ridiculous, even a bit incomprehensible as to why Sun Miao would ask such a foolish question. But Shen Ning would never admit to being reborn, let alone acknowledge that she had taken anything from the He family ancestral home. Some things didn't need to be made clear. Let her guess and ponder, living in fear day by day, restless night after night. "I really don't know what you're talking about, Sun Miao. You are indeed quite mad. You should be grateful. Your family still cares for you. I heard your husband became a labor reform inmate, and they couldn't wait to find you a new match. You should have some impression of this person. It's Zhao Gang." Zhao Gang. The one who killed his own wife and was a bachelor for many years? Sun Miao's face twisted in terror. No, I'm still He Jianya's wife. How can you do this to me? I can't marry someone else. I must stay in He family village to succeed and become someone important. Shen Ning scoffed. "I don't know what dream you're having, but He Jianya is already behind bars. The He family is finished, and so are you. All right. You never even registered a marriage with He Jianya, so you're not even his wife. Just now, your mother took your documents. The freshly minted marriage certificate should have already been issued." Sun Miao shook her head in terror. "No, it's impossible." Shen Ning's red lips moved as if whispering like a devil, more like a curse. "Sister Miao Miao, you must take care of yourself. Live strongly. I wish you a long life, filled with love with Zhao Gang until old age." Sun Miao was completely broken down by her provocation, screaming and crying, "Help! Help! Shen Ning wants to kill me. Help!" Just then, Sun Miao's mother, who had just finished her business, heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing Sun Miao collapsed on the floor, without gentleness, she yanked her onto the bed and started cursing. "Stop howling. When will you be done with this nonsense?" She then flattered Shen Ning. "You are such a good girl, kind-hearted since childhood. If my son Miao had just half of your understanding, I would thank the heavens. Oh, she has become like this now. She must have caused you a lot of trouble. We'll take her back tonight. I've already found her a match, and I won't let this madwoman run around anymore." Sun Miao widened her eyes in shock, finally realizing what she was about to face. And she howled hysterically, "What madwoman? You can't do this to me. I won't leave. I must stay in He family village. I will become a wealthy merchant. A millionaire." Shen Ning took out 2 documents from her bag and handed them to Sun Miao's mother. "Sun Miao is really not well, often talking nonsense. This is the illness discharge certificate issued by the team, and here is the doctor's diagnosis. Please keep them safe." Sun Miao's mother immediately took the envelope and exchanged glances with a middle-aged man with a slight limp, who stepped forward to support Sun Miao. Sun Miao struggled in terror. You, who are you? Get away, don't touch me. The man spoke gently. I am Zhao Gang, your husband. I carried you when you were little. Once you get better, get lost, you lame bastard. I'm the daughter-in-law of the village secretary. My partner is the deputy manager of the mechanical factory. Slap. As soon as Sun Miao finished speaking, her mother immediately slapped her, smiling at Zhao Gang. Son-in-law, don't mind her. She just hasn't come to her senses yet. Once we get back, we'll have a good talk. She is hard-working and pretty. She must be a good daughter-in-law. It's fine. I'll teach my wife slowly when we get home. Zhao Gang sneered a couple of times, but his gaze fell on her swollen calf. Sun Miao was still screaming madly. Shen Ning, this is all your plan, right? You called my mom, arranged this marriage for me. Are you satisfied now? I want to let you go. Absolutely not. And you, lame bastard, do you know who I am? My future. Zhao Gang impatiently grabbed her by the neck, pulling her down, and smashed his foot hard on Sun Miao's injured leg. Have you made enough noise? Shut up. His strength was immense. And Sun Miao immediately felt darkness close in, cold sweat pouring down as she even heard the sound of her bones breaking. She looked so small and pitiful, like a chick pleading with her mother, Mom, help me. How can you give me to him? Don't you remember, his previous wife was beaten to death by him. If you help me cancel this marriage, I will give you all the money I earn in the future. I promise. I will earn a lot of money, really. Sun Qing scoffed. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. She used to say she would definitely marry Fong Hong and demanded 500 in betrothal gifts. And what happened? Now she is a second-hand product. Who else would want to accept Zhao Gang? Sun Miao's mother's expression immediately darkened, scolding Sun Miao. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking? How can my son-in-law be such a person? That was the previous woman who was unfaithful. You should be more obedient. Your son-in-law cares for you. Anyway, I've already accepted the betrothal gifts, a full 158. You are now part of the Zhao family. A married daughter is like spilled water. Stop making a fuss. Sun Miao stared in terror, her eyes wide, realizing how a divorced woman like her could be worth such a high betrothal gift. Sun Miao's mother, for once. A hint of guilt crossed her face as she averted her gaze. A divorced woman was indeed not worth that much. They all knew that this money was more like a life buyout for Sun Miao. From now on, whether she lived or died had nothing to do with the Sun family. Sun Miao realized her predicament, fear and helplessness enveloping her tightly along with the pain. But so what? No one would save her. She could only wail and cry under Zhao Gang's fists. Shen Ning watched the farce before her with cold eyes. Like watching a silent film, everything around her became inaudible. The cries, pleas, and curses behind her were all cast aside by Shen Ning. She knows all too well what kind of people the Sun Miao family are, parents who are extremely biased towards sons over daughters. A selfish and arrogant brother who is like a blood-sucking leech, and a husband with a tendency for domestic violence. No matter which era Sun Miao comes from, falling into the hands of such a family would not lead to anything good. It's as if she foresaw Sun Miao's fate, and her heart can no longer stir even the slightest ripple. Chapter 77. Gu Sanya goes missing. Sun Miao left, and Wang Baozhu seemed to be haunted by lingering fears, finally quieting down. The youth point fell into a strange calm, but the undercurrents beneath the surface were as strong as ever. The written exam for the Central Primary School was set for tomorrow morning, and only the youth who met the age requirements, had the necessary educational qualifications, and received recommendations from the brigade could register for the assessment. In recent years, nearly 1,000 youths had gone to the Hongqi commune to work in the countryside, but in reality, not many met the brigade's requirements, and even fewer could obtain recommendations. Just over 50 in total. The exam was concentrated in the morning from 7 to 12, covering Chinese, mathematics, and ideological and political education. As Shen Ning walked out of the exam room, she saw Jiang Yuan waving at her from a distance, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ning, hoarded you do. It didn't feel difficult, but there were just too many people taking the exam, so I'm not sure, Shen Ning replied. What about you? Why did you turn your paper early? Jiang Yuan sighed. There were too many questions I couldn't answer, so I left early. Let us go. I'm starving. I want to eat. Just as they took a few steps, they saw Wang Baozhu approaching with a sullen face. Shen Ning was surprised. Why is she here for the exam too? Jiang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. I don't know what she is thinking. How embarrassing. She probably thought the checks wouldn't be strict and wanted to try her luck, Jiang Yuanyuan speculated. But when the invigilator asked her, her face turned black. No high school diploma, no brigade recommendation, and she was kicked out right away. Shen Ning chuckled at this, and Wang Baozhu seemed to sense their gaze. Rolling her eyes in return and mumbling, what is so great about it? Even if I become a teacher, I'll still be stuck in this poor, remote place for life. Cut out, you might not even pass. Shen Ning thought to herself, feeling increasingly wary. She knew Wang Baozhu all too well. She wasn't the type to be hard-working and resilient. It was clear that Wang Aihua must have promised her something for her to stay in the countryside, quietly, without making a fuss about returning to the city. Ning Ning. What are you looking at? Shen Ning withdrew her gaze. Nothing, just found it strange. Didn't Wang Baozhu say she lost her wallet? How come she looks quite well off? She doesn't seem like someone without money. Jiang Yuanyuan was taken aback, as she usually didn't pay much attention to her. But upon closer inspection, Shen Ning was right. Wang Baozhu's plump appearance stood out starkly among the pale-faced youths. Shen Ning narrowed her black eyes, realizing that things were not as she had imagined. Wang Aihua had secrets and a backup plan. After the two finished their meal, Shen Ning went to the post office to make a call. She learned that after Wang Aihua was dismissed from the factory, he indeed went through a period of poverty, but soon disappeared, reportedly having gone to stay with relatives. Hanging up the phone, Shen Ning fell into deep thought. Wang Aihua had no remarkable relatives in Sioux City, but he did have some family members in Wangjia village. However, Wang Baozhu had been in the countryside for so long, and they hadn't crossed paths, which indicated that Wang Aihua hadn't come to Haitian province. Perhaps their relationships were not close. If it weren't for plotting against her, they wouldn't have been in contact at all. Shen Ning was very clear that when she left, she had cleaned out her family's resources, leaving them not a single copper coin. Her own report had caused Wang Aihua to lose his job, and it was impossible for them to live so well on their own. So who was behind all this? Regardless of who it was, Shen Ning would not let Wang Baozhu leave comfortably. A few days later, heavy snow fell in the village, making the roads slippery. By 6 or 7 o'clock, it was already dark outside, and one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. Shen Ning, dressed in a cotton jacket, sat comfortably on the heated Kong after dinner, not wanting to move. She figured she would need to go to the city tomorrow to check on the exam results. But the brigade hadn't installed a phone yet, so she could only go to the town to see if she had passed the written exam. Shen Ning was a bit worried. Although she now had a bicycle, the snowy roads were slippery, and the cold wind on her face would soon freeze her stiff. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard distant cries getting closer, a series of wails that were disturbing. Shen Ning was listening intently to the commotion outside when she realized the group was coming for her. Someone knocked loudly on the courtyard door. The cold ball suddenly sprang out, showing its fierce side, barking at the door. Shen Ning was also puzzled, wondering what had happened. "Shun, get out here. Where is Gu Sanya? Is she hiding with you?" As soon as she heard Sanya's name, Shen Ning couldn't sit still. She opened the door. What happened to Sanya? Zhang Xuemei suddenly pushed her aside, and Shen Ning stumbled and fell onto the ground. Even though she was bundled up for winter, her tailbone still ached. Zhang Xuemei dashed into the main room, didn't find anyone, and rushed out again, grabbing Shen Ning by the collar. "Where is she?" "That little star?" The brigade leader, who had hurried over, quickly separated the two, scolding, "Old Gu's child is missing, and everyone is worried. But you can't just go wild like this. What does this have to do with Xiao Shun? How is it unrelated? That little star took my son out to play, and he hasn't been seen all afternoon. He still hasn't come back. In the entire village. Couldn't avoid that little star? That little brat treats her like a sister, feeding her well, and maybe they plotted together to harm my precious Gu Yuejin." The eldest son of the Gu family had bloodshot eyes, looking extremely haggard. "Shen Ning, my son was taken away by Sanya, and I haven't seen him for a day. You're usually close to her. Have you seen them? Do you know where they went?" Shen Ning's face turned pale, What happened to Gu Tianbao had nothing to do with her, but upon hearing that Gu Sanya was missing, her heart sank. She remembered that Sanya had been joking with her at noon, saying she wouldn't come for dinner because it was too cold. At that time, she hadn't paid much attention, only packing her a few more rice cakes. Shen Ning was a bit angry. She hasn't been seen all afternoon. So why are you looking for her now? With the weather in Haitian province, don't say a whole day outside. Even an hour out there could freeze someone solid. How would I know that Bao went with her? That little star deserves to die. But why does she have to harm my son? Shen Ning was so furious that she nearly toppled over. Listen, listen. What kind of words are these? How can there be such a vicious person in this world? Shen Ning was also anxious, but there was no time to argue with her now. Did you send people out to search? When did you last see them? Where? 2 half-grown children going missing was a big deal in the village. Daji's expression was also very grave. I asked the children who played with Tianbao. Sanya and Tianbao went into the mountains in the afternoon. Given the heavy snow and slippery roads, they might have gotten stuck in the mountains. That little star has a belly full of bad ideas. She definitely led Tianbao into the mountains to play. She must have had ill intentions to harm my precious. That's not true. Xiaojun, the brigade leader's youngest daughter, spoke softly, but Shen Ning heard her clearly. She quickly held Xiaojun's shoulder and asked, Xiaojun, did you see which direction they went? Xiaojun, with a piece of candy in her mouth, replied. Tianbao insisted on taking Sanya up the mountain to look for wild rabbits. Sanya didn't want to go, and Tianbao even hit her. Then they both went up the mountain along the path we took last time when we were foraging for hazelnuts. Chapter 78. My son. Zhang Xiumei cried uncontrollably. After all, it's that bad luck star. She's the one who harmed my Bao Bao. The expressions of the crowd were not good. Shen Ning glanced at the coal ball beside him and said to Zhang Xiumei, stop wailing. Hurry back home and get something of Sanya's. Preferably something she wore or used. At this moment, Zhang Xiumei was so angry that her eyes seemed to bleed. Why are you still caring about that bad luck star? Shen Ning was already impatient with her and turned to the eldest of the Gu family, saying, hurry up if you still want to find your son. A dog's nose is the most sensitive. Having it help is better than your blind search, wasting time. The eldest of the Gu family was still somewhat skeptical and didn't move for a moment. Shen Ning suddenly remembered that there was still a tattered coat of Gu Sanya's at home. She had wanted to throw it away, but Sanya couldn't bear to part with it. So Shen Ning let her keep it, and it had been left in the west room. She immediately went back to get the tattered coat, let the coal ball sniff it, her expression anxious, and patted the coal ball's head. Remember this scent. We need to find Sanya. The coal ball sniffed carefully, whined softly a couple of times, and immediately squeezed through the crowd and ran wildly towards the door. Shen Ning tightened her cotton coat and grabbed her crossbody bag, chasing after it. The villagers exchanged glances. Hey, little Shen's dog isn't even trained. Can it really find someone? Is this a joke? Zhang Xiumei then reacted, hurriedly chasing after them, shouting, don't look for that bad luck star, look for Bao Bao. Finding Bao Bao is the priority. While heavily hitting the eldest of the Gu family, are you dead? Hurry back and get Bao Bao's clothes so that the dead dog can smell it. We must find Bao Bao. Shen Ning had long thrown them out of her mind, following the coal ball as they jogged along. Because of the snow, the coal ball's speed wasn't too fast, and Shen Ning managed to keep up. Daji and the others were also very worried. They had only come to ask about the situation. How could they let a young woman go up the mountain in the dark? It was still snowing, and if they couldn't find her, what would happen if something happened to Shen Ning? But Shen Ning didn't care about that much. Trying to recall if there had been any children trapped in the mountains at this time in her previous life. But back then, it was her first year in the countryside, the first winter. She couldn't even keep warm or fed and had suffered from several serious illnesses. So her memory was quite fuzzy. She vaguely remembered something like this, that a child had frozen to death while playing in the mountains. Shen Ning was somewhat uncertain, trying to reassure herself that Sanya couldn't have gotten into trouble. After all, she had only met Sanya in Wangjia village in her previous life. Although she had been foolish and silly at that time, she was still a living person, so Sanya must be waiting for her. Shen Ning suppressed the anxiety in her heart, secretly telling herself that the more critical the moment, the calmer she had to be, and she stumbled along behind the coal ball into the mountains. As soon as they entered the mountains, the temperature suddenly dropped lower. The snow was knee-deep. Shen Ning walked forward with difficulty, and the coal ball was buried halfway in the snow. Yet it still tried hard to identify the scent and search for people. Sanya, Sanya, Shen Ning shouted loudly. Bao Bao Tianbao. Behind her, voices mixed with cries also vaguely called out. All around them echoed with calls, Tianbao, Tianbao. Dozens of young men followed them into the mountains to search for people. As time passed, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. So much time had passed, and not to mention 2 half-grown children. Even a 7-foot-tall man would likely be in great danger in such an environment. Suddenly, the cold ball seemed to sniff out some scent, becoming very anxious and speeding up. Shen Ning hurriedly followed. The night road was difficult, and with the thick snow, Shen Ning tripped and fell. Her flashlight flew out of her hand, rolling a few times before falling into a large pit. The cold ball stood in front of the pit, anxiously pacing back and forth and barking loudly. Seeing that Shen Ning had fallen, it hurried back, barking to signal. Shen Ning suddenly understood. Did Sanya fall in? Bark, bark, bark. Shen Ning, ignoring the pain in her body, shouted, Here, found it. Over here. The coal ball was also barking fiercely. Soon, someone heard Shen Ning's call and rushed over. Shen Ning limped to the cave entrance and saw a small child curled up tightly, covered with a thin layer of snow. It seemed to hear the commotion. The originally unconscious Gu San slightly lifted her head before dropping it again. The arriving villagers were also frightened out of their wits at this scene. A bolder man jumped into the pit, trembling as he checked Gu Sanya's breath, and immediately sighed in relief. She was still alive. Quick, get her to the hospital. Then the others rushed to help carry Gu Sanya up. Feeling Gu Sanya's frozen body, Shen Ning instructed Fang Heng to rub her hands and feet with snow while she took out her water bottle and fed Sanya a few sips of the spiritual water. Shen Ning wasn't sure if this water could save a life, but in this situation, having it was better than nothing. Seeing Gu Sanya's face slightly regain some color, Shen Ning had time to breathe a sigh of relief when someone suddenly pushed her hard, and her water bottle was snatched away. My Bao Bao. Where's my Bao Bao? Why didn't you leave the hot water for my Bao Bao to drink? You heartless scoundrels, if my Bao Bao has even a hair out of place. I want to let you 2 lowlifes go. Zhang Shumei initially thought they had found Gu Tianbao and rushed over, only to see Gu Sanya in Shen Ning's arms. Feeling both angry and furious, she barely held on, not fainting yet because they hadn't found Gu Tianbao. At this moment, Gu Sanya's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her voice trembling. Don't push me. Help. Zhang Shumei immediately turned into a fierce hen, wishing she could tear Gu Sanya apart. You little wretch. Where's my son? Where's my son? Where did you take him? If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay with your life. Fang Heng, tall and sturdy, stood in front of Shen Ning, frowning. Don't say these useless things. With that time, it's better to hurry and find someone. Every second wasted puts your son in more danger. Shen Ning also hadn't expected that Gu Sanya wasn't with Gu Tianbao, but frostbite couldn't be delayed if treatment wasn't timely. There was even a risk of amputation. She immediately decided to leave the coal ball to help find someone and go down the mountain herself. Fang Heng quickly helped Shen Ning up, holding Gu Sanya in his arms. Let us go. I'll take you down a mountain first. Zhang Shumei immediately cried out. Blocking the two, no one is allowed to leave. No one is allowed to leave. Why should this bad luck star be saved while my son's life and death are uncertain? Shen Ning frowned and said to the arriving Gu family's eldest, Gui Wejin, do you have something of your son's for the coal ball to smell? Gui Wejin didn't dare to delay, immediately pulling out a pair of gloves. The coal ball also cooperatively sniffed carefully, then ran off in the direction not far away, and the crowd hurriedly followed. Zhang Shumei bit her lip, ultimately not entangling further, and hurried to find her son. Shen Ning and Fang Heng didn't dare to waste time, immediately taking Gu Sanya down the mountain. But they hadn't gone far when they heard Zhang Shumei's heart-wrenching cries, my son. Chapter 79, just that they hadn't walked far when they heard Zhang Shumei's heart-wrenching cries, my son. Both of them came to an abrupt halt. Fang Heng looked back, wondering if something had happened. Shen Ning suspected that Gu Tianbao was most likely dead. It was truly lamentable for a 10-year-old child to freeze to death like that. She sighed, "Let's go." In these times, children were often raised carelessly. Frequently, a half-grown child would lead a group of younger ones. Children raised in the countryside were generally quite mischievous, climbing trees, catching birds, and their safety in growing up depended largely on luck, with unexpected incidents occurring much more frequently than in later generations. Although the villagers sympathized with the Gu couple, their consolation was rather perfunctory, repeating the same phrases over and over. Compared to the early death of Gu Tianbao, they were more wary of the surviving Gu Sanya. After all, both had entered the mountains at the same time, and while Gu Tianbao, the only child of the Gu family, had died, Gu Sanya had been rescued in time. Everyone lamented Gu Tianbao's misfortune, while being even more convinced of Gu Sanya's ill-fated destiny. The Gu couple cried and shouted for Gu Sanya to pay with her life, even clamoring to take her to the police station, causing a commotion that reached brigade leader Hidaji. Hidaji, drawing on his homemade cigarette, sighed. He could understand the pain of the Gu couple in losing their beloved son. Back then, so many children were watching as your Tianbao cried and clamored to go into the mountains to catch snow hares. Gu Sanya had tried to persuade him repeatedly, but in the end, she had no choice but to accompany him into the mountains. Zhang Xue immediately retorted sharply, "Our Tianbao was such a good child. How could he have insisted on going into the mountains? We always warned him repeatedly and never let him play in the mountains. That wretched Gu Sanya picks firewood and gathers hazelnuts in the mountains every day. How could she not know the way? She did it on purpose. She deliberately led Tianbao into the mountains, intending to kill my son. I want her to pay with her life." Enough. Hidaji was no longer willing to listen. If it weren't for Shen Ning rescuing Gu Sanya's life with the help of coal balls, the Gu family would be carrying 2 coffins today. Clearly, it was the Gu couple who had failed to raise their son properly, indulging Gu Tianbao to the point of recklessness. Otherwise, how could they have forced Gu Sanya to accompany him into the mountains? Now that something had happened, who could they blame? Enough what? I haven't finished speaking. And that wretched Shen Ning, why didn't she find my son first? If she had sent her dead dog to look for my son from the beginning, my son would definitely have survived, definitely. After hearing this, Hidaji felt even more frustrated. This Gu family's eldest daughter-in-law was clearly blaming Shen Ning as well. To be honest, this matter had nothing to do with Shen Ning. Was it her fault that they had sent the wrong person to look for him? At that time, it was thought that both children had gone missing together. Shen Ning just happened to have Gu Sanya's old cotton-padded jacket at home. She couldn't afford to waste time waiting for the Gu family to get Tianbao's clothes. That would truly delay things. But seeing Zhang Xuemei's heartbreaking wails, Hidaji couldn't say any harsher words. He could only tell Gu Yuejin, the eldest son of the Gu family, "Quickly take your wife back and talk some sense into her. You all know very well what happened. Shen Ning doesn't owe you anything. If you had treated Gu Sanya better usually, Tianbao wouldn't have learned from you, beating and scolding Gu Sanya at every turn, and you wouldn't have been able to command her. Ultimately, this is also your." Hidaji didn't dare to say the words "evil deeds," fearing it would escalate the conflict. But unexpectedly, the seemingly reasonable Gu Yuejin also had bloodshot eyes, saying, "My wife is right. Last time, it was Gu Sanya who didn't keep an eye on my son, causing him to fall into the water. This time, he followed her into the mountains. And now a good person is gone. I must make her pay with her life. And that Shen Ning must be held responsible too." Meanwhile, Shen Ning was completely unaware of everything happening at Hidaji's house. At this moment, she was sitting by Gu Sanya's bedside. The medicine from the glass bottle dripped steadily into Gu Sanya's thin veins, making her look pale, weak, and pitiful. Shen Ning touched her forehead. The high fever had subsided somewhat, but her limbs had severe frostbite. Fortunately, they had discovered it in time yesterday and saved Sanya's life. After a night of running around, Shen Ning was extremely fatigued and soon fell asleep, resting her head on the edge of the hospital bed. Fang Heng brought 3 breakfasts from the hospital cafeteria. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw Shen Ning curled up in a ball, her face showing evident signs of exhaustion. Her complexion was poor, and she wasn't sleeping very soundly. Her long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly, making Fang Heng's heart race. At that moment, Shen Ning looked like a well-behaved kitten. Fang Heng gently touched her exposed fingertips, which felt as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he took off his thick coat and draped it over her. When Shen Ning woke up, the coat slipped down her straight back. She instinctively grabbed it. Seeing her awake, Fang Heng immediately handed over a bun, saying, "Eat something to fill your stomach." The hospital in the county was not well equipped, and the heating was insufficient, causing him to shiver from the cold. Noticing that Fang Heng was only wearing a turtleneck sweater, Shen Ning realized that the thick coat she had on was Fang Heng's. She quickly handed it back. "Put it on quickly, don't catch a cold." Seeing that she was fully awake, Fang Heng didn't refuse. Quickly putting on the coat and catching a faint scent, he suddenly remembered that the coat had just been covering Shen Ning, and the warmth it carried was her temperature. The slightly bluish complexion on his face gradually warmed up visibly, turning red all the way to his ears and neck, making him look like a boiled shrimp. With a bun in her mouth, Shen Ning once again witnessed Fang Heng's transformation into a blushing figure, feeling a bit worried. Are you okay? Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever?" Fang Heng hurriedly turned his head away. "And no, it's just that this room is a bit stuffy." As soon as he said it, he regretted it, feeling like he wanted to bite his own tongue. Why did he always feel like a fool in front of Shen Ning? Watching Fang Heng scratching his head, looking embarrassed and angry, Shen Ning couldn't help but smile a little. The affection in Fang Heng's eyes was too obvious. Shen Ning could feel it. It seemed that Fang Heng liked her. However, he had always maintained a good boundary, never crossing the line or explicitly stating it. Shen Ning didn't dislike him and even had some appreciation for him. But this appreciation had nothing to do with romantic feelings. It was merely an admiration for Fang Heng's cheerful, sunny personality and even his somewhat silly sense of justice. But that was all. Chapter 80. Gu Sanya is stupid. Unfortunately, Fang Heng did not know what Shen Ning was thinking. He was distracted and nervously touched his coat. The excitement from a close encounter with Shen Ning made his heart race, and he felt foolishly happy. Just as Fang Heng mustered his courage to speak, Gu Sanya moved slightly, and Shen Ning joyfully rushed to the bedside, calling out Sanya's name. In an instant, the courage he had built up was completely drained. Shen Ning didn't even notice him. Her mind was entirely occupied by Sanya. "Sanya, are you feeling better? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Fang Heng immediately set aside his romantic thoughts. Seeing Gu Sanya's dazed expression and her lack of response to Shen Ning's calls, he frowned and said, "I'll go call the doctor." Gu Sanya was dazed. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Shen Ning shocked and unable to move. But Gu Sanya was still munching on buns, her face filled with satisfaction, occasionally glancing at Shen Ning with a sweet smile. Shen Ning suppressed her rising panic, her voice trembling as she asked, Doctor, what exactly is going on? How could she?" The elderly doctor sighed. "We can't be certain about the exact cause. It might be due to a high fever or perhaps excessive shock. We can't say for sure whether she will recover. However, based on our years of experience, the chances of recovery are minimal. Of course, if you have the means, you could take her to the provincial capital for further examination and treatment." Shen Ning was not a fool. The doctor had made it very clear. Whether Gu Sanya's madness was caused by a high fever affecting her brain or psychological trauma from shock, the possibility of a cure was extremely low given the current medical conditions. Shen Ning's heart felt like it had dropped into an ice cave. She had thought she had rewritten Sanya's fate, but it seemed that fate had circled back to the starting point. Gu Sanya had become foolish again. What would happen in the future? Would Sanya repeat her tragic fate from her past life? Fang Heng looked at Shen Ning, who seemed on the verge of collapse. Somewhat confused, it appeared that Shen Ning cared deeply for this village girl, pouring a lot of emotion into her. Shen Ning turned around and met Gu Sanya's light brown eyes, feeling a heavy weight in her heart, with tears welling up. Before Shen Ning could recover from her sadness, 2 police officers suddenly appeared in the ward. Seeing Shen Ning froze them in their tracks, as her appearance was too striking to forget. Shen Ning did not expect to encounter acquaintances in this place. It was Officer Qin, who had interrogated her last time. She greeted them faintly, already guessing the reason for their visit. She immediately blocked the door to the ward and explained to the officers, "Officer Qin, Gu Sanya's current condition is very unstable and not suitable for questioning. The police officers were also quite helpless. Before coming to the hospital, they had conducted interviews and confirmed from the children's statements that it was Gu Tianbao who had insisted on going up the mountain to play, and Gu Sanya was just accompanying him. Later, the two got lost, and Gu Sanya fell into an abandoned trap. Gu Tianbao might have wanted to go back to get help, or perhaps just wanted to leave Gu Sanya behind. However, they got lost and ended up freezing to death in the mountains. Two children went up the mountain together and had an accident, one dead and one injured. If this happened in another family, they could only blame their bad luck, complain about the heavens and the earth, and blame their parents for not watching over their children. But it certainly had nothing to do with intentional murder. Yet, the Gu couple went to the police station, not only suing Gu Sanya, but also not letting Shen Ning off the hook. Shen Ning felt speechless. It was strange that ever since her rebirth, she had often interacted with the police and was always called in for questioning. But this time, Shen Ning was particularly angry. Officers, everything I said is true. The two children got lost together. Why would I need to wait for Zhang Xuemei to go back and get Gu Tianbao's things when I have Gu Sanya's clothes at home? Besides, my dog was trained. How could I be sure it would find the child? It was just a desperate attempt, not some conspiracy. Later, when they found Gu Sanya and discovered that Gu Tianbao was missing, I immediately asked Meichio to help look for him. There was absolutely no intention to delay. I am a sent-down youth, and I help Gu Sanya purely because I feel sorry for her. Gu Sanya is a good child. She helps me collect firewood every day, and I provide her with 2 meals. What Shen Ning described matched what the police had learned during their visit to Hejia village. The villagers held conservative views, advocating for gender equality, yet deeply favored sons over daughters. Moreover, the deceased was the beloved only child, while the one who survived was an unappreciated sister-in-law. In the past, Gu Sanya might have helped with housework, feeding chickens and ducks, doing laundry, and cooking. But now, a child with an IQ of only 5 or 6 years old. What would she do? Not causing trouble would be good enough. Without Shen Ning needing to play the victim, both police officers looked at Gu Sanya with sympathy. Shen Ning knew how difficult it was to separate Gu Sanya from that family, and could only sigh, appearing very worried. If Gu Sanya went back, she would definitely not survive. Her brother and sister-in-law would not spare her. Can you think of a way to help this poor child? Shen Ning was extremely beautiful, but previously, under the pressure from her stepmother and Wang Baozhu, she had become timid and emaciated. After half a year of care, she resembled a well-nourished willow tree, stretching out her graceful branches. Now, she blinked her big, watery eyes, looking pitifully at the police for help, causing the 2 young officers to blush on the spot. We will communicate with the Gu family and warn them not to take any extreme actions. The village captain is also very concerned about this matter and will help keep things in check. If Mrs. Gu behaves excessively, we will also handle it according to the law. Shen Ning wore a grateful smile, but her heart felt heavy and could not be at ease. It was far too easy for 2 hate-filled adults to harm a foolish child. Shen Ning felt despondent, her mind filled with thoughts on how to get the Gu couple to voluntarily give up custody of Gu Sanya. Should she use money, use laws and regulations to intimidate them, or employ some underhanded tricks? The police officers bid farewell to the distracted Shen Ning, and Fong Hung accompanied them out. After a few goodbyes, Fong Hung turned and went to the post office. He waited for a long time, and, after several transfers, he finally got through, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had sent 2 letters in succession, but his parents had yet to respond, which made him very anxious. Dad, have you received the letters I wrote recently? Fong Heng's father, Fong Guang, was taken aback. The factory was undergoing renovations and was extremely busy. He hadn't been home for several days and sensed something was wrong from his son's tone. I haven't received any letters. I'll go ask in the security room later. Is something wrong? Fong Hung suddenly fell silent. His parents hadn't received anything. No wonder he hadn't heard back. Writing it down in a letter was one thing, but saying it over the phone that he wanted to break off the engagement required a great deal of courage. Chapter 81. Little Fairy, isn't your living expense enough? I'll call your mom later and ask her to send you some. The countryside is not like the city. Conditions are tough, so take good care of yourself. By the way, prepare well recently. I've pulled some strings to get you a transfer. Don't let yourself down, work hard. Fang Guang's words contained too much hidden information. Fang Heng couldn't care less about his previous little thoughts, and his expression became serious. The fall of the He family father and son led to a thorough cleanup of the entire county government, freeing up quite a few positions. Fang Heng's mind started to race. He left the city to settle in the countryside, not to suffer, but to establish his own territory on solid ground. Okay, I understand. You don't need to worry. Fang Heng could feel his father's heartfelt love for him, and for a moment, he found it hard to say he wanted to break off the engagement. But thinking of Shen Ning's smiling face, he ultimately followed his heart. Dad, I wrote you a letter before, but you didn't receive it, so let me say it again seriously. I want to break off the engagement. I am not compatible with Zhang Ruoyu, and I don't want to delay her. Please help me clarify this and cancel the betrothal. What did you say? Fang Guang felt his head buzzing, dazed by this sudden news. Fang Heng felt as if he were carrying a heavy burden. If he hadn't developed feelings for Shen Ning, he would have followed his parents' wishes and stayed in He province for 2 or 3 years, starting from the grassroots level, and eventually find a suitable opportunity to transfer back to the city to marry and have children with Zhang Ruoyu step by step. But he had feelings for Shen Ning, and his love for her grew like wild grass, spreading at an astonishing speed. He could not delay any longer. He knew it was unfair to Zhang Ruoyu, but continuing to entangle himself would not be good for either of them. He had to cut the knot decisively. His tone was firm as he repeated, "Yes, you heard me right. I want to break off the engagement with the Zhang family." Fang Guang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He knew his son too well. Once he was determined about something, even a herd of cattle couldn't pull him back. What he just said was that he wanted to break off the engagement, not that he was thinking about it. This was not a negotiation. He had already decided to do it. Why? You and Ryu have been getting along well all these years, right? How come you suddenly have such thoughts? You must not be confused or make any mistakes in your conduct. I'm not. Until the engagement is broken, I absolutely will not entangle myself with any other girls. Fang Guang understood. This meant Fang Heng had feelings for another girl, but hadn't started entangling himself due to the engagement. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but did not dare to be too rash or forcefully stop him. After all, at the age of 20, what was most abundant was passion and impulsiveness. If he spoke too harshly, it would only push Fang Heng to rebel even more. His tone became serious. This matter was serious. Your engagement with Ryu has not been for just a day or two. Everyone in the employee compound knows about it. If you want to break the engagement now, how will others view Ruoyu? Can you face her and her parents? Fang Heng fell silent. When he was young, his parents were busy with work, and he spent most of his time at the Zhang family's home. Zhang Ryu, who was just half a year older than him, treated him well. She was a very nice girl. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang regarded him as half a son, and now doing this was indeed not proper. Hearing the heavy breathing from the other end of the line, Fang Guang's tone softened a bit. Think it over carefully. I'll pretend you didn't bring this up today. When you've thought it through, we can have a good talk. You should focus on studying at home recently and prepare well. Let us wait until at least after the county government's recruitment exam before discussing everything. Fang Heng, you're not a child. Don't let a moment of impulse ruin your future. After hanging up, Fang Heng felt heavy, as if he had lost his soul. At the same time, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang also received the news that their daughter wanted to visit He province. They looked at each other. The Zhang family were authentic residents of Sioux City. What kind of relatives could they be visiting in He province? However, Mrs. Zhang, Zhao Yuechan, quickly realized that it was unusual for the girl to take the initiative like this, and she wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Besides, that boy isn't rooted in the countryside and will probably be transferred back in a year or two. Once he has this experience, his future promotions will be smoother. You must be clear-headed at this time. Fang Heng is a child they have watched grow up, and he has kept himself clean with a good future. So Mr. and Mrs. Zhang have always been very satisfied. Zhang Ryu's beautiful face showed impatience as she pulled out a letter from her pocket and slammed it heavily on her mother's table. If I don't go, I'm afraid your good son-in-law will be taken away by someone else. Mr. Zhang Mao, felt a jolt in his heart. What nonsense are you talking about? We still trust Fang Heng's character. He quickly took the letter, scanning it hastily, his brows furrowing deeply. Mrs. Zhang was furious. I'm so mad. That little brat Fang Heng actually dares to let our Xiaoyu down. I must have a good talk with Zhou Ji, Fang Heng's mother. Mr. Zhang was much calmer. After thinking carefully, he comforted his wife and daughter. What he said in the letter is likely exaggerated, but it's not impossible for a girl from the youth corps to want to latch on to Fang Heng. Xiaoyu, don't be anxious. I'll go find old Fang later to feel things out. As for you going to Yi province, that's okay. It's only right to bring some New Year's goods to your fiancé. But one thing, you must come back before the new year. Don't stay too long. Zhang Ru's expression instantly softened upon receiving her parents' approval. She had been performing in the neighboring province's military camp, and this letter had been delayed for quite some time in the security room. She still didn't know what tricks this vixen mentioned in the letter would use to seduce Fang Heng. Zhang Ruyu had always been confident in her fiancé. Fang Heng looked good, came from a decent family, and had many girls trying to curry favor with him since childhood. But Fang Heng had never looked at anyone else. This time, however, Zhang Ruyu felt a bit flustered because she had already guessed that the writer of the letter was the girl from the youth corps, Sun Miao, who had been sticking to Fang Heng. Zhang Ruyu had never considered Sun Miao worthy of her attention. Besides having some looks, Sun Miao had nothing to show for herself. But those few looks were precisely the least valuable. She had no ability, no family background, and even lacked any notable strengths. A poor and prideful person like her would normally not even catch Zhang Ruoyu's eye. Yet, she couldn't see her own position and dreamed of climbing the social ladder, not even regarding her fiancé as a worthy opponent. But writing to her only shows that this Shen Ning has brought her a great sense of crisis, forcing her to seek help from her legitimate fiancé. Her little schemes were truly low-level, merely hoping for a tug-of-war between herself and this girl named Shen Ning. But this time, she had to play the role of the spear and confront this little fairy named Shen Ning. Chapter 82 Allergy. Shen Ning had no idea that someone was keeping an eye on her, considering her a careless and flirtatious little fairy. The results of the teacher selection examination had been announced. She ranked first in the written test and secured an interview opportunity. As long as she performed steadily, she could leave Hejia village after the new year and become a people's teacher at the central primary school. When the news returned to Hejia village, Wang Baozhu was so furious that she bit her quilt to shreds. She and Shen Ning were only 2 months apart in age, but their educational backgrounds were worlds apart. Children born in the 70s generally started school later. But Shen Ning was different. She started first grade at 6 and even skipped 2 grades in elementary school. By the age of 16, she had already obtained her high school diploma. Graduates from the 70s were rare. Had the college entrance examination not been canceled, Shen Ning would have likely already entered university. Meanwhile, Wang Baozhu was nearly 10 when she started first grade, struggling through to junior high before she completely dropped out. After Shen's father passed away, there was no one left in the family to intimidate her, and she let herself go, dropping out and staying at home. In the past, she never felt a significant gap between herself and Shen Ning, but when faced with the first opportunity to change her fate in the countryside, she realized that this thin diploma had already divided her from Shen Ning. From then on, Shen Ning would go to the city to become a teacher, while she would remain in this impoverished place, farming and digging, waiting anxiously for Wang Aihua to bring her back to the city as soon as possible. But what if? What she couldn't go back? Would she then be stuck here for a lifetime, living as a rustic village girl? Just the thought of this made Wang Baozhu feel as if her heart were being roasted over a fire, fried in an oil pan. And she felt as if she were soaking in bitter herbal water, suffering unbearable pain. Jealousy, hatred, and unwillingness consumed her whole being. And Wang Baozhu found it hard to control herself. She knew she shouldn't act recklessly. Wang Aihua had repeatedly advised her that it wouldn't take a year to get her back to the city and that she must not provoke Shen Ning or complicate things. But seeing Shen Ning thrive in the countryside made her restless like an ant on a hot pan, with a mix of emotions pulling at her, causing sleepless nights and loss of appetite. No, she couldn't bear it. She must not let Shen Ning succeed in the interview and leave this broken village before her. Gu Sanya's condition had improved, and Shen Ning had been staying in the hospital with her for several days. On the day of the interview, early in the morning, Jiang Yuanyuan rushed to the hospital room, handing her an enamel cup and 2 radish meat buns. Shen Ning was a bit surprised and jokingly said, "You can cook." Jiang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes and replied, "With my cooking skills, it would be a waste of food. And he asked me to bring this for you. Hurry and eat, then go for your interview. I'll stay here with Gu Sanya." Shen Ning agreed, noting that the hospital also had a cafeteria, but the food there was quite mediocre. Lu Chuiying's dumpling-making skills were exceptional. Shen Ning had tasted them once and had been craving them ever since. The radish bits, fragrant and spicy, combined with a bit of fried fatty meat, were so delicious that one could almost swallow their tongue. With each bite, the flavors of freshness, saltiness, sourness, spiciness, and fragrance melded beautifully, and sipping on sweet corn porridge afterward felt incredibly satisfying. Shen Ning was happily devouring the buns when she suddenly paused, her expression a bit surprised. Jiang Yuanyuan looked at her curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Ning pursed her lips and took another bite, uncertain, "I don't know. Just now it felt a bit bitter." Jiang Yuanyuan brushed it off. "It's probably just that the meat was a bit burnt. Your taste buds are quite sensitive." Shen Ning shook her head and smiled, her stomach indeed feeling very hungry. The strange taste was just a fleeting moment. She didn't think much of it. However, after finishing both buns and downing the corn porridge, she found it hard to breathe, and the symptoms worsened. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit her, and long-buried memories came rushing back. Her symptoms felt like an allergy. She quickly took out her cup and drank a large mouthful of spring water, which alleviated the terrifying feeling of throat constriction significantly. However, her skin remained unbearably itchy, and Shen Ning's face looked extremely difficult to bear. Her mind raced, and she hoarsely asked, "Was Wang Baozhu present when the buns were made?" Jiang Yuanyuan was taken aback, seemingly not understanding why Shen Ning suddenly asked about Wang Baozhu. She was here. It's almost the new year, and the village improved the food for the educated youth. But she quickly noticed something was off with Shen Ning. Before she could ask, she watched in horror as Shen Ning's usually fair skin turned red, her entire face swelling, and rashes spreading rapidly from her face and neck. When she arrived, Shen Ning had seemed fine. It was obvious she had only turned like this after eating breakfast. Linking it to Shen Ning's earlier comment about a momentary numbness on her tongue, Jiang Yuanyuan broke out in a cold sweat. Could there be poison in the food? But she had eaten the same thing. Terrified, she dropped the bun in her hand and ran out shouting for a doctor. "Doctor! Doctor! Help!" By the time Jiang Yuanyuan hurried back with the doctor, Shen Ning was already breathing rapidly, her face swollen like a steamed bun, collapsed on the floor. The doctor was equally alarmed. This young girl had been accompanying her for several days, beautiful and well-behaved, and the nurses all liked her. They quickly called for assistance to lift her onto the hospital bed. What did she eat? Jiang Yuanyuan was so scared her legs felt weak, tears streaming down her face. "It was the radish meat buns and corn porridge. We all ate the same thing, and it was something we usually eat. How could she end up like this?" Jiang Yuanyuan was not foolish. She knew that severe allergies could lead to death, and she couldn't take the blame for this. She immediately picked up the fallen bun and enamel cup. "It's all here. I'll send it for testing." The doctor measured Shen Ning's blood pressure and pulse while slapping her face. "Comrade, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" Shen Ning's eyes were so swollen she could barely open them, but she forced a slit open. "Doctor, I can't eat almonds. Someone must have deliberately added almond powder to my food. I didn't taste it, and I accidentally ingested it. Help me." After saying this, she finally felt at ease and fainted, actually just withdrawing her consciousness into her space. This left the doctor in disarray and Jiang Yuanyuan at a loss, wondering how almond powder could possibly be in breakfast. "What is going on?" Fang Heng had just walked into the hospital lobby carrying breakfast when he saw Jiang Yuanyuan hurriedly following two doctors, running frantically. He thought there had been a change in Gu Sanya's condition, but when he returned to the hospital room, he found Gu Sanya sitting up in bed, receiving in 4, sleeping soundly. Could it be Shen Ning? Realizing this possibility, Fang Heng's lunchbox suddenly fell to the ground. With a thud, the dumplings spilled everywhere. Chapter 83. Beware of disfigurement, Shen Ning. Fang Heng shouted, rushing towards the door and nearly colliding with a passerby. Gu Changjian was bringing fruit cans and eggs to visit his injured comrade, but Fang Heng recklessly bumped into him. Fortunately, Gu Changjian reacted quickly and stepped aside, Otherwise, with Fang Heng's momentum, everything might have been damaged. Li Daniu scratched the back of his head, wondering why he heard Fang Heng just call Shun Jiqing's name. Gu Changjin glanced at Fang Heng's reckless back and immediately handed the items in his hand to Li Daniu. You go in first. I'll take a look and be back shortly. With that, he hurried after Fang Heng, heading towards the emergency room. The feeling of an allergy was unpleasant. Shen Ning's consciousness floated beside the spiritual spring. She knew that drinking a few more sips would relieve her, but she didn't do it. After confirming that she was not in life-threatening danger, she complied with the doctor's treatment. After all, if you cherish the child, you can't catch the wolf. No matter what forces were behind Wang Baozhu, she had to firmly suppress Wang Baozhu in the Black Province before they could react. She absolutely could not let her leave freely. The red light of the emergency room lit up. Jiang Yunyuan's heart was still in a state of panic, but her mind was exceptionally clear. Someone was intentionally trying to harm Shen Ning through her. Recalling yesterday's events, the more she thought about it, the more suspicious Wang Baozhu seemed. No wonder Wang Baozhu, who was usually lazy, suddenly became industrious, moving in and out of the kitchen. She initially thought Wang Baozhu was just craving something and wanted to sneak a bite in the kitchen. Who would have thought she would be so ruthless? Knowing full well that Shen Ning was severely allergic to almonds, yet daring to secretly add them to the ingredients? This was an attempt on someone's life. Jiang Yunyuan couldn't understand. In her view, no matter how much animosity there was between the two, it shouldn't lead to trying to take someone's life. When Fang Heng arrived, Jiang Yuanyuan was anxiously pacing outside the emergency room. Is Shen Ning inside? What happened to her? Fang Heng's eyes were red, his emotions spilling over, his tone filled with indescribable worry and fear. Upon seeing Fang Heng, Jiang Yuanyuan instantly spilled everything like a broken dam. It must be Wang Baozhu. Yesterday, he said Shen Ning was going to take an interview at the Central Primary School today. Knowing she had been in the hospital with Gusanya these days, she surely hadn't eaten or slept well, so I brought 2 of her favorite buns. At that time, everyone from the youth point was there, and Wang Baozhu was pestering Aunt He, saying she wanted to learn Aunt He's cooking skills. Unexpectedly, after Shen Ning ate the breakfast I brought her today, she suddenly had difficulty breathing and fainted. The doctor said it was a severe allergic reaction. Fortunately, she was in the hospital. If the rescue hadn't been timely, she might have lost her life. Wang Baozhu is Shen Ning's stepsister. After living together for so many years, how could she not know about Shen Ning's almond allergy? Fang Heng clenched his fists, staring at the red light of the emergency room, his eyes bloodshot. Call the police. We must report this. She is trying to take Shen Ning's life. Jiang Yuanyuan nodded. Yes, but this is just my suspicion. There's no evidence yet. We have to wait for Shen Ning to come out before we can say anything. Gu Changjin had fallen behind the two, clearly hearing their conversation. He looked up at the red light of the outpatient room, feeling extremely uneasy. That little youth seemed to always attract trouble, surrounded by all sorts of unfortunate events. His dark eyes narrowed, knowing that the situation was not that simple. Not to mention how many hands the buns had passed through, almonds were a common ingredient. Even if there was evidence that Wang Baozhu had added almond powder, as long as she insisted she was unaware, the nature of this incident would change, making it difficult to convict her. Gu Changgen's expression darkened further. Nothing was more important than that little youth's life. If anything happened to her, lost in thought, the operating room light suddenly went out and the doctor poked his head out. Seeing the tear stains on Jiang Yuanyuan's face, he comforted her. It's okay. She was lucky. Fortunately, the hospital received a batch of new anti-allergy medication. She is out of danger, but will need to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Be careful next time. Don't take allergies lightly. Today, we were lucky to be in the hospital. Otherwise, if the rescue had been delayed, the patient could have easily suffocated to death. Jiang Yunyuan's body completely softened as she collapsed onto the cold hospital bench, silently repeating, It's okay, thank goodness. Shen Ning was pushed out, still in a deep sleep. The swelling on her face had slightly receded, but the dense red rashes looked frightening. Young girls love to look pretty. Jiang Yuanyuan was worried and asked the doctor, Doctor, with so many rashes, will there be scars? Do we need to prescribe some ointment to apply? Please don't let her be disfigured. The doctor gave her a sideways glance. Just being able to save a life is already a blessing. Who cares about a few little rashes? But you don't need to worry too much, as long as proper care is taken and she doesn't scratch. The rashes will fade away on their own without leaving scars. Only then did Jiang Yuan and Fong Hung breathe a heavy sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. When Shen Ning was pushed in the ward, they found that Gu Sanya was missing. The two were startled and hurried to inquire, only to learn that the eldest of the Gu family had come to take Gu Sanya away and handled her discharge. Fong Hung slapped his forehead, naturally recalling the situation from that day and the troublesome Gu couple, instantly feeling a severe headache. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered Shen Ning's missed interview, her face turning pale. Oh no, Shen Ning's interview. She had originally ranked first in the written exam. As long as she performed well in the interview without major mistakes, she would definitely secure the teaching position. Now, it was all over, completely over. In an instant, the atmospheric pressure in the entire ward dropped to its lowest point. Watching the liquid drip from the infusion tube, both felt utterly miserable. Fong Heng's thoughts were even heavier. He couldn't help but think of his father's admonishments and the unreturned marriage proposal. Feeling as if the whole world had turned dark, his throat tight. After a long time, he finally spoke. I'll return to the village first. You stay here to look after Shen Ning. As for Gu Sanya's situation, I will handle it. Don't tell Shen Ning when she wakes up. I'm afraid it will make her anxious, which is not good for her recovery. Okay. Jiang Yuan replied softly, agreeing with Fong Heng's arrangement. When Shen Ning woke up, it was already evening. The ward was empty, and as she groggily sat up, she noticed an infusion tube still attached to her left hand. Her face was extremely itchy, and she couldn't help but want to scratch it. But someone grabbed her wrist. Don't scratch. Be careful of disfigurement. Under the influence of the medication, Shen Ning's reaction was still somewhat sluggish. Her wrist was firmly held, rendering her unable to move. She looked up at the person in front of her. Chapter 84. The Silent Loss. She raised her head and looked at the person in front of her. The person's facial features were cold and sharp, with a particularly noticeable scar on the brow bone, a tall and upright figure, and thin lips pressed tightly together. Shen Ning's head felt a bit dizzy. She pulled at her wrist, and Gu Changgung cautiously let go. Seeing that she didn't grab his face again, he let out a sigh of relief. You. The two spoke simultaneously and then fell silent, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere in the hospital room. Gu Changgung cleared his throat twice. I'm here to see a comrade. He was injured and happened to run into you being sent for emergency treatment. Jiang Jiqing went downstairs to get food, so I stayed here for a while. Shen Ning nodded, her hazy mind gradually clearing. She dryly said, Thank you, I'm fine now. Sorry to trouble you. Her words remained unspoken, but Gu Changgung sensed her intention to send him away, and his expression darkened. Looking at her slightly raised head, facing a swollen face that was drastically different from her usual appearance, he found it somewhat amusing. Well, as long as you're fine, that's good. But be mentally prepared. This time you may have to swallow this silent loss. Shen Ning was taken aback and immediately understood Gu Changgung's meaning, feeling a surge of anger. If it weren't for the spiritual spring water, she might have really died. She endured the discomfort and risked her life just to send Wang Baozhu to prison. But Gu Changgung wanted her to swallow this silent loss. That was absolutely impossible, seeing Shen Ning's swollen face and her angry demeanor. Gu Changgung held back his amusement and explained, the test results are out. Both the dumpling skin and the porridge contain a large amount of almond powder. But the law requires evidence. How can you prove that this was done by Wang Baozhu? Are there eyewitnesses or physical evidence? Even if someone can prove that Wang Baozhu added almond powder to the ingredients, as long as she doesn't admit it and claim she didn't know you were allergic to almonds, it's very difficult to convict her. After all, almond powder is essentially an ingredient. It's not poison, and no one knows you're allergic to almonds. Shen Ning clenched her fists, realizing she had been naive. Was her suffering going to be in vain? That was absolutely impossible. Gu Changgung watched the young woman with her head down and knew she was holding her breath. He also knew she was someone who would seek revenge, and it seemed this matter was far from over. Shen Ning quickly sorted out her thoughts. If I can prove that Wang Baozhu maliciously added almond powder, knowing that I was allergic, can I then charge her with intentional homicide? Gu Chonggung's narrow eyes involuntarily carried a hint of coldness. Theoretically, yes. What do you want to do? Shen Ning suddenly revealed a smile, her mind made up, but she couldn't say any of this to Gu Chonggung. Afraid he might catch on, she rolled herself up in the blanket, burying herself inside, her tone muffled. What can I do? I can only swallow this silent loss. Thank you, Captain Gu, for taking care of me today. I want to rest a bit more. Her voice came from under the blanket, unclear and nasal, making Gu Chonggung's heart feel like it had been pricked by a needle. He thought this young woman was like a hedgehog stripped of its quills or a turtle without its shell, looking utterly pitiful. Knowing full well that this young woman was not as docile and weak as she appeared, but rather a sticky rice dumpling filled with black sesame, he couldn't help but feel soft-hearted towards her. Gu Chonggung swallowed the remaining words back down. Forget it. He would discuss it later. His gaze fell on the drip that was showing signs of recovery, and he frowned slightly. Shen Ning felt someone gently grip her wrist, pulling it outward. Through the warm blanket, Captain Gu's voice carried warmth. Don't press on the drip. Be careful of blood reflux. I'm heading back now. I'll come see you another day. Just then, Jiang Yuan came in and happened to run into Gu Chonggung. As soon as she entered the ward, she saw Shen Ning's blanket bulging into a small mound and immediately rushed over, lifting the blanket. She looked at Shen Ning, blinking her eyes in confusion. All the tension she had held for a day suddenly broke, and she hugged Shen Ning, bursting into tears. Ning, you scare me to death. I almost thought you really wouldn't make it. Woo-woo. For Jiang Yuan, who had always had smooth sailing. Today's experience was truly the worst and most terrifying of her 19 years. Watching her friend being rushed into the emergency room after eating the breakfast she had prepared, she pretended to be strong on the surface, but only she knew the immense pressure she felt inside. Even now that Shen Ning had woken up, just thinking about the interview that had been postponed was enough to affect Shen Ning's entire life, leaving her feeling speechless with guilt. Jiang Yuan cried without any dignity, feeling wronged, scared, and regretful, like a flood had broken its dam. Shen Ning felt a twinge of guilt and even a bit of shame, but she couldn't express her secret plan to deal with Wang Baozhu. She could only use her uninfused hand to pat Jiang Yuan's back repeatedly, saying, it's okay. I'm fine now. Besides, this has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault, really not. I don't even care that much about becoming a teacher. I'm mainly reviewed for future planning. Since the policy to restore the college entrance examination had not yet been announced, Shen Ning couldn't say it outright, only comforting her that being knowledgeable was better than being unprepared and that it didn't matter to her whether she became a teacher or not. Jiang Yuan's tears were so hot they felt like wax dripping onto Shen Ning's neck. Her emotions were so sincere and pure that Shen Ning felt guilty. It wasn't until Jiang Yuan had soaked half of Shen Ning's shoulder with her tears that she finally stopped crying, sniffling. What should we do? We originally wanted to report to the police, but it's completely useless. We have no evidence and can't do anything to Wang Baozhu. Why should we let her go so lightly? She clearly did it on purpose. She almost killed you and ruined your future. Do we just let her off the hook like this? Shen Ning's eyes darkened with a chilling glint. Of course not. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with her and make her confess. Yuan, listen to me. Let's do this. Gu Sanya was taken back by the Gu family. As soon as she arrived in the village, she was seen by a busybody. The poor child, with her already thin face covered in handprints, her entire face swollen, looked dazed, not crying or making a fuss, being dragged forward by Zhang Shumei by her ear, as if the force could tear her ear off. Immediately, a kind villager criticized, "Hey, let go. Tianbao is gone. Even if you beat her to death, it won't change anything. Besides, the police have already investigated. This really isn't Sonya's fault. It was your son who went up the mountain." Zhang Shumei spat a mouthful of saliva onto the other's face, furious as if she wanted to kill anyone who spoke up for Gu Sanya. "It wasn't your son who died, so of course you can stand there and talk. My son is so obedient. He never goes up the mountain to play. It's all because of this jinx. She must have done it on purpose to harm my son, trying to freeze him to death. It's her. I want her to pay for my son's life." Chapter 85. On fire, the villagers were instantly scared by Zhang Shumei's insane appearance. looking at her tear-streaked face. They sighed and chose not to argue with her, only watching Gu Sanya with sympathy and shaking their heads. Some kind-hearted individuals secretly went to find the village chief, fearing that Gu's eldest daughter-in-law might go mad and commit some bloody act. Brigade leader Hidaji was so worried that half his hair turned white. The main road in the village had just been repaired and received commendation, which should have been a joyful and lively year-end, but these troublesome matters occurred instead. He wasn't superstitious, but he really suspected that Hajia village's feng shui had recently turned bad. Perhaps they had offended some deity. With his family father and son in prison, son Miao going mad, Gu Tianbao accidentally freezing to death, and Sanya becoming a fool. If a murder were to happen, it would truly be disastrous, and they wouldn't be able to claim any advancements. He was terrified, fearing that if he arrived too late, Gu Sanya's life would be in danger. Upon receiving the news, he hurried to the Gu family, even leaving behind his most treasured pipe. Without catching his breath, he shouted from a distance at the two grappling individuals, "Stop! Stop this at once!" His voice had the weight of life and death. At that moment, Zhang Xiumei was in a rage, disregarding everything, wielding a broomstick and viciously striking Gu Sanya. Gu's eldest son stood by watching with bloodshot eyes, his gaze towards Sanya filled with resentment. Seeing the brigade leader arrive, he immediately attempted to shut the courtyard gate. Hidaji kicked the gate open forcefully, shouting, "Gu's eldest son, do you think closing the gate means you can do whatever you want? I see you're all crazy. I must take Gu Sanya away today. She cannot stay with you. Otherwise, you will be the ones to suffer." "No way," Zhang Xiumei gasped, grabbing Gu Sanya's yellow, dry hair, her face fierce. Hidaji turned to Gu's eldest son, Gu Yuejin, and advised, "You've already beaten her. Just let off some steam. Are you really going to beat her to death?" Seeing that the two remained unmoved, Hidaji instantly became angry. "Fine, keep hitting her until she dies, and then I'll send you to prison. Oh, maybe you'll even get shot. One way or another, you'll all be together again." His words were harsh, but they were also the truth. Gu Sanya couldn't die, but there were many ways to make her wish she were dead. The couple exchanged glances and instantly understood each other. Zhang Xiumei spat, cursing as she threw the broomstick back into the house. Gu Yuejin also reigned in his hatred. Hidaji saw that the two finally showed some fear and finally breathed a sigh of relief, advising, "You are still young. Take care of your health, and you can still have children. But if you really lose control and your hands are stained with blood, then the Gu family will truly have no descendants, and you will owe it to your ancestors. If you really can't control yourselves, just drive Gu Sanya out. There are plenty of broken houses at the east end of the village. Let her eat at the homes of others in the village. It won't bother your eyes. She caused my son's death and still gets to roam freely. In your dreams, she should stay in the Gu family and work like a slave for us. Brigade leader, don't worry. From today on, I'll treat her like a guard dog." Zhang Xiumei's sharp voice echoed from within the house. Gu Yuejin took a deep breath, but he was much calmer than Zhang Xiumei. "Thank you for your trouble. I understand your meaning. Don't worry. I know what to do." Hidaji wasn't sure if they truly understood, but he still gave them face and made them promise not to mistreat the child. He turned to Gu Sanya and instructed her to come find him if anything happened. Looking at her dazed, unfocused eyes, he sighed again. This child was completely ruined. At that moment, Fang Heng arrived at the Gu family in a hurry. He didn't bother reasoning with them and directly informed them that the police station had already filed a report and would be conducting inspections regularly. If signs of child abuse were found, they would revoke their guardianship rights, and for serious cases, they could end up in prison. The Gu couple resented the educated youth for meddling, but were also very fearful. They nodded in agreement, and only then did Fang Heng leave with peace of mind. As soon as Fang Heng returned to the educated youth station, he soon saw Chun Jiefeng peeking around. Li Jiqiang, with his arm around Chun Jiefeng's shoulder, asked worriedly, "Brother Chun said, Shen Ning, didn't he go for the interview today? What happened? Did something hold her up? She did so well on the written test. And her image is also good. Wouldn't it be a shame?" Chun Jiefeng beside him also looked worried. "Yeah, Shen Jiqing hasn't he come? I'm worried something happened to her." Fang Heng thought of Shen Ning lying pitifully in the hospital bed, nearly losing her life, and his face turned grim. Glancing at Wang Baozhu, who was eavesdropping behind the wall. He sneered, "Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. It's not that revenge hasn't come. It's just not time yet." After saying that, he slammed the door and went inside, leaving Li Jiqiang looking confused, wondering what was wrong and who had upset him. Chun Jiafeng, who usually loved to act like an older brother, surprisingly didn't get angry, but patted Li Jiqiang on the shoulder, looking full of concern. Could it be that Shen Jiqing was plotted against? By the way, it seems Jiang Jiqing hasn't returned either. You're on good terms with them. Ask Shen Ning what's going on later. After all, we're all in the same educated youth station and need to look out for each other. Beside them, Kai Meiwan had a hint of pity. What a shame, all that preparation for nothing. So what if she ranked first in the written test? Without the interview score, it's all in vain. Outside the door, Wang Baozhu's face showed ecstatic joy, but fearing it would be noticed, she tried to suppress it, though the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. That little bitch, Shen Ning, really didn't go for the interview. She deserves it. Ha ha ha. With her background, she should spend her life facing the dirt and being a countrywoman. That night, Hejia village was destined to be restless. The people at the educated youth station also tossed and turned, unable to sleep through the night. Some were excited and overjoyed. Some were filled with worries and concerns. Others were anxious yet full of schemes when they suddenly heard the shouts of fire. Fire! The people at the educated youth station, surprisingly, had not yet fallen asleep. Startled, one after another, they got up from their beds, put on their clothes, grabbed buckets, and rushed towards the fire. The fire was actually at the only brick-tiled house in the village, the Gu family. Chapter 86. The Gu family's house is on fire. The only blue brick house in the village, the Gu family home, was ablaze. Fang Heng immediately thought of Gu Sanya. If anything happened to her, Shen Ning would surely be heartbroken. But when they arrived, Gu Sanya was curled up under a tree, barefoot, her whole body covered in ash, her hair singed, and her clothes tattered, with signs of having been burned everywhere. Most alarming was her arm, which was a bloody mess and appeared severely injured. Yet everyone instinctively avoided her, except for a coal ball that stayed by her side, whimpering softly. The house had already burned down significantly, and nearby villagers were spontaneously bringing water buckets, basins, and brooms to try and extinguish the fire. Another group was clearing away items around the house to prevent the fire from spreading. Fortunately, the village was large, with each household having its own courtyard, so neighbors were not affected. However, the crackling sound from the raging flames made everyone feel heavy-hearted. The Gu couple was severely injured, having inhaled too much smoke, and had long lost consciousness. The only one awake, Gu Sanya, seemed dazed, sitting under the tree with the coal ball in her arms, not even crying. Although the Gu family was an outsider, they had settled in Hejia village for 3 generations and were already part of the community. Once, the Gu family was a respected and powerful household in the village. But ever since Gu Sanya was born, misfortune struck. First, Gu Sanya's mother died during childbirth. Then Gu grandfather suddenly passed away. Shortly after, the second son who joined the army went missing during flood relief efforts. And the only remaining child tragically froze to death on the mountain. Just when Gu Sanya seemed to have survived, a massive fire broke out on the very first day she returned. Looking at the severely injured Gu couple and the charred remains of the Gu family courtyard, everyone felt a chilling fear towards Gu Sanya. In these times, when everyone claimed to believe in science and opposed superstition, the older generations still held strong beliefs in ghosts, gods, and fate. Instantly, it felt as if there was a vacuum around Gu Sanya. Even the educated young people kept their distance from her. It was truly eerie. Could it be that Gu Sanya was a reincarnated disaster star? Hidaji, touching his not-so-thick hair, felt overwhelmed by the recent distressing events. He truly couldn't take much more. But what could he do? As the village leader, he had to bear the burden. He urged everyone to carry the Gu couple onto a tractor to take them to the county for treatment. The Gu family had few members left, and with such drastic changes, there was no one to take charge. He also sent villagers to notify Zheng Xuemei's family in the neighboring village. As for Gu Sanya, no one dared to approach her. Fang Heng, however, took the initiative to help her, saying they should go to the hospital together since her arm was also badly hurt. The coal ball wanted to follow them, and seeing its anxious expression, Fang Heng, imitating Shen Ning's usual way of comforting, said, "We need to rush them to the hospital. You should go home first. Your owner will be back in a few days." After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself, realizing he had been so enchanted by Shen Ning that he thought a dog could understand him. To his surprise, the cold ball tilted its dark head, wagging its big tail, with the white fur at the tip standing out against the night. It seemed to scrutinize Fang Heng as if trying to discern the truth in his words. After a few glances, it trotted off toward Shen Ning's house. This dog was truly remarkable. It seemed almost sentient. It really went home to wait? Indeed, if it hadn't been for Shen Ning's dog discovering the fire in time and barking loudly to wake everyone up, they might not have realized the Gu family's house was on fire. What a pity for the Gu family. I saw that couple was badly injured. I don't know if they will survive. Everyone felt a sense of dread when it came to the fire. The winter in Haisheng was cold and dry, and tonight it was windy. If the cold ball hadn't raised the alarm in time, the nearby houses could have caught fire too, which would have been disastrous. But now, they were even more afraid of Gu Sanya. No one dared to even mention her, fearing they might provoke some disaster. Even though the flames had been extinguished, Hidaji led a few young men to carefully inspect the now-ruined courtyard, ensuring no embers were left. When they reached the northwest corner of the courtyard, which used to be a storeroom and appeared to be the fire's source, it had been completely burned clean. One of the young men asked with confusion, "How did it catch fire out of nowhere?" Hidaji checked around and suddenly had a terrifying thought. Startled, he couldn't help but mutter, "This is truly a calamity." He Chong drove the tractor carrying Fang Heng and the Gu family to the county hospital overnight. Fortunately, the main road had been repaired, significantly reducing travel time. Upon arriving at the hospital, they were quickly taken to the emergency room by enthusiastic townsfolk. Gu Sanya was also sent to the debridement room for treatment. The county hospital was small. Shen Ning had already slept most of the day and got up to get some fresh air, only to run into Fang Heng, who was momentarily stunned. "Why are you still here?" Fang Heng was sweating profusely. The Gu family's house is on fire. Upon seeing Shen Ning's face change drastically, he hurriedly explained, "Sanya suffered some superficial injuries, and the nurse has already bandaged her up, so it's not serious. But the Gu couple is in bad shape. One is dead, and the other is severely injured." Shen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sanya was okay. She deeply sympathized with the Gu family's misfortunes, but that was as far as it went. The couple had always treated Sanya poorly, often beating and scolding her. In her previous life, they had been even worse. Shen Ning truly couldn't feel pity for this family. Fang Heng merely felt a sense of regret. After all, he had no close ties with the Gu family and had barely seen them since coming to the countryside. But thinking about the rumors surrounding Gu Sanya made his heart race. Shen Ning had been sent for emergency treatment today, and she had been quite close to Gu Sanya. Little did Shen Ning know, Fang Heng was even attributing his allergy incident to Gu Sanya. Fang Heng, full of worry, glanced at Shen Ning, who was clearly too concerned about Gu Sanya. He knew it might upset her, but he still spoke up. With the Gu family's current situation, Gu Sanya could no longer stay in Hejia village. Even if Zhang Xiumei woke up, she wouldn't let Gu Sanya off easily. Shen Ning furrowed her brows. Confused, what are you trying to say? Why not send her to the welfare home in the county? If you're worried, you can visit her every week. Fang Heng spoke quickly, as if summoning all his courage. Seeing Shen Ning in a daze, he quickly added, I'm not heartless. It's just that some things are better believed than not believed. Shen Ning, I hope you can stay safe. Shen Ning could feel Fang Heng's goodwill and concern. She understood that his intentions were for her own good. Having died once, she valued her life more than anyone else. If it weren't for her plans, she would never mistreat her body. Shen Ning raised her head. The swelling on her face had subsided, though there were still some red rashes that didn't detract from her beauty. Thank you. I know you mean well. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Chapter 87. Shen Ning's disfigurement. Thank you. I know you mean well, and I will seriously consider your advice. The fire at the Gu family was indeed strange. One died, and one was seriously injured. Gui Weijin inhaled too much smoke and was declared dead after rescue efforts failed. Zhang Xiumei had her face severely disfigured. and her back was crushed by a collapsing beam, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down. She would likely live a life worse than death from now on. In comparison, Gu Sanya was fortunate to have only burned a large part of her arm. The police investigating at the Gu family's courtyard found the initial fire started in the storage room, where traces of gasoline could still be detected on the ground. Villagers revealed that Gu Sanya had always slept in the storage room. Her brother and sister-in-law were very cruel, often not feeding or clothing her properly, verbally abusing and beating her, making her chop wood and feed the chickens and ducks at such a young age. It was only after young Shen came to the countryside that she could eat enough and wear warm clothes. The police speculated based on the evidence that the couple, having lost their only son, harbored hatred towards Gu Sanya and set the fire at night to create the illusion of an accident, targeting Sanya as the thorn in their side. Unfortunately, due to the wind direction, their plan backfired, resulting in a tragedy. Gu Sanya managed to escape when the fire broke out by breaking a window. Villagers who rescued her reported that when they found her, her hands were tied, and she was lying beneath the window with half her body severely burned. Soon, the police visiting the hospital brought the latest news. Zhang Xiumei had woken up but was still somewhat disoriented, repeatedly shouting, "Burn her! Burn this harbinger of death!" Upon hearing the investigation results, Shen Ning momentarily didn't know what to say. She felt a bit relieved, realizing that evil deeds eventually meet their end. Gu Sanya could finally be free from her malicious brother and sister-in-law. In just a few days, the Gu family had undergone tremendous changes. The villagers were abuzz with discussion, each feeling uneasy. After discussing with Jiang Yuanyuan, Shen Ning returned to the village alone, looking heavy-hearted and worried. Sure enough, everyone was eager to learn about the news. They hadn't seen young Shen for a few days and wondered how she was doing. I heard He Zhuang say he saw young Shen that day. Her face was ruined. What did she eat to get poisoned like that? It said her face was red and swollen, covered in big bumps. Does that mean she looks like a toad now? A child frowned, but was immediately silenced by their mother, who looked apologetically at Jiang Yuanyuan. "Oh dear, children speak without thinking. Please don't be angry. I still have a few eggs at home. I'll give them to young Shen to help her recover. Who knows, she might get better soon." Lu Chuang also heard about this and was even more anxious. After all, Shen Ning had been fine until she ate her breakfast and then went to the hospital. Thinking of Shen Ning's beautiful face, if she ended up with unsightly scars because of this, it would be terrible. Jiang Yuanyuan felt disheartened. It wasn't tea poisoning, but rather an allergy to almonds. Someone maliciously added almond powder to her food, causing her to have difficulty breathing right after eating it, and she had to be rushed for emergency care. Although she survived, the rash on her face wouldn't go away, and in the future, Wang Baozhu nearly laughed out loud. Shen Ning was disfigured. That was truly great news. She tried to suppress her smile, putting on a sorrowful expression, but anyone could see through it. Jiang Yuanyuan was so furious at her insincerity that she felt like scratching her face. It was clear that someone knew Shen Ning was severely allergic to almonds and still added such a large dose, clearly aiming to harm her. Anyway, we've already reported it to the police. Knowing the other party's allergy and still maliciously adding, it would surely lead to a harsh sentence if caught. Especially since Shen Ning nearly lost her life. It was practically attempted murder. After saying this, Jiang Yuanyuan glanced at the expressions of those around her. Wang Baozhu looked obviously guilty but quickly patted her chest, feigning innocence while letting out a sigh of relief, which confused others. Wasn't she the one? She almost wanted to confront her directly. But thinking of Shen Ning's plan, Jiang Yuanyuan suppressed her anger and said darkly, "Yeah, I wonder which heartless, ugly person did such a shameful thing. They aren't afraid of being haunted by ghosts at night, choking to death while eating, or getting hit by a car when they go out." Wang Baozhu's expression darkened immediately, and even Chen Jiefeng beside her looked disapproving. A young girl with such a poisonous mouth, harming others without benefiting herself. Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did they think she didn't know? If Shen Ning hadn't missed the interview, would a mere 4th place in the written test allow her to become a teacher? Jiang Yuanyuan's disdain was evident, and Chen Jiefeng's face turned sullen as he turned to leave. Lu Chuang finally spoke up hesitantly. "Oh no, how could this happen? I need to go to the hospital to see young Shen. Jiang Yuanyuan quickly stopped her. Don't go. She especially doesn't want to see anyone right now, sigh. Wang Baozhu perked up at once. Oh, after all, we're sisters. I have to go see her and comfort her. Heh. Jiang Yuanyuan sneered coldly. You? Comfort? I think you just want to add insult to injury. Don't worry. Even if Shen Ning is disfigured, she is still better looking than you. The more Jiang Yuanyuan said this, the more Wang Baozhu couldn't contain her excitement at the thought of seeing Shen Ning's misfortune. Just thinking of Shen Ning's once proud face being ruined made her tremble with excitement. She wished she could see her ugly appearance immediately. Without hesitation, Wang Baozhu set off. Disregarding the cold weather, watching the snow flutter down, her heart burning with anticipation as she headed toward the village entrance. If she didn't hurry, she would miss the bus into town. Jiang Yuanyuan watched her back with a faint smile. Go on, go on. I hope when you see Shen Ning, you'll still be able to laugh. Wang Baozhu inquired and arrived at Shen Ning's hospital room, trying hard to suppress her gloating expression. Upon entering room 205 without knocking, she found it empty, with 2 vacant hospital beds. Wang Baozhu glanced at the name tags on the beds and boldly sat on Shen Ning's bed, picking fruits from the basket at the head of the bed, leisurely eating. After devouring an apple and half a pear, she rummaged through the bedside cabinet and found a box of osmanthus cake. Her eyes lit up, and she hastily swallowed the remaining half pear, grabbing a piece of cake and stuffing it into her mouth, eating greedily, until she felt so full she could hardly bear it. The osmanthus cake stuck in her throat. Without thinking, she reached for the enamel cup on the table. Just then, the door opened, and Wang Baozhu quickly put down the cup in her hand, shoving the osmanthus cake further into the room. The nurse looked at this unfamiliar person in surprise and asked, "Who are you? Where's the patient? Where is Shen Ning?" Chapter 88. Wang Baozhu walks into a trap. The nurse stared at the unfamiliar person in front of her, momentarily taken aback. "Who are you? Where's the patient in this bed? Where's Shen Ning?" Wang Baozhu immediately stood up awkwardly, pressed her lips together, and quickly wiped the remnants of osmanthus cake from her mouth. Stammering, "I don't know. I came to visit, but I didn't see anyone when I arrived." She mumbled quietly, but the nurse's suspicious gaze made her feel a bit flustered, as if she were some kind of thief. It was no surprise the nurse felt this way. Food was precious these days, and it was rare to see someone visit a patient only to leave the ward in disarray, consuming the patient's rations along the way. The nurse frowned tightly as she looked at the open cabinets and drawers, but ultimately said nothing and turned to leave. Wang Baozhu let out a sigh of relief, feeling the heavy door of the ward close behind her. What was I afraid of? It's just a bit of cake. TCH, I haven't even seen that ugly Shen Ning yet. What a waste to leave like this. Wang Baozhu wandered around the ward, feeling a vague sense of panic creeping in. The frustrations of the past 6 months made her forget Wang Aihua's warnings. She wanted to see Shen Ning crying her heart out, reaching a peak of sorrow. Fortunately, Shen Ning did not disappoint her expectations and pushed the ward door open. Wang Baozhu's eyes instantly lit up, greedily fixating on Shen Ning's face. Shen Ning was not surprised to see her. A dark storm began to gather beneath her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Wang Baozhu felt a bit regretful that Shen Ning wore a large mask, covering everything except her eyes. But this only indicated that her face was disfigured. Otherwise, why would she wear a mask? "Hey, I heard you ate something wrong. I came to check on you. Are you okay?" Wang Baozhu asked, feigning concern. But the curve of her lips couldn't be suppressed. "Oh, how important a girl's face is. How could you be so careless? What if you end up disfigured? If you become an ugly duckling, no one will want you." Shen Ning did not respond. Her clear almond eyes sweeping over Wang Baozhu and then glancing at the half-eaten osmanthus cake, her gaze filled with mockery. "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Who gave you permission to eat my stuff?" Wang Baozhu rolled her eyes, thinking that even after being disfigured, she still had the energy to eat. Her face twitched slightly, and she spoke with a smile. "There's no one else in this ward, so why hide it? If you keep covering up, be careful your rash might fester and turn you into a toad." "Ah, no, I'm mainly worried about you." Shen Ning scoffed, her dark eyes fixed on Wang Baozhu. "Stop pretending. I know it was you who added almond flour to the ingredients when sister, he was making buns. Don't talk nonsense." I had no idea you were allergic to almonds, and I never did such a thing. Clearly, it's you who flaunts yourself everywhere, making enemies, and now you're blaming me. Shen Ning's dark eyes seemed to see right through her. It was Sun Miao who told you, right? Besides my parents, only Sun Miao knows about this. I can't even remember it myself. So, you haven't seen her end yet? You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you believe I can make you unable to stay in Hejia village? Shen Ning's tone was light and even arrogant, deeply piercing Wang Baozhu's heart, which she could hardly bear to endure, forgetting Wang Aihua's warnings. Wow, you're quite capable. Go ahead and try. What's so great about not being able to stay in Hejia village? In this poor and remote countryside, you're the only one who thinks you're precious. You probably don't know, but my mom has already secured a spot for me in the art troupe. As soon as spring comes, I'll be leaving. How about you, a disfigured orphan? You're destined to be a farmer for the rest of your life. Finally uncovering Wang Baozhu's intentions, Shen Ning's almond eyes held a smile. Oh, I see. No wonder you're so confident. You must be certain you'll leave soon. But unfortunately, you can't go. Wang Baozhu felt a wave of panic wash over her and immediately began to curse angrily. You ugly freak, a disfigured toad. How come the almonds didn't tea poison you? What nonsense are you saying? Is this how you treat your own comrades, your fellow revolutionaries? Fang Heng entered with medicine in hand. Overhearing Wang Baozhu's relentless mockery of Shen Ning, he was instantly enraged, feeling it was an insult too much. No wonder Shen Ning had such a bad attitude towards them. She must have been bullied too much in private. Wang Baozhu was momentarily speechless, taking a step back, feeling increasingly stifled. Fang Heng's aura was so strong that it felt like if she said another bad word, he would rush forward to hit her. She inwardly cursed, this shameless little hussy. Even with her face ruined, she can still flirt. Fang Heng shot Wang Baozhu a fierce glare, not caring about her thoughts, and instead felt more pity for Shen Ning. Thinking her usual toughness was just a way to protect herself, he walked over to Shen Ning, handing her a packet of medicine. The nurse was looking for you, but you weren't here, so I picked up the medicine for you. You should take it quickly. By the way, you can't take this medicine on an empty stomach. I saw you busy taking care of Sanya. You probably didn't have time to eat. The cafeteria isn't open right now, so I bought you some osmanthus cake earlier. Have a couple of pieces to fill your stomach before taking the medicine. Although Fang Heng was outgoing, he was actually quite indifferent to others at the youth point, only being close to Li Jiqiang. When did he ever show such concern for anyone else? Wang Baozhu thought to herself that luckily Sun Miao had returned to the city early. Otherwise, seeing Fang Heng like this might break her heart. She huffed coldly and stepped aside. However, she was too eager to see Shen Ning's disfigured face, wishing she could pull off Shen Ning's mask herself. As she rolled her eyes, she forced a smile. That's right, taking medicine is important. We can't delay it. She even somewhat thoughtfully handed over the osmanthus cake she had already opened and mostly eaten. Hurry up and eat. I tried it just now, it's delicious. After saying that, Shen Ning took the osmanthus cake Wang Baozhu handed her and looked at her earnest demeanor, secretly amused. Fang Heng had already thoughtfully picked up Shen Ning's water cup. I'll go get you some water. Shen Ning nodded, not refusing his kindness. In fact, her heart was filled with joy. She was just worried about how to get rid of Wang Baozhu. Wang Baozhu had long lost her patience. She had come here in the cold just to see Shen Ning's misfortune. But Shen Ning was dawdling, refusing to take off her mask, making her feel like a cat scratching her heart, tormenting her to the brink of madness. She couldn't even wait for Shen Ning to do it herself, and suddenly yanked down Shen Ning's mask. Time seemed to freeze, then slow down. As the mask came off, what was revealed was not the terrifying sight of a face covered in pus, red and swollen as she had imagined. Shen Ning's skin was fair and luminous, like a peeled egg. Most of the rash had receded, leaving only a few small scattered red spots that did not affect her beauty at all. Wang Baozhu's expression changed from anticipation to shock, then to disappointment, embarrassment, and finally disbelief. Her face underwent so many transformations that it rivaled that of a theater performer skilled in changing masks. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle, filled with mockery and disdain. How is it? Are you satisfied with what you see? Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not disfigured. Once the rash completely fades, there won't even be a scar left. In fact, this was the result of Shen Ning's control. Otherwise, after 2 sips of spiritual spring water, the red spots would have completely vanished. Shen Ning leisurely stuffed the osmanthus cake in her mouth, a faint bitterness spreading, yet she seemed to enjoy it immensely. Taking another bite, footsteps could be heard at the door, and it sounded like more than one person was coming. Shen Ning's lips curled slightly, her almond eyes sparkling with a strange light. Chapter 89. Natural adversary footsteps approached the door, and from the sound, it was clear there was more than one person. Shen Ning's lips curled slightly, her almond eyes sparkling with a strange light. Wang Baozhu had already been driven mad with anger, as if all her expectations had been dashed, and it felt like a moment when victory was within her grasp, only to be knocked down by her opponent in one swift move. She couldn't even control her emotions, pushing and shoving Shen Ning, her voice shrill and frantic. Impossible. He Zhuang said he saw you disfigured with his own eyes. Shen Ning remained silent, her gaze mocking, as if she were openly laughing at her. Fang Heng had boiled some hot water, and when he returned, he happened to run into Gu Chang'e. The two chatted casually, but the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. As they approached the hospital room, they suddenly heard Wang Baozhu's sharp voice. Impossible. How could you be fine? Sun Miao clearly said that you almost died from eating almonds when you were a child. You obviously ate the buns with almond powder. How could you possibly be fine? Why don't you just die? The two exchanged glances and quickened their pace, rushing into the hospital room. Shen Ning. They just caught sight of Shen Ning collapsing to the ground with a thud, her face, which had mostly regained its paleness, now swollen and bruised again. Shen Ning seemed to be choking, speaking with difficulty. So this is why you added almond powder to this pastry. You didn't kill me the first time, and now you're trying again. Shen Ning. Gu Chang'e rushed forward and hugged Shen Ning tightly. His speed was so fast that he didn't give her a chance to react, and with one kick, he sent the spring water Shen Ning was reaching for flying. Shen Ning was still in a daze when her body was lifted off the ground. Gu Chang'e had already carried her out of the hospital room. Doctor! Doctor! The sudden turn of events left Wang Baozhu somewhat bewildered. She instinctively felt something was wrong, suspecting she had fallen into Shen Ning's trap, and she hurriedly shouted, "What are you talking about? When did I poison you?" But it was too late to say anything now. Fang Heng had already coldly twisted her hands behind her back and said to the nurses who had rushed over, "Call the police. Immediately call the police. It hurts. It hurts." Fang Heng's grip was frighteningly strong, and his once handsome face was now as cold as ice. Wang Baozhu was disoriented by the sudden turn of events, and the pain quickly brought her back to reality. It seemed she had indeed fallen for Shen Ning's trick. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it, really. It was Shen Ning. Shen Ning was the one scheming. She did it on purpose. She framed me. Fang Heng shouted angrily. She framed you? What did she use to frame you? Her own life? Wang Baozhu was momentarily stunned by his shout, followed by an even stronger sense of grievance. Crying with her neck strained, it really wasn't me. Then you admit that it was you who added almond powder last time. Wang Baozhu choked up and cried even harder. No, it wasn't me last time either. It really wasn't. Fear filled her heart and eyes as she thought of Shen Ning's exquisitely malicious features, feeling her hair stand on end and cold sweat soaking her clothes. She finally realized she had fallen into a trap. What disfigurement? It was all a ruse by Shen Ning to lure her in, so she could frame her. She regretted it. She shouldn't have come here. She shouldn't have ignored her mother's advice or provoked Shen Ning. Wang Baozhu sobbed, but at this moment, even if she was regretting it, it was too late. She could only pin her hopes on the police, hoping they would give her justice. Shen Ning was sent back into the emergency room. Gu Chang'e's speed was astonishing. It was so fast that she didn't even have time to secretly drink a sip of the spring water to slightly alleviate her symptoms. So this time, her condition looked even more terrifying. Her entire face was swollen like a steamed bun. Breathing was difficult, and her spirit felt a bit disoriented. Her limbs were stiff. She wanted to move, but couldn't, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew it. Gu Chang'e was naturally her adversary. Fortunately, the emergency doctor, seeing Shen Ning's condition, was already familiar with it and immediately administered the latest antihistamine. Shen Ning finally felt a bit better, able to breathe more smoothly. She cast a resentful glance at Gu Chang'e and turned her back with great effort. Gu Chang'e, however, misunderstood her meaning and anxiously asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Is it any better?" Shen Ning thought to herself, "I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Seeing you makes me even more uncomfortable." Gu Chang'e wanted to say a few more words when two police officers arrived outside the room. They were momentarily taken aback when they saw Gu Chang'e, but quickly regained their composure and greeted him. Upon seeing Shen Ning's swollen face, they almost didn't recognize her and were momentarily speechless. This little intellectual really should go pray at a temple. In just a few days, she had encountered a series of misfortunes, truly a case of bad luck. Shen Ning's allergic symptoms hadn't subsided. Her throat felt like it was being sliced by shards of glass. Fortunately, she didn't need to speak much, as Fang Heng had already furiously recounted the events. Along with the nurse who had seen Wang Baozhu rummaging through Shen Ning's pastries coming out to testify. When I entered the room, that woman was rummaging through Shen Ning's pastries. When she saw me come in, she looked clearly flustered and guilty. Wang Baozhu shouted in protest. "I was caught eating someone else's snacks, of course. I would be flustered and guilty. I didn't add anything to it. I was just simply stealing a bite." Wang Baozhu initially wanted the police to give her justice, but soon after, the doctor from the laboratory also came out, confirming that there was indeed almond powder on the osmanthus cakes. Wang Baozhu was instantly dumbfounded. "No, it wasn't me. Even if you found almond powder on it, it doesn't mean I put it there. I'm not guilty." Fang Heng angrily retorted, "I heard you say with my own ears that Shen Ning deserved to die. You and Shen Ning have been at odds for a long time. On the day Aunt He made buns, you were there too. And when Shen Ning ate Aunt He's buns, she had a severe allergic reaction. You actually had the audacity to use the same trick again." Wang Baozhu felt she was being wronged to the extreme. She grasped the police officer's arm. "It really wasn't me. Please investigate thoroughly. I'm innocent. I admit that I have conflicts with her, but this is a hospital. Wouldn't it be stupid of me to do something here? Besides, do you have any direct evidence proving that I did this?" Regarding her own fate, Wang Baozhu's muddled brain became clever. "Yes, at that time, it was just the two of us. It was also possible that Shen Ning did it herself and tried to frame me." Everyone's gaze fell on Shen Ning, whose face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable, still hanging in drip, and unable to speak even now, clearly not believing her words. Gu Chang'e asked, "Have you ever purchased almonds or almond powder?" Wang Baozhu's pupils constricted, her gaze wavering, desperately suppressing her nerves. "No, I haven't." Gu Chang'e, however, sneered. On January 23rd, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, near the supply and marketing cooperative in Chili Alley, you bought half a pound of almonds there and specifically asked the salesperson if they could grind them into powder. Do you want me to bring that person over for a confrontation? Wang Baozhu's leg went weak, stammering, Can I just eat them myself?" Fang Heng was first astonished that Gu Chang'e had secretly investigated this matter and found the supply and marketing cooperative where Wang Baozhu bought the almonds and the witnesses. Then he was infuriated by Wang Baozhu's shameless excuses. "Wang Baozhu, are you still not telling the truth? Do you still want to argue?" Chapter 90. Your Honor, I'm wronged. Wang Baozhu was taken away by the police. In the interrogation room, Wang Baozhu was wailing and shouting that she was wronged. She was acting like a rogue. The police officer slammed the table heavily, making a loud noise that intensified the oppressive atmosphere. Wang Baozhu trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. "Quiet. No loud noise. Answer my questions." Wang Baozhu shrank her neck, scared like a partridge, but still tried to defend herself. "I really didn't add almond powder to Shen Ning's food." "Do you know that Shen Ning is severely allergic to almonds? Have you ever bought almond powder?" Wang Baozhu hesitated and shook her head. The police officer immediately scolded her sternly. "Tell the truth. Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll face severe consequences." "Do you think this is a place where you can fool people?" Wang Baozhu burst into tears. The police officer patiently continued. "Whether you did it or not is not up to you or me to decide. Everyone is equal before the law. If you feel wronged, you need to explain everything clearly. We are looking at the evidence." Wang Baozhu, being a pampered young girl, had never seen such a scene before and immediately cried and confessed everything. "Yes, it was Sun Miao. I really didn't know Shen Ning was allergic to almond powder. She told me that when Shen Ning was 3, she ate a few pieces of almond pastry and almost needed resuscitation. I did buy a little almond powder, but I was going to eat it myself. I didn't put it in her food. It really wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? You knew Shen Ning was allergic, and you added it to the buns made by Lu Chuiying the first time, because you knew that Jiang Yuan would bring those buns to Shen Ning the next day. Luckily, Shen Ning was saved in time and escaped danger. You were resentful and tried again. When Shen Ning wasn't around, you added almond powder to her osmanthus cake. No, I didn't. It really wasn't me. Wang Baozhu was somewhat on the verge of a breakdown, covering her face. If she hadn't done it, she would think she did. If you didn't, then how do you explain the almond powder residue in your pocket and under your nails? As soon as this was said, Wang Baozhu felt even more grieved. In this day and age, everyone can't possibly change clothes every day. Who would have thought the police would check so meticulously that they even found almond powder residue in her jacket pocket? As for the residue under her nails, the surface of the osmanthus cake had a layer of almond powder sprinkled on it, and she had grabbed it to eat, so it naturally got on her nails. She felt more wrong than Do-e. Seeing that she couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, the police continued. You and Shen Ning have a bad relationship. The whole Hejia village knows it. Why did you go to the hospital? Was it really to visit a patient? Do you believe that yourself? Do you know that knowing someone is allergic and deliberately introducing an allergen that threatens their life could lead to a murder charge? Wang Baozhu felt like she had been struck by lightning. The accusations kept piling on, and she couldn't distinguish anything. All she could do was cry and plead. Really, it wasn't me. I admit that I don't get along with Shen Ning. I heard she passed the teacher's assessment and was first in the written exam, and as long as she goes through the interview, she won't have to work in the fields next year. I was indeed jealous, but I was thinking of going back to the city. How could I dare to make a mistake? Even if I hated her, I wouldn't risk my own future. That day, I acted impulsively and thought about adding something to Annie's flour, but then I got scared. What if Shen Ning really died? You would definitely investigate. I didn't dare. I just thought about putting in a little to make her uncomfortable and affect her interview, but then someone came, and I panicked, thinking only of escaping, and I didn't even have time to add it. I don't even know where that bag of almond powder went. I swear to God, I had a bit of bad intention, but I wouldn't dare to kill someone. I really wouldn't. Wang Baozhu was now filled with regret, wondering why she had thought so carelessly. She didn't know which fool picked up that bag of almond powder and added it in, but now she had to take the blame. Oh, Your Honor, I'm truly wronged. Wang Baozhu cried sorrowfully, and the police in charge of the investigation felt somewhat speechless. Shut up. Be quiet. So, what happened at the hospital this time? We have already asked the doctor. Shen Ning was recovering well, but your actions caused her to suffer 2 severe allergic reactions in a short time, which inflicted tremendous physical and psychological harm on her. You were the only one in the ward at the time, and the nurse on duty saw you rummaging through her food. She had already eaten a piece of that osmanthus cake before you came in, and there was no allergic reaction then, which means there was no almond powder mixed in. After you came in, she ate it and had an allergic reaction. You say you're innocent and wronged. Explain. Is this reasonable? Wang Baozhu wanted to cry even more. Is this reasonable? This is extremely unreasonable. Shen Ning was harmed, but what about her? She was clearly the one who was wronged. She had suffered 1,000,000 points of undeserved harm. She had no one to confide in. So she kept repeating that this must have been a self-directed act by Shen Ning. She was deliberately framing her. I went to the hospital just to see Shen Ning because I heard she was disfigured from the allergy. I just wanted to take a look. It was all just a coincidence. When the nurse came in, she looked at me like a thief. Of course, I felt guilty because I had eaten Shen Ning's cake. But it was absolutely not because I was guilty about secretly adding almond powder to Shen Ning's food. Please believe me, I am truly wronged. In fact, Wang Baozhu guessed correctly. The almond powder on the osmanthus cake was indeed put there by Shen Ning herself. But when Wang Baozhu lost her temper in the ward, she spoke carelessly, and her words were overheard by everyone. Now, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a forced defense. But as she cried with snot and tears, even the police officer who had been handling cases for many years felt that there were many doubts in this matter. Wang Baozhu's muddled mind suddenly cleared for a moment. Just because there was almond powder on her, it didn't mean she was the one who put it there. You have no evidence, and no one saw me do such a thing. I will absolutely not plead guilty. Don't think you can force a confession out of me. The police officer pursed his lips, almost amused by her. Force a confession? I don't know if this girl has been watching too many dramas lately. However, as she said, this case lacked critical eyewitnesses. The interrogation room fell into a stalemate for a moment. Chapter 91. Hidden Motives at that moment. The door to the interrogation room was knocked on, and a female police officer wearing glasses walked in, waving at the officer interrogating Wang Baozhu. This left only the officer recording the testimony and Wang Baozhu, who exchanged anxious glances. Wang Baozhu was unsure whether they believed her or not, and in the cold winter, she was so anxious that beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Terrified and at a loss, she thought, "You believe me. I really have the heart of a thief, but not the courage. I just came to see the commotion. I only wanted to make fun of Shen Ning a bit. I absolutely didn't dare to poison her. I'm not crazy. Life in the countryside is already so difficult. Why would I create trouble for myself?" Holding on to the last thread of her sanity, Wang Baozhu refrained from mentioning her connections and the original plan to leave Hejia village after the new year. The recording officer was quite patient, listening to her repeatedly complain and cry, showing no signs of impatience. Instead, he comforted her, saying not to worry and to think carefully about whether she had overlooked any important clues. Wang Baozhu was even more anxious than the officer, her mind a mess, unable to remember anything, not even why she had thought of such a terrible idea to harm Shen Ning, ending up with nothing to show for her efforts. But when the officer who had gone out to speak returned, the atmosphere in the interrogation room changed instantly. Wang Baozhu keenly sensed this shift and felt a jolt in her heart as she looked up in confusion. She saw the returning officer slam a file down on the table, producing a loud bang. "Comrade Wang Baozhu, someone has reported that they witnessed you adding almond powder to Lu Chuiying's flour. What else can you say in your defense? Will you not admit your guilt?" Wang Baozhu felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe it, trembling as she asked, "P personally witnessed me adding it? No, this is blatant slander." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, standing up abruptly and shouting, "Slander! This is pure slander. I have never done such a thing. Who? Who is it? Which scoundrel wants to harm me? Is it Jiang Yuan? The police comrades can't be trusted. She and Shen Ning are as close as sisters. She must be helping Shen Ning. They are framing me. They want to put me to death." Officer Qin frowned and tapped the table, signaling her to calm down. "It's not Jiang Yuan. The person who reported it is a named witness, and it's your roommate, Kai Mei Wan." Wang Baozhu's sharp voice stopped, a look of confusion appearing on her beautiful face. "Who? Kai Mei Zuzun? She reported me?" Meanwhile, outside the police station, Kai Mei Wan was sweating profusely, and after walking for a while, she finally saw Chen Jiefeng waiting for her. Chen Jiefeng approached with a look of concern and asked, "How did it go? What did the police say?" Kai Mei Wan rolled her eyes at him irritably. "What else could they say? I said everything according to your instructions. Wang Baozhu can't escape this time." Chen Jiefeng looked touched. "Mei Wan, I will not let you down. Once I establish myself at school and start earning a proper salary, we will get married. I will never treat you poorly. You've really suffered all these years. Every time I see you working in the fields, my heart aches." Kai Mei Wan scoffed. Before Sun Miao arrived, Chen Jiefeng had indeed treated her well, and their relationship was ambiguous, just a thin layer of paper away from being broken. But after Sun Miao came, Chen Jiefeng immediately distanced himself from her, turning to fawn over Sun Miao. As a result, Sun Miao turned out to be restless. While keeping Chen Jiefeng hanging, she was also flattering Feng Heng, and in the end, she ended up with He Jianya getting married, which made Chen Jiefeng remember her. He thought she was unaware of his insincerity, which was ridiculous. It was merely mutual exploitation. Wang Baozhu had not lied. That day she did think about adding almond powder to Lu Chuiying's flour, but she had the heart of a thief without the courage. She remembered Wang Aihua instructing her not to stir up trouble and that she would be transferred after the new year. After much hesitation, she heard someone coming and fled in a panic, causing the almond powder to fall to the ground. Chen Jiefeng picked up the almond powder and immediately understood Wang Baozhu's intentions. He learned about Shen Ning's almond allergy thanks to Sun Miao. After Sun Miao publicly criticized herself last time, she had developed ulterior motives. But Shen Ning was very guarded against her and had moved out of the youth point early on, leaving Sun Miao without an opportunity. Although Chen Jiefeng had feelings for Sun Miao at that time and was very attentive, he was not foolish, not even daring to touch her hand. So why would he risk himself for her? Unable to risk a situation that could involve lives, he remained silent and refused to help Sun Miao. It wasn't until Sun Miao was sent back and the teacher assessment ended that he became active in his thoughts. Shen Ning ranked first in the written test, and Chen Jiefeng was fourth, but the central primary school only recruited 3 teachers, which put Chen Jiefeng, who ranked fourth, in a very awkward position. The opportunity to eat proper rations was right in front of him, and he was so close to escaping the fate of being a farmer. This temptation was too great to resist. Life in the countryside was hard for everyone, and everyone was striving to get into the city. Chen Jiefeng was no exception. He was not young anymore, approaching 30, and this was his last chance to take the teacher assessment. If he missed this opportunity, he would be condemned to a life of toil in the fields. How could he accept that? As long as Shen Ning missed the interview, he could seamlessly step in as a substitute, and no one could find fault. Chen Jiefeng did not hesitate at that moment. He raised his hand, and the white powder fell liberally into the flour. But when he came out, he happened to run into Cai Meiwan, and he immediately won her over, proposing that as long as he successfully became a teacher, they would get married right away. Cai Meiwan was eager to move out of the youth point and into a 2 building. However, she only graduated from elementary school, and although she was still young, job recruitment in the county almost always required a diploma, which had nothing to do with her. To marry someone with an urban household registration who could eat proper rations was particularly important for her. Only in this way could she transfer her household registration from the commune and become a city dweller. Therefore, she was even too lazy to investigate who had actually put the almond powder there. Whatever Chen Jiefeng said was what it was. After all, the thing indeed belonged to Wang Baozhu, and Wang Baozhu was certainly not a good person. Cai Meiwan went along with Chen Jiefeng's wishes, solidifying Wang Baozhu's guilt, saving the police from digging deeper and exposing other matters. This also allowed Chen Jiefeng to completely remain hidden in this incident, smoothly securing his position as a teacher at the central primary school. And with the leverage she had over Chen Jiefeng, she could successfully marry him and leave this broken village. Cai Meiwan and Chen Jiefeng had aligned interests in this matter, leading to an unusual tacit understanding. The smooth progression of events was beyond Shen Ning's expectations. Because of Cai Meijuan's testimony, Wang Baozhu was left with no chance of turning the tables. After all, there were witnesses, material evidence, and a clear motive for the crime. Even if she had 100 mouths, she could not explain herself. Ultimately, she was sentenced to 7 years for intentional injury. When Wang Baozhu's verdict came down, there were only 10 days left until the new year. Chapter 92. Oath of Sovereignty. When Wang Baozhu's verdict came down, there were only 10 days left until the new year. Shen Ning and Gu Sanya finally recovered and were discharged from the hospital, but Sanya was left with horrific scars on her arm. Her sister-in-law was paralyzed from the waist down due to inhaling too much smoke, and her lungs were infected, making it extremely difficult for her to breathe, like a worn-out bellows. Since the Gu family had no other relatives besides the young Gu Sanya, Zheng Xuemei's years of savings were also reduced to ashes in a disaster. The team leader could only call in Zheng Xuemei's family, but her parents were elderly, and only her brother and sister-in-law came. Shen Ning had observed from a distance that her brother and sister-in-law were just as mean and malicious as Zheng Xuemei, showing no interest in taking care of her, even reluctant to prescribe more pain medication or to pay for an extra day of hospitalization, hastily taking her back. It was easy to imagine that once Zheng Xuemei was taken back, she would not receive proper treatment and care, merely prolonging her suffering for a few more days. When Fang Heng came out, he happened to see Shen Ning gazing longingly into the distance. The falling snow made Shen Ning's features appear even more picturesque, stunningly beautiful. Fang Heng pressed his lips together. He had been thinking too much these days. He admired Shen Ning and even developed the thought of marrying no one but her. He wanted to express his feelings to Shen Ning and be honest about everything. This thought grew stronger day by day, like a raging fire, making it difficult for him to eat or sleep. What are you looking at? You've suffered so much, You mustn't catch a cold again. Shen Ning turned to look at Fang Heng, whose gaze was intense and filled with uncontainable affection. She frowned and instinctively took a few steps back. These past few days, she had been giving Fang Heng the cold shoulder, hoping he would take the hint and back off. But it seemed she had not expressed herself clearly enough. Shen Ning, I have something to say to you. I like. Fang Heng. Fang Heng. A cheerful voice, filled with joy, suddenly interrupted Fang Heng's confession. They both turned to look. In the snow, a tall and beautiful young woman was excitedly waving at them, running over. The thick military coat wrapped around her snugly, but didn't look bulky. She wore a bright scarf around her neck, and with her raised eyebrows and bright eyes, she appeared vibrant and full of youthful energy. Before long, the girl arrived beside them. Seeing Shen Ning curiously examining her, Fang Heng's expression suddenly changed to one of extreme displeasure. He even cast a guilty glance at Shen Ning. What are you doing here? Zhang Ruyu, panting, replied, I came to see you and brought you something. Are you injured? Or are you feeling unwell? Why are you at the hospital? If I hadn't run into Li Jiqiang, I would have gone straight to Hejiao village. Her face was filled with concern. Scanning Fang Heng from head to toe, Zhang Ruyu was lying. She had met Li Jiqiang in town and naturally knew Fang Heng was fine. The one in trouble was that little enchantress named Shen Ning. The thought that Fang Heng was running around for that little enchantress made her uncomfortable, and she couldn't wait to find him at the county hospital. Fang Heng quickly explained, I'm fine, a friend who is hospitalized. I'm here to see her. Only then did Zhang Ruyu shift her gaze to Shen Ning, who was just a couple of steps away and naturally wrapped her arm around Fang Heng's. As if just noticing Shen Ning, smiling as she extended her hand. Hello, you must be one of the female educated youth who went to the countryside with Fang Heng. I'm Zhang Ruyu, a female soldier from the Sioux City Art Troupe, and I'm also Fang Heng's fiancée. The emphasis on the words fiancée made Fang Heng shudder, and he didn't dare to look at Shen Ning's expression. Sensing Fang Heng's stiffness, Zhang Ruyu felt a surge of anger, but maintained a polite smile, leaning affectionately against Fang Heng's shoulder. Why are you acting like a wooden block? You didn't even introduce me to this comrade. By the way, you just said a friend is hospitalized. Which friend is it? I'll accompany you to see her. Zhang Ruyu had expected to see Shen Ning's embarrassment, jealousy, or resentment, but unexpectedly, she was met with a pair of sparkling eyes, clear and bright, resembling the starlight of summer. Zhang Ruyu's expression froze for a moment. This female, educated youth was simply too outstanding, not to mention in this impoverished rural area. Even in the provincial capital, such beauty was rare. Such looks could make even other women feel a sense of pity. In an instant, she felt alarm bells ringing, discreetly observing Fang Heng and Shen Ning's expressions. Seeing that the female, educated youth appeared calm, it was Fang Heng who, although smiling, was betraying his awkwardness and guilt, which Zhang Ruyu, having grown up with him, could easily recognize. Zhang Ruyu became even more resentful. No wonder Sun Miao had anonymously written her a letter. The situation before her was more complicated than she had imagined. She wasn't afraid of other women falling for Fang Heng. Everyone wants good things, especially a partner. As long as Fang Heng remained steadfast, no matter how excellent other women were, they wouldn't pose a threat. But the current situation was the worst kind. Fang Heng had developed feelings for someone else. Thinking of this, the smile on Zhang Ruyu's face faltered slightly. In contrast, Shen Ning was somewhat surprised. She had never heard of Fang Heng having a fiancé before. Soon, she felt relieved. During this time in her past life, she had been muddling through, barely eating or dressing warmly, with no time to concern herself with such extraneous matters. However, her expression towards Fang Heng was somewhat dissatisfied. This guy had a fiancé, yet he had been acting affectionate and attentive towards her during this time. Fortunately, she didn't like him. Otherwise, it would have turned into a dramatic scene of a wife catching her husband in the act. Shen Ning shivered, stepping back suddenly, her expression turning defensive, and her impression of Fang Heng dropped to an all-time low. Sure enough, no man is a good thing. Zhang Ruyu and Fang Heng both clearly sensed Shen Ning's disdain, their expressions differing. Fang Heng was particularly at a loss for words. He had a prior engagement and developed feelings for Shen Ning later, making it impossible to justify the situation. He immediately deflated, swallowing the bitterness in his heart, pressing his lips together without speaking. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, and Shen Ning immediately took the opportunity to speak up. "Hello, Comrade Zhang. My name is Shen Ning. Chapter 93. You are avoiding me. Zhang Ruoyu intended to chat with her for a few more sentences to gauge her. Shen Ning, right? I have to thank you for taking care of Fang Heng during this time. He is usually carefree and doesn't sweat the small stuff, but he is particularly warm-hearted and righteous, truly." Shen Ning noticed the vigilance in Zhang Ruoyu's eyes and immediately explained, "I'm not familiar with him, let alone taking care of him. It's just that Comrade Fang is warm-hearted. When he was at the educated youth point, he was always willing to help anyone in need. Thank you for visiting Sanya today, but it's getting late, and I need to help Sanya with her discharge, so I'll take my leave now." Seeing Shen Ning's evasive demeanor, Fang Heng felt extremely uncomfortable. "I'll go with you. We can return to the village together, and it will be convenient to look after you." But Shen Ning didn't give him a chance. Looking at the faint hostility emanating from Zhang Ruoyu, she smiled and said goodbye. "No need. You two haven't seen each other for a long time as an engaged couple. There should be a lot to talk about, so I won't disturb you." Fang Heng watched her leave without looking back, feeling as if a large piece of him had been hollowed out, leaving him feeling empty and in pain. Noticing Fang Heng looking lost, Zhang Ryu pinched his waist playfully, yet seriously. "I see your eyes are about to pop out. Do you want to follow her?" Fang Heng grimaced in pain, coldly looking at Zhang Ryu and stepping back, increasing the distance between them. "Why did you suddenly come? Didn't we agree to part ways and confess to our parents after some time?" Zhang Ruoyu's eyes were deep, like an unseen lake, suddenly filled with a hint of grievance. "What's the matter? You used to rely on me to fend off countless unwanted suitors. Now that you have someone you like, you want to throw me away? Fang Heng, how can you be so heartless?" Fang Heng's brows furrowed tightly. "Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean by throw away? We initially agreed that you would go to the countryside, wait a year or so, and then tell both our parents. But you want to break the engagement less than half a year after going to the countryside. Do I not have any face left? Besides, even if we were to break the engagement, I should be the one to bring it up first." Fang Heng paused for a moment. "That's true, but now the situation is different. I have someone I like." "Huh, so what if you have someone you like? It doesn't mean she will like you back. Let's talk about breaking the engagement when you actually win her over. Don't worry, when that day comes, I will never delay your good fortune. If you're really worried, I'll go chase after her right now and explain." Fang Heng's expression softened, clearly moved. Zhang Ruoyu's gaze deepened, and the corners of her mouth struggled to maintain a smile, a surge of anger rising in her heart. This person is really prepared to send his legitimate fiancée to explain to an unrelated woman. Explain? Explain what? Explain that her engagement with Fang Heng was merely under parental pressure? Explain that she had long been interested in Fang Heng and that everything was just a matter of convenience, but she couldn't say it outright, hence using this betrothal to tie him down? Explain that to avoid Fang Heng rejecting her, they had only verbally agreed to some ridiculous terms. It's truly laughable. Zhang Ryu, has always been the favored one, and whatever she desires can only belong to her. Unless she chooses to let go, no one can take it from her. Not to mention Shen Ning. Even Fang Heng himself is not capable. Fang Heng sighed and ultimately said nothing more. "Let's go. I'll take you to a guest house to stay." "Stay at a guest house? I also want to understand your life as educated youth in the countryside more deeply. I should have no problem staying at your educated youth point for a couple of days, right? By the way, I remember there was a female educated youth named Sun Miao who went to the countryside with you. Why haven't I seen her?" Fang Heng's expression turned strange, seemingly surprised that Zhang Ruoyu would mention Sun Miao. She had an incident, applied for medical retirement, and has already returned to Sioux City. Zhang Ruoyu's eyes trembled. Medical retirement? What illness did she have? I saw her before. She was a perfectly fine comrade. Did something happen? Fang Heng was feeling troubled and didn't want to say much. After all, his connection with Sun Miao was only a few school ties. He had never really thought about her. But Zhang Ryu insisted on staying at the educated youth point, and Fang Heng couldn't refuse her, so the two of them set off back to Hejiao village. Shen Ning returned to the hospital with a calm demeanor. In the hospital corridor, she saw Gu Chang'an's back and immediately slowed her pace. Although she was grateful for Gu Chang'an's secret help in investigating and finding evidence of Wang Baozhu buying almond powder, she hadn't forgotten that this guy had directly knocked her thermos away that day, causing her to miss the chance to drink some spring water to relieve herself, leading to much suffering. Thinking about the concept of incompatible fates, she quietly stepped aside. She knew the hospital had received a batch of injured soldiers, and the doctors and nurses were on high alert. It seemed he was here to visit a comrade. But just as Gu Changjin was walking forward, he suddenly stopped as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Shen Ning hurriedly hid in the corner of the stairs, waiting for a long time before slowly peeking out. Suddenly, she collided with a pair of narrow, cold eyes. His tone was somewhat indifferent. "Where are you hiding from? Did you do something you shouldn't have, that you can't face me?" His words were flat, even the tone lacking any fluctuation. Shen Ning was startled. Sensing the malice in Gu Chang'an's tone, she suppressed her inner panic, awkwardly smiled. No, I was just tying my shoelaces." As she spoke, Shen Ning pretended to squat down, but the next second, she fell silent looking at her big cotton shoes. In her moment of nervousness, she had forgotten that Jiang Yuan had specially brought her a thick pair of cotton shoes to prevent her from getting cold feet. It felt like she suddenly fell into a dead silence. Gu Changjin chuckled meaningfully twice, and Shen Ning felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a place to hide. It seemed that whenever she encountered Gu Changjin, she always found herself in awkward situations. Fortunately, Gu Changjin did not press the matter further. "Let's go. I'll take you back to the village." Shen Ning was taken aback. She had thought Gu Changjin would definitely question her about the details that happened in the ward that day. After all, that day in the ward, only she and Wang Baozhu were present. Although everyone didn't believe she had framed Wang Baozhu, Gu Changjin was not an ordinary person. How could he not see through the hidden agendas? Shen Ning's dark eyes trembled, and she quickly refused. "No, it's not necessary. Now that the road from Hejia village has been repaired, we can just take the bus back." Gu Changjin, however, insisted, "I'm here to take Gu Sonya back. Not you. Sonya's arm hasn't healed completely. She can't handle too much movement." Seeing Shen Ning looking a bit confused, Gu Changjin continued to explain. "The team leader has already called the army. Gu Sonya's situation is special. She is the child of a martyr and deserves preferential treatment. Now that her family has encountered difficulties and she has become an orphan, the organization will not neglect her." Shen Ning was taken aback. She was not clear about the specific situation of the Gu family. She had heard that the Gu family's house, made of blue bricks and tiles, was built with the compensation money after Gu's second son died in the line of duty. Unfortunately, now everything had been burned to the ground, leaving nothing. Chapter 94. Special Car Service? On a snowy day with slippery roads, the Jeep was not driving fast, and the military green color stood out starkly against the snowy path. Zhang Ruoxua was disgustedly covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, afraid to let go, fearing that if she opened her mouth, she would vomit. The small bus was crowded with a large group of people, many of whom were carrying shoulder poles and snakeskin bags, with their belongings in all sorts of shapes and sizes. There were also several children crying incessantly. The atmosphere was noisy, crowded, and the smell was unpleasant, which was indeed a significant challenge for Zhang Ruoyu. With teary eyes, she looked at Feng Heng, her gaze filled with grievance. Feng Heng sighed, saying that the countryside had harsh conditions. Since you refused to stay at the guest house, you had to endure this suffering. This was already considered better. In the past, the road was not repaired, and there was no bus, so we could only take a tractor to the town. The wind was so strong it felt like it would distort her face, and her buttocks were numb from the shaking. If we missed this bus, we wouldn't be able to return to the village today. Shen Ning and the others were not on the bus. He didn't know if they missed it. Sigh. He should have waited for her. Listening to Feng Heng's worried words, Zhang Ruoyu felt even more anxious, coupled with motion sickness. Her chest felt very heavy. Seeing that Zhang Ruoyu's face was pale, Feng Heng pulled her to the window seat. The car window was covered in ice, making it hard to see the outside scenery. Zhang Ruoyu could no longer hold back and forcefully opened the window a little. The biting cold wind immediately blew away the foul air around, and she took several deep breaths, feeling much better, and the dizziness and nausea faded significantly. Suddenly, she froze. On the village road, A deep green Jeep easily overtook the bus they were on. Through the window, she saw the woman sitting in the passenger seat. It was the female, educated youth Shen Ning she had seen that afternoon. Why was it that she could only stay in this broken bus, smelling the foul odor, and be squeezed like a sardine, while Shen Ning, a stinky educated youth, could comfortably sit in the Jeep? Zhang Riyu's face immediately turned ugly. And Fang Heng also noticed the two people in the car, feeling a slight panic and hidden discomfort, as if something important was about to be taken away. "What you two doing? Close the window. It's going to freeze us to death." A passenger behind them shivered from the cold air, rushing in, and immediately shouted. A nearby aunt shot them a glance and slammed the window shut again. Thinking it was really selfish, she was warm, but didn't care about others' lives. Fang Heng was embarrassed, his face turning red, and Zhang Riyu was so angry her face turned pale. Just as she was about to explode, Fang Heng pulled her back, and she could only mutter angrily, "Really, the poor countryside breeds bad people." Looking at Fang Heng, she was even more annoyed. "You're worried that Shen Ning can't return to the village? How foolish. She has a special car service, of course. She doesn't want to travel with us." Indeed, with her looks, it would be a shame not to climb the social ladder. "I think, even if you don't have a marriage contract, she wouldn't look at you at all." Fang Heng's face turned green, although he didn't want to admit it. He knew deep down that Zhang Ruiyu was speaking the truth. Shen Ning had never had any feelings for him beyond that of a comrade or classmate. Just like Li Jiqiang said, the way she looked at him was even less affectionate than how she looked at Kobolds. In the Jeep, Shen Ning tightly wrapped Gu Sanya to keep her warm, afraid that she would catch a cold and worsen her condition. Fortunately, although she faced another ordeal, Sanya's condition did not worsen. Aside from not speaking much, her mental state had clearly improved, and Shen Ning guessed it must be due to the spiritual spring water. However, Gu Sanya became more attached to Shen Ning. Her light brown eyes always held a faint smile when looking at Shen Ning. "Do you really think this was all done by Wang Baozhu?" Shen Ning's hair stood on end. "Here it comes." She knew this troublemaker would not let her off easily and would definitely ask for details. However, unexpectedly, Gu Changjin did not mention what happened in the ward that day. "I heard that you were supposed to attend an interview the day you had an allergic reaction. As a result of your absence, the 4th place in the written test was promoted, and that person was Chun Jiefang from the same educated youth point as you." Wang Baozhu never admitted to putting almond powder in the flour. And another female educated youth suddenly appeared. Her timing for testifying was rather too convenient. Even more coincidentally, the original 3rd place in the written test also didn't attend the interview, as it was said that she encountered thieves on her way to the town and was knocked unconscious. There was no solid evidence for these things, and Gu Changjin just nodded slightly. It was also a warning to Shen Ning to be cautious of those around her. A position as a primary school teacher could lead to fierce competition and sabotage, not to mention the few fixed opportunities to return to the city each year. Enough for these educated youths sent to the countryside to fight over, making it difficult to guard against treachery in such intense competition. Shen Ning was somewhat stunned. When the allergic reaction first occurred, she had also suspected Wang Baozhu. This person was both stupid and malicious, yet not very bold. After the new year, she wanted to return to the city, so logically, she wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. However, she was also eager for revenge against Wang Baozhu, wanting to take this opportunity to thoroughly crush her, so she didn't delve deeper. But upon reflection, Chun Jiefang indeed had more motive to commit the crime. It seemed she had been overly presumptuous and too eager for results, blinded by the hatred from her past life, while ignoring the dangers lurking around her. If it weren't for relying on the spiritual spring, she might have. Gu Changjin's words were profound and carried a strong warning. No matter what happens, under any circumstances, you should never bet your life. Shen Ning's face turned pale, and she softly replied, "I understand." Gu Changjin looked at Shen Ning's tightly clenched fists and her fearful expression, knowing she had taken his words to heart, and the chill around her finally dissipated significantly. The atmosphere in the car also relaxed a lot, and the two tacitly did not mention the allergic incident again. The vehicle drove steadily along the village road, and Shen Ning gazed out the window, somewhat distracted. "So, if you miss the interview, you won't be able to become a teacher." What are your plans for the future? Gu Changjin suddenly asked, his tone full of concern. Shen Ning was silent. Everyone felt sorry for her missing this interview, but in fact, she didn't care much. After all, the college entrance examination would be restored next year, and even if she became a teacher, she would eventually leave. At that time, she was actively preparing for the exam, more as a cover for participating in next year's college entrance examination. However, since the policy had not yet been announced, she naturally wouldn't tell Gu Changjin about her plans. Gu Changjin's peripheral vision swept over Shen Ning and saw her silent demeanor, thinking she was sad about missing this opportunity. After some thought, he said lightly, actually, not being able to become a teacher is not a big deal. The country is launching a literacy campaign, and it's not just school-age children who need to study. Even adults who have never been to school need to learn. Literacy campaign? Gu Changjin nodded, seeing the confusion in Shen Ning's eyes. Recently, the county was going to open several pilot points, and Hajia village was one of them. You ranked first in the written test. Although you can't go to the county to be a teacher, you can join the literacy campaign in the village, and that also counts towards your work points. Chapter 95. Gu Changjin's thoughts, Shen Ning's eyes lit up. It meant she wouldn't have to participate in next year's spring planting and could focus on reviewing for next year's college entrance examination in the village. Not having to work, yet still earning full work points, was simply a stroke of good luck. Shen Ning's eyes sparkled, and Gu Changjin's mood improved a bit too. This little educated youth seemed easily satisfied. Sometimes he felt that this little educated youth had deep thoughts that were always hard to fathom, and her ruthlessness was infuriating. Yet other times, she was so straightforward that it made him laugh. Although he had no evidence, he had already guessed that the turmoil in the hospital was a farce orchestrated by Shen Ning herself, making Wang Baozhu pay the most painful price for her malice. But what shocked him the most was that when he realized this possibility, he wasn't angry that Shen Ning was using violence to take revenge and framing Wang Baozhu. Instead, he was furious that Shen Ning was betting her own life so recklessly, not cherishing herself. Her gentleness and fragility were merely a disguise. She was clearly strong-willed and, at her core, resolute and cold-hearted. Yet her occasionally revealed sincerity was moving. She was ruthless to Wang Baozhu, her stepsister whom she had lived with for many years, striking a fatal blow. But to Gu Sanya, a little girl with no blood relation, she was wholeheartedly and generously releasing her goodwill. Shen Ning was like a complex and contradictory luminary, irresistibly attracting people to her. Gu Changjin knew he was developing feelings for her, for this scheming little educated youth. The former Gu camp leader, who remained unfazed in the face of danger, seemed to have vanished. He would worry, feel nervous, be fearful, and even feel jealous when he saw other male educated youths being attentive to her. He would be angry when he heard rumors about her, feel heartache when he saw her being hurt, and instinctively want to support her when she was bullied. Each day, he was pulled by these chaotic emotions, like a kitten's paws teasing his heart, but unfortunately, no one knew. Outside the car, the chill was biting, while inside it was warm and cozy. Gu Sanya was wrapped in Shen Ning's thick coat, curling up inside like a little dog, trying to sniff around. The faint scent of soapberry mixed with Shen Ning's subtle fragrance was incredibly reassuring to her. The slightly bumping Jeep felt like a comfortable cradle, and she nestled in the coat, falling into a deep sleep. With Gu Changjin's warning, the incident in the hospital finally came to a close. Shen Ning looked out at the swirling snow and gradually relaxed her tense heartstrings. Just thinking about Wang Baozhu and Sun Yao's future made her feel a thrilling sense of satisfaction. The only thing she was wary of now was Wang Aihua lurking in the shadows and the support behind her. After the verdict was handed down, the procedure required informing Wang Baozhu's family and her original household registration unit. Shen Ning knew Wang Aihua would soon get the news. She had spent her life worrying for her 2 children. Wang Baomin was sent to a labor reform camp in the northwest for speculation and profiteering. That place could strip a person down in 3 months, let alone 3 years. And with Wang Baozhu's sentence already handed down, she would soon be transferred to a nearby county prison to serve her term. 7 years, such a long time, was enough to drive a young girl mad. As the saying goes, what hurts the child pains the mother. Shen Ning wanted her to suffer ideally to the point of heartbreak, wishing she could hardly live. Shen Ning felt a bit regretful that she couldn't see Wang Aihua's shocked and crazed expression upon receiving the news, nor her heart-wrenching despair. That scene must be quite spectacular. Shen Ning looked forward to it even more, and Wang Aihua, having lost her beloved daughter, would surely not let it go easily. She would likely contact her good nephew in advance. It was also time to settle the grievances between herself and the Wang family. The little educated youth had zoned out again, something Gu Changjin had become accustomed to. He parked the car steadily at the entrance of Shen's small courtyard. Shen Ning finally came back to herself, suppressing her excitement about facing the Wang family, and pursed her lips, looking at Gu Changjin, and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for bringing me back, Captain Gu." Shen Ning wanted to wake Gu Sanya, but Gu Changjin stopped her, instructing, "You get your things, I'll carry her in." Shen Ning nodded obediently. Gu Changjin was very strong. He lifted Gu Sanya entirely, despite Shen Ning's coat and a thick quilt. The courtyard door was unlocked, and the cold ball, hearing the noise, rushed out, wanting to bark joyfully, but Shen Ning quickly covered its mouth. "Don't make noise. Sanya is sleeping." The dark dog eyes instantly showed a sense of grievance. Shen Ning chuckled and patted its head. "All right, stop making a fuss. I'll stew you some big bones later." Only then did the coal ball wag its tail happily. Gu Changjin watched the interaction between the person and the dog, a faint smile in his eyes, carefully carrying Gu Sanya into the courtyard. Jiang Yuanyuan had already known that Shen Ning would return today and had started the stove early. At this moment, the Kong in the East Room was warm and cozy. Jiang Yuanyuan estimated the time and planned to check if Shen Ning had returned. From a distance, she saw Gu Changjin carrying the child, with Shen Ning following him like a little wife. It had a bit of that couple's vibe of returning home together. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the absurd thought. How could she think Shen Ning and Captain Gu were a good match? Her Ning was sweet and lovely, gentle and virtuous, and that grumpy soldier, with his stern face, commanded respect without anger. Not to mention being together. Even looking at him required a lot of courage. Yet, strangely, this cold and fierce person softened a bit when looking at Shen Ning. Well, to be honest, there did seem to be an inexplicable understanding between the two. Jiang Yuanyuan prided herself on her keen insight and was sure she was not mistaken. This Captain Gu definitely had feelings for Shen Ning. With this thought, she felt less anxious and leisurely returned to her own place. After all, good things come to those who wait. Unbeknownst to Shen Ning, her friend had already started shipping her and Gu Changjin. If she knew, she would probably be so scared that her hair would stand on end like a startled cat. After settling Sanya, the atmosphere became excessively quiet for a moment. Meanwhile, the cold ball jumped around, unable to express its joy in loud barks, but its tail, a blur of motion, kept rubbing against Gu Changjin and Shen Ning's pant legs, softly whimpering. Gu Changjin patted its head and gave it a few strokes. "Good dog. Are you hungry?" Saying this, he stood up and walked outside. "You feed some food. I'll head back first." Shen Ning noticed it had already become dark outside and realized that after all the commotion, they had missed dinner. Thinking of how Captain Gu had traveled a long way to bring her and Sanya back, yet would have to go back on an empty stomach, she felt very embarrassed. Besides, although Captain Gu was a bit cold and fierce, he had helped her so much and always considered her and Sanya. It was indeed improper not to treat him to a meal. She immediately stood up. "I'll go cook some noodles. You can eat something before you leave. Just wait a moment. I'll be quick. No need to trouble yourself." Gu Changjin hadn't finished speaking when Shen Ning, fearing he would refuse, dashed into the kitchen. And thus, she didn't see the smile that had crept onto Gu Changjin's lips. Chapter 96 Fried Eggs. Shen Ning was worried about delaying Gu Changjin's return to the camp, so she chose the simplest noodles to make. However, even the simplest noodles became extremely delicious under Shen Ning's skilled hands. She fried a few shiny fried eggs, poured in boiling water, added a few dried scallops for flavor, and waited for the water to boil vigorously, thoroughly infusing the broth with the fresh taste of the scallops. Then, she added a large handful of long, snow-white noodles. And once they were cooked, she sprinkled some small greens and a bit of chopped scallions before serving. Shen Ning thought for a moment and took out the sauce beef she had previously bought from the state-run restaurant, slicing a plateful to serve alongside. When the noodles were served, Gu Changjin was outside helping to repair Shen Ning's small courtyard. He was tall and strong, making everything look effortless. And just watching him gave an inexplicable sense of security. Security? When did Gu Changjin become a reliable person in her heart? Shen Ning was startled by her own thoughts and hurriedly pushed that idea aside. Her beautiful apricot eyes were filled with panic. That Gu Changjin always seemed to catch her doing bad things, as long as he didn't dig deeper and catch her little secrets. Shen Ning would be grateful enough. Where did this sense of security come from? Collecting her chaotic thoughts, Shen Ning poked her head out and called with a slightly stiff tone. "Captain Gu, come in for dinner." She turned to call out to the dog, "Cold Ball, it's too cold, come in." Gu Changjin raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the silly dog that was wagging its head and tail. He felt a bit dissatisfied. What was going on? Shen Ning was much gentler when calling it than when calling him. Was he not even better than a dog? Watching the silly dog rush into the house first. He shook his head. He was actually competing with the dog? How ridiculous. Upon entering the main room, the dim light bulb flickered, seemingly having a poor connection. Without saying a word, Gu Changjin fixed the light bulb, and Shen Ning pulled the cord, stabilizing the yellow light once more. Looking at the high school textbooks on the desk, Gu Changjin frowned. The light was too dim and could damage one's eyes. Shen Ning was a bit surprised, not expecting Gu Changjin to be so attentive. She regretted not taking down the bulbs at home earlier, which would have saved Wang Baozhu the trouble. Then she remembered that it was precisely because of the theft case that she had run into Gu Changjin, and she forced a few awkward laughs, thinking, "Let us eat noodles first." The fragrant, steaming noodles had already made Cold Ball whimper with anticipation. Shen Ning gently patted its head and poured a big bowl of noodles into its dog bowl. Cold Ball eagerly dove in with a joyful woof. Gu Changjin had tasted Shen Ning's cooking during his first visit to Hejiao village and knew that this little educated youth was an excellent cook. Even with some expectations, he was still amazed by the bowl of noodles before him. A mouthful of hot, fragrant noodle soup warmed his stomach instantly, driving away the intense cold. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the long, white noodles. Their chewy texture made him wish he could swallow his tongue along with them. Shen Ning sat opposite Gu Changjin, taking small bites of her noodles delicately, pushing the plate of beef in front of her closer to him. Gu Changjin did not refuse and paired the beef with big bites of noodles. When he reached the bottom of the bowl, he discovered 2 fried eggs resting there.